Donald Trump has insisted that everybody loves his plan for the United States to take over Gaza and displace its Palestinian population to neighbouring countries, despite widespread international condemnation. Germany said it would lead to suffering and hatred. France called the proposal a grave violation of international law. British ministers have repeated calls for the creation of a Palestinian state. Our international editor Jeremy Bowen says America's reputation could be impacted.
America's looking more and more like something of a renegade in terms of the way that, while it says it believes in a rules-based international order, that's looking very threadbare at the moment. And that, of course, ultimately might even benefit the likes of the Russians or the Chinese if they want to take over territory.
A government review has found that the Prevent Counter-Terrorism scheme prematurely closed its case on Axel Rudakabana 3 years before he murdered 3 children in Southport last summer. The Security Minister Dan Jarvis told MPs that the teenager should have been considered a terror threat and had his case escalated, but there'd been too much focus on the lack of distinct ideology. The families of the 3 victims of the Valdo Calacane have called for the staff responsible for failings in his mental health care to be named. Calacane, who was being treated for paranoid schizophrenia, killed Barnaby Webber, Grace O'Malley Kumar and Ian Coates in Nottingham in June 2023. An independent review into his treatment said it showed the system got it wrong and identified errors, including poor communication, missed opportunities and families not being listened to. The son of Ian Coates, James Coates, said he'd been let down by so many services.
Who do we turn to when we need help? The police, they failed us. The NHS, they failed us. The mental health of Nottinghamshire have failed us. Who do we turn to? We only have ourselves to help each other.
Local government elections have been delayed for a year in 9 council areas across England. Ministers said it would be a waste of taxpayers' money to hold the polls in authorities that are set to be dissolved in a major reorganisation of local democracy. The decision has been criticised by opposition parties. And Ozzy Osbourne is to perform a final concert with Black Sabbath this summer. The show will be at a charity event in Birmingham and will be the first time in 20 years that the band's original lineup have played together. Here's Mark Savage.
In recent years, Ozzy Osbourne has been forced to stop touring by a combination of Parkinson's disease and spinal injuries. But his wife and manager Sharon says he's ready for one last show.
He's doing great. He's so excited about this. It'll be very emotional because it's really hello, I love you and good night.
Do you think that will be the full stop?
Oh, definitely.
The concert will feature a who's who of heavy metal, from Metallica and Slayer to Pantera and Anthrax. Proceeds will go to charity.
BBC News, it's 7:03.
Here we are on BBC iPlayer.
Welcome back to the round table. I'm about to kiss a girl that I have never met.
Drag's the best, isn't it? These aren't reality shows.
What is going on?
They're fuel for the group chat.
Wow. And I'm there for it. I love the drama.
We all relate in some way or another.
RuPaul's Drag Race UK, The Traitors, I Kissed a Girl and loads more.
Take it all in.
Whoever you are, wherever you stream, BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport
with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Newcastle and Arsenal are going for a place in the League Cup final. It's advantage Newcastle from the first leg.
Gordon at the back post. He's able to bundle it in, even though Timber was there. Gordon got the decisive touch, and Newcastle now have a 2-goal lead.
Eddie Howe's side dreaming of lifting the club's first domestic trophy since 1955.
Is it a dangerous scoreline when it's only dangerous if you don't perform? For me, the message is we have to perform. We have to be ourselves, and we have to be all the good things about Newcastle when we're playing well. That's the challenge, and I think if we are, then hopefully everything else takes care of itself.
Arsenal have silverware ambitions of their own. They last won the League Cup in 1993.
Merson comes forward. Good run by Merson into the penalty area. Drives it low. Palmer mistake. And it's knocked in by the ultimate Stephen Morrow. His first ever goal for Arsenal. What a stage to score at Wembley Stadium.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Oh, good evening. What a night we have in store for you here on 5 Live. Full commentary of Newcastle United versus Arsenal in the second leg of the League Cup semi-final. And St James's Park is an absolute picture this evening. Whoever wins tonight, you'll hear lots of talk over the course of the coming weeks about Wembley Way and the walk up to that stadium. But for Newcastle fans, I think there's probably only one hallowed walk in football, and it's the one that takes you from wherever you come from around this city to St James's Park. If it's via the Monument, if it's via Central Station, over the Tyne Bridge, this city tonight is just absolutely electric. Newcastle fans are feeling it. Arsenal fans will be here in great numbers tonight as well. They'll be feeling it every step of the way up to the ground tonight. It's going to be a heck of an evening. Ian Dennis with us inside St James's Park. It's just a proper occasion, this.
It certainly is, and I think from a Newcastle United supporter's point of view, I think the level of excitement is mixed with a real degree of apprehension, because they know that they've got something to lose. I was speaking to some Arsenal supporters outside the ground, and in many ways, you know, that they're just going to give it a go. They're out of the FA Cup. The team will go to Dubai for a week for some warm weather training after this game, and it's a cliche, but the first goal will be so crucial to this League Cup semi-final second leg, because Arsenal are attempting to do what no side has ever done before in the history of the League Cup. And you consider that we are in the 65th season of this famous old trophy, but no side has ever lost a home leg as the first leg and then overcome such a 2-goal deficit away from home. And indeed, actually looking at it, only 2 teams have come from behind from 31 home defeats in a first leg, and Arsenal were the last team to do it back in 1987. So the odds are stacked against them. However, I would also point out, and I was here on this very day 14 years ago, Newcastle United, Arsenal in the Premier League. Arsenal are down to 10 men, but they're leading 4-0. And with midway through the second half, Newcastle under Alan Pardew staged one of the most remarkable recoveries to draw 4-4, the late Czech Tiotti, with an injury time equaliser. So, as we said, myself and Chris Waddle on social media, the first goal might be crucial, but it doesn't have to come early, and anything could yet still happen.
Evening, Chris. How are you?
All good.
Big nights like this at St James's are something else, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they don't... they've not had much luck in competitions. Let's be honest, cup competitions. They've never won one for a long time. But the fans are always hopeful. They'll always turn up in their numbers. We know that, and they're hoping tonight that they will be going to Wembley in March to play either Tottenham or Liverpool. So, but a lot of people think it's already finished. The 2-0 is a great result at Arsenal, I've got to say. But we know how good Arsenal are. They're in good form. He's picked a strong team. And as Ian said, and a lot of people will say, the first goal is so important tonight.
So we're at St James's. We've got Chris Waddle. But for anybody thinking, where's your balance? Good evening, Matt Upson.
Good evening. How are we?
Good, thank you. Good. And I think
Good.
Chris has summed it up really well there, hasn't he? It's a 2-0 lead for Newcastle ahead of this second leg. And yet, and part of it is probably because of what Arsenal just did to Manchester City and what happened to Newcastle when they lost here against Fulham at the weekend. I'm not saying it's right in the balance, but it does feel not that far away from it for Arsenal, especially if they could get an early goal.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 2-0's never that comfortable, even in 90 minutes of football, is it, at half-time? You'd say, most people walk in at half-time thinking we're happy with 2-0 up, but we know how dangerous this is, because it's close enough for the team to really feel like they've got nothing to lose, which I think, looking at Arsenal's team and what they've got coming up in terms of a nice long break, just mentally for the players, this is a big game for their season. They haven't won a lot, this team. For how good they've been, the success they've had, Mikel Arteta's built a really nice squad, a style. They've had a lot of joy, but they don't win anything. Not enough for what Arsenal expect. So this game's massive, going into a nice break, and I think he'll get the best out of the players this evening. And what that will bring, I think, will be really exciting.
Right then, Ian, let's get the team news, shall we?
Well, Joe Linton isn't playing for Newcastle United, so they have made 2 changes from the team that lost to Fulham here at the weekend. They're going to go with 3 at the back. Trippier for Livramento, and Sven Botman comes in for Joel Linton. So they'll line up with Dubravka, Botman, Schär, Byrne, Trippier and Hall as the wing backs, and then you've got Guimaraes and Tonali, Murphy, Gordon and Isak. Now, there's a little bit of confusion regarding the Arsenal side, because I've seen an official team sheet that has Moreno in as one change for Lewis Skelly, but Arsenal on their social media page are saying that they're unchanged. But off the official team sheet that have been sent to me from down below, it is Raya, Saliba, Partey, Gabriel, Ødegaard, Martinelli, Timber, Trossard, Moreno, Havertz and Rice. So on that basis, unless Matt tells me otherwise, Timber would switch to left back, Partey would go in at right back and Moreno would come into the midfield.
Any thoughts, Matt?
I think you're probably spot on. Then it's quite confusing, isn't it, as to what team sheet to go with. But I assume that, you know, obviously the verified one is what you have, and I think that would probably be the switch. So yeah, I agree with that.
What do you make of it as a decision, though, from Arsenal, from that selection?
Well, I think, you know, it's a game where Mikel Arteta will look at it and just think he'll get players on the pitch that he feels can be attacking, can be progressive. We don't know the reasons why the switch has happened. Could be any number of reasons, to be honest. I was expecting the same team, to be honest, with Lewis Skelly in at left back, but who knows why. For Arsenal, it doesn't really matter. It's just about how they're going about it, what their objectives are, how they're going to set about the game. They start so fast at home, which we saw in the first leg. You know, Arsenal, the chances and the pressure they put onto Newcastle was pretty intense, as whether or not they can do that away from home.
Right, well, we'll try and clear up the Arsenal team, because the official Arsenal website says something slightly different as well to the team sheet. So we'll come back to that one. We can do Newcastle, though, Chris Waddle, and the absence of Joe Linton is obviously massive.
Yeah, he's obviously, you know, when you look back at the days when he was a centre-forward, in other way, was giving him a lot of criticism because he couldn't score goals and everybody thought what they bought, and then they converted him to a midfield player. And he's been a revelation in there, I've got to say, alongside Guimaraes. So, with Tonali, that three is obviously a massive part of the team. Joe Linton's a big part of this team, and without playing, I know people say they've got Miley and they've got Longstaff and they've got other players, but Joe Linton is a big miss. He's been in terrific form since he was converted to a midfield player, and he will be a miss.
Do you know, the one thing I would say, Chris, is we sort of knew coming here that Joe Linton might not be able to play. And most of the discussion around from Newcastle fans was, is it going to be Miley or is it going to be Longstaff? It's neither.
Well, it looks like he's got to three at the back, hasn't it? So, I mean, that has been not like Newcastle. He's obviously going to say, look, we're 2-0 up, come and beat us. And people forget, you know, Isaac and Gordon is terrific pace, Murphy, terrific pace when these guys can get the space to run into. So I can see his game plan, but if you haven't played it before, you know, it can have problems. And you know, it looks like they're going to have a five along the back, and I don't think they'll be coming out the full backs. So it could end up basically playing very, very deep. And if Arsenal keep putting that ball in the box and getting set pieces, we know how good they are at set pieces.
Chris, how much do you think they'll miss Joe Linton's physicality? Because when I watch him play, how physical he is against this Arsenal team as well, who really are quite a physical team. Do you think that'll be a big miss for them in the middle of the park?
Yeah, definitely. I think... yeah, listen, we all know in today's game, physical strength and power, there's a lot of teams built on it now, and so yeah, they'll miss that, there's no doubt about that. And but as I say, I've not seen Newcastle play three at the back, which I can't remember seeing them play three at the back, so it's a big ask to sort of change your tactics from normal 4-4-3-3 come 4-5-1 all of a sudden to go to five at the back. You know, it's not really, for some of them, they might be out of the comfort zone.
Just to say, Steve, it is unchanged, a mistake on the team sheet.
Yeah.
So the official team sheet that had Moreno in, it is the same side that beat Manchester City at the weekend.
And do you know what, Matt? That instantly, I think the reason why all of us straight away were like, oh, that feels a bit weird, is because Lewis Skelly wasn't in it, but he is in it and he is starting, and it would have been amazing if he wasn't, especially given what he did against Manchester City.
There would have needed to be some kind of problem as to why he doesn't start today. I mean, he's absolutely on cloud nine and flying, but also when I watch him, it's relaxed as well. So you think of a young player like operating at the level that he is, coming into the team, having the impact, you think the rev counter would be right up high, but when you see him sometimes, he looks very calm, very assured, and he looks like he's coping with it all. So another big game like this for him doesn't look to be a problem, and how well they did in the balance that he brings to the team. Yeah, it would have been a big surprise if he'd have been left out for any other reason, but it's no shock to me that he's kept the same team, given they've got a nice 2-week break.
Lewis Skelly's already shown, Chris, that incredible level of confidence in the biggest games against Manchester City. Before that, he had a really good game in the North London derby. Is that just the supreme confidence of being such a talented young player, or are some people just built for these occasions like tonight?
I don't think they've got any fear when you throw people in, and the team's doing well, so it's not like he's gone into a struggling team and people asking questions, what are you throwing a kid in for, why is he playing, is there injury problems, whatever. But to go on a team which is winning week in, week out, it does help, and he'll just be going out and playing, and he'll be encouraged to play how he's been playing, whether it be the reserves, 21s, whatever level he's at. They'll be saying, look, we just want you to play and express yourself, what you do. And he looks like he's fearless at the minute, so it's right, picking these type of players because they look so confident.
St James's Park is already starting to fill up, and we've got 45 minutes to go until kick-off. It is going to be some noise in here. Newcastle versus Arsenal in full coming at 8 o'clock, with Newcastle leading 2-0 from the first leg. It's also Women's League Cup semi-finals this week as well. The first of them tonight, kicked off at 7, Chelsea versus West Ham. Emily Herbert.
And it's goalless after 16 minutes. Chelsea chase a 6th straight League Cup final, with deadline day signing Kira Walsh making her full debut. West Ham yet to beat Chelsea or reach the final stand in their way. It's Chelsea 0, West Ham 0.
OK, let's hear from the Newcastle manager first then, shall we? Here's Eddie Howe with his rousing message for their biggest game of the season so far.
My message is, look, we're at the halfway point of the tie. I think it's, the away game was a good performance from us. But of course, against any opposition, the game's still very much alive and we have to do our part. But I think then when you add the quality of Arsenal and what the team that they have, we know very much we have to be on our guard. I think we just have to approach the game in a really positive way, aggressive way. We have to very much try and be ourselves in every moment. There'll be no deviation from that from our perspective. Front foot performance at home, we need to engage the crowd. We're in a good position and we need to try and make the most of every opportunity. I think it's a case for all the players, not just the big name players, and it's a case for everyone that enters the pitch to show they can rise to that occasion, that they can leave a legacy on the pitch, that they can do something in a moment that everyone talks about for years and years. What a great position to be in.
There are 2 Eddie Howe banners of different types just opposite me here inside St James's Park. Away in the left corner it simply says Eddie Howe's Black and White Army, and then away to the right an Eddie Howe quote: "We're not here to be popular, we are here to compete." And here's the thing, Chris Waddle, they've been to one League Cup final under him. They're so close now to another one. They've made great strides under Eddie Howe. In terms of where they sit right now, how pivotal is this competition this season in the ongoing trajectory?
Listen, it's something they've identified. They're not in Europe. They've had a free hit at it. The cup competitions and the league, that's what the 3 things. So, he's had the same team out because he's had plenty of rest, more or less, in between the games. On that side of it works. But, when they got that sample of the Champions League, you thought, is this going to be set for the next 4 or 5 years? And they didn't, they fell away. And I think a lot of people were a little bit disappointed and thought, why? He's identified, they need silverware. Listen, any manager will say they need silverware. Newcastle is a club, like Tottenham, who need to win something. They've got to start winning trophies. You can see how big they are, and support is huge, and they support this and that, the stadium, the ground, the water, what they talk about. You've got to start winning things. And I think they'll have identified the 2 cup competitions at the start of the season. They've thought, we're not in Europe. Yes, chairman wants to be in the top 4 because that's where they get the money. But as a manager, who before this great run they had was under pressure, and I think he's thought, if I can win this League Cup, that'll give him another 2-3 years quite comfortably, I think. So, this is a massive night for Newcastle United tonight.
There is part of me, Matt, that wonders whether or not there is any danger at all of Eddie Howe getting too frustrated with what is going on above him. He was asked, are you frustrated about the lack of transfers? And he wouldn't use that word frustrated, but I think you could certainly read into it that he was disappointed to go through January, pick up nobody and lose Kelly to Juventus.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, looks like they're kind of clearing the way for signings, and whether or not the signings thereafter they're very particular about, and January isn't the time, then you have to be patient and you roll on to the next window. That kind of makes sense to me if the player isn't there, or the player that's wanted, or the really good fit that you might need to wait or find something different. It felt like that kind of window for Newcastle, if I'm honest, and sometimes clearing that space and making availability primes you for when that happens. But focusing on the short term, which is now, a couple of injuries in places, and they're in a little bit of trouble, to be honest. At the moment they're doing okay. They've got a really settled, consistent team, other than the last couple of home games in the league, which have been quite bizarre results really. They've been flying. They've really been pushing at that top four, and they play strong teams. Chris is right, in the cups, in this cup, the previous rounds, they've played a strong team. You can tell that it means a lot, and they're still in both. They've got a nice tie at Birmingham at the weekend, where I think they'll go down there and obviously look forward to that. So they're in a good spot, but a couple of injuries, it could look very different.
He has a lot, Ian, to deal with, Eddie Howe, doesn't he? Not just massive expectation, not necessarily getting the transfers in that he wants. He's kind of managing upwards and managing outwards all at the same time.
That is correct, and also as a result of that, he is the voice of Newcastle United, because there's nobody above him who is coming out to talk about the transfer policy, really. There was one interview that Paul Mitchell did, but apart from that, all the questions, whether it be about transfers, injuries, moving to a new stadium, Eddie Howe is that vocal piece for the football club, and eventually someone needs to take that responsibility away from him, because there's been a series of transfer windows now where Newcastle United, despite having the money from Saudi, hasn't necessarily been reflected in those transfer windows.
Do you think they use him, Deno, because he's quite good at that? Like he seems to be able to handle those situations quite well.
Yeah, I mean he's very erudite, isn't he? So, but yeah. I think at some point, Newcastle United, they might have some of the richest owners in the world, but that hasn't necessarily been replicated in terms of the football. And at some point he is going to need backing, because if they want to keep hold of Alexander Isak, then they either have to win a trophy or get into the Champions League, but at least show to other players that they're going to add to those quality players. Rather, Newcastle now are in a worse situation than they were a month ago. They've lost Almiron. I know Kelly was hardly playing before he went to Juventus, but as Matt and Chris have been saying, injuries now could really destabilise their season. But I just feel that they're so close to Wembley. I think they've learnt from the last time were in this position, when they obviously lost to Manchester United in 2023, because I think they've taken the emotion away from the first leg victory. They've been very, very focused. I know some supporters have already lined up some sort of jamboree, selling tickets now, ready for the Wembley appearance. That's not from Eddie Howe. They are purely focused on the football.
We'll hear from a fan that I spoke to outside St James's Park a bit later, who's already booked their accommodation for Wembley. So they're certainly getting ready, in Newcastle fans. There's been a goal in the Women's League Cup semi-final between Chelsea and West Ham. Emily Herbert.
There has, and Chelsea lead. It's Johanna Rutin-Kannerid from the right, just inside the penalty box. Right-footed strike. She is so dangerous from that angle. It's Chelsea 1, West Ham 0.
Chris, just picking up on what Ian was saying there. It's a funny one, because for Newcastle to get together the strongest possible side that they can and compete, they obviously need Champions League football. But I can't speak for any Newcastle fans. I do know a lot of them. I reckon if you gave them the choice between the Champions League and a trophy, they would pick a trophy every day of the week.
Almost definitely, yeah. That's what they're aiming for. The only thing for me tonight is, they're in a great position. People forget, they're 2-0 up and they're at home. It's not like they've got to go away and defend this 2-goal lead. It just makes me wonder why. I've never seen them play at 5. So I just wonder why he's gone to a 5. Is that so they're going to play deep? There's going to be 3 occupying the 5. They're going to be out running certain areas of the park. I cannot see the 2 wing-backs, Trippier and Hall, coming out high up the field. So they're going to basically give Arsenal a lot of possession, and if they're putting a ball in the box with Havertz at 8, and then they're getting set pieces and the 2 centre-halves come up, they're very hard to deal with, these players. I think you're asking for problems. I thought he would have went how he normally plays. All right, maybe not as much press, chase, lost causes, but come out the blocks early, pressurise Arsenal, try and get that third goal. To me, it looks like they're going to play very deep, and I think that encourages Arsenal to put balls in the box. And we know, Arsenal at the minute are on fire.
Here come Newcastle United's players out to warm up in front of the Gallagher end. You can see Anthony Gordon down there with that shock of white hair running out beneath us. Kieran Trippier is down there as well. And I know this is an obvious thing to say, Matt, because he's Kieran Trippier, and whenever he plays, he's important. But I just think particularly tonight, with them having shifted that system, his role grows even more, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the system, he's one of the players that you'd say really does pick up, whether it's on the left, whether it's wing back, whether it's right back. He's got the understanding and the experience to play all of those positions. He's not one of the players that you'd say is going to find that tricky because of his experience and because of his game intelligence. But I do get Chris's concerns with a change for a game that's so one-off like this. I mean, whether or not he's looking at the set-piece threat, thinking I'll have another big centre-back on the pitch to help with that, that's Arsenal's key threat, let's face it. They had so much possession in that first game, Arsenal, 23 shots, but only 3 on target. And if they defend the box well, Newcastle, whether or not that's in the mindset as to that's more important than not playing with Joe Linton in their usual system, which I'm sure they would do if he was fit. But just feeling like that switch for the centre-back is going to protect them more and get the result, which is ultimately what this tie is about. It's not about how you're playing, it's just get through to the final.
Just looking at that lineup, Chris, it's what I always find really interesting about Newcastle is the mixture of some of those real big stars that Newcastle fans wanted and expected they would get when the new ownership came in, and the fact that it's still littered with players that maybe some Newcastle fans might have thought wouldn't still be here. So we talk a lot about Bruno and Tonali and Isak and Gordon. What about Dan Burn and probably Cher to an extent, certainly Dubravka, certainly Murphy? How much of a role is Eddie Howe playing, do you think, in keeping those players at the required level? Because some of them, Murphy especially, are still performing at a really high level.
I did as well with them. Listen, sometimes, you're not going to get a team of 11 All-Stars. You always have certain players in the team. A lot of fans are undecided. Obviously, I've been in here when Murphy's getting a lot of stick, a lot of criticism, and then he'll go and score, and he's the best player on the park. So, some of the fans are still undecided on quite a few of the players. We know that obviously the main actors are on this side, but just tonight, yeah, they've got some experience in the team, but I just think they're going to be outnumbered in certain areas, which are key areas, and I don't understand. Like, I thought he would have flooded the midfield.
It's made you really edgy, hasn't it?
Because I look at the side, you've got Tonali and Gimenez will follow the ball. He's attracted to the football. He'll leave areas, and you look at that, and then you look at Tonali on his own, and you think, well, I'm not sure. Now Declan Rice getting forward and so again, but I just think that the team, the balance. I mean, is Gordon going to play wide? Is Murphy going to play wide? When you don't normally play that system, why play it tonight? Listen, if he wins and he gets everybody will say master tactician, what a result. But I think, looking at it, I think Arsenal will be quite happy the way Newcastle's lining up.
And Matt, I don't know if the England manager is here tonight or not, but when it comes round to his first squad, when it comes round to his first team, I mean, you could be forgiven for thinking Lewis Skelly left back, Gordon left wing might be the way to go based on their performances.
Absolutely. I mean, it's early days for Lewis Skelly, for sure. I mean, he's shown that he's had a good impact. Whether or not you need to do that for a little bit longer and a little bit more to get that international recognition, we'll have to wait and see. But the signs are there that he's going to be in that frame. I agree. And Gordon, who's been a big threat. I think Gordon and Murphy have done pretty well this season. They've played a lot of games. They've been a decent threat. They've supplied a lot to Isak, which has been really important, who's just, instinct and finishing in the box is one of the best around at the moment. So that they carry their threat, Newcastle, but it's coping with Arsenal. What Arsenal are going to throw at this game, I think, will be a lot. I think they've got nothing to lose. The chips will be all in and they will go for it, and whether or not Newcastle can cope with that.
There's been another goal at Chelsea, Emily Herbert.
Chelsea make it 2. Sjoeke Nuskin fires it home this time, outruns the keeper inside the 6-yard box and slots it into the back of the net. As calm as you like. Just hit the half an hour mark here as Chelsea 2, West Ham 0.
Just over half an hour to kick off here inside St James's Park. Newcastle versus Arsenal League Cup semi-final second leg. Full commentary on the way in the Championship. The leaders, Leeds United, are at Coventry City. Leeds could go 5 points clear with a win. Sani Rudravajula is watching.
And what a prospect that would be for Leeds, fresh off a 7-0 demolition of Cardiff City. They've been a cut above, but with 16 to go, last season's beaten playoff finalists still have some way to go. Coventry City, under Frank Lampard, under such a turnaround, 1 defeat in 9, looking to make it 5 wins in a row, eyeing a bit of a promotion push themselves. They're unchanged from their 2-0 over Swansea. Leeds swap Rothwell for Gruev in midfield, and we're all set at the CBS kick-off, 7:45.
We'll also keep you up to date in the Scottish Premiership. Celtic could go 13 points clear at the top of the table if they win their game in hand against Dundee. So we'll be at Celtic Park to keep you up to date with that. A little bit later in the Six Nations, Tom Willis is set to start at 8 for England. We'll get to see Finn Smith at fly half with his brother Marcus Smith switching to full-back as well. England face France at the Allianz Stadium at Twickenham in round 2 on Saturday. Let's bring in rugby reporter Sarah Orchard. What does 2 Smiths on the field mean for this England team then, Sarah?
Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but they're not actually brothers. That's the Curry brothers. We've got the hangover of the brothers from last week, of course. So it's just the namesake, of course. But 2 Smiths, you've got Finn Smith from Northampton. He's defensively really strong, only 21 years old, and it's a big opportunity for him. But seeing Marcus Smith moving to fullback is a really interesting one. It's a chance for him to attack in broken play. And France, they kicked a lot of long balls repeatedly against Wales last week compared to Ireland, who tended to kick slightly more short contestables, high balls that would have suited Freddie Stewart. So arguably this style of play would suit Marcus Smith as long as that is what France actually brings with them.
You did a great job of answering that question without making me feel stupid, so thank you, Sarah.
Anytime.
Let me ask you about Tom Willis at 8 as well. Does this come through? Because it's the first thing that I thought watching the Ireland game, and I know it was picked up a lot before the game as well, is the trouble that England were going to have at the line-out. Would they have trouble? And sure enough, they did.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, because ultimately Maro Itoje was really the only line-out jumper they had against Ireland. They did look to other options, but by having Tom Willis there, he does jump when he's at Saracens. He's also, a really big guy. So he's a heavier carrying option around the park as well. It'd be really interesting to see how Steve Borthwick has to counter this ultimately on the bench and what his other options are. Because quite frankly, the French pack are absolutely massive, and that's something that's really got to be borne in mind. And just while I quickly mention France, it is worth saying that in the last hour or so we have had it confirmed that their fly half, Roman Ontimac, he has been given a 3-match ban after his tackle on Ben Thomas of Wales last week. So he will be missing the England game at least. There's different permutations if he goes to tackle school and what matches are included in that, but he's definitely out for this England game on Saturday.
Away from England, Ireland and Scotland have both been managing injuries to key players. So how are they getting on?
Yeah, so this is on Sunday. We've got Scotland hosting Ireland at Murrayfield, and Gregor Townsend, he has called in the Edinburgh lock Sam Skinner. That's really because he was limited on second row options because Scott Cummins, he was ruled out before the start of the tournament. So I think Gregor Townsend just decided he does need that bit more ballast. But when it comes to Ireland, their wing Mac Hansen, he picked up a cut on his leg during the game against England. He did play on, and we've been told it was a bit touch and go, but apparently he did train this morning. Then there's tight head prop Finlay Bealham. He appeared to be having a little bit of problem with his ankle. Again, we have been told he did train this morning, so that's positive. But then the long-term injuries we have with prop Tag Furlong and also lock Joe McCarthy, apparently they are still not ready. Arguably the more important one there is Furlong, because they are a little bit light at the moment when it comes to tight heads. But good news with Bealham that they should be able to have enough to get through to Sunday.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. That one, by the way, available to listen on 5 Live Sports Sunday at 3 p.m. Elsewhere, Yorkshire have become the first team to sell the entire stake in their 100 team. The owners of the IPL side, Sunrisers Hyderabad, have paid over £100 million for Northern Superchargers. Our chief cricket reporter, Stefan Schemmel, has joined us. So why have they sold the whole stake, Steph?
Cash would be the big thing, Steve, to be honest. Remember, last year Yorkshire were cash-strapped. They're the hosts of the Superchargers, necessitated the return of Colin Graves this time last year as chairman. Had debts of around £15 million to the Graves Trust. Yorkshire are members-owned. Most counties are, but Graves has suggested a demutualisation, essentially taking the club private in order to sort out those financial issues. That might not be the case now. This money might help Yorkshire solve their financial issues, but the whole game are benefiting as well. It's not just the host, it's the non-host as well. Money being shared between the counties and the MCC. One non-host sort of indicated to us today that the money they're getting, they might be able to run the club off the interest, let alone just the money they're getting from the sales. So at the moment, cash is coming into the game. The other impacts that we'll see for the sales of the 100, allowing investment to come in, we'll only learn that in years to come.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Chief Cricket Reporter Stefan Schemmel. Let's head to the US. It's been confirmed that President Donald Trump is going to be attending Super Bowl 59, the first sitting president of the USA to attend. Our reporter Katie Smith is in New Orleans getting all the gigs. Katie, how is his presence going to be received? I'm not jealous.
No, I can tell, Steve.
Sure.
I mean, I think it adds a little bit of context to the absolutely huge security presence we're seeing here in New Orleans. I actually got it on good authority earlier today, a chat I was having with someone related to the Superdome, the stadium where it's taking place. They've actually known for a month that he is coming, so they've had time to prepare. We only found out yesterday, but there has been a massive security presence, not least as well because of those awful terror attacks that happened on New Year's Day where 14 people died here in the city. But it's going to cause massive controversy. So if we go back to his first term in office, President Trump, he was a huge outspoken critic of the NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Plenty of remarks he made back then, you might remember, about kneeling during the US national anthem. That's what several players were doing as that heightened Black Lives Matter movement was sweeping across the world. Quite interestingly as well, this year, for the first time in 4 years, they've chosen it in the end zone inside the Superdome. I was having a look yesterday. They use messaging, and it's always said end racism. They've now chosen the phrase choose love. Since re-entering the White House a couple of weeks ago, Trump's criticised non-discriminatory hiring practices aimed at improving workplace diversity, these sorts of things that we've actually seen in the NFL for some time, the likes of the Rooney Rule. So it's quite interesting. The NFL have denied that this change, that choose love over end racism, is linked to that. But I do think it's going to be fascinating to see how visible Trump's going to be while he is here. The Super Bowl has such huge influence on US culture, so whether he can harness that or not, we'll see.
On the field, that there is no experience for a city like when the Super Bowl comes to town. So you've been drinking it in and spending a bit of time with the players as well.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. I think because it's my first time as well. It's amazing as a member of the media and just someone taking it in for the first time to see the spectacle. I mean, it's a huge carnival. And what is so fascinating to me is that in the week leading up, the build-up is almost as big an event as the actual game itself. So, 5-6 days out at the FA Cup, you don't see fans necessarily coming into town, but you absolutely have that here. And we have this event called Opening Night. It was a couple of days ago where the players, Steve, are literally led out onto the field where the game is going to happen. The main stars, the likes of Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, they're put on stages where the press can ask questions. But otherwise, the rest of the roster are just sent out to the press. They don't have media officers with them, and you can just ask them anything. The access is unrivaled. I mean, imagine that at the Champions League final and Erling Haaland or whoever just wanders over to you. And so it was a really cool experience for me to go and catch up with some of the players. So I spoke with Eagles linebacker Jeremiah Trotter Jr. all about making his Super Bowl debut.
Well, for me, this is my first time, but, with my dad, he went through it, so he tried to give advice to me. So I try to give advice to maybe, younger guys that haven't gone through it or had somebody to give advice to. But veteran guys, I feel like I really preach to everybody on how to deal with it and how to go about it.
So your dad played for the Eagles as well. How much have you been talking to him last few weeks, last few months about all of this?
Yeah, no, he's definitely, even before, we got here, he just told me what to expect, from media, different events, family coming down. But he just, said, just keep the main thing the main thing. At the end of the day, it's a business trip, and we're coming here to try to win a football game. So hopefully we can, execute our game plan and do that.
Are you excited?
Oh, no, I'm very excited. Oh, yeah.
And just finally, New Orleans, such a great city, has hosted this so many times before. I just wanted your thoughts on New Orleans as a Super Bowl city.
No, I think it's a great town. I feel like New Orleans is known for their parties and like they have Bourbon Street and like all the different bees that you can get down there and whatnot. But I feel like it's a great city. there's going to be a lot of fans and a lot of energy in the stadium come game day.
Katie, let's talk a bit about Jeremiah Trotter, because his father, Jeremiah Trotter Sr., also played in the Super Bowl 20 years ago, and also for the Eagles.
Exactly, Eagles Hall of Famer, and I feel like you see these little stories dotted all over. That's why it was so great to be able to just grab people and chat to them. But I also think the really cool part of this story is that his dad was coached by Andy Reid when he was at the Eagles back in the late 90s. Now, of course, with Kansas City, has had so much success there. So Senior is now helping his son beat Andy Reid, who was his former coach. Reid was asked about this earlier in the week. He says that someone asked him, what does this mean? He said, well, it means I'm getting old. But I think the key part of this story is that Jeremiah Trotter Sr. never won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. So could his son do it in his rookie season? That would be quite something.
Great stuff, Katie. Lovely. Thank you very much. Katie Smith there. Reminder, you can listen to Super Bowl 59 coverage on 5 Live from 11 p.m. on Sunday night. We're live inside St James's Park. We've got 20 minutes to kick off Newcastle United versus Arsenal in the second leg of the League Cup semi-final. Much more build-up on the way. Elsewhere, all 72 National League clubs have written to the EFL requesting for a third promotion spot between non-league and League Two. Currently it's 2 up, 2 down. The National League want this to be increased from next season. Ian Dennis, as well as commentating tonight, has been all over this story as well. Whether the EFL will see it this way, Ian, I don't know.
Well, yes, I mean, the National League clubs believe that 2 up, 2 down is unfair. You've got 15 former EFL clubs who are currently in the National League. I mean, it's worth reminding, for those who don't know, that automatic promotion didn't exist until 1987, and then the second promotion place was introduced in 2003 via the playoff systems. But from a Football League point of view, they say they will deal with the matter once the soon-to-be-installed independent regulator has resolved the massive funding disagreement between the EFL and the Premier League. But it's fair to say it's created a fair old debate.
Right, let's get stuck back into Newcastle versus Arsenal then. We've got Ian Dennis and Chris Waddle with us here, right high up at St James's Park, looking out into a beautifully clear black night sky. It is going to be some occasion, this, I can tell you. Ian's already mentioned it, but it also comes tonight on the anniversary of an absolute belter between these two, which finished like this.
Arsenal have every outfield player back. 9 players in the red and white shirts. In it goes, cleared. Only as far as Tiote with a volley. What a goal! What a goal by Tiote! His first goal for the club, and it caps a remarkable comeback. No wonder he wheels away in delight. Newcastle United 4-0 down at half-time have pegged the 10 men of Arsenal back. It is now Newcastle 4, Arsenal 4. Staggering.
As if you had any voice left for the 8th goal of the game.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that for quite a while. Nice touch by the club tonight, incidentally. I didn't know until Rob Schofield, our producer, pointed it out that Raphael, the son of Czech Tiote, is going to be one of the mascots here tonight. But it just was an incredible game. Abu Diaby was the player sent off for Arsenal, and in the commentary I said they were 4-0 down at half-time. The first goal didn't go in until the 68th minute, and it's funny, certain games when you're doing commentaries still act as a barometer, and that one does for me, in the fact that I actually said it with Chris earlier on. If it's 0-0 here, I mean, well, look at Arsenal at the weekend. They 1-1 against Manchester City, and they score 4 goals in the last 34 minutes. It just goes to show what can be achieved.
I also think that lots and lots of fans will be thinking about Czech Tiote as well, Ian. I mean, I know it was Alan Pardew was the manager that day, but I remember after he passed away, Czech Tiote, speaking to Steve McLaren about him, who also managed him here, and he had such wonderful, warm words for him as a man, as a personality. The fans loved him as well, so they'll be thinking about him this evening, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, it's one of those games that I think sticks in many people's minds, and not just because of Czech Tiote with the equalising goal. When we covered Bromley here in the FA Cup, Andy Woodman, the Bromley manager, was saying that one of his abiding memories of his time as the goalkeeping coach during his time here on Tyneside was that particular game. It's also not the only famous game that Newcastle United have been involved in on this day. Do you know the other one?
Go on.
On this day, 1972, Hereford United knocks out Newcastle United at Edgar Street. So the 5th of February can conjure up different emotions for Newcastle United fans depending on your generation.
Sorry, Chris, there go the good omens.
I remember that Ronnie Radford top corner on it, and all ran on the pitch in the mud, and I remember that. It's still shown every third round, isn't it? Every year. Listen, we talked about this earlier. Newcastle United, they're not going to get a better chance to get to Wembley. Yes, whoever they play, it's going to be difficult, but they need to win a trophy. These fans deserve a trophy.
Listen to that roar. All that is the Newcastle players coming off the pitch, having finished their warm-up. That's all it is. I think if you're a Newcastle fan inside this stadium, you almost need two sets of eyes, because you're looking at your heroes away to your right-hand side and then away to the left-hand side. Even from the top of the stand here, I can see just how gloriously glittering in silver the League Cup trophy is, which is here tonight as well, away toward the Lees' end. It was at the Gallagher end where Sheikh Tiote scored that famous goal. Matt, let's get back to Arsenal here. I mean, they need a comeback. Obviously not a comeback of anything like that kind of level that we had those years ago. But do you think Arsenal are really benefiting here from the fact that, unlike how it used to be, there's been a massive gap between the first leg and the second leg? I mean, Miles Lewis-Skelly, between the first leg and second leg, has basically gone for an interesting young prospect to the absolute talk of the town. So much has changed, and it all seems to be in Arsenal's favour, that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they've benefited. I mean, it is different. Yeah, are they in a better place now than what they would have been 2 weeks ago? Maybe. I think Newcastle have had a couple of shaky results at home, which wouldn't have helped. But I think things like that kind of go out the window when you come to matches like this, and you see matches like this that are so poised in a brilliant way to start this game 2-0 down with what's at stake. And Chris mentions about Newcastle, they need that trophy. I mean, they're years and years without a trophy, but Arsenal will feel the same, even though they've obviously won quite a lot in recent history, but not in the last few seasons. And I think that is starting to weigh a little bit heavy on the team, certainly on the manager, because he's had a lot of success. He's built a really good team. He's got a way and a style about him. His personality's now all over the club in terms of how they play and what he wants. But it needs to produce some trophies, and this now is a big cup. Look at the recent winners of this trophy. It's proven to be a real trophy that teams go after, managers go after. Jurgen Klopp last season went after this trophy with a young team, and I think that it's turned into something a lot more than maybe what he's talked about at the start of the season. So it is a big game for both teams.
Well, the Newcastle United fans, just as Matt was speaking there, have taken it upon themselves that with over 12 minutes to kick off, they don't want to wait. They don't want to wait for the teams to be in the tunnel. They don't want to wait for them to walk out. They're going now with their big old flag displays. There'll be many more to come, but I'm just looking to my right. I can see a Joe Willock banner. Huge, get into them. Just get into them. That's what it says. That's the message from the Newcastle fans. Chris, you're nodding along to that.
Well, they have to. They have to. If they want to do well tonight, they've got to start bright. They've got to upset Arsenal. They can't sit back and admire Arsenal coming onto them and hopefully keep them away from the box. They've got to be positive. They've got to play their game. That's what I'm saying. I was just surprised at the system. It has surprised us. But we know they've got pace, and if Arsenal commit too much forward, we know Newcastle exploit it.
Before we hear from some of the supporters who are right now just tens of thousands waving their black and white flags to and fro, we're going to hear about another goal in the Women's League Cup semi-final, Chelsea-West Ham. Emily.
Well, it's not a goal, but it's half-time. It's Chelsea 2, West Ham 0 at the break, and the Blues edging closer to a sixth straight final. Ritin Kanarud fired in from the right before Sioke Nuskin danced around the keeper to slot home the second. West Ham, yet to beat Chelsea or reach a final, have some work to do. It's Chelsea 2, West Ham 0 at the break.
Right, let's hear from some Newcastle fans. I was outside Shearer's Bar just before we came in tonight to speak to Samantha and Amanda, two big Newcastle United fans here with their family. Fair to say, Samantha just beginning to feel the occasion here.
Oh, God. Honestly, nerves are absolutely jangling. I've been so nervous. I mean, I could hardly sleep. If we win tonight, I think I'll just cry because I missed out going to the final a couple of years ago because I had a badly broken leg. So if we can get to a final, I'm going to be there this year.
Amanda, how are you feeling?
I'm the same. I never slept last night. I don't know if it's excitement or nerves. And we've booked our digs, so come on, lads. We've got to do this, haven't we? We're getting through.
You've booked the hotel for Wembley?
Yes. We're confident. We've booked the hotel.
Now, so we've got you two, and Amanda, we've also got your two lads. So Ryan and David are deaf, so Amanda is going to sign for us as we talk to them. Guys, how are you feeling? How are your nerves?
Yeah, I am nervous. I'm not going to lie But we won 2-0 last time, so even if it was a 1-0, or even if they won 1-0, we're still through, so yeah. And David, yeah, I'm a little bit nervous too, and I would take a 1-0, a draw. I'd take a draw tonight because then we're through.
What is the experience of St James's Park like for you? Because you can't hear, can you feel the atmosphere and the rumbling of this place?
Yeah, well, we've got the vibrating top, so we got them last year. So I can silence the crowd. I don't know if you saw that, so that's really good. And it vibrates. So we're home at the front and away at the back. So we're hoping for a quiet back today.
So these are special vibrating shirts, aren't they, that the club brought in last year for fans who are deaf. How much of a difference has it made to your experience?
Yeah, it makes us feel like part of the crowd. We're more involved. The shirts are vibrating, and like we say, we want it quiet around the back. Lots of vibrations around the front from all the shouting and singing and goals.
It really is a remarkable thing that Newcastle have done there with the vibrating shirts for deaf supporters, so that they can really feel St James's Park. If you're interested in hearing more about that, we've got a special documentary on BBC Sounds right now all about deafness in sport. It is called The Quiet Place, and you can find that right now. We have got, in 10 minutes' time, full commentary on the way of Newcastle versus Arsenal in this League Cup semi-final second leg. This is just the names of the substitutes being read out over the PA here inside St James's. And even that, every name is being cheered. A couple of the local lads at the end there, like Longstaff and Miley. Ian, just as we look opposite us, people always say something like, it's a sea of black and white and all that kind of thing. It's not just that St James's Park is loud. It feels alive. It looks alive.
Well, we haven't touched upon the talking point about they're looking at the possibility of moving away from this place. But for those people who've never been to the city of Newcastle, I think it's quite unique that the stadium is right in the heart of the city. You come in off the A19 or the A1, one of the first things that will strike you is the stadium. You can see it from a long, long way away. And it is the heartbeat of the city. When Newcastle United as a football club are thriving, the city is a vibrant place. So you can only imagine what it might be like tomorrow. I've got to say, talking of the supporters as well, credit to the Arsenal fans. Nearly 5,000 of them have made the trip up from North London, bearing in mind their team are 2-0 down at effectively half-time. So they'll be hoping to see something witnessed. And this is a competition I think has been much maligned over recent years. I still think this is a great competition. You get more supporters at the final than you do for the FA Cup final, and I still think when you get to this stage, it still conjures up a lot of excitement.
In front of us now, I can see on a small patch of synthetic green grass, just positioned on the halfway line, is a man in a blue hat, whose name is Johnny Blue Hat. Probably not christened, but he is the saxophonist of Sam Fender's band. Sam Fender, of course, if you don't know, somehow, massive pop star, massive Newcastle United fan. He is going to play the theme to Local Hero, which is the song that they always play at St James's Park. And I can't think of anybody better to be hearing from than Chris Waddle, as this just happens underneath us. You were just hearing Chris Ian talk about the importance of St James's Park. We're about to hear it live. What does it mean to you, and how important is it that whether it's in this stadium or one in the next few yards around Lees's Park, football in Newcastle is here?
I think everybody associates this song now with Newcastle United. They've been playing it for a long, long time. It's brilliant now. He's playing it on the saxophone. Fantastic, isn't it? I mean, the fans, everybody's up for it. And this is... this is what they want, Newcastle. They want to be in semi-finals. They want to be in finals. They want to chase trophies down like the Liverpools and the Man Uniteds and Man Cities. in Arsenal. They want to be chasing tournaments. You know, it means so much to them, and they don't really get a lot of opportunity to chase them down. So, you know, tonight you just saw, I mean, God help the place if they win it. Tonight if they win's great, but if they went to Wembley and won the final, there'd be a week's holiday in Newcastle. It would be a national holiday for a week. I'm telling you, nobody go to work for a week.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's just listen to a few seconds of Local Hero live with Johnny Blue Hat. Opposite us, black and white flags, great huge flags as well, almost 2-3 foot each and every one of them. And I once heard Kevin Keegan say that managing Newcastle United was like riding a black and white tiger. Well, that's the Roar. This is the Roar. This is St James's Park. Newcastle United and Arsenal in the League Cup semi-final. I heard the Birmingham City owner today talking about building a Wembley of the Midlands. You will have heard a lot about a Wembley of the North and the regeneration of Old Trafford. But football feels as big and sounds as big in Newcastle as anywhere else in the United Kingdom, the National Stadium included. This is big. It's big for Newcastle. It's big for Arsenal. They haven't won it since 1993. Full commentary then from here inside St James's Park with Chris Waddle and Ian Dennis.
What an atmosphere we have. A roar, a cauldron of noise to send a shiver down anybody's spine, with the exception of red and white from North London.
No, it's brilliant. I mean, the Arsenal fans have sat out there, can't hear them. You said there's nearly 5,000, and I think they've been standing amazed at the atmosphere and what's been going on in front of them. But Arsenal look very confident, very confident.
These are the two teams. Newcastle United have made two changes from the team that lost to Fulham, and those changes, Joel Linton is out injured, so it is Botman and Trippier who come back into the team for Livramento and Joel Linton. Kieran Trippier and Hall will play as wing-backs. Botman, Scher and Byrne will be the three central defenders to protect Martin Dubravka. Guimaraes and Tonali in the centre of midfield, Murphy, Gordon and Alexander Isak, who has scored on both occasions against Arsenal so far this season. Arsenal are unchanged. Raya is in goal, a back four of Timber, Gabriel, Saliba, Lewis Skelly, Rice, Partey and Ødegaard, Martinelli, Trossard and Kai Havertz. Arsenal are in their red and white shirts and white shorts. Newcastle United are in their traditional colours, the black and white striped shirts, as the Bladen races rings around St James's Park. The Newcastle players form a huddle whilst Bruno Guimaraes has a word with Martin Ødegaard. The Arsenal players form a cluster of red and white shirts amidst this cacophony of noise here on Tyneside. It's a clear night, it's a chilly night, as the black and white scarves are being swirled around the heads of every Newcastle United supporter. But I reiterate, if Arsenal were to score the first goal, it would certainly change the atmosphere and the dynamic in this stadium.
Yep, and I think that's their plan. They haven't gone away from anything. They're not doing anything different. They're very confident. Had a great win over the weekend, and they'll fancy their chances tonight, definitely.
Been doing some homework ahead of this second leg. In 94 visits to Newcastle United, Arsenal have won 28 occasions. Only on 3 of those occasions have they won by at least a 3-goal margin, although 9 of the victories would have been a scoreline that could potentially take us to extra time tonight. That is a possibility. But Newcastle United, as this second leg of this first semi-final gets underway, do have a healthy lead of 2-0. But Arsenal in their red and white shirts have already been awarded an early free kick midway through the Newcastle half as they play from left to right, attacking the Gallagate end.
You play the kick-off back to the goalie, which a lot of teams do. He launches it forward, what a good 70 yards. And it's a blatant block on Havertz, and they've got a free kick in a very, very dangerous position, 30 yards out.
We know the threat that Arsenal will pose from set pieces. Declan Rice and Martinelli just having a little word. Ødegaard has walked away. Gabriel has conveyed a message to 3 of his teammates who stand in a small little group either side of the Newcastle United back line, currently in an offside position. Now they make a run to intermingle with those line of Newcastle players. It is played in. The header out is going to go behind for a corner kick to Arsenal.
Well, positive start by Arsenal. Decent free kick in, wasn't it? There was not a lot of pace on it. I don't know if they work it that way. I like to see them going with a little bit more pace, but they've got a corner out of it.
Declan Rice strolls to this near side, the right in front of the Gallagate end. Now you can hear the Arsenal travelling support. Rice waits to take the corner. The left arm is aloft. Rice then rolls it short. Martinelli right hand side of the area. Martinelli threads a ball through, cleared by Guimaraes, picked up by Murphy on this left hand side. Martinelli is back at him. Murphy runs with the ball. Murphy's still going. Martinelli with a foul. Free kick to Newcastle United. Every decision that is being contested is either booed or cheered by this capacity crowd.
I've got to say, Murphy did ever so well here, and he's picked it up on just outside the 18-yard box, and he's carried them right up the field in a dangerous position on this left-hand side now, going towards the Leazes end, which Newcastle themselves can put a free kick into the box.
We're almost midway through the Arsenal half, a few yards in from the left touchline. Deafening noise inside St James's Park. Some of them are up and out of their seats already in the Leazes end, the area that Newcastle United are attacking. Whilst a goal at the other end moments ago might have pierced the atmosphere, a goal now here for Newcastle would really get this place rocking. 3 minutes in, free kick, Hall takes it short, Tonali, left-footed ball in, doesn't beat the first man, drops to the edge of the area, Trippier plays it down the line, Guimaraes is there, right side of the penalty area, back towards Trippier, gets stuck underneath his feet, ball played in there, it's a deep one by Cher, and it's curling out of play, and there was some pulling inside that penalty area, and Arsenal will get a free kick.
Well, it was easy, that little tug on Timber, who goes down so easy, but gets the free kick.
Goal at Coventry in the Championship, Sani Rudravajula.
Coventry 0, Leeds 1. It's taken 17 minutes for the league leaders to get ahead. Joel Peru threaded through. Cool finish from him. Coventry 0, Leeds 1.
Leeds United looking to go 5 points clear at the top. Gordon hits the ball early. Isak is in. Flag stays down. Isak enters the penalty area. Isak scores. Alexander Isak yet again against Arsenal. St James's Park goes berserk. That's the early goal that they craved. And Isak is the first Newcastle player to score against Arsenal in 3 different matches in a single campaign. They lead 1-0.
That's a brilliant finish by Isak, isn't it? I think he's offside though, Ian. I think they're going to VAR now, aren't they? He looked to me just a fraction offside. I mean, I hope he's not for Newcastle fans' sake, but we'll see what happens. But it was very close.
Remember as
it's a
well,
great finish as well, by the way.
Super finish, played in, inside right channel of the penalty area, finds the top left-hand corner. Remember, and we had the first time it happened at Tottenham against Liverpool with the in-house announcements of the VAR at Spurs against Liverpool in that first leg when Stuart Atwell was the referee. Simon Hooper will be getting told of the instruction from John Brooks, who'll be currently looking at this, but they are checking the goal for a possible offside. The flag had stayed down on that far side. We don't have the benefit of a replay from our lofty commentary position here at St James's Park, but straight away you thought, didn't you? I could tell by your body language.
Yeah, I just thought he went a little bit early and as the ball came to, I just thought he was just a fraction off. I'm not taking anything away from the finish, though. He didn't know he was offside. It was a brilliant finish, but where we're sitting up here, to me, just looked offside.
The reaction, you'll hear the reaction of the crowd before you'll hear anything of Simon Hooper, I would imagine. I've got to say, from a spectator's point of view or a commentator's point of view, when we were at Tottenham, it was a rather underwhelming experience, this wait, the delay, and then waiting to hear the referee's voice when we already knew the decision. But they wait with bated breath inside St James's Park.
Well, it's strange, isn't it? Every game there's no VAR and they bring it in today, and I'll tell you what, if there was no VAR in, that would have been given.
Yeah.
Simple as. But I think it is going to be really, really close.
The word from the studio, it is incredibly tight, and that will only explain why there has been such a delay as John Brooks looks at this.
Offside.
And the goal will not stand. The goal has been ruled out. Simon Hooper.
After review, the goal scorer, Newcastle number 14, is in an offside position. The restart is indirect free kick for offside.
That was the voice of the referee, Simon Hooper. Chris Waddle, your hunch was correct.
Well,
the goal is disallowed, 0-0. Newcastle's first leg lead remains 2-0 overall.
Well, it was a great start by Newcastle, wasn't it? We all looked at the system they were playing and what was happening, and the space Arsenal allowed Isak to run into, even though he was just offside. I'm not seeing Arsenal being that open, and it's very early in the game.
The first twist of many, perhaps, as Raya, in his luminous goalkeeping outfit, clears long. It just goes to show the threat of Alexander Isak. 11 goals in his last 9 appearances. Now Simon Hooper gives a decision to Arsenal, and it'll be a free kick 10 yards over the halfway line on that left touch line. 7 minutes played.
I'm glad the way Newcastle started in, because I like to see them on the front foot, high tempo. They will run out of steam, we know that. When you watch Newcastle play, they give half an hour, really quick tempo, and then they sort of come off that pace, but they've come out the blocks very quick.
I think really, Eddie Howe, they had to do that to embrace the energy and feed off the vibrant atmosphere inside St James's Park. They wanted it to be a cauldron, they wanted it to be a bear pit. Well, they've got it. But Arsenal, with their confidence that they would have gained from that super win against Manchester City, they will be undaunted. Rice runs forward, far side looking for Trossard, plays it and will get a corner kick, will he? Or did Trippier keep that ball out of play? Yes, he did. It'll be a throw right down by the corner flag. Trippier did ever so well. Arsenal were hoping it was going to be a corner kick. On that far side, Miles Lewis-Skelly, long looping throw in towards the penalty area, and it goes out of play for a goal kick. Had that red card not been rescinded against Wolverhampton Wanderers, he'd have been suspended for tonight.
That's right, yes. It was a daft decision, let's be honest. But you've got to say that Newcastle started very well. Arsenal, not a lot of energy. I thought they couldn't really come out the blocks and impose themselves on Newcastle. We're playing 3 at the back, which they don't normally play. So Arsenal so far very cautious.
No team has ever lost a 2-goal lead from an away first leg in this competition that began in the 60-61 campaign. Only 2 teams have come from behind from 31 home defeats in the first leg. Stoke against West Ham in 1972, and Arsenal, the last team to do it, against Spurs in 1987. Both Stoke and Arsenal won their respective finals, incidentally, as Gordon gets a free kick for Newcastle United on this near side to left, midway through the Arsenal half. 9 minutes played and it's tense.
Well, I don't think Arsenal settled at all. I think Newcastle looked very confident. The crowd's been amazing. I don't think Arsenal settled. They look very ruffled.
So it'll be Lewis Hall to place this ball down. Thought about wanting it, the early one. Isak was alive to it. It made that run in behind towards the left corner of the penalty area, but Hall was a little slow to react. Isak now will trot and make his way in towards the D. 0-0 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds in this first of the semi-final second legs. In it comes, edge of the area, cleared away by Ødegaard. Only as far as Trippier. His only other start in 2025 was against Bromley in the FA Cup third round of this new year, but he's been drafted in with all of his experience, and here he is on the ball. Former England international out towards that far side. Guimaraes caught in possession. It runs out of play for a throw. Newcastle United competing in only their third semi-final of this League Cup, but in the previous two they've reached the final on both occasions, yet to win it. And we've all talked about the long wait, whether it's a domestic wait of 70 years or that Fairs Cup success some 56 years ago. Many a Newcastle United fan is desperate for this to be their year. Arsenal will have something to say about it tonight, and in the middle of March, Liverpool or Tottenham will have something to say about it at Wembley, as that was a foul on Gabriel. And incidentally, the build-up to that second semi, Liverpool-Tottenham, on 5 Live tomorrow from 7, because this is the first day of 8 successive days of Cup football on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, whether it be the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, or indeed next week the Champions League playoff ties. We have it covered on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 11 minutes in, still 0-0. Gabriel hits a flat ball forward. Havertz directs his header in field. Tonali hammers it away. Sliced by Saliba. It'll run back towards Raya. He sliced it as well as he was backpedaling on the edge of the area. And because of that slice, it was awkward to control for Saliba. And then Timber fell to the floor. Didn't seem anything in that. And yet Arsenal get a free kick.
And then Gordon shouted, Timber. Listen, I mean, that's never a free kick ever. And I've got to say, Arsenal are rattled. They can't sit. They can't. Got no composure. Newcastle looks super confident.
Fabian Schär whips up the crowd as he went in for a shoulder-to-shoulder challenge with Declan Rice, and it goes out for a Newcastle.
I've got to say, Ian, because Newcastle have started very well, high tempo, and it's very hard to keep this tempo up. They need to score. You know, after 20 minutes up now, you'll see Arsenal really come into the game.
Isak to Tonali, overhits it. Gabriel steps out of defence, wouldn't stick for Trossard. Challenge comes in from Schär, was a strong one, but a fair one. Havertz back towards Lewis Skelly, turns away from Murphy, back towards Gabriel. Newcastle are pressing, back towards Raya. Ødegaard collects it, hunted, barged into the back by Guimaraes, but Arsenal beat that press at the moment. Timber does it well, back towards Ødegaard. Composed play by Arsenal. That was good.
That was brilliant. They were under pressure there as well, big pressure.
Here is Partey in the centre circle. Newcastle are trying to make their presence felt. They're pressing, closing down Newcastle at every opportunity. Ødegaard plays the ball through. Martinelli lays it off. Timber comes forward. Back then towards Partey in the centre circle. Passes the ball out wide right towards Trossard. This is good play. It's promising from Arsenal. Trossard's low ball. Stopped, and Burn should clear. But his clearance is charged down and it falls back towards Trossard. Trossard in field. Partey 30 yards out from goal. Newcastle with a body of black and white striped shirts in front of Partey. Chip forward, in towards Martinelli and into the arms of Dubravka. Another goal at Coventry. Sani.
Coventry 0, Leeds 2. Jayden Bogle managing to weave his way through. Keeper didn't quite deal with it and he slotted it home. Coventry 0, Leeds 2, 28 gone.
Leeds looking to go 5 clear. Celtic, remember, are already 10 clear, and this is their game in hand in the Scottish Premiership. And a goal at Parkhead, Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, 27 minutes gone, and they're on course for 13 points clear at the moment, Ian. It's Celtic 1, Dundee 0. Arnie Engels from the penalty spot, an 8th of the season for the Belgium. Celtic 1, Dundee 0.
The Women's League Cup semi-final, incidentally, between Chelsea and West Ham United is on Sports Extra. This is 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 14 minutes played. 0-0. Newcastle have had an early goal disallowed. Arsenal, well, that last passage of play, bearing in mind that you were saying, Chris, that they hadn't settled, they looked rattled, that will have maybe settled a few nerves, but they've lost the ball now. Here is Guimaraes to Gordon. Gordon enters the penalty area, shows too much to Ødegaard, he takes it away off his toes. Plays the ball forward to Havertz, midway through the Newcastle half. Ødegaard then towards Timber. His early ball, cut out by a sliding Hall. Picked up then by Botman. Botman comes to a standstill and chips the ball out towards Trippier. Takes it into feet and runs forward. Trippier midway through the Arsenal half. Murphy goes on the overlap, creates some space on the inside for Guimaraes. Back out towards Murphy on the right. Delivers the cross, it's a deep one. Hall hooks it, hits the side netting, 0-0. Chris Waddy.
Well, I've got to say, Newcastle being very positive. You see what Arsenal's trying to do, they're trying to keep possession, make Newcastle chase and work. They've had a couple of spells on the ball where they've done that very, very well. But you've got to say, Newcastle are the team pushing. Look, the high press, but I don't know how long they can keep it up. It's very difficult at this tempo to keep it up against a quality side like Arsenal.
A 2-0 scoreline, or a 2-goal winning margin for Arsenal would take us into extra time. So they don't have to chase the game just at this stage. As the ball goes back towards Dubravka, almost caught in possession, digs it out over the head of Martinelli. That was a rather awkward moment for the Newcastle United goalkeeper.
It was, but he dealt with it very, very well, and he found Hall on this left-hand side.
You think back to the first leg, when he went up to the Newcastle supporters, he was very emotional, there were tears. Looked like it might have been tears for goodbye. He was being heavily linked with a move to Saudi Arabia at the time. And here he is, Martin Dubravka, the Slovakian international, looking at the age of 36 at maybe a Wembley appearance. Nick Pope back on the bench for the third successive time after injury. Nick Pope, who missed the last League Cup final when they lost to Manchester United because he was suspended after being sent off against Liverpool. And Dubravka, all in green, strikes it away downfield. Still goalless here on 5 Live. We're in the 17th minute. Isak with a cushion volley ball out towards Murphy. Hits it back towards the Swedish international. Saliba comes across, clears. Isak, though, keeps the ball in play. Again, a lovely touch off the top of his left boot by Alexander Isak. Battles with the ball with Gabriel, helped out by Trippier. Ball goes infield and he's scooped up by David Raya.
I think Newcastle's doing everything right at the minute. Nice tempo about them, asking questions, pressing Arsenal in the right positions. Arsenal really have had one decent attack, that's all they've had. I know they'll create more because Newcastle will come off the pace, but at the minute Newcastle's doing everything right.
Here is Ødegaard. Ødegaard coming forward for Arsenal. Trossard running through the centre at the moment. Rice is also there as he collects the square ball. Lewis Skelly picks it up, tries to wriggle his way into the penalty area, breaks towards Trossard, comes outside the box, can't get a shooting opportunity, side onto goal. Saliba joins the attack 30 yards out, rolls it out now towards Timber, attacking the Gallagate end. Timber back towards Trossard, ball played in towards Ødegaard, looks for the shooting opportunity, pulled back to Ødegaard, block comes in from Botman off the left-footed shot from the Norwegian.
Well, that's what they can do. Fantastic football by Arsenal, that, wasn't it?
They have won 4 of their last 7 visits to St James's Park, 2 of them by a scoreline of 2-0 that would take us to extra time today. Martinelli, challenge comes in, and the ball is put wide. And that was from Ødegaard, who continued to run in towards the penalty area.
Well, Martinelli's looking for a foul on the edge of the box, but did he play the advantage, which Ødegaard really probably preferred his left foot, didn't he? Hits it with his right, good strike, but always going wide. But this last couple of minutes, Arsenal have took control.
I was just going to say to you that you said that they might have been rattled early on. The last 2, 3, 4 minutes will offer encouragement.
Because Newcastle have come off the place slightly. I know it's only 20 minutes coming up to, but a big 20 minutes, a big occasion tonight, and Newcastle come up the blocks very, very quick, and now they've just sort of come off the pace, and you can't against a team like Arsenal.
Dubravka then with the goal kick, still at 0-0. Saliba's missed that clearance. Gordon puts the ball through. Isak is in again. Isak hits the post. Rebound to Murphy. Murphy on the rebound. That goal should stand. Newcastle United, who had the early goal wiped out, now do celebrate. And Newcastle United with the all-important first goal, leading Arsenal 1-0.
I'm just thinking, will it be another VAR? Yeah, was Murphy. Did he go with Isak when Isak did ever so well yet again, chasing down Saliba, and he hits it, great shot, hits the post, comes back. Murphy's the one who reacts, and that wasn't an easy finish, by the way. He's rolled it into a goal, but it wasn't easy. It came down with a little bit of pace, and he rolls it in to an empty net. And is there another VAR?
Well, the VAR will check it as a matter of course. To the naked eye, I thought Isak was onside.
Yeah, I did. Well, I think it's a goal, definitely.
And Jacob Murphy, who's been a regular in the side since early December, with his 5th goal. He was born in Wembley. He might well be taking Newcastle United a step closer to Wembley. And didn't he react so well? After the ball came back off the left-hand post, right-footed, first-time finish. Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, 3-0.
Well, we said
is the aggregate score now.
We said the first goal was crucial, and Newcastle have got it.
Chants of Wembley reverberate around St James's Park. Newcastle United are ahead, and they increase their lead on aggregate. Martinelli with a cross in towards Rice, couldn't get there, flicked away, comes out towards the left back. Lewis Skelly pulls it back. Partey, Ødegaard, shot charged down by Gordon. Tonali leads the charge. Keeps his balance over the halfway line. Gordon up going with him. Isak is also there. Gordon, what energy levels from Gordon, in the end just nudged off the ball by Saliba. But bearing in mind he was the one who led the counter-attack, he was looking to finish it. Jason Tindall has been told to get back into his technical area by the 4th official. Havertz keeps the ball for Arsenal. Now it is with Rice. Midway through the Newcastle half, Ødegaard. Ødegaard looks to shoot, gets it away, left-footed, off target, pulled it, goal kick. Newcastle lead by a goal to 0.
Well, I think it's a fair result the way they've started the game, both teams. I think Newcastle have been the more positive. They've caused a massive threat, especially Isak, and they got the rewards. Arsenal's had a very good chance, didn't take. But listen, you can't write them off. We know they're a quality side, but really, you cannot see Newcastle giving this up.
Well, bearing in mind that they scored 4 goals against the champions on Sunday in the last 34 minutes of that game at the Emirates, there will always be that feeling from Eddie Howe of trying to guard against complacency. But try telling that to the Newcastle United supporters inside St James's Park. That all-important goal has been scored by the black and whites of Newcastle United. Trossard bypasses Ødegaard. Timber out towards Martinelli. Martinelli runs forward now, right-hand side. Dances a little bit around the ball. Nutmegs down Burn. And then the ball is up then towards Lewis Hall. He holds on to it. His clearance goes straight to Ødegaard. Havertz with a cutback. Good save by Dubravka to keep out the effort from Trossard. He hit it early, low right-footed did Trossard. Dubravka was low down very well to his right.
They've actually settled now, Arsenal, and they're putting some good passes together. That was a good effort by Trossard. Very good save. The last 2-3 minutes, well, since Newcastle scored, Arsenal have upped the tempo and they've pushed Newcastle on the back foot.
An Arsenal equaliser on the night, and still you would think anything could possibly happen here at St James's. Attacking the Gallagate end, 23 minutes in. Arsenal have a corner kick on this near side, the right, crowded area. Had to be behind by Trippier inside that very crowded near post, cheered by those Newcastle supporters, packed out in that Gallagate end as Ødegaard collects the ball himself and walks it back. The ball at his feet, places it carefully down in the quadrant. Once again, 4-5 Arsenal shirts have gathered at that far post. Saliba just lurking behind Dubravka. Now they make their way into a crowded 6-yard area. In it comes, and again, very, very awkward but Newcastle United keep that in-swinging corner behind for yet another corner.
Very, very, very difficult to deal with. I mean, Arsenal all start at the back post and they all come to the middle of the goal, to the near post. So many bodies. The keeper can't get through. Keeper's gone down. I don't know if he's looking for treatment, but they're terrific corners.
Dubravka at the moment is on his knees. He's in all green goalkeeping outfit inside that 6-yard area. But once again, the Arsenal players are waiting for that charge, as Chris Waddle quite rightly says. They wait far side of the 6-yard box and then they make their run into that 6-yard box. Newcastle try and block them off. Ødegaard's ball in again towards the near post. Bit of a scramble, cleared away by Trippier in that crowded 6-yard area, very congested. Gordon with a foul on Lewis Skelly. Arsenal take the free kick too quickly. The ball was moving, says referee Simon Hooper, and Arsenal have to retake it.
Silly foul to give away by Gordon. What is it? Halfway up the pitch, but no need for it. Arsenal's having a good spell. Them set pieces are so dangerous.
So it's forward of the centre circle as Arsenal play from left to right. 20 minutes to go to half-time. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Ødegaard has a little word as he wanders across with Declan Rice. Newcastle United have got that quite a high line. Rice rolls it, Timber collects it right-footed, then passes the ball back inside. Saliba finds Rice, Lewis Skelly is to his left. Trossard provides the width on that left-hand side. Martinelli on this near side, the right. Ødegaard now will find the Brazilian. Level with the penalty area. Martinelli back towards Ødegaard. Ødegaard looks up, curls the ball deep inside the penalty area, and the downward header by Gabriel is off target. The cheers will tell you from a Newcastle point of view that it's gone behind for a goal kick. Newcastle still lead by 1-0 on the night. Chelsea West Ham in the Women's League Cup semi-final. Emily Herbert.
Well, it's still Chelsea 2, West Ham 0. Ritten Cannon missing a sitter to get her second of the night, but the Blues dominating as you'd expect. Heading to that League Cup final, West Ham without a shot on target yet. 20 to go. It's Chelsea 2, West Ham 0.
What are you pointing at, Chris?
The goalkeeper. I think he's struggling, mate. The last 5 minutes. I don't know if he's twisted his ankle or somebody's landed on him something with his corners going in, but he's limping heavily and he's been on the ground twice. I'm sure the players will be saying, look, if you're injured, sit down, because Arsenal's having a good spell at the minute.
He certainly isn't walking freely at all, is he, as he places the ball down on the edge of the 6-yard box for this goal kick. That game that Emily's watching, incidentally, is on Sports Extra. This is 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 27 minutes played. Dubravka gets plenty of distance on that goal kick. Saliba beats Isak in the air. Martinelli lifts it in the air, heads it towards Ødegaard, headed away by a stooping Botman. Tonal, it's like head tennis at the moment, won't just come down. Havertz leaves that bouncing ball for Botman. Kneed forward by Ødegaard, flicked on by Havertz, and then headed back by Cher to Dubravka, who picks up the ball inside the penalty area, but still hobbling.
He is still hobbling. As you say, he got good distance on that kick, didn't he? I think he's looking to throw it out now, but I think he's going to have to kick it, because Arsenal 3-0 down in the tie. They've got to go and push. They've got to keep pushing Newcastle and ask some more questions.
Gordon just rolls away from Partey. His ball out to the left wing back. Hall went away from him. He desperately tried to keep the ball in play in front of Newcastle United's technical area. It went out for a throw. Timber passes it back. Saliba 10 yards inside his own half, finds Rice on the edge of the centre circle, almost cut out by Isak. Eventually it reaches Gabriel, floats the ball up in the air, out to this near right side for Martinelli. Little touch on towards Havertz. Timber forward to Martinelli again, level with the area. Newcastle United leading by 1-0. Martinelli attacking for Arsenal. Hall back pedals. Martinelli plays it in low. Blocked by Lewis Hall. Goes out of play for an Arsenal throw 10 yards up from the corner flag.
Hall did well there. I prefer Martinelli on the left, I've got to say, and coming inside on that right foot. He looks better, he looks more comfortable. He's not really got a lot of tricks, so when he's come down, you know he's going to go on his right, and he doesn't look comfortable going on the outside.
Here is Saliba down the right line. Timber feeds it forward. Martinelli's cross gets plenty of height on that. Back header away by Trippier inside the box, picked up by Lewis Skelly. He then goes back. Declan Rice. Rice now will find Saliba forward of the centre circle. Steps on the inside of Gordon, then releases the ball to Timber. His forward ball to Ødegaard. Martinelli now just in from the right touchline level of the area, back towards Timber. Partey has it. Ødegaard was available for a short forward ball, decided to hang on to it. Timber passes it out towards Martinelli, couldn't control it. Mikel Arteta, though, makes a point of coming out, applauding above his head and trying to gee up his players.
Well, he should have switched it there. Gabriel was in a lot of space in the middle of the park. He didn't see him, obviously, but they've got to keep moving this ball because Newcastle are playing 5 at the back, and they are literally playing 5 at the back.
Well, they've got the insurance now, haven't they, of the goal?
Yeah, they've just got to keep clean sheet, but, you know, we know Arsenal are clever, and the longer it goes, the more desperate Arsenal will get, but at the minute, they're dominating the match.
That's the voice of the former England international, Chris Waddle, who's with us here at St James's Park, as Ødegaard was just caught a little bit as he came off the field of play. He's hobbling, he's feeling that. He hasn't actually returned to the pitch at the moment, Ødegaard. He's actually feeling his left foot, it would seem, under the watchful eye of the fourth official, who is Simon Long this evening. Ødegaard is back on now. He makes a running movement down towards the right. Partey was looking towards Timber. Newcastle United have got everybody back behind the ball. Gabriel to Rice, tries to help it out towards the Arsenal left. Intercepted by Newcastle. Guimaraes now comes forward and looks towards the goal scorer Murphy. Gabriel comes across, shields the ball away from Murphy and then was barged from behind. Gabriel then reacts to something that either Murphy or Trippier was involved in.
Yeah, Trippier pushed him, I think, maybe shot on his ankle or something. He wasn't happy about it. But so far so good on Newcastle. Yes, Arsenal's took over the possession stats, but not hurting anybody.
After losing that first leg to Newcastle at the Emirates, days later they were knocked out of the FA Cup. Still, of course, very much involved in the title race and the Champions League to look forward to, but so much work to do here in this League Cup semi-final. Losing 3-0 now on aggregate through that Murphy goal. Hall chips it long. Gordon makes the arcing run. Raya is out of his penalty area, clears up towards Timber, rears up, heads it towards Ødegaard. Timber keeps the ball in play. Havertz then hooks it away downfield. Botman against Martinelli. Botman gets a running jump at that and heads it out of play for a throw. 13 minutes to go to half-time. Just the one goal that we've seen so far tonight as Arsenal looking for an equaliser. Partey, less than 30 yards out. Ødegaard, right corner of the area, threads the ball through. Guimaraes was there with the interception. Holds onto the ball as he now runs it clear. Gordon is ahead of him. Did he keep the ball in play? Mikel Arteta thought not. The assistant referee said he did. Then Gordon has lost it as Timber spins away, passes the ball inside, laid off by Trossard. Lewis Skelly looking to get forward from left back. Rice, though, instead goes the other way towards the right. Ødegaard, Martinelli now, right hand side. Martinelli cuts onto his left foot, shoots low, left footed, blocked. Gordon clears, right footed volley away, only as far as Gabriel, off the chest, then slips, legs gave way. Isak then gives it away. The groans from the Newcastle supporters. Trossard back towards Partey. Arsenal with this spell of possession. Ødegaard trying to prize their way through with 12 minutes to go to half-time. Havertz makes the run, and it's marshalled safely behind by Botman, and that will be a goal kick. Newcastle still lead 1-0.
Well, I think Arsenal are dominating the game. They've had to come out. Obviously, Newcastle's dropped a lot. They've gone back and defending the goal, but Arsenal's quality of the front three is letting them down at the minute. Havertz, Martinelli, and we're not seeing enough of Trossard, who's a very talented footballer, which is good news for Newcastle. That back five's handling that three very, very well.
Chris Waddle, who was a runner-up in this competition in 1993, not just in the League Cup but also in the FA Cup, but it was also the year 1993 that Chris Waddle was named Footballer of the Year, as he sits alongside us here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds with just over 10 minutes to go to half-time, and Newcastle still lead. Guimaraes, Partey steps forward, bounces off the shoulder of Tonali and forces the ball out wide on that left-hand side. Let's get the latest from Celtic with Kenny Crawford.
Right on half-time, Ian, it's Celtic 2, Dundee 0. Portuguese winger, the new signing, Jota's shot was saved by Trevor Carson, but there was Adamida to thump his 12th goal of the season into the roof of the net. It's getting checked by VAR for offside, so we'll keep you posted. Celtic 2, Dundee 0.
Cheers, Kenny. This time next week we will be at Parkhead for Celtic against Bayern Munich in the Champions League playoff first leg. Isak releases the ball out towards Gordon. Just forced there a little further wide than he maybe would have liked on this near side, the left corner of the area, right-footed, leaves it for Tonali. A little bit of afters on Gordon. Referee, though, I think is letting the game flow. Tonali tries to hold off Timber, holding him. Gordon's ball inside. Guimaraes, nice control. 2-3 little touches there from Guimaraes, who then Timber comes into the challenge and it goes out of play for a throw. Newcastle have a throw on this near side, the left.
Well, they've got the ball near the corner flag. Quick throw to Gordon, but look, the key possession. There's another foul, silly foul by Odegaard, pushing Gordon to the floor. No need. I think they're very frustrated at the minute, Arsenal.
That goal from Adamida incidentally stands, so Celtic do lead Dundee by 2-0 as they look to go 13 points clear at the top, and that would leave Dundee still 1 point clear of Ross County towards the bottom of the Scottish Premiership. 10 minutes to go to half-time. Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0. Newcastle have a free kick, 10 yards in from the left touchline, midway through the Arsenal half. Arsenal, with the red and white shirts, have a line just on the edge of their penalty area. Botman has gone forward, Hall to take it, in it comes now, drops, and it was Cher who had a slash at that with his left foot, and it goes wide for a goal kick that Raya wants to take quickly, deliberately plays it out along the ground. Lewis Skelly wriggles away from Murphy. Good play by the youngster, up towards Havertz. Havertz left-hand side, sends over the cross, it's a deep one, nobody is there. Odegaard will try and keep the ball in play. He's barged from behind by Tonali, and Newcastle United will get a throw right down by the corner flag inside their own half.
It's just the quality, and Arsenal there, good break. Havertz gets down that left-hand side of the box, and you're looking for a bit of quality, and it's high, it's loose, goes out the other side of the field, so a throw in for Newcastle. Substitution.
Ethan Wanyeri is the player who's going to be coming on. Timber is the one who's come to the side. I just wonder whether that was the Odegaard situation. There's another Arsenal player down inside the penalty area, so we'll wait to see who Wanyeri will be coming on. But we've had an update from the Championship. Sani Rodavajala.
Coventry 0 leads to a loose ball in the middle, punished by Joel Peru, played through on 17, and 9 later Jayden Bogle made it to the fullback, allowed to drive into the box. Keeper dove in spilling, and Bogle finishing. Leeds 5 clear at the top right now. At the break, Coventry City 0, Leeds United 2.
Martinelli is the player who's going to be coming off. Ethan Wanyeri is going to be coming on. He's scored back-to-back goals for the first time in his Arsenal career. I mean, they do have two terrific prospects with these teenagers, Wanyeri and Lewis Skelly, don't they?
Yeah, so potential-wise, they look, yes, definitely. They've come to a side who are winning games, and they're fitted straight in, full of confidence.
So Martinelli goes off after 37 minutes. They do have that little bit of a break to Arsenal, going to Dubai for a week for an opportunity to recharge the batteries before they return to league action away to Leicester on the 15th. As Martinelli trudges off down the sideline and has a little quick handshake with Wanyeri, who now takes up his position on this right-hand side. Odegaard towards Rice, early ball. Havertz enters the penalty area, heavy touch, and it was allowed by Botman to safely marshal it back to Dubravka.
Well, Newcastle so far so good here. You know, they've defended well. Arsenal's had a lot of ball. Newcastle got that we talked about earlier, the first goal, and Newcastle got it.
Well, Fulham at the weekend was the first time in 28 games when Newcastle United had scored first and then lost a game of football. But not only do Arsenal have to come from behind, they have to score 3 goals now in the process, as we have just over 6 minutes to go to the break. As Rice running forward. And then the ball is left towards Trossard, midway through the Newcastle half. They will be given a rapturous ovation, will the Newcastle United players, after this first half performance so far. Eddie Howe's Black and White Army is the chant that rings around St James's Park. Here is Rice. Remember, in that first leg they had 23 shots but only 3 on target. Mikel Arteta this week has already bemoaned the fact that they were unable to sign a striker. Nwaneri's cross takes a deflection, headed away by Tonali, picked up by Gordon, decides to run against Ødegaard. Saliba comes across, slides, gets there first. Timber picks it up, doesn't keep the ball in play. The last touch was to force the ball out of play for a throw.
I've got to give Newcastle credit. You know, Arsenal had, yes, percentage of the ball, a lot more than Newcastle. I've made it count, and Newcastle 1-0 up, that's 3-0 on aggregate at the minute. So, but you just, at the minute, Arsenal, yes, dominating possession, but do not look like they're going to score a goal.
They've reached half-time at Parkhead, incidentally. Celtic 2, Dundee 0. Here is Ødegaard for Arsenal. Nwaneri collects it on this near right touchline. Hall and Gordon have doubled up on him. Nwaneri, who runs towards the penalty area, chips it right-footed deep and trips it behind, and it runs out for a goal kick. Arsenal have had nearly 73% possession.
Yeah, you can have as much as you want. If you don't hit the goal, you're not going to. It doesn't matter how much they get. Newcastle is doing their job. They have got a goal up, which they all said if they get the first goal, and they've done that. And since then, they've just worked hard. They're stopping Arsenal when they get in the final third. Yes, Arsenal's had a couple of good moments, but Newcastle have done very well.
Eddie Howe was saying that it's only a dangerous scoreline, 2-0, if Newcastle United don't perform. Well, they were out of the traps very, very quickly. Isak had that goal disallowed after 4 minutes, then Isak hit the post 15 minutes later. Murphy on the rebound, and that is why Newcastle United still lead by 1-0. Murphy on that far side, the right, his header in field is headed away by Gabriel, and then it is Cher who will go all the way back towards Dubravka, and as Rice runs towards him, he clears it out in front of the east stand, and it'll be an Arsenal throw. 4 minutes to go to the break. Partey picks it up for Arsenal. Timber just outside the centre circle, rolls it along the ground. Nwaneri, the substitute. Again, he's faced by the prospect of Gordon and Hall. Tries to nick it into the path of Timber. Right side of the area, Ødegaard will pass it back. Forward of the centre circle for Gabriel. He'll run forward with the ball in his left boot. Rice is to his left, and they go further left towards Trossard. Trossard runs forward again. Newcastle United, in many ways, that's where the system's working, isn't it? Because they're able to double up on both flanks, Newcastle.
Well, I thought when he put a 5, they're going to play deep. They came out the blocks very quick, got themselves a goal, and since then they've sat very, very deep with a line of 5 at the back, and Arsenal find it very, very difficult to break them down.
Trippier and Havertz just having a few words. Yellow card has been shown to Kai Havertz with 3 minutes to go to half-time. Simon Hooper is there. Martin Ødegaard also having a little wander across. It is Botman, the player who is currently down, Sven Botman, who's only made 4 appearances this season. He did return last month after 9 months out with an ACL. And in fact, it was Guimaraes who was down, wasn't it? But Havertz and
frustration in it, chasing things, lost the ball, trying to get it back.
Free kick then that Dubravka is in no real hurry to take. In front of that Gallagate end, to the right of the penalty area. Right-footed. Seems to have shaken off any knock that he might have picked up a good 15 minutes ago. Botman's header forward. That was Lewis Skelly who attacked that with real force. His header, though, will go out of play. Suits Newcastle at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, listen, they're playing their tempo. Arsenal's trying to lift it. Arsenal just lack a little bit of creativity in the final third. Havertz and Trossard, they're not getting the best out of him. I think Amari on this right-hand side's got a trick, but his final ball lets him down.
Mikel Arteta, who blamed the different balls in that first leg, as Gordon there was being held. Referee Simon Hooper is going to show a yellow card to Saliba. 2 Arsenal players booked now in a relatively short period. However, they have been using the same ball throughout this competition. Arsenal scored 16 goals in the League Cup prior to that first leg, and now they need to find 3 without conceding again if they're just to force extra time as we edge towards half-time here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Hall and Tonali stand over the free kick. Arsenal have got everybody back. They're quite central, there's no width for this. Everybody's gathered very, very narrow in the central part, around 30 yards out from the Arsenal goal. Hall is just told to wait as he now hits it on the diagonal, left-footed, drops inside the penalty area. Gabriel heads it away. Trossard tries to hook it away, picked up by Tonali. Botman will try and stop the Arsenal attack. Burns slides in and gets the 50-50 against Havertz. It's kept in play by Murphy, the goal scorer, to Guimaraes, now to Isak. Isak caught in possession. Party now for Arsenal midway through his own half. We'll find out how much added on time they'll be shown by the fourth official, Simon Long, as Arsenal come over the halfway line. Nwaneri running forward. Nobody inside the box to aim for at the moment, though. Nwaneri does put it back towards a sliding Havertz, who arrived late, and Newcastle United get it away.
I think Hall needs help with Nwaneri down this right-hand side. He's not frightened to use his right foot. He goes on the outside. He's got a shot shown him inside. He needs somebody to come alongside of him and help him, because I think that's where it could turn the game. It's 3-0, it's a massive turn round, but he's the problem down the right-hand side.
5 minutes of added on time. That's the voice of Chris Waddle, who's with us here at St James's Park. We've got Matt Upson also be joining us as well, the former Arsenal and England defender, here on 5 Live, as Newcastle United with Isak over the halfway line, touches the ball to Gordon, invites the sliding challenge from Rice, who couldn't get there. Gordon comes forward. Gordon goes for a curler, and right-footed. Raya at full stretch away to his left, just wide, out for a goal kick. Newcastle lead 1-0.
Great run by Anthony Gordon down this left-hand side. Declan Rice slides in, gets a little bit of cramp, Declan Rice, as he gets up. But Gordon gets into that right foot, tries to bend it for that far corner. Not far away.
No, it wasn't, bearing in mind that they had that effort that came back off the post from Isak that was converted by Murphy into stoppage time. It was that lengthy wait with VAR. Injury or two as well. So I just can't help but keep thinking of that league game between the two sides some 14 years ago to this very day, when Newcastle United came back and scored 4 goals. Arsenal's equation is only 3. There is always hope as Tonali hits it forward. For any Arsenal supporters listening to 5 Live, however, a Gordon goal here could change that. Gordon has to go it alone, and his left-footed shot, as he was stood up by Saliba, left-footed off the legs of Saliba behind for a corner kick.
There'll be no rush to take this. He'll just walk across Anthony Gordon. Look, good out ball. When you've got people like Gordon, they've got the great out balls, Murphy. They've got terrific pace. So when he's intercept deep, these guys can run, and they carry the ball for the team up the field.
Kieran Trippier getting a lovely ovation from the Newcastle supporters as he makes his way in front of the Leazes end. Newcastle playing from right to left. Corner on this near side, the left. And Arsenal have got every red and white shirt back inside their penalty area. We're in stoppage time on 5 Live. Trippier right-footed. In it goes. Havertz's header is up rather than away. Botman's header is then cleared by Havertz properly at the second time of asking. Trippier heads the ball back towards Hall, and Hall will tidy up towards Dubravka on the edge of the area. They've had very few scares. I'm thinking of the Dubravka save low down from Trossard and the one from Ødegaard.
And the corners are very dangerous, aren't they? The corners under the crossbar, which have caused a few problems that Newcastle have dealt with. But apart from that, yes, Arsenal more possession, but Newcastle always carry a threat with that pace. They've got that front 3.
Here is Partey running onto this ball over the halfway line, and it might open up here for Lewis Skelly to the left, but Partey runs through the middle and then plays it out, brought down around knee height by the Arsenal left back. Plays it then to Trossard. Trossard doesn't deliver the ball straight away. His left-footed cross then blocked by Trippier, rebounds out of play for a throw, and we are into 3.5 minutes of the minimum of 5 to be added on here, with Newcastle United leading Arsenal, and a slender lead it is. We've had 2 balls on the pitch, so Simon Hooper, the referee, tells Trossard as he blows his whistle to go back and do the ball-boying duties, and it's going to be an uncontested drop ball that Arsenal quickly take. Here then is with Gabriel as he edges his way towards the midway point of the Newcastle half. Then goes back to Saliba inside the centre circle. Square then towards Timber. Ødegaard is out wide on this near side, the right. Wanyeri has gone infield. Ødegaard infield to Partey. Forward ball to Ødegaard. Wanyeri, challenge comes in from Byrne. Sliding one, out of play it goes for a throw. Looks a tricky prospect though, Wanyeri.
He does. He's not frightened to go on the outside. He's got to work on his right foot a bit more, but he's pacey, direct.
In stoppage time then, and by my watch the last 30 seconds are currently being played here at St James's Park, where Newcastle United supporters are now 45 minutes and a smidgen away from going to Wembley on March the 16th for the League Cup final. Tonali hammers it clear. It's a high ball to drop. Lewis Skelly challenged by Trippier. Lewis Skelly does well to get clear. Guimaraes stops him unfairly, says referee Simon Hooper. But there is no time to take the free kick because the half-time whistle sounds. And Newcastle United are leading Arsenal by 1-0. Chris Waddle.
I've got to say, being the better side, yes, Arsenal's had a lot of possession. They've had a lot of possession, Arsenal, but they've not made it count. And Newcastle, when they get the ball and they break quick with Gordon, Isak, Murphy, they carry a massive threat. So far, I think Newcastle deserve the lead.
Isak had an early goal disallowed, and after his then effort, some 15 minutes later hit the post. Murphy on hand on the rebound, and it is Newcastle United who lead 1-0 on the night, but 3-0 on aggregate. Steve.
Chris, I was reading before the game that Bruno Guimaraes should ask the Newcastle fans to try and make tonight feel as close as possible to when they absolutely hammered Paris Saint-Germain here in the Champions League. There were little touches all around, playing AC/DC before the game, just like they did before that game. I mean, it might not be quite that performance from Newcastle in the first half, but it ain't that far off.
I think they've been excellent. They've competed well, which you'd expect. Semi-final at home. They came out the blocks very quick. They had a goal disallowed by half a yard, if that. They took the game to Arsenal really early. They unsettled them, and they got the noses in front. That made it 3. Now, Arsenal, yes, they've had a lot of possession, but I've got to say in the final third, Arsenal have really been poor. They haven't picked out a cross, a pass, apart from the corners which go in from Ødegaard, which are very threatening. They've created nothing.
Matt Upson is with us all night as well. Matt, what do you make of that first half?
Yeah, a little bit of familiar story, isn't it, in terms of the chance for Ødegaard, which you just back him hitting the target, really. I thought he was going to try and place that, but he hits it with his laces off the side of the post. But for me, Steve, it's Isak and Gordon have just been too good. I mean, I think Saliba's having a little bit of an off night in terms of his judgment of the ball and his distances, and they are taking full advantage. Isak's been razor sharp. His finishing is just on another level at the moment. He gets a chance, he's hitting the target in great areas, and Gordon's been a live wire, and watching from home, you really get a sense of the atmosphere. I mean, the guys there are obviously enjoying it, but you can tell that start of the game, it was quite overwhelming actually for Arsenal. Newcastle just started brilliantly.
Chris, you'll be able to tell us better than anybody else. The Newcastle goal, we spoke before the game about some of the players who maybe don't get the headlines, and Jacob Murphy being one of them. I know it comes back to him and the goalkeeper's well out of position, but it's still not an easy finish, that, is it? No,
I mean, he's again getting on the other side. It's a great shot. It's a post, ball comes out, and it's not an easy finish. You know, I've got to say, I was surprised with the goalkeeper. Right? He didn't react at all to the ball hitting the post. He sort of stopped and gave up on it. Then he reacts, but Murphy, total focus, made sure, side-footed it, playing safe, rolls it into a goal. It was an easy chance. Atmosphere's electric. It came up, it reacted very quickly, and it comes up with another goal.
Matt, I don't know how you feel about this, and I don't know why I feel like this, but this should be over. It's 3-0. You know, we've had 3 halves of a semi-final done and 1 to go. In a weird way, it doesn't feel over. It still feels like if Arsenal were to score early in the second half, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, these games always have that feel. It has a feeling of that this is a mountain to climb for Arsenal now. I mean, that in both legs, they've had chances before Newcastle have scored, and they have they have to put the ball away, and it just hasn't happened for Arsenal. And now you feel like that Newcastle have got nicely set. The back three is working out nicely because they're defending the box really well, and set play, any crosses come in, you feel like those centre backs are going to deal with it. So Arsenal have to find a slightly different way of opening Newcastle up while having a little look at the threat that's going on behind them with Gordon and Isak, who are really, really bright. So I think it's a challenge for Arsenal to get anywhere near back in this game.
Absolutely massive challenge. Thank you very much for the time being, Matt. So we're waiting, and it looks very much like it's going to be Newcastle to be the first team into the League Cup final for next month. In the Women's League Cup, do we have our first finalist now, Emily Herbert?
We do, and Chelsea reach a record-breaking 6th straight League Cup final. They've beaten West Ham by 2-0, Ritten Kannerud and Nuskin with first half goals. West Ham managed just one shot on target and are knocked out by Chelsea for the 4th time in 5 years. Chelsea will face the winner of Arsenal versus Manchester City in the final tomorrow. Full time, Chelsea 2, West Ham 0.
Thank you very much, Emily. We are going to hear from the head coach of Warrington Wolves, Sam Burgess, shortly before second half commentary from here inside St James's Park. Newcastle so close to the League Cup final, leading Arsenal by 1-0 on the night and 3-0 on aggregate. We'll be back here after the news with Jill Mackenzie.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Six Nations.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The UN has stressed that deporting people from occupied territory is strictly prohibited in international law after President Trump said the US should take ownership of Gaza and displace its Palestinian population. The UN Special Rapporteur for Palestinians, Francesca Albanese, says Gazans need aid, not proposals about who should rebuild the territory.
They have survived 15 months of relentless bombing and killing. I mean, these people need to be helped. And they need to be rescued before thinking of who's going to rebuild Gaza. Of course, Gaza is going to be rebuilt and will be rebuilt. But no one has the right to say how Gaza will be rebuilt other than the Palestinians.
A review of the handling of the Southport killer has found he should have been considered a terror threat, but his case was closed prematurely. Axel Ruda-Cabano was referred to the government's counter-terrorism programme, Prevent, 3 times by schools before he murdered 3 girls at a dance class in Southport last summer. The Security Minister is Dan Jarvis.
The overall conclusion of the review is that he should have been case managed through the Channel multi-agency process rather than closed to Prevent. This would have enabled coordinated multi-agency risk management and support.
The parents of a 15-year-old boy who was stabbed to death at a Sheffield school on Monday have urged young people not to carry knives. Harvey Wilgoose's mum, Caroline, wants people to imagine the devastation they can cause. A 15-year-old boy appeared in court today, charged with murder. The government's allowing 9 council areas in England to postpone local elections that were due in May. They'll be delayed until next year, so they happen after a major reorganisation of local government. Ministers say holding elections for authorities that are due to be scrapped would be a waste of money. And official figures suggest the number of deaths caused by alcohol in the UK has reached a record high for the 4th year in a row. 10,473 deaths from alcohol-specific causes were reported in 2023. Campaigners want changes like minimum unit pricing and tighter rules on adverts.
We are underway in the 2025 Six Nations. Right from Dupont. That man is magic.
On Saturday at 2:15 on 5 Sports Extra, Italy against Wales.
At 4:45, England versus France.
And on Sunday at 3 on 5 Live, Scotland against Ireland.
Well, the noise is quite incredible here.
And the Rugby Union Weekly podcast is now daily with all the best insight and analysis from the biggest names in the game.
The Six Nations. Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sport.
With Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Newcastle United have a 3-0 aggregate lead here at St James's Park over Arsenal with just 45 minutes to go of the League Cup semi-final. Second leg commentary on the way in the Championship. Leeds United are just starting to look more and more ominous. Are they still cruising at Coventry, Sani Rudravajula?
Steve, they really are. 5 into the second. Coventry 0, Leeds United 2. Dan James is looking really on it though. He's just hit the side netting when played through. Leeds are looking to go 5 clear. Pretty dominant at the moment. Goals from Pirout and Bogle in the first half are the difference. Coventry 0, Leeds 2.
5 points clear looks like a small gap if you're Celtic. Let's check in on their game with Dundee. Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, 53 minutes gone. Celtic 2-0 up in Dundee, 80% possession as well, so they're very, very comfortable. Those goals coming in the 18th minute from Arnie Engels, the Belgian, from the penalty spot, and then Adamida, former Norwich City striker, in first half added time, thumping into the roof of the net from close range. Celtic will go with 13 points if they win tonight, clear at the top of the league. Celtic 2, Dundee 0.
The new season of Super League is very nearly upon us. The competition starts next weekend. Warrington Wolves are coached by Sam Burgess. They just missed out on the grand final last year. This time out, they'll start away to Huddersfield Giants, who've just signed as a player Sam's brother, Tom. So here is Sam Burgess looking ahead to the new season with Matt Newsom.
Sam, another season upon us. I'm not going to get you bogged down in 2024, but is there anything in particular from last year that you've taken into this year, either whether it's as a motivation or a moment that you felt the players kind of enjoyed, or something that would be used as a fuel for this year?
Well, I mean, obviously the disappointment of a couple of the games at the end, and maybe possibly Wembley. You know, a couple of things we can learn from that. You know, we obviously we experienced quite a bit as a group. We played in some big games and some good experiences. You know, and we won some, we lost some. You know, and our challenge now is to understand why some of those results didn't go our way and what we can do better. You know, and you know, next time we get there, we're just going to be a bit better equipped.
Yeah, I guess in terms of your personnel, not been too many changes, just a couple of little additions. Are you satisfied with your recruitment, so to speak?
Yeah, obviously hands are tied a little bit with you know, with the salary cap I inherited. You know, we've done our best to tidy it up as best we can, and you know, we lost a few players, but we've brought in some other ones, and we've also just promoted some of our younger players. We've had to really look at what we've got in our development squads and what we can bring through, but we're comfortable where we are.
Yeah, and I guess at some point Leon will be back in the mix again, having obviously missed out a little bit from injury last year, and those sort of players can be like a new signing, can't they, in terms of the hunger and the sort of desire to get back on the paddock?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping he comes back and adds to the group again. He only played sort of 10 games last year, and we got a snippet of what he can bring. So you know, he's had a bit of a tricky pre-season, if I'm being honest. He's had a couple of niggles, but you know, he's sort of coming out the other side of those now, and you know, we'll look to see him early in the season, and hopefully can continue the form he had last year.
George Williams has been named as sort of kind of club captain for this year, stepping into the shoes of Steph Ratchford, who's obviously still going to be around the squad. But I presume, like, whilst George will sort of wear the metaphorical armband, there's lots of leaders within your team. And is that something you're keen to have? Lots of people who will contribute to that leadership?
Yeah, listen, it's really natural progression. George is the England captain. He captained 80% of our games last year. You know, Steph played a handful of games, so you know, it was just probably the right thing at the right time. And you know, but we do have a great number of leaders, and I really don't have a specific leadership group. I expect all my players to develop that side of the personality, and at some point or another, they're all going to have to lead, and all carrying the ball, all making tackles, and whatever that's the case, they've got a job to do. So, you know, we put responsibility on the group, but I've got some great men around. You know, Danny Walker, Ben Curry, Luke Yates, Lockie Fitz, you know, Matt Duffy, Paul Vaughan. These guys are seriously experienced players, you know, so they know what they're doing, you know, and they bring a lot to the group. So George has got some great company around him.
You obviously got a little bit of kind of sibling sort of comfort these days in the fact that Tom's over here and playing. Have you had a chance to catch up with him over the off-season too?
Yeah, not a great deal. We had dinner on Sunday actually, which was nice. I saw his kids. My wife's in Australia getting a bit of sunshine. I'm by myself at the moment, so you know, the schedule's pretty busy right now, which is good. But it's been nice to see him, and obviously his beautiful young family over here. We'll see him again in a couple of weeks for round one. We're looking forward to that. It'll be a different experience for us, but we're quite having a bit of fun with it, so it'll be good.
Last time you were probably on the opposite side, you were probably whacking each other in the garden.
Yeah, well, we've never actually been on opposing sides. We really have not. You know, I've been in different countries and everything and whatnot, and but we've never really been against each other, in so to speak. I still want Tommy to do well, but I'm sure my teammates will have other well, my players will have other ideas, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes.
Yeah, he's got 26 other rounds to have a good game, hasn't he?
Yeah. We'll see what we can do and try and nullify him.
That is Sam Burgess speaking to Matt Newsom. Let's go back to Celtic Dundee in the Scottish Premiership. Kenny Crawford.
57 minutes gone. It's now Celtic 3, Dundee 0. The cross by Portuguese winger Jota making his second home debut for the club, and the diving header by Japanese international Daisen Maeda, his 17th goal this season. Celtic 3, Dundee 0.
England are expected to name Northampton's Finn Smith at fly half, meaning Marcus Smith will move to fullback for Saturday's Six Nations game with France. Joe Root will make his first ODI appearance for England in more than a year when they take on India tomorrow. Yorkshire have sold their entire stake in the Northern Superchargers 100 franchise. It's been bought by the owners of the Indian Premier League side Sunrisers Hyderabad for just over £100 million. Second half commentary on the way here from St James's Park. One small problem, Matt Upson, is we've only got one team at the minute. Here come Newcastle, but Arsenal have been out for ages.
Well, that's generally a sign, Steve, that you've been told about something and it's short and sharp and to the point, and now get back out. You know, that for me is my experience of going out early, is that you've had a chat at half-time, the manager's told you what he needs, and then you're out. And, you know, it wouldn't surprise me because they've got to throw everything at this Arsenal. They've got no choice.
Certainly do. Thank you, Matt. So Matt will be back at full time. Of course, we might have extra time and penalties. If so, we'll bring it all to you for Arsenal. That feels a long, long way away. And 52,000 inside St James's Park. No, they are so close now. Ian.
It's probably, Steve, the equivalent of scaling the heights to our commentary position.
Crikey.
That can leave some out of breath. No names mentioned. We're about to get underway for the second half. Newcastle United haven't made any changes. Black and white striped shirts, black shorts, attacking the Gallowgate end, playing from left to right against an Arsenal team in their red and white shirts and white shorts. And these are the two teams with Dubravka in goal. Back three for Newcastle of Botman, Cher and Byrne, Trippier and Hall, Guimarães, Tonali, Murphy the goal scorer, Isak and Gordon. And Arsenal, after that first half change where Wanyeri came on to replace Martinelli, they have Raya in goal. They had named an unchanged side from the team that dismantled Manchester City. Timber, Gabriel, Saliba and Lewis Skelly, Rice, Partey and Ødegaard, Wanyeri, Havertz and Trossard now. And they need 3 goals without conceding again just to take this tie, this semi-final, second leg to extra time. Tomorrow night from 7, all the build-up from Anfield. Liverpool against Tottenham for the second leg of the other semi-final, to see who will meet, as it stands, Newcastle United at Wembley in March. Raya in front of the Gallowgate end, puts his foot on the ball, hops up and down a little bit, and then plays it low to Rice, hits it down into the ground towards Gabriel. Forward ball to Trossard, turns almost into Guimarães. He was caught late. Guimarães is shown a yellow card. He missed the first leg through suspension. There's only one way that a player would be able to miss the final, and that would be a sending off close to it, as Alan Nick Pope some 2 years ago, but that was a late one by Guimarães.
Yeah, he was very late. He's lucky there, referees looking at the Arsenal players are saying, is that it, yellow card? It was very late. He's going over now, Guimarães, to have a look at the player who's lying there. But again, Newcastle's come out the blocks pretty quick, which we thought, 20 minutes. And then they'll drop off again. But Arsenal just cannot create anything.
Eddie Howe, ahead of the game, was saying that how they had to attack the game. They had to embrace the atmosphere that had been generated. It was electric some 10 minutes before kick-off. VAR, of course, would be having a look at this as well, but I don't think there's any indication from Simon Hooper that he's been instructed any otherwise by John Brooks. So stoppage in play. We'll go to Celtic. Kenny Crawford.
Yes, they're having fun, the home side. Celtic 4, Dundee 0, and it's another one for Daisen Maeda. No sooner was he up to 17 for the season and he's up to 18. A wonderful chip from the edge of the box after being played through by Arnie Engels. He lofted it over Trevor Carson into the top left-hand corner. Celtic 4, Dundee 0.
How they missed Maeda at Aston Villa last week for that final match of the league phase. Trossard is up on his feet. Arsenal are about to take the free kick. He's still walking a little gingerly, is the Belgian. as it's hit downfield by Raya. Trippier ducks underneath it. Lewis Skelly will run forward, cleared by Trippier only as far as Rice. Bounced away off the legs of Havertz. It was an awkward touch. It was the header from Gabriel to Saliba, and he's caught in possession, and Gordon goes for goal, and Gordon pulls it just wide. That was a huge let-off for Arsenal. Gordon must have hit that from a good 40-45 yards out, right-footed. Ryan made a desperate attempt to keep it in, and it was just arcing its way from the left-hand post as Newcastle United were almost gifted a second.
He's got to score that, Ian. I know it's 30-45 yards out, whatever you're saying, but he's got an open goal. The goalkeeper's out of position. Saliba, I don't know what he was thinking. And he has Ozil on the break.
Now all of a sudden it's with Trossard. He's running freely now, is Trossard, edge of the area. Trossard with a shot, charged down by Trippier. Out for an Arsenal corner in front of those 5,000 travelling fans high up in the gods, away at the Lees' end, here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, where Newcastle lead by a goal to nil.
As you say, Trossard's running very freely now. Thought the stretcher was coming on before, but Arsenal with a set piece, corner coming in, and they've been very threatening with the corners. But going back to Gordon, he's got to score. It's an open goal, it's a pass into the net.
Declan Rice on this near side, the left, waits to take the corner kick. We're in the 50th minute of this semi-final second leg. Rice, right-footed, towards the far post, fisted out by Dubravka, picked up by Nwaneri, right-hand side. Nwaneri scoops the ball high and deep inside the box, headed behind by Murphy, with Rice behind him for another Arsenal corner kick.
I mean, they're putting the ball in the box, Arsenal, but there's no pace on it. It's very easy to deal with for the defenders, and the players who are attacking the ball can't get any power on it.
And Dubravka has only had one real save to make so far from Trossard in the first half. Newcastle lead still by a goal to nil, 3-0 on aggregate. Rice to take the corner kick, right-footed. Again, he goes very, very deep, and it curls all the way out. Despite the leap by Gabriel at that far side, doesn't keep it in play, and it will go out. That Dubravka is in no hurry to take for this goal kick. I talked in the first half about how it's never been done before, what Arsenal were out to achieve in all 14 previous wins, at least with a 2-goal lead away from home in the first leg. Those sides have progressed, and that is exactly what Newcastle United are on course to do at this stage. Trippier gets on the end of the Dubravka goal kick. Gabriel's header will be touched back by the forehead of Saliba to David Raya. Tomorrow night, I mentioned at Anfield, Friday night, the 4th round FA Cup weekend gets underway with commentary of Manchester United against Leicester City. We've got the FA Cup and the Six Nations this weekend as Arsenal kick the ball, and Gordon takes full advantage this time. What a calamitous piece of defending from Arsenal. And there was Anthony Gordon, right-footed, first time, buries it into the bottom left-hand corner, and Newcastle United are Wembley bound.
Yeah, book your ticket. I can't see Ozil coming back, and I've got to say Ozil tonight, absolutely dreadful. I mean, what is Raya thinking there? Rolling the ball to Declan Rice, and he's got a man breathing down the back of his neck, and all of a sudden the ball pops out to Anthony Gordon. It's a simple goal for Gordon. He should have scored 5 minutes ago, and that is an even easier chance, and he's took this one.
David Raya, who has made some breathtaking saves this season for Arsenal, from his penalty area, played it short and forward, sliding challenge came in, and there was Gordon to profit, and he wasn't going to miss. He went close from 40-45 yards moments ago. On this occasion, inside the penalty area, and Arsenal have gifted Newcastle that goal. The black and white scarves being swirled around the heads of the Newcastle United supporters. They now lead 4-0 on aggregate. It's a long way back for Arsenal.
Can't see it, the way they played tonight. They've been very, very poor, Arsenal. I know they came here 2-0 down, and everybody was thought, they just beat Man City 5. But they came here tonight, and let's not take anything away from Newcastle. Newcastle have been excellent.
Newcastle United have doubled their first leg lead. The Scarves now are being swayed from side to side. Some are being swelled. But they are singing about Wembley. They're dreaming about Wembley as Arsenal come forward. But basically Arsenal now, with a similar time frame, have got to do to Newcastle what they did to Manchester City at the weekend.
I can't say. Arsenal to me have struggled tonight. I was surprised Newcastle played far at the back, but it's worked ever so well. And Arsenal just lack creativity, they've lacked ideas.
Lewis Skelly, Trossard plays it forward, and it will go all the way through to Dubravka. And the Arsenal supporters high up in the gods must be thinking, we've got a long trek back after seeing a night where they knew that they'd have to witness something special, just hasn't materialised. And instead, David Raya, who I recall making a brilliant double save late on in the Champions League earlier this season against Atalanta, on this occasion giving it towards Rice. That should be offside against Isak, and indeed there is the flag. And Declan Rice was sold so short.
I mean, he's shown it, which you coach to show, that's how they work, but the goalkeeper has got to make a decision. It's not on. You don't concede another goal so early in the second half.
Passes forward ball, stopped by Havertz inside the centre circle. Lewis Skelly passes the ball forward towards Trossard. Trossard goes on the outside. Trippier, though, will go with him. A flick inside by Trossard. Trippier makes sure that Trossard won't get there, held out by Guimaraes. Guimaraes was being pulled back by Trossard. Well, any Newcastle United supporter who might have been a little apprehensive about tonight's game, those fears, those anxieties might now all of a sudden just be starting to subside. Because Arsenal, as we're 10 minutes into the second half, need to score 4 goals in 35 minutes just to force extra time.
I can't say where's it going to come from here, and I don't think they've got anyone on the bench who you would think would bring on and change this game. You've got to say, give Newcastle credit. They've played well, they've done their job, they've worked on a system, 5 at the back, and it's paid dividends. But Arsenal shown nothing. Cheap losing the ball, cheap in possession, not really creating anything when it goes wide. You just can't see them scoring, never mind get back in the tie.
Ball is hit long from Raya with a goal kick. Botman will get there first before Havertz. Tonali helps it on its way. Gabriel then hits it and punts it up long in the air. Wanyeri against Byrne. Byrne with the header out towards Hall on that far side, and he clears the ball away. Gordon making a nuisance of himself. Loose ball might run towards Guimaraes. Gabriel just steps out of defence. Rice out towards Trossard on the stretch, and then Trippier is there. Trippier is pumped up for this one as he clatters it long towards Raya, and the supporters love to see that sort of challenge as well, regardless of which team you support. Trippier, with all of his years of experience, a former Tottenham man of course, as Ødegaard forward. Wanyeri on the Arsenal right, shown on the outside by a combination of Gordon and Hall. Back towards Ødegaard, a backdrop of Newcastle voices with this deafening noise inside St James's. Ødegaard, Gabriel forward of the centre circle. The Arsenal captain takes over once again, but his side are 2-0 down on the night and 4-0 down on aggregate. Ødegaard chips it in towards Havertz, off the chest, loses the ball, falls to the floor. Guimaraes will run clear, caught by Partey. Free kick to Newcastle United midway through their own half. And Simon Hooper comes under pressure from the Newcastle players. Another goal at Celtic, Kenny Crawford.
Oh, it's an absolute beauty, Ian. It's Celtic 5, Dundee 0. A second of the game for Arne Engels, the Belgian. 22 yards out, curled it right-footed into the top right-hand corner, and it kissed the underside of the bar on its way in. Beautiful to watch. Celtic 5, Dundee 0.
Arsenal's 17th League Cup semi-final. They've progressed in 8 of the previous 16. Hitting the buffers though here tonight in the northeast, as Newcastle United, their supporters are intent on soaking up every single minute of the 32 that remain of this contest, with a dream scoreline leading 2-0. Ball hit downfield. Havertz is onto it. Flat clearance by Raya. 2 Newcastle players went with Kai Havertz, and Trippier leans over Havertz and says something that I don't think necessarily was complimentary towards the German.
Well, I don't need. He's looking for a foul and he gets close up the hall, bundles himself out. Instead of going for the ball, he was in. He tries to get himself a free kick on the edge of the D, and he's asking the referee. There was never a free kick.
Marino is going to be coming on for Arsenal. So that will be a change in the midfield. Raheem Sterling is also going to be coming on. 5 times a winner of this League Cup in his career. A double change being made then by Mikel Arteta. Arsenal are 2-0 down on the night, trailing 4-0 on aggregate. Newcastle, though, still with their levels of desire. Gordon gives it to Isak. Gordon checks his run, edge of the area. Isak shoots low. Saved by Raya. Thing is, if they're on the balance of players, a neutral speaking, if you just say who's going to score next, you'd go with Newcastle rather than
Newcastle
Arsenal.
again, yeah, definitely. Arsenal have been very poor, and as I say, I think Newcastle have been excellent. Game plan they've worked on, has worked a treat.
Partey collects the ball from Raya, runs forward, stops because of Murphy's presence in front of him. Ball picked up now on the edge of the centre circle by Lewis Skelly. Wanyeri takes over and runs forward. Gets the ball back, does Lewis Skelly, low cross. Won't fall quite towards Havertz because Tonali is there, just mopping it up, but he's overrun it as Tonali. And Arsenal now have got a corner kick over on that far side. We've got half an hour remaining on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. And Newcastle United lead Arsenal 2-0. And the players who are going to be coming off is going to be Ødegaard. So that will be Moreno for Ødegaard. And the other change is going to be Trossard for Raheem Sterling. So Moreno for the Arsenal captain. Trossard will make way for Raheem Sterling in a desperate attempt for Arsenal to try and get, I was going to say a foothold, it'd be a toehold really back in this League Cup tie when you're 4-0 down. Raya comes all the way actually to the midway point of the Newcastle half. Whether that was his way of apologising to Declan Rice for that part in the second goal, I'm not too sure, but he stayed actually inside the centre circle, has David Raya. Corner kick then to Arsenal, far side the right in front of the Leesy's end. In swinger, headed behind by Murphy, didn't beat the first man, looks behind for another corner kick. They have protected Dubravka very, very well for what they've had to do.
You can't fault any Newcastle player tonight so far in this game. They've been excellent, well organised, good tempo about them.
That's Chris Waddle. Always a pleasure to have Chris alongside us on BBC Radio 5 Live as Arsenal have another corner kick on that right-hand side. It's an in-swinger. Dubravka beaten in the air to the ball by Saliba, who prevented the Newcastle keeper from getting it. Newcastle now will break. Guimaraes sends Isak on his way. Isak will keep it in on that far side, but diving in was Declan Rice and stopping that run on the left-hand side as it goes out for a Newcastle throw. In no real hurry to take it on the left as Anthony Gordon leaves it for Lewis Hall. He feigned to take it and then just dropped it as he had intimated he was going to go back towards Byrne, who now collects it and passes it across the back. That back three of Byrne, Botman and Schär for the black and white striped shirts of Newcastle. Havertz wants Sterling to try and put pressure on Schär, but Sterling is slow to get there as Schär collects the ball and passes the ball out of defence. Saliba beats Isak to it. Headed forward then by Gabriel on the halfway line. Havertz looking a little isolated. Schär will get the ball away from the German, and Trippier passes the ball forward. Schär went to ground. Botman out towards Byrne, but there is time for those Newcastle players in defence to collect the ball, turn and see their options as Gordon stopped in his tracks by Partey. Out towards Wanyeri. Wanyeri then attacks with pace, chips the ball towards the far post. Sterling wasn't alive to that. It went easily away from Sterling and out for a throw.
Well, good ball, Wanyeri does a little step over, goes with his left, goes onto the byline, clips a lovely ball across. basically between the 6-yard line and the goal. Nobody's there to head it in.
When Arsenal hadn't won any of their previous 7 ties in the first leg of the League Cup semi-final, of their last previous 7 ties, they'd lost 3 and drawn 4, but they progressed in 4 of those 7. Not today. Newcastle United heading back to Wembley. Their last domestic trophy, 1955. The Fairs Cup in 1969. Gaps of 70 years and 56 years respectively. Absolutely desperate for a trophy in these parts, as Arsenal desperate just for a goal. Nwaneri, Timber, back then towards Saliba. Lewis Skelly collects it 30 yards out from goal. Not a great deal of movement for him. He goes short and square towards Partey. Newcastle have everybody back behind the ball. We're on air until 10:30. Late night Livesey. Tony Livesey takes over. We'll try and bring you as much live reaction as we can before 10:30. If not, it'll be in the 5 Live Football Daily podcast. You can download and listen back at your leisure. Gabriel sends in a cross, flicked off the head of Havertz. Timber will get it on that far side, and it'll be an Arsenal throw. Don't look like scoring.
No, Newcastle's dealt with them. They've sit back, Newcastle now, back 5, back 6 at times, and they're just waiting to catch them on the break, and here they go again.
Isak breaks up the play midway through the Newcastle half, gives it to Gordon, runs forward on that far side, the left. Gordon will play it back down the line to Hall. There is an element of control about Newcastle's play.
I think they've been excellent. The tactics has been spot on. They've brought Arsenal onto them, they've hit them on the break, but they've looked comfortable in possession. Arsenal haven't.
Here is Guimaraes, right of the centre circle, looks for the run of Murphy, but Murphy wasn't chasing that, and it will go out of play for a goal kick. Not even midway through the second half just as yet here at St James's on this clear, cold night on Tyneside. Raya passes the ball forward to Havertz. That's what he wanted to do before he gifted the second goal to Newcastle. Here is Moreno, then towards Timber. Newcastle United no let up, still looking to try and close down Arsenal. Nwaneri forward, little touch from behind by Guimaraes. Nwaneri will leave the free kick for Saliba. As we'll get an update from Coventry in the Championship with Sani Rodavagila.
78 gone, Coventry City 0, Leeds United 2, but every single attack, Ian, Leeds are flooding forward and creating opportunities. The latest one is Joel Peru, played through, and Oliver Dovin standing tall, one-on-one to deny him. Coventry 0, Leeds 2, they'll go 5 points clear, but at the moment they are very much on top.
Thank you, Sani. Peterborough United earlier beat Cheltenham 3 goals to 2 in the EFL Trophy. Peterborough United a step nearer to Wembley in a different competition, as Newcastle United, runners-up just 2 years ago against Manchester United, hoping that it's going to be third time lucky in this competition, as Arsenal have a corner on the left-hand side, headed out. Nwaneri heads it back into the box. Saliba touches it. Timber gets it outside onto goal. Far side. No way through though for Gabriel, but at least he'll win another Arsenal corner kick as Calafiore warms up with some of the other Arsenal substitutes down in front of us from our lofty position here, high up in the main stand. This Wednesday night, midway through the second half. Newcastle United 2, Arsenal 0 on the night. Arsenal have a corner on the right. Guimaraes and Timber getting into a tangle. Referee Simon Hooper just has to have a word.
I don't know why, they never do anything.
Arsenal wait as still the talking to goes on. That ball from the right, the referee, there's a lot of jostling going on. Partey's trying to get away from his marker Tonali. Bit of pushing and shoving. In comes the corner kick, it's an in-swinger. Dubravka gets something on it with a fist, headed back by Sterling. Partey caught in possession. Murphy plays a low ball out towards Isak, far side. Midway through the Newcastle half on the left, and then he invites the challenge from Declan Rice, and Newcastle United get a throw.
I've got to say, Arsenal's best chances of looking like scoring have been set pieces, corners, general play, nothing. They've offered nothing tonight, Arsenal.
Another goal at Celtic, Kenny.
82 minutes gone, it's now Celtic 6, Dundee 0, and it's another cracker, this time the German on as a sub. Nicholas Kuhn cutting in from the right, taking it left-footed and floating it into the far top left-hand corner. Celtic 6, Dundee 0. Dundee lost 6-0 to Hearts on Saturday, now they're 6-0 down again.
Cheers, Kenny. Arsenal coming into this game with just one defeat in their last 21 over 90 minutes. And that was against Newcastle United on the 6th of November. Newcastle, who won here by 1-0. 2-0 in the first leg, or since the November the 6th, that game against Newcastle. You know, this has been a really good spell for them against the Gunners. As Gordon picks up the ball over the halfway line, he gives a rather ambitious ball for Isak to chase. And it was a good old chase between Isak and Saliba, but Saliba's pace held out. Just over 20 minutes remaining. Havertz checks by Botman. Free kick to Arsenal.
Do that all day. Disrupting the play. Arsenal kind of put three passes together. Newcastle getting behind the ball, frustrating them, intercepting the ball and breaking on them very quick. I can't remember Dubravka making a save. You know, we actually say, well, what a save.
Yeah.
Arsenal's a lot of ball, created nothing.
The only one I can recall from my notes was the one from Trossard, low down in the first half.
First half, yeah.
Yeah, but nothing in the second half. Absolutely nothing, with 20 minutes remaining. The Newcastle supporters are all standing to their feet, holding their black and white scarves wide and aloft above their heads. There's Gordon to Tonali, heads it forward. Saliba then tidies up for Arsenal. To credit the Arsenal supporters, bearing in mind they've got at least a 5-hour journey back home. They have stayed. Can't see many empty seats, maybe the odd one or two in that travelling allocation of 4,883. As Hall guides the ball behind from Wanyeri for a corner kick. Maybe the odd straggler now is starting to leave, as they know that...
You've got to say fair play to them, and they've not left, have they?
No.
And a lot of teams we know would have got up and left a long time ago.
Dubravka is sat up at the base of the left-hand post as he has gone down again. Just wonder if it's a recurrence of that injury, the knock that he picked up in the first half. So stoppage in play. Reminder, tomorrow night we're at Anfield, Liverpool against Tottenham. John Murray and Dion Dublin. Friday night, the 4th round of the FA Cup, Old Trafford. Manchester United, Leicester. Saturday, Leyton Orient, Manchester City at 12:15. Wigan, Fulham at 3. And then we've got England against France in the Six Nations from 5 Live. And then the second half of Birmingham, Newcastle. The first half will be on Sports Extra. And 8 o'clock, Brighton and Hove Albion against Chelsea. So much live sporting action to look forward to on Saturday alone. Dubravka getting treatment. I think now chants of cheerio, cheerio. Some of the Arsenal supporters are starting to drift to the exits with 18 minutes remaining as their side trail by 2-0. Talk about the wait for Newcastle United and domestic trophy. That year, 1993, was the last time that Arsenal have won this. They've had, of course, so much success in the FA Cup, but only twice winners of the League Cup, 87 and 93. They've lost their last 3 finals in that wait of 32 years, and the wait might have to go on a bit longer. The Newcastle supporters will have a wait until the 16th of March, and they'll be counting the days before the mass exodus from the northeast descends on the capital. leading 2-0 on the night, 4-0, 17 minutes remaining. I wonder if maybe now Eddie Howe will be able to enjoy this atmosphere.
I'm sure he's enjoying the atmosphere, and I'm sure he's enjoyed the way his team's performed tonight. But you know, being a manager like he wants a final whistle, and then I'm sure he will celebrate. But you know, at the end of the day, they've got to a final, but they haven't won anything.
No, and they'll be mindful of that. Ball picked up by Declan Rice, runs forward. Wanyeri gets it out towards that far side. Moreno. Wanyeri shot down into the ground, left-footed. Weak effort. Going down into the ground, took a lot of the pace off the ball. Comfortable save for Dubravka. Probably his first proper save in the second half.
I would say that. Definitely second half. He's done nothing. Had nothing to do.
That's what, 74 minutes played. Newcastle leading Arsenal 2 goals to the good. 16 minutes remaining. Dubravka strokes the ball out. There's penalty area to that far side. Ball hit downfield, headed away by Gabriel. Just to touch it around the corner did Partey. Tonali was there again to break it up. Sandro Tonali continued his run down the left touch line, and he rolls away from Thomas Partey, who's gone with him. Down towards the corner flag on that far side between the east end and the Gallagate end, and then Partey catch Tonali.
No, he's kicked the ball out. It's a throw into Newcastle.
Tonali's gone to ground.
Oh, well. I didn't say anything, and the referee didn't, and he was 5 yards away.
Yeah. Tonali has stayed on the floor at the moment. No action to be taken by referee Simon Hooper. Instead, it will be a Newcastle throw on that far side, the left. A quarter of an hour remains. Who do you think that Newcastle United would want to face? Tottenham?
Yeah. It'd be a great game.
Do you think it will be Tottenham? I realised as soon as I posed that question.
Yeah, I know.
knew the
It's a
answer
tough
to it.
question,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it,
was.
really? Yeah.
I realised that, to be fair.
Yeah, so
let me ask you a better question. Who do you think will win tomorrow and progress to the final? As he tries to dig himself out of the hole.
I know I'd like to win, but if I was in Newcastle, you cannot see Liverpool not winning at Anfield, can you? But it's a cup, and if your name's on it, I've always said that. You always see shocks. So we'll see.
We've worked together long enough to know that I'm always able to throw you a daft question or two. As Arsenal are attacking inside the penalty area, stopped by Hall. They will want the clean sheet. Incidentally, there's no 10 o'clock news tonight. We're rolling all the way through until 10:30 here on BBC Radio 5 Live before Tony Livesey takes over. Saliba just cuts across Gordon, takes it to Elfie's toes. Moreno passes the ball forward. Timber, his forward ball, threaded through. Havertz won't go on the outside of Byrne, asking too much of that, and it's easily picked up by Dubravka.
It'd be interesting to hear Arteta's press conference, because we thought it would be a very close game, this, didn't we?
Yeah.
And it hasn't been. I know Arsenal's had a lot of possession and probably won that stat, but let's be honest, Newcastle have been a far better team, deserve the win.
Arsenal have been unbeaten in 9 on their travels since away to Inter at the start of November. They've had some good victories as well. They're 23 wins this season, 16 of them by a scoreline that could have forced extra time, but it never really materialised. They made a nervous start, a little bit unsettled, and then Newcastle United, even after that Isak disallowed goal after as early as the 4th minute, have very rarely looked back, and on course to get back to Wembley Stadium, and we have 13 minutes remaining. Calafiori is coming on, and the other change is going to be Jorginho. So that's the 5 substitutes that are being used. Jorginho coming on for Thomas Partey in the midfield. And Calafiori coming on. Is also on, and it is Timber.
Timber's off.
Who's gone off. So Lewis Skelly Timber has gone off. So it's Luis Calafiore for Timber at right back. They're the changes being made. Timber had taken his departure off the other side of the field that vexed me just for a short while as he trudges his way very slowly but surely. Gabriel with a cross. Moreno tries to chest it into the path of Rice. Newcastle United's defence still as strong as ever. Calafiore collects it on that far side, plays the ball back. Jorginho will float it forward, headed easily clear by Cher. Sterling now with an opportunity to run at Trippier, goes on the outside of Trippier, then faced by Murphy, who then concedes the corner kick. They've just been so strong, have Newcastle defensively.
All over the park, you know, player for player. I always used to say, win your battles, whoever you're playing against. And you've got to say Newcastle have won their battles quite easily as well tonight.
Might have been a little bit of unease after losing back-to-back home games against Bournemouth and Fulham. They've never lost 3 in a row under Eddie Howe, and they've never looked like they were going to lose here tonight. As Newcastle United are going to make a double change. Arsenal with a corner, and it sails completely over everybody's heads by Rice from this near side the left, and out for a throw. So we are going to see coming on Emil Kraft, who hasn't actually played since the end of October in this competition against Chelsea, out with a bit of a shoulder problem. He had a very good night, I recall, that evening. And then the other change is going to be Joe Willock, who gets a good ovation as he enters the field of play. So Willock and Kraft are on. Botman is one of the players who has gone off, as it's full-time at Celtic. Kenny Crawford.
Full-time Celtic 6, Dundee 0. A very pleasing night for the hosts. 2 for Arne Engels, 2 for Dyson Maeda, and 1 each for Adamida and Nicholas Kuhn. Plenty of them were beauties, Ian. Celtic 13 points clear at the top. Dundee stay 10th. 2 6-0 defeats on the bounce for them. Full-time Celtic 6, Dundee 0.
Murphy is the other player who has left the field of play for Newcastle United. He got the first goal. What a story that is as well for Murphy. Born in Wembley, but a Newcastle United fan, and his goal set them on their way. Under 10 minutes remaining. Here is Rice. Calafiore back towards Rice, no way through. Guimaraes stops it on the edge of the penalty area. Out towards that far side, helped out by Gordon. Calafiore steps into the challenge, wins it. Wanyeri, been one of the few bright sparks for Arsenal this evening with 9 minutes remaining. This is Gabriel, forward to Calafiore, instant layoff. Jorginho scoops it forward, looking towards Havertz. He goes to ground. Now for me, Havertz looked more intent on stepping into Dan Burn than watching where the ball was.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he's looked for it. As soon as the ball's got flicked over the back four, Dan Burn goes with him. And the first thing you could see, Havertz was, I'm going to go down here. And it was never a pen. And Dan Burn obviously hits the ground with him. Oh, he's got cramp.
Well, as a matter of course, you'll have VAR looking at any potential penalty as Simon Hooper picks up the ball. So I would imagine because there is a stoppage in play, that's exactly what John Brooks is doing back at Stockley Park, but that check must be over as the referee drops the ball at the feet of Martin Dubravka. And with 8 minutes remaining, Newcastle United still lead by 2-0 as Havertz runs into to Cher, and then as he runs downfield, he forces Dubravka to pick up the ball. What a difference it can make from that first leg. That looked like it was going to be an emotional farewell. Dubravka is having a good run in this Newcastle United side. It's his 13th successive start for Newcastle United here tonight, and keeping out a fit again Nick Pope in the Newcastle goal. Jorginho hits it long. Sterling gone through the middle. Cher heads it away off the head of Guimaraes. Guimaraes gets there first, and that was Lewis Skelly who says that he got the ball, but for a foul on Guimaraes,
he didn't get the ball, and he pulled out the tackle though. He didn't go into the tackle, he thought he pulled out of it, and he didn't think it was a free kick. But I mean, if Guimaraes is alright, he should be getting up. Let's run the clock down. They ain't got long to go, have they? So they don't want the trainer on.
Yellow card shown to Lewis Skelly, the third Arsenal player to be booked. Full time in the Championship, Coventry City, Leeds United, Sani Radravajala.
Coventry 0, Leeds 2. First half goals from Peru played through, and Bogle picking up a Dovin error are the difference here. Leeds wasteful in the second, loads of chances, had one disallowed right at the end, and actually needed 2 super saves from Ilan Meslier to save their blushes. But the celebration to my right, a packed away end. Leeds 5 clear at the top, Coventry City 0, Leeds United 2.
Yeah, a bit of a buffer now against Burnley and Sheffield United. 4 Leeds at the top of the Championship. Newcastle looking for the third goal. Rice, though, clears it. Lewis Skelly to Havertz, can't release it, the ball to Sterling, who slips. Ball kept in play by Kraft down the right touchline. And then an opportunity for Willock to come forward and barged into the back by Lewis Skelly, but Willock, the former Arsenal player, the reverse pass there by Guimaraes. He looked one way and then played it down the right side of the penalty area, and then the cross comes in. The ball, I think, is saying from the referee Simon Hooper, had gone out of play. It'll be a goal kick to Arsenal as they still trail 2-0.
Newcastle full of confidence now. 4-0 up on aggregate, and 7, 8, 10 minutes to go, and ours has never caused them one problem, really, let's be honest. It's been a Newcastle very good performance, very good.
The Newcastle crowd have certainly played their part as well. They wanted them to bring their flags, war flags as they're known in these parts, and they certainly generated a spine-tingling atmosphere ahead of the game, and I'm sure that roar you'll hear once more at the final whistle as well, as they know then that their job will be complete. I mean, to be fair, it's done now, leading by 2-0. It's just one of those occasions as a football supporter you can sit back and enjoy and start plotting that route to Wembley Stadium. Tonali skips over one challenge, lays the ball out towards Gordon. Tonali was barged over, I think, by Rice quite late. Willock, after the racist abuse, the abhorrent racist abuse that he suffered at the weekend, it would be nice for Willock to get on the score sheet tonight. The perpetrators are found and dealt with in the appropriate manner, as the ball by Calafiore goes out towards that far side. Arsenal still coming forward. Only now you can start to see gaps appearing in that Arsenal travelling support, as Arsenal heading out of the semi-final stage. Calafiore picks it up, gets away from Guimaraes, in towards Havertz. Havertz with a shot. Still Newcastle United defending as if it was a much tighter margin. Rice going in, hefty challenge on Guimaraes. Guimaraes doesn't care. He springs to his feet and whips up the crowd once again, and then all of a sudden the pain kicks in as he hobbles away in anguish, and then he puts his arms on his knees and takes a breather.
Yeah, well, Declan Rice, very frustrated footballer, has a little bit of a lunge, has a talk to the referee. Tonali's got cramp, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's got cramp badly, and they're going to make a substitution. 2 coming on.
Callum Wilson is going to be one of them coming on. He's only made 4 appearances this season that have totaled something like 57 minutes. So Callum Wilson making a run out, and Sean Longstaff, who of course was the hero in the semi-final 2 years ago against Southampton. Tonali gets a standing ovation as the scarves are being swirled once again, the black and white scarves around all across St James's Park. That double change, Longstaff on for Tonali, and Isak, who once again has shown his quality, threat and menace, is replaced by Callum Wilson. And Wilson gets a great ovation.
Yeah, I like Callum Wilson. Unfortunately, injuries have stopped him from playing a regular. Doesn't get enough game time, does he, for you? Unfortunately, the injuries he gets. But very good centre forward.
Combination of back and hamstring problems this season have restricted him to just the 4 appearances, but he will get a valuable run out that will take him to an hour's worth of action for Newcastle United this season. Remember, we're on air until 10:30. Live reaction we will try and bring you here on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. There's Trippier and Rice are just having a few words there at the moment. But Newcastle United, the celebrations and the party is about to start.
Yeah, right, they've been waiting for this, but Up they're in again. Short back pass.
Guimaraes shoots. He went for the power. He was put off, I think, by the presence of Declan Rice, and in the end it was right-footed and screwed low, well off target and out for a goal kick. Still they lead 2-0.
Yeah, one here he goes short for the straight ball. Arsenal play out from the back, straight at players. I don't know where they expect to go with it, and 2 or 3 times have been caught out with it.
Will it be a case of third time lucky for Newcastle after winning yet another semi-final of the League Cup, but runners-up previously in 76 and 2023? Deafening noise once again from the Newcastle supporters.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll all be looking forward to this trip to Wembley, and if you know how they can play in, you've got a chance.
Lewis Skelly. Rice shoots low. Dubravka made the save at his near post. It was a very, very tight angle from a rather jaded and tired Declan Rice. Sterling's cross comes in, takes a deflection, requires Dubravka to make a leap at his near post and touch it behind for a corner kick. But by my watch, we are entering the last 60 seconds of normal time as Newcastle United, who won the first leg through goals from Isak and Gordon by 2-0, are leading the second leg from goals from Murphy and Gordon by 2-0. And this would just be a mere consolation for Arsenal with less than 40 seconds remaining. In front of the Leesy's end, near side the left. Rice, in it goes, and the header over the top. It was Lewis Skelly who couldn't get over it inside that 6-yard area.
He's got to score. It's a free header from 3 yards out here, and he's got to put that in the net. He's got to hit the target at least. It's a great ball in by Rice. But it just shows you football, isn't it? 3-4 days ago it was 5-1 to Arsenal against Manchester City of all teams. Yet Newcastle United have been a better side tonight by far. Arsenal have been, I've got to say, they've been terrible.
But I think since the first leg, where 4 minutes have added on time,
4 minutes stoppage time to be added.
Arsenal have won 5 of their last 6 games, so they came into it not only with that confidence-boosting win against Manchester City, but they were in good form.
Oh yeah, definitely winning game after game. But tonight, whether it was a game too many or what, I don't know. Whether Sunday took a lot out of them, I'm not sure. But you've got to say, I'm not taking anything away from Newcastle, by the way. They've been excellent.
Lewis Miley's going to come on for these closing stages. Lewis Miley, who had a very good game against Bromley in the FA Cup. He's going to come on for Bruno Guimaraes. Bruno Guimaraes gets a standing ovation from the Newcastle supporters. We had the Olays just before that as well. He hands the captain's armband to Kieran Trippier, gets a pat on the back and a handshake from his manager Eddie Howe. But they will know, and they'll have learnt the lessons from 2 years ago. And like you said earlier, they've got to win the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a great night for them. Over 2 legs against Arsenal, very difficult opposition. You know, they did well in the first game. They've done even better tonight, I think. They've reduced Arsenal to what? I can't remember Arsenal really getting a great chance. So
Cher lifts the ball out towards Hall, runs forward. Calafiore tries to close him down. Gordon flicks it through. Calafiore, though, is there to clear. There was a foul there given away by Cher. Just a little bit of niggle, isn't there, still between the 2 sets of players?
Yeah.
Gordon there just pulls the shirt of Havertz.
And a little bit of banter going on. Probably Gordon saying, I'll leave 2 tickets on the gate at Wembley for you. That's what people used to say.
Was it?
Yeah. What's your name, mate? What's your second name? I'll leave 2 tickets on the gate for you.
Well, the tickets will be like gold dust in this part of the world between now and March the 16th. That's the next thing the supporters can enjoy tonight, and enjoy the game and enjoy the result. And then, of course, you then start panicking about how you're going to get a ticket for your friends and for your loved ones. And there's certainly the demand will outstrip the supply, as Arsenal, still looking for a consolation, will win a corner kick on that far side, the right, but by my watch was 60 seconds away. And the Arsenal support probably are now, from that loyal travelling that had made their way from North London, is probably about just over half full in the top tier. They still will have an opportunity to leave, because Newcastle's players, I'm sure, will be doing a lap of honour, and nobody will be leaving St James's Park from a Newcastle United persuasion early, as the flags that were flying ahead of the game are starting to be brought out now, along with the black and white scarves, as the corner is curled in and caught by Dubravka. Confident take, two-handed. We have some 30 seconds remaining. There'll be a look at the watch from Simon Hooper, and very, very soon the cheers will be heard all the way across the fine city of Newcastle and the surrounding areas, as Dubravka clears long. 2-0 in the first leg, followed up by another 2-0 scoreline here tonight. Havertz goes into the challenge with Cher, and still Cher prevents him from making his way in towards the penalty area, as Trippier once again is there. And the referee, Simon Hooper, making sure that there's no afters between the pair. Trippier has been like a warhorse, a Trojan, and there is the final whistle. Newcastle United are heading back to Wembley. Is this the year that elusive wait for a trophy is finally over? They've beaten Arsenal 2-0 in both legs, 4-0 on aggregate. The black and white scarves and flags are flying high. It's a night of celebration on Tyneside.
Oh, I've got to say they've been excellent over 2 games. Thoroughly deserve to go through to the final. I've got to say, I've been very disappointed with Arsenal. Not shown anything, what we expected of Arsenal. There's nothing of it tonight. Newcastle easily winners for me, thoroughly deserved it, and they're on the way to Wembley.
Isak with a 4th minute goal disallowed. He then hit the post after 19 minutes. Murphy on the rebound gave Newcastle the lead, and then a dreadful error by Raya gifted the second goal, as Gordon buried the ball into the bottom left-hand corner. Que sera, sera. Newcastle United are going to Wembley. Steve Crossman.
St James's Park is alive with colour and noise. The song in the background might not be Local Hero, they love that one. It ain't Blade and Races, they love that one too. But Que Sera Sera is the only thing Newcastle United fans want to sing tonight. Anybody in the city of Newcastle this evening, forget about a wink of sleep. It is going to be quite the night on Tyneside. Just down beneath us, Kieran Trippier, the warrior, the aggression of this Newcastle team is hobbling. When the full-time whistle went, he sunk to his back. He had nothing left to give, because these Newcastle United players have given absolutely everything. We're going to Wembley, says the big screen, the big face of Dan Burn roaring out at us from behind it. And 52,000 people inside St James's Park are just going absolutely crazy. Bruno Guimaraes is down there. He asked the fans before the game, bring back the spirit of the Champions League victory over Paris Saint-Germain. I'm not sure I thought it was possible, Chris Waddle, but Newcastle have just produced an even more famous night.
Oh, I mean, what an occasion. We got here before, and the atmosphere was electric when we got in the stadium. All the flags, we've had the saxophone playing, we've had everything tonight, and the team turned up. You start thinking, wow, what an occasion. And no other better side. Arsenal, for me, didn't turn up. I got very, very poor, but Newcastle, I'm not taking anything away from them, had a game plan and did it absolutely brilliant.
So Chris Waddle is with us, Ian Dennis is with us inside St James's Park, Matt Upson is with us as well. Matt, these are special scenes inside St James's Park, and as Chris said, from minute one really, Arsenal never looked like doing anything to avoid this situation.
No, they set the tone. Newcastle, you know, we thought the atmosphere may play a part. I think it did in the early stages of the game, and it gave them confidence, and the way they took it to Arsenal, they smothered them, and the tempo was high, they weren't allowing them anything, and I think that really played into the game. I think it was helped by Arsenal not being at their best, whether or not the occasion at the weekend against Manchester City or whatever the reason was, the team just looked a little bit flat, and a couple of players just a little bit out of sorts, and that's all it needed, because Newcastle, credit to them, hats off to them, they were on it. They wanted this victory, they wanted their moment at Wembley, and they're going to get it.
Well, I tell you what, Ian, Sam Fender's got 3 dates here at St James's Park in June. Do well to get a better noise than this. This is a proper concert feel inside St James's Park.
Yeah, I mean, the players, the club, they'd all said, you know, that everybody was conscious of the fact, you know, that how much these supporters could have a factor in tonight's semi-final. You know, they wanted it to be that wall of noise. They got that, but that could easily have worked against them had Arsenal scored early. And Eddie Howe, I think, had wanted his players on that basis to embrace the occasion, embrace the atmosphere and feed off that energy, and that's exactly what they did. His words were attack the game. They did that, and then the supporters stayed with them throughout. And now all of a sudden you'll have that mass exodus heading down to Wembley in mid-March.
Yeah, East Coast Main Line will be a thing on that day, I can tell you. We'll be there, of course, for full commentary of that League Cup final between Newcastle and either Tottenham or Liverpool. Full commentary on Thursday evening of the second leg of that one. The cheers have got that little bit louder here because the Newcastle players and coaching staff have just almost completed a lap of honour and are now disappearing beneath us. Eddie Howe is down there. He's just moved out of view now, Chris, but I can tell you, we're a long way away from the pitch here. But the smile on the face of Eddie Howe was so broad, you could see it shining from down on the pitch up to the commentary position as he becomes the first Newcastle manager since Stan Seymour in 1952 to reach 2 major finals with Newcastle.
Oh, listen, his game plan works great. We all looked at it, well, I did, and thought, why are you playing 5 at the back? It's worked, you know, and when your coach gets it right, he needs the praise, he gets the praise, deservedly so. Listen, he'll be looking forward to it, but it's like anything. You'll enjoy the night, he'll say to the players, enjoy the occasion, it's been brilliant, but we've got to go to Wembley in a month's time or whatever it is, and we've got to win it. You know, it's all right getting to a final, and it's a great achievement, but you ask the players, or he'll want to win it, and it's going to be a tough game, whoever it is.
And you know better than anybody here, Chris, what it means to Newcastle and the way, and everybody mentioning 1955 for the last domestic trophy, everybody mentioning the Fairs Cup as well. It's just time. They've waited long enough, haven't they?
Listen, I think a lot of people neutrals will hope Newcastle lift the trophy because everybody respects Newcastle support. It's massive, we know it is, and they're a team who should be lifting trophies quite regularly, like Arsenal, like Liverpool do, like Man City do. They should be lifting trophies, and they haven't, and they've been starved on the up here, and they're not going to get a better chance. You know, they're full of confidence at the minute. Everybody's fit. Joel Linton will be okay, I'm sure, and he'll go down there with a healthy squad. And we've seen Newcastle over the last 2-3 seasons. On the day, they can beat anybody, and they've proved that. So, you know, they'll not have a fear going into Wembley. Just hope the occasion doesn't get the players, but whoever they play, they know they could beat them.
Just opposite us here, because some of the Newcastle fans have started filing out of St James's Park, there's an absolutely beautiful banner which you can always see when St James's is empty, and when it gets full it's obscured, but it's staring right back at me now, and it's the start of a brilliant quote from Sir Bobby Robson. So I'm going to read the whole thing because it's really, really powerful. You can just see the first couple of lines in black and white, of course, opposite us. He said, what is a club in any case? It's not the buildings or the directors or the people paid to represent it. It's not the television contracts, get-out clauses, marketing departments or executive boxes. It's the noise, the passion, the feeling of belonging, the pride in your city. It's a small child clambering up stadium steps for the very first time, gripping their parents' hand, gawping at that hallowed stretch of turf beneath him, and without being able to do a thing about it, falling in love. I'm not going to start saying that anyone can reach the levels of Sir Bobby Robson, Ian. But I tell you what, if Eddie Howe wins a trophy with Newcastle United, just like Stan Seymour, they might call him Mr. Newcastle.
Well, then all of a sudden, he'll create his own legacy, Eddie Howe and these players, and that's what the challenge he's given to this set of players. Because, since that last domestic trophy back in 1955, Newcastle have reached 5 domestic finals and they've lost them all. So they will use that hurt where they didn't really show up against Manchester United 2 years ago. They will use that experience. They'll try and benefit from it. And obviously, whether it be against Liverpool or Tottenham, they'll then try and put this long, elusive wait to finally to bed for them.
We'll be bringing you reaction very, very shortly. As soon as we hear from anybody down in the tunnel, we'll be live down there to hear from perhaps one of the 2 managers. So we'll spin it back to Arsenal for a moment now as we wait, Matt Upson. Where do you think that performance came from? Because it wasn't just that they were poor and they didn't really create that much. They were so sloppy, especially in that second half.
I think it's hard to say where it came from. I think you have to credit Newcastle, Steve, if I'm honest, and say that they had more belief and tempo and the atmosphere and everything all led to Newcastle having a really bright start. It was a brightness that they had, and I think that Arsenal's shortcomings in terms of in front of goal, where's that striker, it had never been highlighted more than in a game this evening, with what Newcastle were doing at the other end, with limited opportunities, but the clinical edge that they have in Gordon and Isak in particular, who is just on another level for me, with his movement, his intensity, his pace, he's hungry to prove himself, his finishing, his bang on target every time, making goalkeepers work or even scoring. And I think that really hammered home the need for where Arsenal need to strengthen. And the team looked a little bit flat, and it looked tight. For whatever reason, I have no clue, but that's how it appeared. Only they'll know, and I'm sure they'll speak about it and be open about it, and they'll talk about it in the dressing room, but they know that they didn't make that the game that I personally thought they were going to make it this evening. I thought it was going to be more from Arsenal, and it just wasn't there. When you don't score that first chance that Martin Odegaard has with his right foot to hit the target and pass that in the net and think, right, 2-1, it just changes it completely. And you miss that, and then you concede, and I think it just drains out and just had nothing left in the end, Arsenal.
I just think when I look at it now, when you take a step back and it's all quiet now, the front 3 of Arsenal didn't turn up. The front 3 in Newcastle did, and that was the difference. I think the midfield was a good battle. There was a lot of tackles going in. There was a lot of possession. Arsenal had probably outdone Newcastle on possession. The 2 defences were quite so probably. First 20 minutes, Arsenal were a little bit all over the place at the back, but apart from that, it was the difference between the front 3 in Newcastle were better for me, far better than the Arsenal front 3.
You saw mistakes as well, Chris. I mean, I've never seen Saliba look as shaky as what he did. Whether it was Isak that made him feel that way, or Gordon, and then the mistake from David Raya with the pass and the early offside goal, which was a brilliant ball from Gordon, but. The 2 centre-backs for Arsenal, which are normally really tuned in, they just looked a little bit sluggish with their decision-making and just had an off night tonight.
I reckon, Matt, Mikel Arteta, when he comes out, is going to be absolutely fuming with that.
It wouldn't surprise me, Steve, because he knows the performance wasn't good enough. And you can always look back and say, OK, we missed 1, 2, 3 chances, and you can actually single those moments, which I think was more in the first leg. Arsenal had a big half an hour at the start of the game, should go at least 1 up. Martinelli hits the post, should score. And but play OK, play with a rhythm and a purpose, and they dominate and they control certain elements. That wasn't that tonight. Tonight was the different performance, and it just wasn't good enough across the board. And I agree that attacking wise, just provided very little threat.
Is this a good time for them to have a bit of a break, Arsenal? Because that's what they've got. They're going to go away for a bit of warm weather training.
Well, last time they had a break was just before the first game of the new year last season, and they went on the most incredible winning run from that moment, and they'd had a bad couple of sticky results, a poor away loss at Fulham, and title hopes were gone really. Came back from a warm weather training camp and just hit the ground running, and whatever they did, whatever the schedule was, whatever the mindset they got in, they need to find that place again.
And this will help Arsenal, by the way. I know they're not going to be happy, obviously, going home when these fans travel 5,000, whatever, and they're going home. Whatever.
Where they come from, New York.
But listen, they're not going to be happy about this. But you know, they're out the FA Cup, they're out the League Cup, so they can focus now, chasing down Liverpool, who are still in everything. And they've got the Champions League to think of, which they qualified for the round after. So, you know, they're going to get a bit more rest now in the run-in. So, we just talked about how good they did, you know, when they had the turnaround last time. So, in a way, yes, they'll not be happy about the performance of the two games, especially tonight. But it could help them chase down Liverpool.
So even, Chris, even though it would be, obviously they've got through, it would have been one extra game for the final. But actually, especially given how thin the squad is, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't have quality there, but how many conversations have we had about, did they need more than just Kai Havertz up front? Actually, what you're saying is that one game, that one weekend, that could actually make a big difference to them as they go for everything else.
Yeah, it could. I mean, people may say it's only one game, but, you know, it makes the most rest they can get, the amount of games these play. I mean, it's a lot of football people play today, and the amount of games they play, you see it, you know, they can get a run going, but then all of a sudden throw in a performance like this tonight, which was, you got to say, it was very poor. And, you know, for a semi-final, to chasing down Newcastle, and I think this break going to Dubai, wherever they're going, will help them massively. But they're out this now, they've got two things to focus on when they come back.
Matt, from a Newcastle perspective, I mean, there are so many players, individual performances, who are worthy of some praise here. Just sitting back watching it where you were, was there one or two who particularly stood out for you?
For me, I just love watching Isak.
Yeah.
I just think he's on another level with his movement. He's one of those players, Steve, that he's so unassuming the way he plays and the way he carries himself, that he kind of almost like slinks around the pitch, and then all of a sudden, bang, he comes into life. The chance where he hits the post, the goal where Murphy scores, he's got no right to kind of spin and get that ball. But as he wins that flick past Saliba, his instinct to spin and get the other side of him, he doesn't know what's going to happen. Gordon fires the ball into him. It's a little bit fortunate why it falls into his path, but it isn't, because it's his reaction and anticipation that makes it happen. And I think they've got a lovely link up between the two of them. And then when he gets there, how precise he is with his left foot, right foot in the air. I think he rattled Arsenal, and I think that the two centre backs didn't have a good night. Saliba in particular didn't have the most confident night that I've seen him be excellent all season. Just looked a little bit rattled, and the back three, you know, we all had reservations at the start how it would affect the midfield, but I thought, you know, between them, the communication I thought was excellent. Shah was going in really far. I mean, he's all the way up pressing Rice to turn the ball over when on the final goal with Gordon. You know, they handled that quite well, with one of them stepping in all the time, and I think that helped the midfield out. So hats off to Eddie Howe, got the game plan absolutely bang on, and it played out that way, but with a little bit of help from Arsenal.
Former Newcastle goalkeeper, Monday Night Club regular Shea Given is down there. He's just given a massive bear hug to Bruno Guimaraes as he walked past him. Anthony Gordon, I can see down there as well. On Isak, Chris, I think it always happens for players playing, let's be honest, outside of London in the Premier League. Somebody like Isak performs brilliantly for Newcastle, and it's inevitable that the talks start and the links start and the rumours start. So Arsenal need a striker. Oh, isn't Alexander Isak good? Is there any reason Newcastle can't keep Alexander Isak?
Well, most players, listen, they want success now to win a cup final. They've got a chance. That helps. Qualify by Europe. Players use that. You know, is a reason to move to go to clubs who are playing in the Champions League. That's up to Newcastle to meet his ambition. Anthony Gordon will probably be the same. A lot of talk about moving on. It's up to Newcastle to show that they want to be a top four club on a regular basis, and I'm sure there's no reason and there's no excuse for any player to say I need to leave. But you know, most players want to play at the highest level, and Champions League is the highest level, and If Newcastle are not in the Champions League every year, then players will start thinking, I've been tempted by clubs who are in the Champions League, and people like Isaac and Anthony Gordon will come under that.
Speaking of Anthony Gordon, Matt, I'm sure you, like all of us, were raising our eyebrows at Lewis Skelly's celebration when he scored for Arsenal against Manchester City. Sort of did the Haaland celebration, and then afterwards they played on the PA, Kendrick Lamar, Stay Humble. Quotes from Anthony Gordon here: "This feels amazing. A game plan, we knew it would work. Everyone knows we press. It's important for us now to stay humble." Anthony Gordon speaking after they've just beaten Arsenal in the League Cup semi-final. And I feel like the same question to you here as well. And I suppose the question is, if Newcastle can go and win a League Cup, would that be enough, that kind of glory, that feeling, to keep your likes of Anthony Gordon and Alexander Isak? Or realistically, will only, not just a cup win, but Champions League football again do that?
I mean, it can't do any harm, can it?
No,
It's a great feeling. What that brings to the city, the support, I'm sure they enjoy that. I mean, how can you not enjoy an evening? I wasn't privileged enough to be at the stadium, but judging from listening and how it was, it's incredible. So to play there in that kind of environment, what a draw that is. And all of that does have an impact, but I think surrounding them with, the strength of player and attracting that player there does require probably Champions League football for their level of where they want to get to. And I think the club achieving that consistently, or being in that mix where they're realistically in that group every season, that for me is a big goal. Then if you win stuff along the way, that's great, like the League Cup or FA Cup or whatever it may be, but in and around that, those two players in particular, I think, are looking for that, and rightly so, because they're at that level.
I mean, winning a trophy and then getting Champions League football at the minute, it might be the top 5 that could bring Champions League football for next season.
Probably will be
for Newcastle United. But what a buy! £63 million club record signing, and his return is 54 goals now in 94 appearances. That's some return. At a time when you're looking for quality strikers in the Premier League, he is a world-class talent. And if Newcastle United then, and I'm aware that the PSR rules have seen them sell Almiron and Kelly, and that's why you've had the transfer inactivity. But if that means that this short-term pain that they're going in provides long-term gain in the summer, and they're able then to add to that, they need to be building around your players such as your Isaks and your Guimaraes and your Tonales for Newcastle United to be in the Champions League on a regular basis, season in, season out.
Easily one of my favourite lines of the night in commentary from you, Ian, something I did not know at all, but one of Newcastle's goal scorers will be going home for the League Cup final. Yeah,
Jacob Murphy, born in Wembley, and obviously getting the first goal. But he's a Newcastle United fan. Just a sweet moment for him, because I think he's been one of those unsung heroes, if you like. I mean, he's been a regular now coming into the side since early December, and Chris mentioned it in commentary, he's able just to carry the ball and to stretch teams and to take you further down the pitch. And I thought even in the first leg, the way that he linked up with Isak at times, he causes people problems. And I just think it's a really, really sweet story for him going back to Wembley.
Speaking of sweet stories, you might have been able to hear the screaming in the background, and I read those Bobby quotes before about what particularly this team means to its fans. There was a group of 10, 11-year-olds behind us screaming down at the pitch because Bruno Guimaraes was walking beneath, and he just waved up at them, and oh my goodness me, the look on their faces after that to see one of their heroes had just waved in their direction. And the Jacob Murphy story, Matt, is great, isn't it? And it's just one of the really unique things about Newcastle. Manager Eddie Howe's just appeared beneath us now as well, is that they are this amalgamation of a few marquee, big-name, really well-judged signings, and some other players, many of whom left over from before the takeover even happened.
Yeah, no, I think you can look at players like him and almost kind of written off in one way, wasn't he? As not being quite good enough, and on the fringes, on the bench, probably looking to move him on at some point, but he's stuck at it. And the coaching staff have stuck with him, and they've seen something, and they've worked with him, and he's now more accomplished. He makes better decisions. He's a threat. He works hard, and I think he brings a lot of value to the team. And like you say, players like Dan Burn who've been there and are very reliable, very steady. It's got a really good mix of those type of personalities, and I think the supporters do connect well with those players. They appreciate those players and how they've built into the team and how they've had to work hard to get there. So I think all of that just creates a feel which can only be positive. And like you say, littering that squad with those characters, with the right recruitment in the summer, that's going to be Newcastle's key factor if they can then elevate themselves to the next step.
And it also means, Chris, that quite often you still get the odd local lad knocking around the first team as well, which doesn't matter how good you are, how far you go. You know, Manchester City have had that with Foden, Liverpool, Trent Alexander-Arnold and other. Arsenal have got it with a couple of players who've just come into the first team. You need that, don't you? You still need that running through you somewhere.
Yeah, and I think the fans take to local talent coming through. You know, you've got Lewis Mailey who had a good run, got injured, he can't get back on the side. Longstaff played quite regular last season, can't get in the team at the minute because of the form of the players in there. But you know, you look at Newcastle's bench and we're watching them doing 80-yard sprints here, which good luck.
And I thought it was hard walking up all these steps.
So you know, they've got a decent squad if everybody's fit. But going back to the players we were mentioning earlier, the squad's got to get bigger and better if you want to keep your top talent, because it's very easy for a player to bail out and say, you know, so and so's come in for him, he's going to go, isn't he? And this is the ambition is. They've got to be a top 4 club, Newcastle, not just 1 year, then 3 or 4 years later. It's like every year they should be in that top 4.
Just looking down at Eddie Howe, Ian, who, I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all that when the England vacancy came up, that his name was mentioned and mentioned again. He speaks so well, he coaches so well, he's got a bit of everything. And here he is in his second major cup final with Newcastle.
Yeah, no, he's done well. 3 years in charge? He's since signed a new long-term deal. But those who know Eddie Howe, who I tend to speak to, will tell you that, you know, he's extremely dedicated. He's in at the crack of the dawn. He'll leave late at night. He won't get carried away when they lose a game, but equally he won't get carried away when they win a game. So he'll remain level-headed, very, very focused. But he will know what happened against Manchester United. So now he'll be thinking, right, okay, what did we do differently in order to make sure we get over the line? Because Newcastle players won't want to be back at another final and come away empty-handed. You know, I spoke to Alan Shearer about it. You want to get there, you don't want to come away as a loser. You want to get there as a winner. And Newcastle have been there in previous times since '55 and not won it. And that'll be the message. He said up to the players about creating the legacy. And I'm sure he'll say that again many times between now and March the 16th.
It's a really good point, that, Chris, because I think if we're honest, in their previous final against Manchester United, and I think if you asked a Newcastle fan, they would say the same, they didn't really turn up.
No, they didn't. It was disappointing. You know, you go through all them rounds to get to a final, and when you turn up, you one thing you want to do is enjoy it and think, you know, hopefully we'll come away a winner.
We have got live reaction from downstairs. Anthony Gordon is with Rob Schofield.
Thank you, Steve. Anthony, how good does that feel?
Yeah, very good. We felt good coming into the game because we got off to a good start in the first leg, but I think the first goal in that game was going to be massive, because if they would have got the first, they would have got really 10 time margin, so it was good to get that.
Tell me about the game plan, because it just looked from start to finish, especially at the start, the balance was just right.
Yeah, I think everyone knows we don't change too much. We're always going to press. We're always going to try and put teams under pressure, but the gaffer altered it a little bit, which I thought worked to perfection. I played more inside a little bit, and I thought they struggled with down the counter-attack because they couldn't really pick me and Murph up, and Alex does what Alex does and is always a threat, so I thought the gaffer deserves all the credit for how we looked tonight.
Tell us about the scenes, pre-match, post-match. That was some pretty special stuff out there.
Yeah, I think I've been in some great moments with the club in the Champions League and stuff where we've won big games here, but that's probably my best moment so far, because it's probably the biggest game of my career so far, semi-final. It'll be my first game at Wembley at club level, so really excited.
I was going to ask that just finally. You only just signed for the club when Newcastle played Man United in the cup final 2 years ago. So what will it mean to you to get an opportunity to play in a major cup final at Wembley and try and win something for this football club?
Yeah, it means a lot to me. I went the game because I just joined. It was heartbreaking to watch, to be fair, just not being able to go on the pitch. But I live for them moments. I live for them games. That I feel like that's where I'm at my best. It brings the best out of me when there's the most pressure. So I'm really excited.
Anthony, well done. Steve?
Great stuff. Thank you, Rob. Rob Schofield down there here at St James's Park with Anthony Gordon, who always speaks, Chris, absolutely brilliantly, does Anthony. And, I mean, we just talked about how you approach this cup final, bearing in mind the last one. There's someone who had, in his own words, the heartbreak of not being able to play. It only just arrived. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he has a real day out on that final.
He'll enjoy it. Listen, he's a confident lad. You can tell the way he comes across, and then when he's on the pitch, he doesn't lack confidence. But unfortunately, one team doesn't make a team. One player doesn't make a team, so he's going to hope that all these players are thinking like he's thinking, and when they turn up, they have a right good go at it. Now, if you lose and you think, well, we couldn't do any more, we've had a right go at it, and that's what people want to see. I think they want to see Newcastle have a right go at it. Now, if they don't come out with a winner's medal, you used to say, look, we'll give everything we did on the day, because, as you say, the Man United game, they didn't show anything at all, did they?
Matt, just to spin it back to Eddie Howe there, who's just had another great cheer from some the final remaining Newcastle fans as he walked down the touchline. Do you think he is at, as much as he might have disappointments and frustrations in the transfer market, is he at kind of the perfect club for him now? Some managers just suit some football clubs, and I'm looking around St James's Park. There are his quotes on big banners. There's his name on a big banner here. Does it just fit?
It appears to, if I'm honest, Steve. When I look at it from the outside, I think what Deno mentioned before the game about how he is the voice of Newcastle. He's the spokesperson, and I think that he does that really well. Does he enjoy that side of it? I'm not too sure. Maybe. He's good at it, and I think that's why people talk about him in the England job, because that is such a big part of it, that being able to communicate and speak about other issues. So I think he does that brilliantly. I feel that he's now really trusted. He's been there long enough. I think he's valued by the football club as being trusted, that he can guide the team and probably a lot of, or hopefully some of the recruitment to what he needs. I think that's important for a manager. That's very hard to get a hold of in the modern game, and perhaps he has a bit of sway in that front, and he can start to build and bring in the players that he wants. But in terms of coaching, that was a bold move tonight, what he did with that team. I mean, you've also got the disappointment of the midfield players like a Longstaff, how he feels about not playing, and because he must have thought, I'm in the team, Joe Linton's out, I'm going to come in and give an account of myself, or Miley. But he goes with a different option, and it played brilliantly. So yeah, he ticks a lot of boxes, and I'm sure he enjoyed it, and he's enjoying his time there, and I think that shows.
He said he wanted the five at the back so that they could be adaptable. He said it was an adaptable system. Do you think it's something that he might be able to replicate at Wembley for the final?
I think it could be. Yeah, depending on who he plays, Deno, isn't it, and how they set up. But looking at the two teams, when you think of Liverpool and Spurs, I mean, I think that's definitely an option. He did it really well in the sense that one of the centre-backs did come out a lot and pressed high and went all the way in. It requires a lot of that communication, and you've got players like Trippier and Byrne and who are pretty good at that. So it had a nice balance. So it all depends on who's available and on the day, but it's certainly an option.
But the problem is he's not going into the final 2-0 up.
No.
So he'll play to his strengths. So he'll want Gordon high, and he'll want Murphy high, and he'll want Isak high, and then the rest of the team have to dig in, and they'll think if he can work as a unit and get the ball to them on counter-attacking especially, they're in with a chance of winning, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. But I don't know if he'll play three at the back at Wembley. I think he'll look at the opposition, and he might, but I don't think he will.
He's also, Ian, kind of represents this team really well, in that I've said it a couple of times tonight about it being a mix of the marquee stars and the kind of maybe sort of slightly underdog players, certainly for a club of this size. Almost see a bit of Eddie Howe in that, because I think when Eddie Howe got the job, Newcastle fans would have seen him as, this is a good appointment, this is a step up perhaps from what we've had, but he wasn't necessarily the end game. I'm not sure Newcastle fans were thinking Eddie Howe is going to be the manager in 5 years' time when we think we're going to be in the Champions League season in, season out. But if he carries on like this, there'll be no getting rid of him. Why would you want to?
Well, no, I mean, at the minute, a manager's position is precarious. It's always judged on results. I mean, it doesn't take long for a string of results and all of a sudden the manager's position is under scrutiny. And Eddie Howe will be aware of that. But Eddie Howe has taken Newcastle United back into Europe. He's taken them to a major final. They're back at another major final again. And we come back to that same word, creating a legacy. And that's what he's doing at this stage.
There's every possibility, Matt, that Mikel Arteta will create a massive legacy at Arsenal. We don't know. It's still in that position where, they're going to they look like they might challenge for the Premier League again, and they've had that City performance, and now they have a little bit of a break. Do you think tonight will have any impact on what happens for the rest of the season, or is it just a lick your wounds, bad night at the office, have a break, crack on again?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's ever great going into this kind of break with that type of performance. Forget the result. I think results are results. You can play well and things not go right and the result isn't right. But I think going into a break off of that kind of type of performance can be challenging. So the work away in Dubai is going to be key, how the players feel, getting the right rest and then getting the right energy into the players ready to have a massive push. And it's going to have to be a monumental effort, isn't it? Let's face it, if they're going to get any piece of silverware this season, it's going to have to be something very special.
Stand by, Matt. Just got to go back downstairs again because we can now hear live from Eddie Howe. He's with Rob.
Can indeed, Eddie, just describe the emotions. You're going back to Wembley.
Yeah, really pleased. I mean, it's... We had a long wait in between the ties. We had a long time to think about our lead and a lot of different discussions, etc., etc. But just delighted with how we played today. Delighted with how we handled the occasion. It was a really strong performance, and we're so pleased to be through to the final.
Just speaking to Anthony there, and he was singing your praises and how you set the team up. But whether it was the formation or the fast start, it just felt like you got the balance just right today.
Yeah, I think we wanted to be ourselves. We wanted to attack, to press high, everything that we always want to do. We tried to implement. Now Arsenal are a very difficult team to press, to get to their players who go into a lot of rotations and movements, but the players executed it brilliantly, highlighted really by our second goal with Fabian regaining the ball so high, and really pleased with that aspect of our game today. And also I thought we counter-attacked really well. I thought there was really good energy in the side, which was contrast to Saturday against Fulham, so much better physically, and great win.
Don't mean to look forward too quickly, but just how better equipped do you think this team is compared to the team 2 years ago in all aspects, on the pitch, mental, everything?
Yeah, I think we've come a long way since then. I mean, I think the Champions League does that to you. That experience was so testing and so unique that naturally I think now for the big games, I think a lot of the players have been there before. The quick turnarounds, that forces you in terms of our game plans and preparations to work quicker and smarter. I think there's a really good feeling about the squad. We're tight in numbers but high in quality. I'd love to think we can go to Wembley and play better than we did before. We were slightly disappointed with our performance. We're going to play an elite team, whoever it is, Tottenham or Liverpool. I think it'd be a great final.
And just for you personally, as head coach of this football club, what does it mean to give the fans that other day at Wembley and everything that'll mean? There'll be all the talk about winning the trophy, but that even in itself is something very special for this football club.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing. I mean, it's an unbelievable football club. I said many times, I feel such a special feeling being here. The people are so unique, they're friendly, so passionate about the football club. To be able to make a lot of Geordies happy tonight gives me an immense pride, and of course the focus is to try and go one better. But a great night for us.
Eddie, congratulations. See you at Wembley.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Eddie Howe live on 5 Live with Rob Schofield. Elsewhere tonight, Celtic 13 points clear at the top in Scotland after they thrashed Dundee 6-0. Leeds United 5 clear at the top of the Championship after a 2-0 win at Coventry. Chelsea's women have gone through to their 6th successive League Cup final. They beat West Ham 2-0. They'll play the winners of Arsenal versus Manchester City, who meet in the other semi-final tomorrow evening. You can hear that on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds on 5 Live tomorrow night. It's the other Men's League Cup semi-final second leg. Spurs with a 1-0 advantage over Liverpool ahead of the second leg at Anfield, so there'll be full commentary of that. Big thank you to Matt Upson for being with us all evening, to Ian Dennis and Chris Waddle. Chris, another year of us being able to say the last time Arsenal won the League Cup, Chris Waddle played in the final.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right, yeah. So they'll have to wait a bit longer.
A little bit longer at least. Tony Livesey's up next. Evening, Tony.
Cheers, Steve. Thanks for we're doing it all again tomorrow night, are we? Are you on tomorrow night?
Don't think so, no. But somebody else, someone. I think it'll be Kelly, isn't it? It is Kelly. There you go. Thanks for that. Just what I needed.
Yes, someone will be on tomorrow night. Hey, great job, Steve. Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye. There we go. Steve Crossman at St James's Park.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on your mobile and on your smart speaker.
Fab Fed Football.
Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
With the latest at 7, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Less than an hour until Newcastle United host Arsenal in the second leg of their League Cup semi-final. In their official club preview, the Gunners have claimed Eddie Howe uses aggressive tactics to disrupt their attacking flow. Can the Gunners get the right balance between creating enough chances and stopping Isak? Find out at 8 o'clock. Plenty of talk about importing foreign referees into the Premier League today. Here's Gabby.
We import players. Yeah, we import managers, the best managers. So many managers in the Premier League are foreign managers. Yep. Why not get the best referees?
Well, former referee Keith Hackett says the best league in the world needs the best refs. A leading Swedish academic has told UEFA there's no consistent evidence linking ACL injuries to menstrual cycles. ACL injuries are more than twice as likely among female players than their male counterparts. That's according to the latest UEFA study. Professor Martin Haglund has put that down to differences in the male and female bodies, as well as discrepancies in training facilities. And Joe Root's returning to ODI cricket for the first time since 2023 in the opening match of England's series against India in Nagpur. Despite being thrashed 4-1 and losing by 150 runs in their last white ball game, Joss Butler says England only need to make tweaks to their approach from the T20s.
Look, we did some good stuff in patches. Obviously you just want to continue that and do that for longer to win games of cricket. So, but yeah, we obviously want to continue to try and play the way we do, be really watchable, and that's exactly how we want to play the ODIs as well.
Well, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel will have live and exclusive commentary from 7 tomorrow morning.
TalkSport News.
Victims' families have called for doctors to be held accountable for what they've called a failure to properly treat Nottingham attacker Valdo Calacone. They've spoken of their anger after a report revealed health teams allowed him to avoid taking medication because he didn't like needles. And the Prime Minister's rejected Donald Trump's suggestion that the US should own Gaza, saying residents must be allowed home. The US President's idea to redevelop the Strip into a Riviera has been widely condemned.
TalkSport Weather with QuickFit, the place to go for top quality tyres from great brands like Pirelli. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com and book today.
Well, we're expecting a dry night everywhere with clear spells and widespread frost. A few patches of freezing fog are also possible, mainly in the southeast.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Live football coverage that's beyond compare.
A quite fabulous goal.
Get all the goals on your radio.
And he heads it towards goal, and it's in.
The League Cup live on TalkSport.
29 days ago, Newcastle produced a brilliant first leg display to win 2-0 at Arsenal and take control of this semi-final in the Carabao Cup. But tonight Arsenal come into this off the back of 4 straight wins and a 5-1 battering of Man City, while Newcastle have lost their last 2 home games. First goal feels vital. It's a big night on Tyneside and it's live on TalkSport.
Across the face of goal and bundled in for 2-0. Anthony Gordon takes the acclaim. Newcastle in dreamland.
We haven't got the one thing that we wanted when we came in, which was a trophy. That's the dream, that's still the dream.
70 years without any domestic silverware. It's a monumental victory, one of the greatest of Eddie Howe's managerial career.
Against any opposition, the game's still very much alive and we have to do our part. So we're going to give it absolutely everything to get back to Wembley.
Newcastle lose twice at home in succession in the Premier League.
One thing you would say, I don't think that tie's over.
I know Arsenal are in the fight now, and that's the encouraging thing. We watch this Arsenal team now and firmly believe they can do something special.
They have to win something this season.
For the players, for the staff, for everyone, I think it's important.
Manchester City here today have been absolutely destroyed. There is this confidence, this fearlessness in this Arsenal team.
Next stop is a final in Wembley, so we know how big that is and you can feel it, so we're going to give it a real go.
What a breathless, fantastic advert for Carabao Cup football.
Good evening, I'm Adrian Durham. What a night this promises to be, and after sharing a train up to the northeast with a sizable number of crazed Arsenal fans, I can assure you those Gooners are confident they can turn around the 2-goal deficit. They're saying to me, goal in the first 5 minutes and the tie is ours, and a place in the final at Wembley is theirs as well. Well, we shall see. It is Newcastle against Arsenal here at St James Park tonight. It promises to be an incredible atmosphere. We have a League Cup winner, Stuart Pearce, on our team tonight on TalkSport. But first of all, let's get the team news for tonight's game with your commentator, Sam Matterface.
Joel Linton has started every game for Newcastle this season that he's been available for. He was spotted, though, in a knee brace after defeat to Fulham, and he's not fit to play tonight, and that's a big shame for Eddie Howe because he was sensational in that first leg down at the Emirates. Martin Dubravka played his part too. We thought it was going to be his last game at the time, but he keeps his place in goal despite Nick Pope's return after turning down a move to Saudi Arabia. They switch to a back three tonight, Newcastle, as they look to ensure they hold on to this 2-goal first leg lead given to them by Isak and Gordon. They start with Dubravka in goal, Cher, Botman and Byrne as the back three, Trippier and Lewis Hall as the wing backs, Bruno Guimaraes and Sandro Tonali in centre midfield, with Jacob Murphy and Gordon, well, they'll probably have to do some defensive work tonight, flanking Alexander Isak in attack. What about Arsenal? Well, they hope they will not be talking about the flight of the Puma ball this evening, such is their confidence that they will progress. Gabriel Martinelli has proclaimed they're coming here to score 3, 4 or 5 tonight. Well, if that's the intention, then they've done it with the same team that did exactly that on Sunday and completed the destruction of Manchester City. David Raya is the goalkeeper, Urian Timber is the right back, it's William Saliba, Gabriel and Miles Lewis-Skelly as the back four, Odegaard, Partey and Rice in midfield, Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard going forward. We're underway at 8 o'clock tonight.
Sam, thank you very much. Live commentary coming up on TalkSport, and Stuart Pearce won the League Cup a couple of times, captain as well. What a great feeling that must have been for you, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, I think getting your hands on any trophy, I mean, you should know that more than most, the amount of trophies you win, and you've led me into it to give you a pat on the back as per usual.
He's not mentioned that. What trophy are you talking about?
Well, for the listeners, the last 3 hours in the dining hall coming up to our commentary position, you've been waxing lyrical about yourself, Aid. So anyway, let's get back to football.
Can I sue?
Fantastic opportunity for both teams. Newcastle got the ascendancy in regard to scoreline at the moment, but there's a little bit of nervousness, you would say, around this place. When you're that close to Wembley, there always is, and Arsenal have got to come out, they've got to get on the front foot, and I think we've got a brilliant game on our hands.
Eddie Howe's just arrived, walking down the touchline and briskly making his way down the tunnel, looking confident, looking assured, as Eddie Howe often does, but no Joe Linton tonight. He's injured, and that, I think, it's a problem for Newcastle because he offers so much to their midfields.
I think, to be fair, I love watching him play. I think he gets Newcastle. He leads from the front. He's aggressive on a football pitch. He's everything that you wouldn't think a Brazilian player is, you know. And he's done absolutely incredible, I've got to say, since being dropped away from that centre-forward position. He's been absolutely phenomenal for this football club.
The way of dealing with it is the shape that Eddie Howe has chosen to go with tonight. What do you make of that?
There's a little bit of me thinks, is that an invitation to Arsenal to come after us and put us on the back foot? He's got, you know, it's looking like, will it be a 3, will it be a 5? That is a psychological situation. I think it's more of a negative lineup, I would say. From Newcastle's point of view, it looks as though we're putting a team out to hold on to what we've got a little bit more. How the game pans out, that might not be the case, who knows, but if you're Arsenal, know their work. They've got to come out here and get at least 2 goals tonight.
They may not have signed a striker in the window, Arsenal, and their fans might have wanted one. Mikel Arteta might have wanted one. We'll hear from him on the window before kick-off tonight, but we know they can score goals. They scored 5 on Sunday against Manchester City. I think we'd all expect Newcastle to defend better than City did, certainly in the last 20-30 minutes of that game. But there's no doubt, even though they haven't signed a striker, there are a lot of goals in this Arsenal team.
Yeah, there is. I mean, one player, we talked about Joe Linton missing, Saka's missing, and he offers goals for them, but they have got goals all over the place. I would still like to see Declan Rice score more goals, I've got to say. They've not got a goal scorer in the top 5 or 6 in the table, though, and that might be the one thing that costs them either getting their hands on a big trophy, the Premier League, or getting their hands on one of the cups.
The official preview, you might just heard this in the bulletin, the official preview on the Arsenal website was very interesting, Stuart. I'll read it word for word. It says, we, as in Arsenal, have registered just 1 shot on target in each of our last 2 away games at St James Park as the Magpies disrupted our flow inside the middle third with aggressive tactics, making the game stop-start in nature. Howe's team will do their best to play this way again, allowing us lots of possession. In the first leg we had 70%, and in those 2 away losses 59 and 64%, blocking off central areas. They forced us into lots of hopeful crosses which played into their hands. So, are Newcastle aggressive? Do they like to make it stop-start? Is that a fair evaluation of Newcastle's team from the official Arsenal website?
Well, it sounds like the Arsenal website have just done the team talk for Eddie Howe. This is what they don't like. Go and deliver it, gentlemen. And probably the main instigator of doing that type of thing will be Joe Linton. Him being missing from the ranks. But you do whatever you have to do to win matches. If it means breaking up the flow of the opposition, then that's exactly what you do. And Newcastle will be absolutely delighted with those stats that, Arsenal failed to register a great deal here. This is a standalone game, I've got to say. It's a semi-final. It's poised at 2-0, and Arsenal know, listen, they're not here for a point or a draw. They know they've got to come out the blocks and deliver goals.
There is a little bit of animosity between the two, and I think that a lot of that stems from previous encounters where decisions haven't quite gone Mikel Arteta's way. Remember the Anthony Gordon goal here, which they won by a 1-0, where he said it was a disgrace of a decision. There were 3 instances in the build-up to that goal that he wasn't happy with. But certainly, even in the last couple of games that they've had with Newcastle have appeared to have their number. Yes, they beat them at the Emirates towards the end of last season 4-1, but in the games that have really mattered over the course of the last couple of campaigns, Newcastle have turned up and they've given them a bit of a match. And I think that has played on Arsenal's mind. It certainly did, I think, in the first leg between the two, because they missed big chances in that first leg between the two.
What also played on Arteta's mind in the first leg was the ball, the Carabao Cup ball.
The Carabao Cup ball.
He blamed the flight of the ball.
There's a lot of them around today, by the way. If you look at the Arsenal end, there's like a load of them just on the bunched on this near touchline. Everyone's got their own one.
Well, they have been training with it before the game, so Stuart, I don't know if it's a fair criticism or not, or fair excuse or not, but he did say afterwards that the ball, it didn't fly right through the air, it wasn't correct. That's why their shots were largely off target. So is that just lame excuses, trying to deflect away from a 2-0 defeat maybe?
Well, we should say, every football club you've been at, when you go into a competition, a cup competition, change your balls, those balls are on your training ground, you're practicing with them leading into games. So listen, I can't see that being the case. I've always saying to you and Sam that I think the art of finishing and free kick taking especially is quite flawed at the moment in the professional game. I'm really disappointed at it, and you would think you've got the perfect pitch, you've got the perfect ball in the main, and I see so many shots off target. It's incredible.
Just a quick one on the benches. We didn't have them at the top of the programme, but I think it's worth pointing out that Callum Wilson is back tonight. Huge, massive, great big boon for Eddie Howe at this stage of the season, bearing in mind that they didn't have a particularly great transfer window where they ended up losing 2 players and not bringing anybody. Similar sort of thing for Arsenal, who didn't bring anybody in terms of an attacking sense, but Nwaneri and Sterling on the bench for them tonight.
Sam Stewart for the time being. Thanks very much for listening to Kickoff on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. 18+ begambleaware.org. Women's League Cup semi-final live on TalkSport 2 right now. To get TalkSport 2, just download the TalkSport app for free. You can swipe between the two or tell your smart speaker to play it. Chelsea against West Ham is goalless at the moment, and the EFL Trophy game between Peterborough and Cheltenham also got underway at 7. We'll be there shortly, and a big game in the Championship tonight. We will head there next on TalkSport.
Kick off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org. On TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get money back as a free bet up to £10 if one leg of your Football 5+ acca lets you down. Pre-match straight line accas only. Odds of 3-1 or greater. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Darren could get an offer from a random car dealer. Or sell direct to We Buy Any Car. The dealer could come to his home, kick his tyres, then decide not to buy it. Or he could get a guaranteed sale, leaving more time to take his other half on a romantic getaway. Oh no! Or ooh la la. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Yes! I just can't believe it.
This time tomorrow, you could be a millionaire. Get your lotto ticket for tonight's draw. The National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
And Lidl be a champion of the checkout by switching from Asda to Lidl and saving a super 23% on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh 5 a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 27th to the 1st 25. Asda also sell other products. See online for more details.
Angela Rippon, what are you doing here?
I've come to tell you about using energy flexibly, Albert.
Flexibly?
Yes, smart meter owners could get rewarded for moving their energy use, like doing the laundry at off-peak times.
So I don't need to do the splits?
No, Albert. Nobody wants to see that.
Get rewarded for using energy flexibly, only with a smart meter. Search Get a Smart Meter today.
Eligibility and availability vary. Consumer action required. Reward schemes and tariffs available to selected customers from selected suppliers.
At Vodafone, get the epic new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, which helps you seize your everyday with the Galaxy AI-powered Now Brief. Plus, at Vodafone, you can save a huge £360. Plus, save up to £408 when you trade in an eligible phone. But hurry, offer ends 18th of February. Vodafone.
Save £288 on 8GB airtime over 36 months and £72 on the phone. Eligibility credit and trade-in checks and terms apply. Requires network connection and Samsung login.
It's past 7 p.m. and your money's winding down. Why not keep it working while you rest? Download the XTB app and let your money work for you. Buy stocks and ETFs commission-free. Invest passively with investment plans. Open an ISA account. Earn up to 4.75% interest on uninvested funds and more. XTB, where your money works.
Your capital is at risk. XTB Limited is a global fintech, not a bank. Deposits should be made for investment purposes only. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They bagged a super boost. Next to them, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent on TalkSport Drive with Motorpoint. Destination sports conversation fueled by unfiltered opinion with quality guests as standard and a couple of motor mouths.
Something's not right, is it?
That's rubbish. It's the daily radio road trip that takes you to the farthest corners of the nation's football fanscape.
I'm just in my flat chilling out.
Yeah, I think you might be my favourite so far, Martin. Have a wonderful afternoon.
TalkSport Drive tomorrow afternoon from 4 on TalkSport with Motorpoint. There's no car like a Motorpoint car.
It's a full-on Friday night of 4th round FA Cup football live on TalkSport. Manchester United go head-to-head with Leicester. Meet up in the car park from 7. Big ticket, full match commentary at 8.
And he fires it in!
Fast-paced Friday night FA Cup football on football-filled and fancy-free TalkSport.
Live at St James Park for Newcastle against Arsenal Carabao Cup semi-final second leg. Arsenal lost the home leg 2-0 around about a month ago, and we thought the tie was over, but recent results suggest Arsenal have a big chance. Eddie Howe's side battered 4-1 here by Bournemouth a couple of weeks ago. Arsenal on a winning run, most recently, of course, 5-1 winners over Man City on Sunday. Kick-off at 8 here tonight. It is live on TalkSport. Big game in the Championship this evening as well. Frank Lampard's been doing good things since taking over at Coventry at the end of November, but the face leaders Leeds tonight. There for TalkSport, Jeff Peters.
Yeah, it's to go 5 points clear at the top with a win after Saturday's 7-0 demolition of Cardiff. Coventry, though, on the rise under Lampard. If they can make it a 5th straight league win, they'll go level on points with 6th place West Brom. Not bad for a side who had relegation concerns at Christmas. Leeds make one alteration with Ilya Gruev in for Joe Rothwell, who drops to the bench. The front four of James, Aronson, Solomon and Peru have 34 league goals between them. Decent at the back too, 4 successive clean sheets and 7 in 9. Coventry unchanged. January's big money signing Matt Grimes has to be patient and starts on the bench. The switch to 3-5-2 has worked in recent weeks as Lampard has turned the Sky Blues into possible playoff contenders. It's Coventry Leeds at the CBS.
And the EFL trophy holders Peterborough at home to League 2 Cheltenham in the quarter-final tonight. It kicked off at 7 at the Western Homes. Here's Nikesh Ragani.
Yeah, still goalless here with both of these sides potentially 2 games away from a trip to Wembley. Peterborough aiming to defend that trophy that they won last season. It's a welcome distraction for them. They've been terrible in League One, just 1 win in their last 10 league matches. That win against Walsall in the last round, though, gave them a bit of a boost. 4-2, they thrashed them in the last round, but they're up against more League 2 opposition here in Cheltenham, who are on a good, decent run themselves. Unbeaten in their last 3, mid-table in League 2, and it is Cheltenham who are doing all the bossing in the early stages of this match. 21 minutes in, they've had a couple of really good chances. Jordan Thomas with a header just over the bar from close range, and then a 20-yard shot with his left foot which thundered into the crossbar. Peterborough hardly getting inside the opposition half at the moment. They've made 6 changes tonight, Peterborough. Cheltenham going strong with just 2 from their last league game, and it's Cheltenham doing all the bossing at the moment, but it is goalless. It's Peterborough 0, Cheltenham 0.
And in the Women's League Cup semi-final, which is live right now over on TalkSport 2, Chelsea, after 20 minutes of just taking the lead against West Ham United. Chelsea, of course, unbeaten this season, but West Ham in the group stage of the League Cup were 100% and scored a lot of goals as well. They'll need to tonight. They're 1 down against Chelsea in that semi-final. Time now to get an odds update with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get money back as a free bet up to £10 if one leg of your football 5+ acca lets you down. Pre-match straight line accas only. Odds are 3-1 or greater. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Chris Wood from Ladbrokes. How are you doing?
Hi Adrian, how are you?
Yeah, real good. Excited for this game tonight. And of course we've got the fact that it's 2 legs, and we've got the 90 minutes as well. So tell us about this game here at St James Park this evening, Newcastle against Arsenal.
Yeah, on paper looks like should be a good game. Arsenal currently in at 3-4 to within normal time, 14-5 for the draw, and Newcastle there at about 7-2. Newcastle 2-9 to qualify, and Arsenal were 14-5. Yeah, you're saying about Eddie Howe sort of, he seemed to almost have Arsenal's number. Newcastle kept the clean sheet in 5 of their last 7 games against Arsenal, and the way he's lined up tonight, it's good to see a manager showing a bit of pragmatism. He's obviously looking to defend that 2-goal lead that they've already got. Obviously conceded a few in the last couple of games, but generally been solid at home. Quite like the unders goals there tonight. You can back under 2.5 even money, under 1.5 at 11-4, or even I couldn't put you off the 0-0 at 11-1. I think that's a fair bet.
Tomorrow night we've got another one live on TalkSport. Liverpool take on Spurs. Spurs 1-0 up from the first leg. What do we make of that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Liverpool very strong favourites here. They're 2-9 to win in normal time, 6-1 for the draw, and Spurs are 9-1. Liverpool 23-20 to win, and for both teams to score. Spurs 11-1 for the same market. Again, I'm a bit of a contrarian. Everyone's predicting goals in this game, but you can back over 3.5 at 4-6, but it's very, very high. I think Spurs have to come out and show a little bit, try and contain Liverpool, especially early on. I don't think Liverpool will be too gung-ho at the start either, so it might sort of suit them both to trade punches early on. You can back under 3.5, 11-10, under 2.5, 13-5. if you do fancy things to kick off early on, Liverpool to be in front after 15 minutes at 21-10 could be a decent bet, and Spurs obviously have had problems from set pieces, so Van Dijk could be an option there at 28-1 to score the first goal, or 8-1 to score any time.
And the EFL Cup the Carabao Cup outrights will be really interesting in the middle of the two legs, won't they?
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. Liverpool there at 5-4 at the moment. Obviously, if Newcastle win tonight, that will contract slightly. If Arsenal, Arsenal have been quite popular today amongst like some optimistic gooners. They're 13-2 at the moment. Spurs are 11-2, and Newcastle there at 13-8.
Chris, great stuff. Thank you very much. That was a look at the latest odds with Ladbrokes 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18+. GambleAware.org.
35 to kick off here at St James Park as the players come out to warm up. Fans inside the stadium excited to see their local heroes who are 2-0 up from the first leg. Can they see the job through? We've got a goal at the Western Home Stadium in the EFL Trophy. Nikesh Ragani.
And it has gone against the run of play. It's gone to the home side, Peterborough, who lead Cheltenham by a 1-0. They've been better in the last few minutes, Peterborough. First a chance for Gustav Lindgren, and then the goal. A corner from the right, unable to clear it with Cheltenham's defence. The ball fell to Hector Kyprianou, quite close range, and he just bundled the ball in with his right foot. Ugly, but effective for Peterborough. It's Peterborough 1, Cheltenham 0.
Hector, the protector, with the goal linked with Swansea in the window, but didn't make the move. Probably will in the summer though. It'll go somewhere, maybe Swansea. 2 years ago I was here, St James Park, for Newcastle's win over Southampton to reach the League Cup final, and they've enjoyed semi-success in 98, 99 and 51 years ago.
Tudor got it away to Hibbert. McDonald is on ahead. What a ball there by Hibbert, and away goes McDonald again, and that's a magnificent goal. That is number 2, and that is the killer goal. Super Mac on his day has taken Newcastle through.
Well played, Barnes. Shearer's there, and Newcastle United have taken the lead in the semi-final. And Newcastle United, having lived on their nerves for 3 minutes of stoppage time, are through to the FA Cup final. Shearer hits it. Oh, what a goal! Shearer takes Newcastle to Wembley.
Willock playing a little reverse ball. Almiron across. Oh, what a goal! 2-0. Longstaff. Book your hotels and your trains. You go to Wembley, Newcastle United. Geordie jubilation all around. After years of desolation, elation. Newcastle United in their first League Cup final since 1976.
Some big semi-final history for Newcastle United. That semi 2 years ago against Southampton here, when Sean Longstaff scored 2. The town was rocking, the tune was rocking long into the night here. I ended up in Filthy's Bar in the Big Market. TalkSport's Ollie Klink, a Newcastle United fan, he'd been in with the fans that night. He celebrated the success so hard, the bouncers at Filthy's wouldn't let him in to one of the wildest bars in Newcastle. Absolutely shocking from one of TalkSport's own, but what do you expect? Newcastle got through. They of course lost the final, as was the case with the other semi-finals as well. Stuart Pearce played in one of those semi-finals, Newcastle's FA Cup semi-final in 1998, didn't he? Was it against Sheffield United, that FA Cup semi-final?
That's right, yeah, Old Trafford. Yeah, really good game.
But couldn't see it through in the final, as has always been the case. The 4 semi-finals just haven't been able to see it through in the final.
Yeah, we were well beaten that day by a good Arsenal side, to be quite honest with you.
Here you've got a situation where Newcastle have come out for the warm-up, and you've been doing some maths, Stuart, and it's not quite adding up for you, is it?
No, I'm looking at the Newcastle team. Only the starters have come out. It looks to me as though there's 11 out there. Is that correct?
There is.
11 outfield staff.
There's 11 outfield players over there, and the extra one that you're talking about is Lewis Miley. Now, Lewis Miley's only started one game so far this season, but he was getting involved in the warm-up with the rest of the outfield players. It just makes you wonder whether or not there might be a problem with one of them out there, and he's just making sure.
Yeah, this is a strange one for me, because normally the subs would normally come out a little bit later. It's very, very unusual for one sub to come out, especially a youngster like him. So maybe, as Sam alluded to there's a slight niggle with one of the midfield players.
Okay, so you've been obviously a coach, a manager in your time. Is that what would normally happen? If there is a doubt about one of the starters, then one of the subs also comes out to warm up with the starting 11?
That would make common sense.
Yeah.
That way, if you didn't do that, all of a sudden the game starts potentially, you lose a player, and that player psychologically and physically won't be up to speed to start the game. Miley, if he has to step in, I take it, will be ready to start.
Very interesting. We'll see how that pans out as far as Newcastle United are concerned. They're out warming up, Arsenal out warming up as well, around about half an hour to kick off, and it's coming up live on TalkSport. First leg, Newcastle, they bossed it really. They won 2-0, and a lot of us thought, well, that's job done. But Arsenal, early goal, who knows what could happen. Live on TalkSport tonight.
Kick off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org. Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Mickey could try to sell his car privately, or get it sold today with We Buy Any Car. He could spend days on end trying to sell to a bunch of time wasters, or sell in a flash and head to the fun fair with the kids. Proper gutted, or proper impressed. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
TalkSport Bet. If you want to flutter, punters know it's the only place to go. Football, GGs, cricket, golf and Grand Prix, a live online casino. Just tap to find it on the app. TalkSport Bet, the broadcast bonus bookie, keeping you on track with all the sporting stats. Steeple chases, even title races, looking after sports fans. You know, cause TalkSport Bet is the app that does all that. It's the only place to go.
18+ Gambleaware.org.
At Lidl, be a champion of the checkout by switching from Asda to Lidl and saving a super 23% on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh 5 a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 27th of the first 25. Asda also sell other products. See online for more details.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18+ Gambleaware.org.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates, they're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
Today's game should be phenomenal with all that talent from the Nissan All-Star vans.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Nissan Townstar EVs in goal with advanced safety systems. Prima Star generates so much space in the midfield with up to 8.6 cubic metres of load capacity.
And the all-new Interstar poses a threat as that large, versatile forward up front.
Yeah, all backed by a 5-year warranty and supported by a team of All-Star van experts. That's All-Star quality. Search Nissan All-Star vans and visit your local All-Star van centre.
T's and C's apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely and control vehicle at all times.
Whatever kind of football football fan you are, TalkSport and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day. Whether you're a front row seater or a prawn sandwich eater, a half and half scarf wearer or a lifelong faithful torchbearer, a retro shirt for every game or bare-chested, even in the rain. For all the latest news, reaction and odds this season, don't miss the Coral Daily Download every morning from 6 on TalkSport with Coral. We're here for the fans. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
With your sport headlines at 7:30, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Eddie Howe says Newcastle will attack tonight's League Cup semi-final despite his side sitting on a 2-0 lead over Arsenal, less than half an hour till kick-off at St James's. Meanwhile, in tomorrow's second leg at Liverpool, Tottenham will be without Mickey van der Ven. He recently returned from a hamstring injury. And Joe Root will play in an ODI for the first time since 2023 when England start their latest series in India tomorrow. Live commentary on TalkSport 2 from 7 a.m.
This Saturday, kick-by-kick coverage of the FA Cup on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
And it's gone in!
Leyton Orient versus Manchester City
on TalkSport.
Leeds versus Millwall
on TalkSport 2.
Kick-off 12:15.
It's gone in!
Everton versus Bournemouth.
Kick-off 3 p.m. on TalkSport 2.
It is game on!
Birmingham versus Newcastle.
Kick-off 5:45 on TalkSport.
All too easy!
Brighton versus Chelsea.
Kick-off 8 p.m. on TalkSport.
What a finish!
Live coverage of the FA Cup this Saturday on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Warm-ups continuing here at St James Park. Live on TalkSport tonight. Arsenal have to turn around a 2-goal deficit in this Carabao Cup semi-final. Second leg kick-off at 8. Before we remind you of the teams, we've got another goal in the EFL Trophy quarter-final at London Road. Nikesh Rukani.
And it is an equaliser for Cheltenham. It's Peterborough 1, Cheltenham 1. And what a strike this was from Jordan Thomas, cutting in from the right wing, 20 yards out, left foot, curled it into the top corner. He had one earlier, which was quite similar, which thundered into the crossbar. This time, he's managed to get the equaliser for Cheltenham. It's Peterborough 1, Cheltenham 1.
And in the Women's League Cup semi-final on TalkSport 2 right now, Chelsea lead West Ham by 2-0 at around about the 40-minute mark. It's time now to look at the latest football action with Ladbrokes.
The big preview on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Newcastle Arsenal then. Let's remind you of the teams here. Sam Matpace.
Newcastle playing a back three for the first time, Adrian, since April 2024 when they lost at Crystal Palace by 2-0. Callum Wilson is on the bench. But as far as the outfield team is concerned, it's Dubravka in goal, Cher, Botman and Byrne the back three. Trippier, Guimaraes, Tonali and Lewis Hall across the middle, with Murphy and Gordon supporting Isaac in attack. The substitutes: Pope, Wilson, Targett, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, Willock, Longstaff and Miley. Arsenal unchanged. Tommy Setford on the bench because Neto is cup-tied. David Raya is the goalkeeper. Timber, Saliba, Gabriel and Lewis Skelly the back four. Odegaard, Partey and Rice in midfield. Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard up top. The bench: Tierney, Kivior, Zinchenko, Jorginho, Marino, Sterling, Calafiori, Setford, Nwaneri. It's quite a strong-looking bench from Arsenal.
Sam, thanks very much. They may need it. That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
The big preview on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
So no striker incoming at Arsenal in the window. So how did Mikel Arteta feel about that?
No, because when you try your best and you do things with the right process and you see the people that we all share the same intentions and wills, and after you don't achieve it, okay, for sure there are things to learn from it. There always are, but you have to move on, you know, and that's a piece that was important in the moment, and now we have to move on, and nobody knows whether it is better to done it or not. We will know probably at the end of the season.
So it's really interesting his answer there, because he doesn't really contradict himself, Stuart. When he's asked, how did you feel about not getting a striker in the window? He says, it's okay. Then he says, kind of hints that he's frustrated and they'll have to learn from it, which meant there was something to learn from, i.e. a mistake maybe was made in the window, not bringing in a striker. So it's almost like he wanted the immediate answer to be, no problem at all, but us to read between the lines with the things he went on to say that actually, it was a bit of a problem, we need to do things better in the future. Strange answer from Mikel Arteta, I thought.
Yeah, as I say, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. He might be sending a message out there to boardroom level or recruitment level even, that he's disappointed that no one's come through the door. I tell you what will highlight the fact that no one's come through the door, this result. If they end up getting dipped tonight, all of a sudden the fact you ain't brought a striker through the door will be highlighted that little bit more, as we know in the media. And if I may, Sam stat there that the Toon haven't played a 3/5 at the back since 2024. Basically a calendar year near enough.
Yeah.
That is interesting. The players will look at that and say, you know what, we don't overly play. We play with a 4 at the back. Why have we gone to a 5? It explained to them, but as I said to you before, I think it half sends a message out to Arsenal and his own team. We're being very, very cautious tonight, and I'm not sure that's a good tactic.
And is it almost a bit panicky because Joe Linton's out, or we're going to have to completely change the whole shape to deal with one player being out? There's an element of kind of panic about it, really.
Well, that is the other implication of it. Maybe Joe Linton being out, he would have had a 4, because Joe Linton's going to fill and do the yards and the hard mileage and the tackling and all those type of things to save you playing that extra defender. As they've got at the moment, he's decided to go down the route of a 3/5 at the back. Interesting to see how that pans out tonight.
The other way of approaching that, Stuart, is that they've got a 2-goal lead. They want to protect it, and Eddie Howe might be thinking the best way to protect it is to play 3 at the back. It might be nothing to do with Joe Linton. He might just be thinking, let's make sure they don't score an early goal, because Mikel Arteta has said, he said this evening actually ahead of the game, if we score the first goal it will play on their minds. Eddie Howe will know that as well. If Arsenal get an early goal, suddenly the atmosphere changes, mentality changes for both sides on the pitch as well. He'll be keen to not concede an early goal, not concede at all, but certainly not concede an early goal. Having 5 at the back, 3 at the back, whichever way you want to look at it, maybe it's a deliberate tactic to deal with this second leg rather than dealing with Joe Linton's absence.
Well, it is. You have to make those calls, and Eddie's been around the block as a manager. I just think sometimes, if I was in the Arsenal lineup, you know exactly what you've got to do. When the opposition's team drops in and you've got an extra defender in the ranks instead of a midfield player, if you like, you think, that invites me to get forward.
Arsenal have been great from set pieces for large parts of the season. They're a threat from those. Without Joe Linton, you're missing height on set pieces, so putting in another centre-back deals with that as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. As I say, the central defenders are big boys. Not so much Trips and Hawley. They're not the biggest, and going forward, there's not much height, if you like, in the other ranks. But certainly Arsenal, that's one of their major cards at the moment. They work hard on set plays, and they'll expect to score from them.
Looking at the 5 goals that Arsenal scored on Sunday against Man City, it'd be easy to say, as I did earlier, they've certainly got goals in them, but they have. They score goals from different parts of the pitch. We also saw in the first leg they didn't score against Newcastle. Kai Havertz had a golden opportunity at 2-0 down admittedly, but he's got a header unmarked, basically 6 yards out. It doesn't even hit his head, and it's not a difficult one to connect with. He has time to watch the flight of the ball, and it hits him on the shoulder and goes wide. It's basically poor finishing.
Yeah, it was a really, really poor effort at goal, and the difference that makes between 2-0 and 2-1 coming into this game is quite vast. But that's why I think he's on 9 Premier League goals this year. If you think Arsenal are going to be closer to picking up a cup or getting closer to Liverpool, you would fully expect maybe at this stage of the season their top scorer to be on probably 16.
And another stat from that first leg, the XG, it's a guide, we know that. The XG for Arsenal was over 3 goals. Newcastle, it was just over 1 goal. Yeah, Newcastle won it by 2 goals to 0. That tells you that the finishing for Arsenal wasn't great. That's the stat that betrays that.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't on the night, but what Arsenal know is when they do get opportunities tonight, they're going to have to take half chances, it's fair to say, and make sure if they possibly can get the first goal, because this stadium, the expectation in this stadium, the support is brilliant, but the nervousness will kick in if Arsenal get a goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Early goal and all of a sudden the players might be nervous, the fans will definitely be nervous. And what's really interesting about this second leg tonight, yeah, it's 2-0, you might think Newcastle are in the box seat, and they are absolutely in the box seat. But whatever happens, it's going to be a great night. If Newcastle win this game here in the 90 minutes tonight by 2-3 goals to nil, then they've absolutely done Arsenal in this semi-final completely in both legs. But the atmosphere will be sensational. If Arsenal come back, wow, what a rip-roaring two-legged cup tie we have got on our hands live on TalkSport. We are, just over 15 minutes away from kick-off. You're listening to Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes, 18+, BeatGamblerWare.org.
Kick-Off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get money back as a free bet up to £10 if one leg of your Football 5+ acca lets you down. Pre-match straight-line accas only. Odds are 3-1 or greater. 18+, BeatGamblerWare.org.
Check out by switching from Asda to Lidl and saving a super 23% on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh 5 a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 27th to the 1st 25. Asda also sell other products. See online for more details.
TalkSport Bet. If you want to flutter, punters know it's the only place to go. Football, GG's, cricket, golf and Grand Prix, a live online casino. Just tap to find it on the app. TalkSport Bet, the broadcast bonus bookie, keeping you on track with all the sporting stats. Steeple chases, even title races, looking after sports fans. You know, cause TalkSport Bet is the app that does all that. It's the only place to go.
18+, BeatGamblerWare.org.
Today's game should be phenomenal with all that talent from the Nissan All-Star vans.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Nissan Townstar EVs in goal with advanced safety systems. Primastar generates so much space in the midfield with up to 8.6 cubic metres of load capacity.
And the all-new Interstar poses a threat as that large, versatile forward up front.
Yeah, all backed by a 5-year warranty and supported by a team of All-Star van experts. That's All-Star quality. Search Nissan All-Star vans and visit your local All-Star van centre.
T's and C's apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely and control vehicle at all times.
If you're in the trade, you need workwear that works as hard as you do. Portwest Protective Workwear is designed to provide total protection and maximum comfort for trade and industry specialists. With award-winning product innovations, Portwest only uses world-class stretch or protective fabrics, trims and technologies, meaning our products are built to last. Portwest's design team also ensures that the products look as good as they perform. Portwest, workwear that works overtime. Find out more at portwest.com.
Sounds a little like someone hasn't had their free Greg's coffee. There it is. Get a free Greg's coffee every month when you buy insurance through Confused.com. Insurance is more rewarding when you've just used Confused. Just use Confused.com. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Here at the Virgin Games Development Hub, we run all sorts of tests to make sure our players get the most thrilling experiences, wherever they are. Like testing our game recommendations feature for people playing in the bath. Or our daily free games for people playing on the train. Or the perfect amount of free spins you get when you play £10. Let me see. Oh, it's 30.
Get 30 free spins when you play £10. Virgin Games. Serious about play. Visit virgingames.com. 18 plus, UK only. New members only. Must opt in. Free spins on double bubble, 1p coin size, max size, 30-day expiry. Full rules at virgingames.com. Play responsibly. BeGamblerAware.org.
Get an expert guide to all the latest speculation, signings and spending sprees with Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. From the latest deals worth knowing to where the big money transfers are going. Get the inside track in one all-covering football finance feature. Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business.
Hard-hitting football coverage.
Drives it in off the post.
The League Cup live on TalkSport.
As we await the teams coming out 12 to kick off here at St James's Park, which is getting very noisy. There's a banner away to my right says get into them. among the Newcastle fans. Flags are flying, black and white stripes opposite us in this amazing stadium. We do have a goal in the EFL Trophy quarter-final at London Road. Nicholas Rugani.
And it was almost on the stroke of half-time. The whistle has just blown, and it's Cheltenham who take a 2-1 lead over Peterborough into the break. It was looking like it would go in all square. Remember, Peterborough took the lead through Hector Cipriano from close range after Cheltenham failed to clear a corner. That came slightly against the run of play. Cheltenham were the better side in the early stages, but Cheltenham didn't take long to equalise. Jordan Thomas with a beautiful 20-yard curler into the top corner to bring them level, and then just on the stroke of half-time, George Miller was put through one-on-one. He chipped the keeper Jed Steer to put Cheltenham into the lead, a deserved lead here at half-time, and it's the League Two side who are in front, deservedly so. It's Peterborough 1, Cheltenham 2 at half-time.
Let's get ready to rumble!
It falls on the edge of the area for Lewis Hall, who on the volley scores his first Newcastle United goal. It's a brilliant goal as well. Hall, who's going to crack it goalwards and score. He scored here in the League Cup, and now he's scored here a brilliant goal, a belting goal.
I think this is where his strength lies, is getting forwards, showing that energy.
Miles Lewis-Skelly has made it Arsenal 3, Manchester City 1, and what a moment for the young man.
Lewis-Skelly scored a brilliant goal and was one of probably the best players on the pitch.
This Lewis-Skelly is an outstanding player.
Miles Lewis-Skelly, totally fearless, and a slight sort of cockiness to him as well, you know, with a celebration.
Well, two English left-backs on show tonight. 20-year-old Lewis Hall of Newcastle, 18-year-old Miles Lewis-Skelly of Arsenal. Both in recent weeks may well have caught Thomas Tuchel's eye, the New England manager. What's really interesting is the names of the Newcastle players are read out to much adulation from the home fan, Stuart Pearce. It could well be Lewis Hall drifts into midfield tonight for Newcastle United.
Yeah, we're hearing that rumour that it won't be a 5, it'll be a 4 with Hall in midfield. I'm sure he'll be asked to probably anchor the midfield, if you like. Not sure, well, what do I know? Not sure when you're looking on the bench. You've got Longstaff, you've got Willock as potential, you've got Miley that could be that midfield player. I would have thought that would have been a wiser move, but hey, we'll see. But what they can do is go to a 5 without making a substitute.
Is it a fear, though, that Tonali, Guimaraes, as good as they are, operate that well in only a 3, and if they were a 2, it could be a problem and they could get overrun in midfield?
I think they're better in a 3, without a doubt. You know, they keep the ball fantastically well. Great eye for a pass. Tonali, bit shorter legs, if you like. So Hall being in there will help out in that department.
I think it's really interesting to see where he's positioned on the field. I was here a couple of weeks ago when he was skinned by David Brooks, never recovered from that in the first few minutes of the game. Look, physicality is what they're missing in midfield with Joel Linton. He doesn't bring that, but he has played in midfield before, so we'll see how he gets on if that is the case.
The Newcastle 25 is just making his way from the tunnel towards the centre of the pitch. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. The clue is he's got a blue hat on. You're about to hear said individual very shortly. We'll explain more in a moment. In terms of the left backs, if only we had a legendary England left back with 78 caps with us on TalkSport tonight. Oh, Stuart Pearce, it's you. If you're picking an England team tomorrow, at left back, Lewis Hall or Miles Lewis-Skelly, is it too soon for the 18-year-old Lewis-Skelly?
I think modern day football, it's never too soon for any individual player. I would look at a deeper thing than that. I mentioned to you earlier the under-21s playing a major tournament this summer. Is he better suited being in the 21s, Skelly? But certainly it's just brilliant to see two outstanding English left backs. This summer we thought we had a void of left backs, didn't we? All of a sudden two youngsters coming up to the fore.
There'll be someone called Lewis who ends up playing left back for England in the not too distant future. Either that or Chilwell, actually, who's now playing, or hopefully playing again, fingers crossed, in the next couple of weeks for Crystal Palace.
And he will be playing wing back, I would suggest, Ben Chilwell, and that may feed into what Thomas Tuchel does. Is he going to play a 3 at the back? Is he going to play 2 centre halves? Do we have 3 centre-halves for a 3 at the back? I don't even know the answers to those questions, but at least there is some competition at left back for England, and 2 England left backs on show tonight. Lewis Skelly has done remarkably well in the first team for Arsenal this season, maybe even better than Mikel Arteta thought he would. Johnny Blue Hat Davis, wearing a blue hat, is the number 25 for Newcastle, saxophone in hand, and live he is playing a local hero. This is the saxophonist in Sam Fender's band. Sam Fender, a local hero, will be playing gigs here this summer. Sam Fender, and the crowd are joining in as well. Let's take a listen to a bit of Johnny Blue Hat Davis's saxophone. Before every game, and now they're playing it live on the pitch before this game. What a moment for Johnny and his family. Sam Fender, a big Newcastle United fan as well. I mean, Newcastle are getting the crowd going, Stuart Pearce. They're raising the atmosphere. We knew it would be a big atmosphere anyway. Arsenal will be desperate to kill that atmosphere as soon as possible.
The atmosphere around here at the moment is absolutely incredible. This place, listen, I've seen it firsthand as a player, but this place, the players need to make sure when they come on the pitch that they add to it. Add fuel to the fire. First challenge, first goal, more importantly.
Yeah, they have to respond. Arsenal, you can't really see them freezing, can you? Even though there's a teenager fullback, it seems to be a team that's together, and they will have grown from that 5-1 win at the weekend. I know everybody's battering Manchester City, but it seems to be a personal thing with Arsenal, and therefore their personal confidence will grow from that victory. But the fans always there. I remember 2 years ago for the Southampton second leg, when they got the job done, thanks to Sean Longstaff, the crowd were absolutely magnificent that night. Away the lads, the banner opposite us here at St James Park. So many black and white flags are flying, and up away to our left, basically the fifth tier up there, the Arsenal fans who can barely make themselves heard with all the noise around them. What a roar! Right at the end, a local hero. What a roar as the officials lead the players out and the two teams make their way onto the pitch. Wow. Liverpool Spurs tomorrow night live on TalkSport. Spurs 1 up from the first leg. Newcastle 2 up from the first leg coming into this one. But no Newcastle fan will be 100% confident, because Arsenal, bottom line, are actually really good. Tonight could be very, very special. Here's your commentary team on TalkSport of League Cup winning captain Stuart Pearce alongside Sam Matterface.
Well, there are atmospheres, and then there is St James's Park ahead of the Carabao Cup semi-final. February the 5th is a date that is etched in the minds of every Newcastle United fan, for it was on this date 53 years ago that, inspired by Ricky George and Ronnie Radford, Hereford beat the Toons to cause one of the FA Cup's greatest upsets. It was also on this date 14 years ago that Alan Pardew's Newcastle United came back from 4-0 down at half-time to record the Premier League's greatest ever comeback. And tonight, the son of the star of that show, the late Czech Tiote, Raphael, is a Newcastle United mascot. Well, we got a surprise from Sam Fender's saxophonist to gee us up before kick-off. Not that this place needed any geeing up, but Newcastle probably are worth reminding that they only need to keep Arsenal at arm's length tonight. But usually on this date something dramatic happens. So what glory, what pain, what opportunity lies in wait at a vibrant St James's Park tonight. Newcastle have a 2-0 lead, but they've lost their last 2 home games, creating a creeping sense of anxiety around the place. Arsenal have lost their last 2 visits here, but have scored 23 goals in their last 8 away games and have a spring in their step after thrashing Manchester City. Whoever triumphs, whoever heads to Wembley, they will have created a magical memory along the way. Newcastle have Dubravka in goal, a back 3 or 4 depending on how it lines up. Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali and Lewis Hall, Jacob Murphy, Isaac and Gordon going forward. Unchanged Arsenal have Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel and Lewis Skelly, Odegaard, Partey and Rice in midfield, Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard up front. Tomorrow night, Liverpool against Tottenham in the second semi-final. Friday night, FA Cup action for you. Manchester United Leicester, the first of 11 live commentaries over the weekend from the biggest sports radio station in the world. No one has more football than us, and we love it. Our referee is Simon Hooper. The VAR is John Brooks back in Stockley Park. Here we go. It's a night for big personalities. It's a night for ruthlessness, for passion, for intensity. If you're a shrinking violet, turn the radio over. This is not going to be for you.
I'll tell you what, Sam, there's few times where I think to myself, I wish I was still playing football. Tonight's one of those nights where you think, my goodness, I wish I was out there in a black and white shirt.
Yeah, Stuart Pearce loves nights like this. He played in nights like this, and he can tell you exactly what the players are thinking. It is a back 3 from Newcastle United, with Lewis Hall playing on the left-hand side, and immediately Anthony Gordon is penalised for a challenge on this near side, gifting a set piece to Arsenal 10 yards outside the box away to our right. Newcastle in black and white striped jerseys, black shorts, black socks. Arsenal in red-bodied shirts, white sleeves and white shorts, attacking the goal away to our right.
Absolutely ridiculous there from Gordon. He's just pulled Havertz back for no reason, and he's created a problem straight away. Up the other end, what you normally get, the obstruction from defenders trying to block Isaac running through to deal with the goalkeeper. Arsenal will put it in the box.
We know how good Arsenal are from dead ball situations, and Declan Rice, who has 7 assists in all competition, 5 in the Premier League so far this campaign, lifts his arm up into the air and floats the ball into a central area, headed away by Isaac. It will go out for a corner, and if Newcastle United were trying to avoid giving Arsenal set-piece situations early on and any invitation to creep back into this encounter, well, after 1 minute and 10 seconds they've had a dead ball free kick, and now they've got a corner, which they're brilliant at.
Yeah, as I say, this is the last thing Newcastle needed from Arsenal's point of view. They wanted to pin Newcastle back, and they've done exactly that. Declan Rice looking to whip an outswinger in.
4 at the back post. Gabriel just looking for a little bit of positioning. Dan Burn is watching him. Martinelli scoots towards the near post. It's a short set-piece routine. He dribbles the ball to the edge of the area, pokes it to the edge of the box, and then he's given it away, and a chance for Newcastle to counter-attack. And they move up towards the halfway line with Murphy, who's dragged Martinelli out, but he's still going, and then he's drawn a foul at the other end, and now it's a free kick to Newcastle United, 15 yards outside the box, and Martinelli, who has brought him down. I think that constitutes breaking up a promising attack.
I think Murphy knew exactly what he was doing personally. I think he's outrun him. He's sort of got across the front of him, and to be fair, I think he'll be delighted that he's relieved a bit of pressure on that back line. Yeah, a little nudge and a little knock in the back. What I've got to say though, really disappointed Arsenal will not put that ball in the box, Sam.
Yeah, the short corner when they had a situation to really unsettle Newcastle early on. We played 2.5 minutes. You're listening to TalkSport. Sam Matterface and Stuart Pearce at Newcastle United, St James's Park. Free kick on this left-hand side. We'll go off to commentary in just a second where there has been a goal, but we've got a free kick here in a dangerous area. Nicolas Joubert is just doing a little bit of aerobics on this near touchline, otherwise known as sorting out who's going to defend where. Comes back to Tonali from a short free kick. It's headed away, but only as far as Trippier, who plays it down the side of the penalty area, wide on the right. Bruno Guimaraes keeps it alive. Back to Trippier once again, then to Cher, who's going to put it into the box, but it's way heavy. He hit that far too hard. There's a bit of pushing inside the area from Isaac, so we'll go off to Jeff Peters at the at the commentary. Is it still the Rico? It's not, is it? It's the CBS Arena, isn't it, in Coventry?
It is, and Leeds are in front inside 16 minutes. Solomon with the pass, Joel Peru, 13th league goal of the season. Great control, thumping finish, terrific strike for the leaders. Leeds 1-0 up at Coventry.
Here is Gordon sending the ball over the top for Isaac to run onto. He's in behind the defence here, gets to the angle of the penalty, right-footed, rifles it into the top of the net, and Newcastle United have the lead inside the first few minutes. Jason Tindall comes bursting out into the 6-yard box, away to our right, running down the touchline and celebrating. So do half the staff. Isaac goes over to the Leeds' end. He's surrounded by 5 Newcastle jerseys. Newcastle take a giant step towards Wembley very early in the game, under the cosh inside the first 3.5 minutes, but they've broken away and scored, and Alexander Isak has his 15th goal in 14 games, and it's 3-0 on aggregate to Newcastle United, 1-0 on the night.
Well, the Arsenal players, they're hoping and looking for a potential offside. It's tight, we're looking at the replay, and I think, in my eye, I think he's just strayed off. His torso is just leaning forward. I've got to say, what a brilliant finish though, Sam. And this tie, let alone this game, could be hinging on this decision.
Well, of course, tonight we also have that small matter of the referee announcing the decision live inside the stadium. So VAR, John Brooks back at Stockley Park, looking to see whether or not Alexander Isak was offside from the initial ball played from the halfway line. Jason Tindall went absolutely mad, onto his knees, then ran down the touchline. Eddie Howe, even he cheered, and he usually keeps calm. So how long is this going to take before they decide whether or not it is offside? It is incredibly tight. It does look as if Isak from our monitor is just slightly ahead of the last defender, and it is very, very, very tight.
Yeah, for me, I think he's just edging forward. I've got the finish though was absolutely sublime.
Outstanding.
Whipped it past the goalkeeper before he could move into the far roof of the net. Brilliant, brilliant finish. Isak can do no more.
And it was a brilliant finish from Isak. The nerves jangling all around the stadium. There's boos and howls of derision at the time it's taken, but this is a big decision. They've got to get it right at Stockley Park, because if it's 3-0 at this stage, then Newcastle have got 1 foot and 4 toes at Wembley. It's been chalked off. The VAR is about to tell us what the situation is via the referee. What he said there was the goal scorer, number 14, was in an offside position when the ball was played, and therefore the goal has been chalked off. Now, I know that we probably knew that because we were sitting inside the stadium, but if you're in the stadium and don't have the benefit of the television monitors, you might not know that, which is why they're announcing these decisions, Stuart.
Yeah, well, there's a clamour from the fans to have more clarity. That's what they've got.
Well, it is back to 0-0, and that moment that could have been historic has now been chalked off, but it does just show, I think, Newcastle's threat on the counter-attack, Stuart.
Well, it does. It was a wonderful ball in behind the back line. Isak trying to get back onside. He was in the starting position, if you like all good strikers, just leaning forward into it, and that's what called him offside. But from a mental point of view, I think Arsenal having the back of their net hit this early on will hurt them.
Well, they've got a set piece over on the far side, and now eventually are going to be able to take it. They're taking their time over it. There was a bit of fiddling going on over on that far side. Everybody in this side of this stadium is literally on tenterhooks. Newcastle looking to move a step closer to the first trophy in 56 years. Arsenal looking to win the League Cups for the first time since 1993. They've got to come from 2-0 down to do so, because that was the score in the first leg. Here is Rice over on the far side, playing the ball short again and getting it out towards Trossard. They then win another corner kick, do they, over on the far side? Or is it a throw-in down by the corner flag? Somehow it's gone out for a throw-in, and the Newcastle players happy with that, the Arsenal fans not. Everyone looks a little bit on edge here.
Oh, it's no doubt about that. Even we are, and we haven't got a dog in the fight.
Ball thrown in towards the near post. It's a poor throw. It goes straight out of play.
Yeah, so far we've seen some nervous decisions by players. A player throwing the ball straight out of play is one of them. Gordon pulling back at one end, Isaac pulling players back at the other. Opportunities to put the ball in the box being turned down, and I think that's going to be the order of the evening.
Well, there have been 31 cases of a team losing the first leg of a League Cup semi-final at home. Only 2 have progressed to the final, but the last to do it, Arsenal in 1987. Ball cleared by Dubravka, upfield. Saliba away, towards the halfway line. It's sent back down towards this near side, and it's cleared away by Dan Burn. Dan Burn sends it into the channel. Gordon thinks he's been fouled. He has been fouled. Simon Hooper says that Thomas Partey dragged him to the ground, and it's going to be a free kick just in from the touchline.
We were talking before the game whether this is a 4 or a 5. I think it's looking more like a 5, isn't it?
Yes, I mentioned that as they kicked off. Lewis Hall looked to me as if he was tucking in as a left wing back, Stuart. I think that definitely is the case. He's out on this near touchline. He's going to take this set piece now. And he, again, I think we're both a little bit surprised that they keep trying to take short set pieces, both of them, bearing in mind how physically powerful both sets of players are.
Yeah, the nervousness of the occasion. Put the ball in the opposition's box, make them deal with it.
Hall in towards Cher, heads it down, hits the arm of Timber. Certainly, I think he was close to his body there, so it was inside the natural silhouette, and Arsenal managed to get it clear up to the halfway line. They dropped because they feared a long ball forward by Dubravka. The Newcastle players moved back into their relative positions. Lewis Skelly won it on the far side. It went out for a throw-in, and Newcastle have it in the right full-back position. There's a febrile atmosphere inside this stadium.
Yeah, it's what makes English football so good, Sam. Occasions like tonight.
Well, Arsenal will certainly want an early goal. Alexander Isak thought he'd got an early goal. Newcastle will be determined to try and ensure they keep Arsenal at bay for as long as possible. 11 minutes gone. Everyone was on their feet when that goal was seemingly scored by Isak, but then it was quickly ruled out for offside. Lewis Skelly back to Gabriel, who's caught by Isak, or assistant on the far side. Simon Long very quick with his flag, and a free kick is given just left of the penalty area inside Arsenal territory. They try to take it quickly. Simon Hooper says go back and take it again. And look at Lewis Hall now though, Stuart. He's just gone into a more central position to keep an eye on Urian Timber. It's almost as if he's man for man with Urian Timber.
Yeah, it is. The good thing is he's got Dan Burn behind him, and Dan Burn's used to going into these wide areas and filling in that left back berth.
Oh, mistake by Saliba, and he's misplaced his clearance back, and then the swipe from Raya, who came to the edge of the area, was miskicked, and Gordon is chasing it down, and now Urian Timber's just fallen over. The free kick has been given. Mikel Arteta thinks it should be a yellow card for Gordon. He's come down the touchline, he's screaming at Simon Hooper, and Eddie Howe doesn't think it's a foul. Ball played back by Declan Rice. It almost went out for a corner. They're being unsettled by the Newcastle press here, who are getting right in their faces. Throwing down by the corner flag. Off to Peterborough in just a second. It's 0-0 here. And what a vibrant start to the game we've had inside 12 minutes. It's been absolutely edge of your seat stuff, as we thought it would be. Here is Hall left side, into the centre, looking for Isak, turns it round the corner. Tonali tries to feed Bruno Guimaraes. He didn't get there, and Arsenal look a little bit unsettled so far, giving cheap ball away and not retaining possession with the kind of poise that they show on Sunday afternoon. Goal at Peterborough. Rugani is there for us.
Yeah, and an equaliser for Peterborough. It all came from Malik Mothersill, the substitute, down the left-hand side, charging run into the area. His shot was parried by the Cheltenham keeper, and it was Abraham Odo who got to the rebound from close range. Peterborough 2, Cheltenham 2.
Another goal at the CBS, Jeff Peters.
Leeds now 2-0 up against Coventry. Jaden Bogle with a simple tap-in. Horrendous defending. Goalkeeper Oliver Dovin at fault as well. Bogle's fourth of the season. Coventry 0, Leeds 2.
Havertz just just made a great run, but Timber didn't pick him out. It's Trossard instead down the right side with a cross which is deflected away by first Botman and then by Byrne, but they've given it straight back to Arsenal edge of the penalty area. Arsenal coming forward here with Partey. Partey trying to move up towards the edge of the box. There's 2 lines of 4 for him to try and break through as the ball goes into the area. Botman helps it into the arms of the goalkeeper, and Newcastle ride out that storm. It remains 0-0. 13 and a half breathless minutes have been played.
It's an incredible game. The intensity of this atmosphere here. The referee's under intense pressure. The players going down cheaply on occasion. Poor decisions by certain players. It's all adding to the mix.
Yeah, it's all kicking off, isn't it? I can't remember where Coventry play. Can't remember the reporter's name. Nightmare. It's messing with your mind. It's been an intense, and I do feel like everyone's on top of us today here. It does feel like everyone's getting closer and closer to the pitch every time something happens. Do you know what I mean? It feels like the whole stadium is swaying in unison as they try and roar Newcastle to Wembley Stadium. And Arsenal got to ride this out, Stuart.
They certainly have. And at this moment in time, Newcastle pressing very aggressively.
And they've won it back again. And Bruno Guimaraes just sent Gordon out on the left-hand side. He tries to trick his way into the area, but Odegaard comes across and manages to step across Gordon and win the ball back for Arsenal, who try to show a little bit of poise now and come forward. But Lewis Hall gets there ahead of Havertz, and it's turned over again. And Botman looks up. Where's he going to play the ball now? Out towards the right side, and Trippier, who takes it down, pushes it forward into an advanced position. Murphy on the overlap, Bruno Guimaraes on the angle of the area, back to Murphy again, a chance to cross into the box. It's a deep one, it's going to miss everybody, but sent back into the side netting by Gordon from a tight angle. Actually it was Lewis Hall peeled away and got on the end of that, and he rifled that back across the face of goal but into the side netting, and it's out for a goal kick away to our left. 15 gone, 0-0.
Yeah, you're thinking if a goal's coming by anybody at this moment in time, it's going to come from a mistake or a very, very aggressive press. And we're looking at Newcastle, they've gone man for man with Arsenal on this goal kick.
Yeah, something that Bournemouth did to them the other week when we were here, and they struggled with it, and now they're trying to do the same to Arsenal. Oh, Dubravka almost got caught with the ball at his feet after being pressed by Trossard, and that mistake that you talked about almost materialised in front of the Newcastle goal, and then Saliba sent it back to Raya, and he played it the wrong side of him, and he had to juggle quickly back into his 18-yard box just to try and stop it from going past him and into a zone which could have been dangerous.
Yeah, it certainly is. A real good tactical appreciation from both managers. Newcastle stepping in, going man for man. Arsenal have got to attempt to find the space in that midfield. Arteta just talking to Odegaard at the moment in regard to tactical line-up and tactical approach.
Newcastle had a few chances in the first half against Fulham, and they should have really furthered their lead. They came back into the game, the Cottagers, after half-time, but all thoughts of their failings from the weekend must be banished. Eddie Howe was insistent that instead of nerves tonight, his team should feel excitement and thrive off the atmosphere that the Newcastle supporters have created here. Inside the dressing room, inside the camp, Newcastle see this as a great opportunity. 2-0 up, cup final in sight. Maybe if you were speaking to some Toon fans before the game, there was a bit of anxiety, but they needed to make it a cauldron tonight, and that's exactly what they've done. 17 gone, Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0, live on TalkSport and around the world as well tonight. If you're listening in North America, a big hello to you, wherever you are across that continent. Welcome to listeners of Sirius XM-FC. Ball kicked clear over the halfway line, chested down by Havertz, away by Tonali, but it's fallen straight for Odegaard, who's midway inside the Newcastle half, just slightly right of centre, comes into the middle and finds Declan Rice. It's worked wide out to Lewis Skelly. Lewis Skelly on the outside tries to take on Trippier. He bundled his way into the box and gave it to Trossard, who's just trying to turn away from Bruno Guimaraes, sets it back into the centre of the Newcastle half where Saliba is joining the attack. Down the right side they attack now, a little switch of position to Urian Timber, a ball down the right corridor from Trossard to Odegaard, then back to Odegaard again, he strikes and it's blocked by Botman. Brilliant tackle on the edge of the area after a really good Arsenal move.
Yeah, brilliant move there. Intricate passing on this right-hand side of the box. And Odegaard, clever play, give and go. You don't get tracked by your runners.
Here is Martinelli, edge of the area. Slide tackle comes in, but Ødegaard is free and he's shot wide from inside the box. What a chance for Arsenal to get back in the game. Well, it came through to Martinelli. He felt he was fouled on the edge of the D. The tackle coming in from Fabian Schär, I think. And then, or was it Dan Burn? And then the ball spilt out towards this near side. And it came to Ødegaard. It was Burn with the tackle. Ødegaard struck it and missed the target. He's hit the outside of the post.
Well, I was only saying to Aid before about the talent in front of goal, shooting-wise, from free kicks and from open play. That was a wonderful opportunity for Ødegaard. He's struck across the ball. You can see the rotation of the ball, taking it away from the goal, and he's cannoned off the outside of the post.
So after 3 minutes we had an offside goal from Alexander Isak, and he's in behind again here, beating towards the near post, hits the post, comes back to Murphy, scores it in! Isak went running away behind the Arsenal backline. He smacked the post, it came back out at a really awkward angle, but Jacob Murphy was there on the edge of the 6-yard box to tuck it home, and they're not chalking that one up. It's 1-0 Newcastle, 3-0 on aggregate, and the breakaway goal has happened. This time it's going to count.
Well, you talk about the importance of finishing and the technique of finishing. Ødegaard's hit across one literally seconds before, and then Isak's gone in, goalkeeper bearing down, and all of a sudden, brilliant finish, but it's cannoned off the post, and then from that Murphy's done brilliantly, following in, got his body around it, hit it. I think he's hit the near post as well, but it's had enough on it to find the back of the net. And Newcastle extend their lead.
It's 3-0 on aggregate to Newcastle United, who take a giant step towards Wembley Way. The ball over the top, played in towards Isak, who went careering through. He hit the inside of the post, it came back out to the edge of the 6-yard box, the corner of the 6-yard box on the right side. Following him was Murphy, and he tucked it home. And Murphy gets his 5th goal of the season. He might not get a more important one than that. Newcastle lead by a goal to 0. And that is only going to turn up the temperature inside this stadium. Arsenal have to score 3 goals before the 90-minute mark just to force extra time. Ball into the centre. From the right side by Martinelli. It's over the head of everyone. Lewis Skelly recovers it, takes it to the edge of the box. Partey, Ødegaard just missed a really big opportunity, and they've won it, and now they spring once again on the counter-attack. Newcastle running at speed over the halfway line. Tonali feeds it out to Gordon. Gordon inside the box. He tries to get across Saliba, who does well enough just to edge him off the ball. Excellent defending by Saliba. And Arsenal look to go at the other end. It's going to be end-to-end stuff, Stuart, now.
It certainly is. This has not quelled Arsenal's appetite to turn this tie round, by the way. They're still fully at it, and there's plenty of football to go tonight, Sam.
There is. We've only played 22 minutes. It's been brilliant. Here's Ødegaard edging the penalty area, getting onto his left foot, drilling it down towards the near post. It's narrowly wide of the upright, and it goes behind and away for a goal kick, and that just maybe will settle things down for a couple of moments. And Bruno Guimaraes just going over to Dan Burn and just trying just to take the noise down a little bit and the feeling down a little bit, because it's been absolute bedlam inside this stadium, and that was only enhanced by that goal from Jacob Murphy.
You've got to say, sometimes you turn up to games and the tactical side of it doesn't jump out at you. This game, you can tell the intricacies that both managers have put into their teams. The tactical approach from both teams is brilliant to watch pan out.
Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, 3-0 on the night. 1-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate to Newcastle. Ball sent towards the wide right position. Jurrien Timber on to Martinelli. Martinelli now trying to go on the outside of Burn. Looks to push the ball through his legs. He's held his ground there. It ran through to Lewis Hall, who from the left full-back position will take it wide. He'll clear it, but he gives it back to Ødegaard. Then Havertz through the centre onto Trossard, who shoots it, saved by Dubravka and spooned behind by Botman, and it's out for a corner kick to Arsenal. Well, that was another chance.
Well, it certainly was. Ødegaard's hit the outside of the post. Now Trossard's got in there. Great effort, nice and low. Good save by Dubravka though. And Arsenal are creating chances. They need to take one sooner rather than later though.
1-0 to Newcastle. Corner kick on the near side. Odegaard's going to take it. He's got Partey at the back post. And Timber making a dart towards the near post now. He sends it in towards that near post area. It's headed away by Trippier and it's out for another corner, the second successive corner. Odegaard having a chance at one end and then straight away Isak hitting a post, came out to Murphy, he converted it, 1-0 Newcastle. You've got to take your chances when they come. We mentioned that the other night about the ruthlessness of finishing when we were down at the City Ground Nottingham, Stuart and I, and we saw that in full flow. Well, Newcastle have been ruthless so far tonight. Arsenal have been wasteful. Ball in towards the near post, headed away by Botman, who took charge of that set piece, headed behind and straight out after an in-swinging corner that was really dangerous from Odegaard.
I've got to say, the quality of Odegaard's two corners there, he's just clipping it in with plenty of kill and it's just fading just at that near post. Goalkeeper can't come for it. In fact, he's tried to come for it. Now he's down on his haunches, getting a little bit of treatment. But certainly that's a real problem. Any touch, that's a goal. Well, would you say at this moment, Sam, the difference between the two sides? Is that the centre forward?
Yeah, I think he's... Listen, I know that he is not necessarily... I think we'll come there in just a second. Here's the corner from Odegaard, straight in towards the near post. It's flicked on, it's loose inside the area, and it's cleared away. And then look, they're on the charge again here. A little push by Gordon on Miles Lewis-Skelly. And the free kick is going to be taken just in front of the centre circle. They wanted to take it quickly. Simon Hooper won't let them do that. That was the chance of a breakaway. Was that an unnecessary push from Gordon for you?
That was ridiculous, to be fair. He's got the defender out of jail. He really has. It's a race. It's one-on-one. And he's just pushed his man over, and Arsenal near enough. Well, had a quick attack on the back of it. I've got to say, those Odegaard corners, 3 in succession, are causing a big problem for Newcastle.
Deadly, absolutely deadly. As has been the prowess of Alexander Isak, who's finished one chance ruthlessly, but was adjudged to have been in an offside position, and he's created the opening goal tonight for Murphy. Here is Odegaard down the right-hand side. Of course, they're looking at Isak, have been looking at Isak Arsenal. Here on the edge of the area is Odegaard, whose left-footed cross is deep towards Gabriel, who heads it down but into the side netting because he's well wide of goal. Good defending by Newcastle United.
Yeah, as I say, Gabriel just coming round the back door there. He just rose at the far post, but the angle too tight for him, and Dubravka's gone down again. So I don't know whether this one's for Nick Pope.
Well, Nick Pope on the bench. Remember his Carabao Cup story from the other season when he was sent off in a league game against Liverpool, and it meant that he missed the Carabao Cup final. And Dubravka had already been cup-tied because he'd played in the Carabao Cup for Manchester United on loan in the first half of the season, went back to Newcastle for the second half of the season but couldn't play in the Carabao Cup final. So making his debut after I think 18 months at the football club in the final was Loris Karius.
I think at the moment, Newcastle are happy to break the momentum of this game, even though they set the momentum and were playing fantastically well within that.
We'll go back to that Isak discussion. What have you made of him? Because I know that you thought he's not tidy enough outside the area, but he's very tidy in it.
Well, he certainly has, and he's finishing. I mean, if those two efforts are anything to go by, wonderful finishes, no doubt. One chalked off, one created the goal, but I just think his hold-up play on occasion can be slightly better.
Well, how old is he? He's 25 years of age. He's got 14 goals in his last 13 games before today. 5 assists as well. Scored twice against Arsenal already this season. And he has got a habit of going on these streaks of scoring a lot of goals. He got 12 in his first 12 in the Eredivisie when he was playing in Holland. He holds the record for Real Sociedad for scoring in consecutive games. He is, at the moment, a big noise in striker world where there aren't too many number 9s.
Sam, he's probably the biggest noise, it's fair to say. And tonight certainly added to that.
1-0 to Newcastle. Jacob Murphy with a goal made by Isak. A little touch through the legs of Byrne by Martinelli. Into Urian Timber on the right side. A chance for Martinelli to get down towards the byline and produce a cross for Arsenal, who need a goal and need one quick. Martinelli trying to take on Lewis Hall. He gets towards the right hand side of the area, tries to go on the outside of Hall, but he stood his ground brilliantly there, Lewis Hall. Blocked the cross and it goes out for a throw-in.
Yeah, he did. As I say, the biggest thing for Newcastle at the moment, they've knocked off near enough half hour of this game, give or take, and they've extended their lead. They'll be delighted with that.
An hour to go and Arsenal need 3 goals. Martinelli sends it long through the penalty area from the right hand side, away by Trippier, picked up by Miles Lewis-Skelly over on the far side. He sends it infield. Rice has it, rolls his studs over the ball, and it goes back into midfield. Saliba immediately rushed by Gordon. He evades him, comes forward into a central position. On the right side of the box, Ødegaard takes over now. He pushes it into the path of Martinelli, then it's into into Partey, then back to Urian Timber, then back to Martinelli, who miscontrols it because it was just played with a little bit too much force by Timber, and that goes out of play and out for a throw on this near side. Newcastle have been really good so far, just holding their shape well. They have conceded a couple of opportunities, Stuart, and Arsenal haven't taken them, but if it continues like this, they're taking big steps when it comes to getting to Wembley for a second time in 3 seasons.
Yeah, and what's been important, when they haven't crowded Ødegaard out in this inside right position, they paid the penalty, but as of recent minutes they've certainly done that.
Let's go off to Peterborough, Nikesh Ghani,
where Peterborough now lead Cheltenham by 3 goals to 2. Ricky J. Jones with a brilliant individual run into the area, tight angle, slotted past the keeper. They've turned it around. It's Peterborough 3, Cheltenham 2.
Back here it is Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. You're listening to TalkSport and Sirius XM FC in the United States of America. Chelsea 2, West Ham 0 in the League Cup semi-finals. Over on TalkSport 2, Peterborough 3-2 up in the EFL Trophy. Coventry 2-0 down to Leeds after a really good run on the Frank Lampard, and Celtic lead Dundee by a goal to 0. Newcastle lead by a goal to 0 here. Jacob Murphy after 19 minutes, and they're on the hunt again here, having pinched the ball inside their own half. And Murphy is away down that right side. Gabriel goes across and tries to shut off his route into the right wing position, then goes down, wins the foul over on the far side. And it's away for a free kick in the left full-back position for Arsenal.
I've got to say, when a player goes into his defending corner flag, he's only got one thing on his mind: plant my feet, fall over for a free kick. And if you're stupid enough to keep putting pressure on his back and letting him get out, will fool you.
Well, it was Trippier actually came around the blind side of Murphy and went a little bit more forcefully into Gabriel. Gabriel went down under pressure from Trippier, who then they had a little bit of an exchange, very similar to the one that Gabriel had with Haaland at the weekend. Here is Hall tipping it over the top again. Goalkeeper come out a long way, and that ball bounced awkwardly for him, but he managed to shepherd it out towards the near touchline. Havertz then hooks it over his head from just on the halfway line. Chasing it down was Martinelli in the right wing position, but Botman comes across and nudges it out on the near side. Just got to have a word for Botman, because this is a guy who came off at half-time in that game with Bournemouth, hasn't been seen since, and he's come out tonight and he's looked at home again in the centre of defence. Here's Ødegaard trying to get into the box, pinched by Bruno Guimaraes, and it's cleared away. Up into the midpoint of the Newcastle half. Gordon does well to keep it in, he does brilliantly in fact, then holds on to possession when he could have lost it, and then does lose it, and Urian Timber then plays it centrally for Trossard. A little dab to Rice, edge of the centre circle, moves into Newcastle territory, plays it wide, right, Ødegaard, then onto Martinelli, continues the run, gets into the box on his left foot, plays a low ball into the near post, cut out by Byrne, and then away by Gordon towards the halfway line.
Yeah, Lewis-Skelly's getting forward extremely well, and Murphy's got to make sure he tracks that run. He can't switch off.
Newcastle won it and then gave it away, and still the pressure comes from the from the away team. Ødegaard midway inside opposition territory, looking for Havertz. It goes down under pressure from Botman, who marshals him, and it goes out for a goal kick away to our right hand side. Well, Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta certainly talked a good game yesterday. He talked about the emotional state of the team and the way that that had changed from the defeat in the first leg of this tie to Sunday's match against Manchester City. But the emotional state of Arsenal now is really important, isn't it? keeping their cool.
Yeah, that's really big. Keep your cool, play with your head, keep the intensity of what you're trying to achieve. And when those chances come, which they haven't been able to do, you have to take them. The Odegaard chance was a very, very good one.
They are the second highest scorers in the Premier League this season. They're capable of turning teams over. They've scored 3 or more goals in a match 13 times this season. They haven't scored here tonight. They need to. Miles Lewis-Skelly over on the far side, a yard in from the touchline, moving the ball up towards the halfway line. 1-0 to Newcastle, 3-0 on aggregate. The winner goes to the Wembley final on March 16th, live on TalkSport. Here is Gabriel, then on to Trossard, wide left, tight to the touchline, into the box looking for the Arsenal midfielder in Declan Rice. Rice loses possession, the ball breaks to halfway. Isak picks it up, plays it left, and it's just a little bit too far in front of Gordon. It's driven him wide, but he's got hold of it, and they're on the attack, Newcastle, in those black and white jerseys, attacking the penalty area way to our left. He moves laterally across the 18-yard line, goes down under pressure from Jurrien Timber. Tonali takes over on this near side. Tonali trying to get the better of Timber, who's holding him. Gordon round the corner to Bruno Guimaraes, a little juggle, and then he plays it back towards Tonali. They almost gave the ball away when they were showboating, and they've won a throw-in down by the corner flag away to our left-hand side, and Bruno gets a cheer from the Toon public, who rather like that.
Yeah, that attack was started. Saliba couldn't win the header against Isak, and on the halfway line, if you're one-on-one, the last thing you can do is let him get his own flick off.
Well, Dan Burn was just about to walk over and have a word with Simon Hooper as Odegaard gave another free kick away.
I think I'm just seeing a message here. I think it's Martinelli holding his hamstring.
Yeah.
I may be wrong. I think there's a substitution going to be made.
Yeah, they're looking at it. Nwaneri is just being called back by a member of the coaching staff. Looks like he's going to have to get ready to come on here. Ethan Nwaneri, the 17-year-old. Can he come up with some rescue act? It would have to be. Here is Hall, delivers the ball towards the far post. It bounced down for Cher, who tried to get contact on it, couldn't quite connect with it. It looks as if that went out for a corner, and it didn't. It goes out for a goal kick, and immediately they try to slide it upfield towards Lewis-Skelly, and they've done it successfully. When it looked like Murphy was going to pinch it, it's played forward into the left channel. Havertz now on the attack, sends the ball into the box, the poor one. And it'll go right out the other side of the way for a throw on the near touchline. It's still 1-0.
I've got to say, Sam, you end up attempting to watch a replay of an incident, and all of a sudden the ball's entering the box at the other end of the pitch.
Yeah, well, Martinelli is down inside the penalty area away to our right-hand side, and bearing in mind they didn't get any attacking replacements in the January transfer window, and Mikel Arteta has already bemoaned the fact that they don't have too many resources in that department. They're going to have to bring off Gabriel Martinelli here with what looks like a hamstring injury and replace him with Ethan Nwaneri.
Well, I don't understand why Martinelli's decided to lie down on the 6-yard box. He's 6 metres away from getting off the pitch and getting this sub on and keeping the momentum Arsenal need. I mean, he's getting treatment there, but you know full well he's going to have to leave the pitch.
Well, that's the first sub of the night. Nwaneri, who scored his first goal in the Champions League last Wednesday night, scored a cracker against Manchester City at the weekend, has 7 goals already this season, and actually is in exalted company when it comes to goal scoring. His goal on Sunday was his 7th in all competitions for Arsenal. Only Rooney and Michael Owen have scored more times for a Premier League side while aged 17 or younger than him. He's got another 6 weeks or so to add to that tally before his 18th birthday. Half-time at Coventry, Jeff Peters.
Leeds 2-0 up, could easily be out of sight. Joel Peru with a clinical finish early on, thumping home his 13th of the season. Dreadful defending for the second. Jayden Bogle into the box, the keeper spilled the ball, Bogle rolled it in. Coventry 2 down, they've been poor. Leeds going 5 clear at the top.
Yep. And Leeds United on a fantastic unbeaten run at the moment, and I'm sure we'll focus on them a few more times in our EFL coverage as we go on through the season. Havertz goes down the right hand side trying to get towards the angle of the penalty area and then into the 6-yard box, where across comes to Bravka. Good defending again by Botman there, just edging him off the ball. And Martinelli gets a hug from Mikel Arteta, but he's definitely got a problem here. And it's meant an early end to his encounter at St James's Park. It's the last thing that Arsenal need, really, isn't it, Stuart? Especially when they're not only trying to win this competition, but the Champions League and the title as well.
Oh, certainly. As I say, I think the impact tonight is going to be big. But as you say, Ranieri, his goal-scoring prowess at a young age might give Arsenal a lift.
Here is Trossard far side, about a yard in from the touchline. We've got 6.5 minutes to go before half-time, and it is Newcastle who lead by a goal to nil, live on TalkSport and Sirius XM-FC. Tomorrow morning, Alan Brazil back on breakfast with Gabby Agbonlahor, waking you up with all the reaction from tonight's game. And the day's big stories, if you want to get involved, the usual numbers will apply. And they've got Chris Davis on tomorrow. The Birmingham City manager is joining them at some point during the breakfast show. Here on the right hand side, Nwaneri producing a cross. It's blocked by Lewis Hall, who's done brilliantly again. It flicks away from Tonali, and then Gordon tries to play it forward, but across comes Saliba to shut off any route for a counter-attack, and then Timber just makes a bit of an error on this near side. And that's happened a couple of times, actually, just Arsenal players making little errors, and every time they do, the Newcastle crowd pounce upon it and raise the volume again and just increase the level of intensity. It is like walking into a Coliseum when you're an away player, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is here, and Arsenal were operating under pressure. They know the scoreline, they're aware of that, and they've got to find a way of breaking this Newcastle 11-man defence on occasion.
Well, Newcastle 3-0 up on aggregate, which means that they can afford to just sit back and defend. Here's Nwaneri trying to get into the penalty area. He goes on the outside of Lewis Hall, gets the crossing but overhits it, goes well wide, and it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle United. Kieran Trippier, you're going to see more of this, I'm afraid, and I think the Arsenal website tried to preempt it earlier on today with the idea of using all of the tactics necessary in order to make life uncomfortable for Arsenal. They will take their time over these dead ball situations now, Stuart.
Yeah, they certainly will, and they've earned the right to, you know, and as long as they do it within the laws of the game. Just looking at Botman there, as he's played very, very well this first half, hasn't he? You know, he's sensible defending.
It's amazing. The guy's been out for nearly a year. This is his 5th game back after injury. He had to be taken off against Bournemouth just to preserve him, really. They haven't used him since. They've targeted this game to get him back ready for. He's come in, he's looked perfectly at home. He's a terrific defender anyway, really. I mean, it was such a shame that he missed so much football with his ACL injury last season. But he's a warrior as well. And he's back in the team at the heart of the defence again today. And he's been brilliant so far. Newcastle lead, goal to nil. Goal scored by Jacob Murphy after 19 minutes. Here's Nwaneri, who's come off the bench to replace Martinelli, who's injured for Arsenal. Nwaneri again, trying to get the better of Gordon, into Timber. Timber back to Odegaard, and then he plays it centrally into Gabriel, who's just in front of the centre circle. He moves forward, plays it left. It's taken on by Rice. Rice now helping it wide, where it's collected by Trossard. Trossard tries to get into the box, he can't do so, and then Bruno Guimaraes prevents a corner and gives it to Trippier, and they're playing around with it inside their own penalty area here, Newcastle, and the fans want them to get it away. There's a few olays, and then Havertz goes wiring into Bruno Guimaraes, and then Trippier goes over and moves Havertz away. There's a little bit of argy-bargy going on. Cher intervenes, the yellow card comes out for Kai Havertz.
As you say, it was one of those, Guimaraes, he's clever. He sees Havertz going towards the ball, he steps his body across it and just uses his body as the shield. Havertz can't stop his momentum at that stage. And what you've got to do, you've got to keep that emotion. If you're an Arsenal player, keep that emotion intact.
I'm just watching Leandro Trossard trying to argue with Fabian Cher and Dan Burn. Now, that was a bit of a physical mismatch, I'm going to say. Dan Burn is over 2 metres tall. Fabian Cher is nearly there. And Leandro Trossard is nowhere near.
Yeah, it's a mismatch. It's a bit like you taking aid on. It's just a mismatch.
Yeah, I'm sitting there looking up.
Yeah.
He's waving his little trophy at me.
He's a super heavy, mate. Don't worry about him. More ways than one.
Ball sent out towards the far side, headed out by Miles Lewis-Skelly. We've got 2 minutes to go before half-time. After what has been an energetic, entertaining and sometimes mad first 45 minutes, Stuart.
Oh, it's flown by. That is normally a mark of a very, very good game. And to be honest with you, Newcastle will be delighted if they can go in 3-0. But you always get the impression if Arsenal got one back...
Well, Saliba certainly held back Gordon there as Gordon was threatening to get in behind the defence. The ball was played down the left touchline and he was trying to get away from Saliba, and Saliba was using his arms to pull him back. That is breaking up a promising attack, and he's the second Arsenal player to go in the book as a result of it, and it's another free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, there's been about 3 or 4 balls behind the back line resulting in a goal and one chalked out that Arsenal were struggling to deal with. They really are. And Saliba got done there, just a little spin by Gordon absolutely ruined him.
Well, the 4,833 Arsenal fans high up in the Leazes stand came here hoping for what they believe to be the incoming stunning comeback. That hasn't materialised so far, and their lead, or their deficit, has been increased here. It's now 3-0 on aggregate. The free kick floated in and then cleared by Arsenal. It bounces loose in midfield. Trossard gets it, tries to release Havertz. Dan Burn goes sliding across the turf. And what a rise he's had after being released here initially as a kid, going off to work in Asda, picking up trolleys, playing for Darlington, going off to Wigan, ending up at Brighton, coming back playing in the Champions League, and now big semi-finals for his hometown club. Here is Waneri down the right side, skating away from Gordon, trying to get away from Lewis-Skelly in towards Havertz. Good defending again by Botman.
I'll tell you what, they've done brilliantly, Newcastle. They've got numbers back behind the ball and suffocated areas that might be vulnerable by Arsenal.
The fourth official has put up the board for added time at the end of the first half. He's added 5 and we're delighted, because there's 5 more minutes of this cracking entertainment that we've seen in this first half. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Here's Havertz trying to combine with Rice, but Rice couldn't get it through to him. So Bruno Guimaraes picked it up, played it through to Isak, gets it a halfway. Now Gordon goes up. Isak made a run, but he couldn't squeeze it to him. He skipped past Rice. Gordon brilliantly gets to the edge of the area. Gordon trying to bend it, far corner. Doesn't get enough whip on it to bring it back infield. Raya was interested though, and as he cut in on his right foot to try and take that shot on, he opened up his body and arced it to the far corner. Raya went across because he was worried it was going to sneak in.
Yeah, not enough curl on that to bring it inside the far post. Declan Rice went to ground with a long lunging challenge and limped away from the occasion.
That's the last thing they need after losing Martinelli, is for him to have picked up an injury here. 3-0 on aggregate, 1-0 on the night. We played 1 of 5 added at the end of the first half. Newcastle United in charge and heading to Wembley. Arsenal going to be frustrated again. They haven't won the League Cup since 1993. Here is Lewis-Skelly. Good challenge that by Trippier, who spotted the one of Havertz down the inside left channel. Now they've cleared it again, and Gordon's stuck out on this left-hand side, and he's running towards the edge of the area. He's got Saliba in front of him. He goes on the outside, tries to drive the ball goalwards, but he hits it against Saliba. It goes out for a corner late on in the first half.
Brilliant ball by Tonali there. Once again, that ball over Arsenal's back line causing them a problem. Gordon trying to come inside, Saliba having none of it, said you can go on the outside, and he just marshalled the shot. But Newcastle will be delighted, got a corner in these last few minutes.
Isak has had one disallowed, hit the post which led to the first goal from Jacob Murphy, and now they have a set piece in injury time at the end of this first half. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Here is the corner in front of the Leazes end, taken by Trippier. It's an in-swinger, flicked into the air by Havertz, drops down by Botman and heads it goalwards. It's cleared by Havertz out towards the near side. Trippier chases it, gets it back to Lewis Hall, who should see this back to Dubravka. He does, deep inside his own half. He wants to send it long. He sends it out towards the near side, and Timber will allow it to go out and away for a throw-in. Newcastle last reached the League Cup final 2 years ago. Their first visit since '99. They want to have that feeling again. And what an achievement it would be for Eddie Howe, who took over when they were battling relegation, has already led them to a cup final and a place in the Champions League. And it will be a major feather in his cap if he manages to get the better of Arsenal again tonight.
I think he set up his team brilliantly. It raised an eyebrow in my eyes about this back five, but it's worked brilliantly, and they've suffocated Arsenal in the advanced areas.
Throw in far side for Arsenal to try and get themselves going before the break. How they would love a goal before the referee blew his half-time whistle. Back to Saliba. There's 2 balls on the pitch here. Simon Hooper just instructing Trossard to kick one off. He's done that. And a drop ball for Arsenal, who were in possession just in front of the centre circle left-hand side. Played out to Gabriel. Gabriel, tall and lean, guides it back to Saliba, who's a little bit more muscular. Plays it into the thicker set Timber, and then on to Odegaard, the captain, the Norwegian. Great manipulation of the ball. Plays it infield to Partey. Partey back to Odegaard, edge of the area, feeds Nwaneri down towards the byline. Byrne again with a well-timed challenge, sliding in, poking it out. It's away for a throw-in down by the corner flag.
Where Newcastle have done brilliantly, if you stop the action anywhere in critical areas, they've always got an extra player. On this occasion it was 3 Arsenal players, but you know full well there's going to be 4 Newcastle defenders in and around them.
Well, that was a foul throw from Timber on this near touchline. He got away with it, and he has another one. Again down by the corner flag. The Newcastle voices are the ones you can hear inside this famous old stadium. And it'll be thrown in by Timber. In towards Rice. Rice back to Timber. Then on to Partey. Away by Tonali. Tonali tries to get it into the middle of the park, and Lewis Skelly stops Trippier from escaping. Trippier harassing him. Lewis Skelly does brilliantly. He's sandwiched by Bruno Guimaraes and Murphy, but there won't be any chance to take the free kick because Simon Hooper has blown the half-time whistle. Well, thanks to Jacob Murphy, and in no small part to Alexander Isak. Newcastle United are 45 minutes away from a second Wembley Cup final in 3 years. Eddie Howe urged his players to create a legacy by reaching that Carabao Cup final at Arsenal's expense, and they look for all the world as if they're going to do that. It is the anniversary of a big comeback, but surely it's beyond Arsenal tonight, isn't it? Well, we'll find out in the second half. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, 3-0 to the tune on aggregate.
Well, I feel quite emotional after watching that because it was so fast. The atmosphere was so good. It was so fantastic. You really got an insight into just how good these elite level footballers are, and when they're playing so fast and they're under so much pressure from the opponents, it's just such a brilliant game of football. I've got to hand it to every single player out there, both sides. I think they're treating us to something very, very memorable tonight. It's been magnificent, and from the off as well, when Isak went through and buried it into the top corner with a superb finish, but was called back for offside, a marginal one. I thought at that moment VAR was going to rob us of the joy because it was taking so long. Odegaard should score but hits the post, and Stuart Pearce, that was a key moment in the game. If Odegaard scores that, Arsenal are suddenly up. Seconds later, Isak hits the post, Murphy scores the rebound off the post, and we've had 3 posts that have contributed to the action, but Newcastle 1-0 up on the night. Odegaard missing, and he really should have scored. I think that was key there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and Newcastle in this first half have probably looked the side that have indicated they've got more cutting edge, I would say. You know, they play balls in behind that have caused Arsenal a problem. Isak and Gordon the main protagonists going in behind, and listen, they've looked a real threat on the counter-attack. Defensively, they're dropping 11 players behind the ball very deep, Newcastle, suffocating the areas where Odegaard wants to operate and find a key pass. And to be fair, Newcastle will be delighted. Tactically, it's been a brilliant watch.
Hasn't it just? Now, you mentioned just a moment ago that Newcastle's system has suffocated Arsenal. How has it done that?
Well, if you look at key areas, I'm talking about the point of the box either side, and especially on this side where Odegaard operates in an inside right position. if you threw a blanket, maybe a 10 by 10 metre blanket over the ground and said how many players from each team are in that blanket, it's always 4 for Newcastle, 3 for Arsenal. There's not an overload. Arsenal need the overload if they can. Newcastle won't let them have it because they're dropping back in big numbers and getting players into those key areas. And Odegaard, he has got turned on occasion, but he's not had a great deal of room to operate in.
So it is still 11 v 11. Can't Arsenal change their system and address that?
Well, the trouble is, you've got to watch the counter-attack. You need the extra player at the back to feed that ball round the sort of... if you want to come out, there's no room in there. You've got to come out. You've got to have that extra player. If you load up that advanced area, the counter-attack's on, and we've seen how effective Newcastle are. One more goal for Newcastle before Arsenal score, the game is over.
There's no doubt Arsenal have got to score the next goal. Martinelli's gone off with the injury. Ranieri's on the right. He's very, very left-footed, and he's been shown down the outside a couple of times. He got one low cross in, the other one just sailed into the distance, into the crowd. And that's a problem that Arsenal have got. It's another injury that they can't afford to have. I noticed the Declan Rice one as well. He extended his leg, went to ground to try and get a ball, and he was feeling the top of his thigh after that, and I wonder how he is at half-time. But, I mean, if there is one player, I mean, there's several in this Arsenal side have been brilliant for them, but I think Declan Rice is one key man they cannot afford to lose.
Oh, without a doubt. His legs, his energy, his ability, he runs the games out, everything that he offers you. And to be fair, they need someone like Declan to step to the fore, maybe drive forward, unleashing shots, that type of thing.
The other thing about Ranieri on the right, Trossard on the left, I don't see the fullbacks overlapping. I did when Ben White was playing right back. I don't see the Arsenal fullbacks, Lewis Skelly and Timber on the right hand side. I don't see them overlapping, and maybe they could do that. That could be a way that Arsenal could get into more threatening positions and possibly even get overloads and find inroads into that Newcastle defence.
Yeah, I think Skelly's got forward quite well, and Murphy on occasion hasn't gone with him, but he's not gone into those real wide areas. He's sort of come in 10 yards off the touchline, if you like, and got advanced in a tucked in sort of position.
Let's have a word about Jacob Murphy, because he's a cult hero among the Newcastle fans. He was a Newcastle fan growing up, signed for them in 2017. He's been here 7.5 years without really ever being a superstar, and yet even more so in recent seasons, I think, Stuart, certainly since Eddie Howe arrived, it's felt like he's been really important for Newcastle United.
Yeah, he certainly has. I was reading through the programme pre-game, and he's done an article in the programme tonight, and it says above it leadership group. So Eddie obviously looks at him as one of those players that has been around a fair while and sees him as a leader within the group. He's had a real stop-start career at Newcastle, it's fair to say, very much like a winger really, you know what I mean, but he's having a halcyon time at the moment, and the finish that he put away after Isaac hit the inside of the post wasn't an easy finish. He's had to take it first time because of recovering runners, and he took it very, very well.
Yeah, it's been pinged at him off the inside of the post really quick, and he's got it first time, as you say. He's hit just about hit the target, and it's gone in. Newcastle leading 1-0, but it's been special, hasn't it? It's kind of hard to sum up exactly why it's been so special, but I actually, if you know somebody who doesn't like football, just give them a hug and say you feel sorry for them, because this is something, the feelings that we get when we're watching this game and feeling the atmosphere, sensing the atmosphere around us, Stuart. It's a beautiful thing to experience, isn't it?
It's fantastic, to be fair. It's why we love the game, why we get excited about jumping in our cars to go to work. And you come in here, the atmosphere from the offset was brilliant. The players and the referee have played their part in that atmosphere as well and brought it to the fore, and I think we've got another 45 odd minutes to come where there's going to be a few twists and turns as well.
Well, Arsenal have got to go for it. There's no question about that. They've got to go for it, otherwise they're going to miss out. It's going to be Newcastle in the final. Newcastle leading 1-0 on the night at half-time. They're leading 3-0 on aggregate. They're on their way to Wembley, live on TalkSport.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get money back as a free bet up to £10 if one leg of your Football 5 Plus acca lets you down. Pre-match straight line accas only. Odds of 3-1 or greater. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Car. Or check out We Buy Any Car. She could be unsure if she got a good deal part exchanging. Or have cash in the bank with more bargaining power to get a bigger car for her five-a-side team. totally played. Oh, total player. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
$1.29 at McDonald's gets you a mini Oreo McFlurry. $1.29 on a big night out gets you... Sorry, no trainers. McDonald's Saver Menu. Actually get your money's worth. From 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Price varies on delivery. Subject to availability.
There's plenty to fall in love with at Aldi this Valentine's Day. From the 11th of February, get a dozen red roses, only $4.49. And Prosecco Spumante DOC was $6.99, now just $4.75. What's not to love at that price? Offer starts on Monday. Aldi, which cheapest supermarket of the year 2024?
Okay, enough razzmatazz. But it's not every day a new scratch card drops. With the new Set for 5 Years scratch card from the National Lottery, you could win £5 a month, every month, for 5 years. Pick up yours in-store today and get scratching. Search Dream Big Play Small. Rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
I'm home, Mum.
Dad.
Kids.
Right, I've got a call in the office.
Spinning in the lounge.
Gaming in my bedroom. Well, I'm live streaming in the kitchen. I need to watch the footy.
When everyone's caning the broadband, EE's new Wi-Fi 7 router makes every device work better, even yours.
Hello, guys.
My perfect Spagball hat for you.
And with your next breath, reach your arm.
Upgrade to Wi-Fi 7 on EE, and we'll sort the switch for you.
43.7% UK availability. Smart Hub Pro and Smart Wi-Fi Pro available with selected EE full fibre plans. Terms apply.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates. They're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
TalkSport Bet. If you want to flutter, punters know it's the only place to go. Football, GGs, cricket, golf and Grand Prix, a live online casino. Just tap to find it on the app. TalkSport Bet, the broadcast bonus bookie, keeping you on track with all the sporting stats. Steeple chases, even title races, looking after sports fans. You know, cause TalkSport Bet is the app that does all that. It's the only place to go.
18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Every year has its big sporting moments. Game-changing events that will be remembered for a lifetime. Listen to Hawksby and Jacobs this Friday afternoon from 1 as they're joined by a big-name guest to look ahead to the biggest event in the NFL calendar, Super Bowl 59. Don't miss Game Changers with Hawksby and Jacobs this Friday afternoon from 1 on TalkSport with CarWow, the car-changing destination for life-changing moments. Make your next change at carwow.co.uk.
The epicenter of world-class football coverage.
And he finds the bottom corner!
The League Cup live on TalkSport.
Live at St James Park on TalkSport. Newcastle lead at half-time, 1-0 on the night. They're 3-0 up on aggregate. They can see Wembley from here. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Second half to come live on TalkSport. In the Scottish Premiership, Celtic lead Dundee 2-0 into the second half there. In the Championship in England, the leaders Leeds are 2-0 up at Coventry. They're into the second half there as well. And it's all over full time in the Virtue Trophy quarter-final at London Road. Nikesh Ragani.
And it's finished. Peterborough 3, Cheltenham 2. Last year's EFL Trophy winners through to the semi-finals. They took the lead this evening through Hector Cipriano before brilliant finishes from Jordan Thomas and George Miller put Cheltenham 2-1 up deservedly at the break. Peterborough then made a couple of changes at half-time, came out with much more intent in that second period. Abraham Odo got them level pretty early on before Ricky J. Jones scored a really good winner from a tight angle. So Darren Ferguson's League One strugglers now just a match away, a win away from another trip to Wembley. It finished here, Peterborough 3, Cheltenham 2.
And in the Women's League Cup semi-final, it's finished on TalkSport 2 with Chelsea making their way to another final. They beat West Ham by 2-0 in that semi-final. The second semi is tomorrow live on TalkSport 2, 7 o'clock. Arsenal taking on Manchester City. We've got so much live football on the TalkSport network. And another one tonight. It is Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, 3-0 on aggregate. Let's get the half-time odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get money back as a free bet up to £10 if one leg of your Football 5 Plus acca lets you down. Pre-match straight line accas only. Odds are 3-1 or greater. 18+ gambleaware.org.
So Newcastle 1 up, 3-0 up on aggregate. Newcastle to win this leg are 5-4 on. The draw is 23-10. Arsenal are 10-3. Now Arsenal to qualify are 10-1. That's the latest odds with Ladbrokes. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Arsenal players on their way out for the second half. We'll just hop over to the CBS to get an update in the second half on Coventry Leeds. Here's TalkSport's Jeff Peters.
And it's Coventry 0, Leeds 2. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Joel Peru and Jayden Bogle with the first half goals. It's been a really dominating performance from Leeds. Coventry with a little bit more purpose since the restart. They've just won a corner here. The fans are a bit more lifted. Sakamoto's on. It's Coventry 0, Leeds 2.
And if it stays like that, Leeds United go 5 points clear at the top of the table. 5 clear of Burnley in second, who played the same amount of games, or will have played the same amount of games. Sheffield United in third on 61. Sunderland on 58. They will have played a game fewer. What a game it was Monday night, by the way, on TalkSport 2. Sunderland winning 3-2 at Middlesbrough. Spoke last night on Kickoff on TalkSport about Enzo Lefebvre at Sunderland. Really is hotting up at the top of the Championship. Only 2 automatic places, 4 in the breakaway. 2 are going to go up, 2 are going to stay down and go into the playoffs, and you wonder how they'll react. All that to come, and of course TalkSport brings you live commentary of all the playoff games. You'll only get them right here on the TalkSport network. You can hear the roar, you can hear the cheers. Guess who's come out for the second half? It's the local heroes, Newcastle United. They lead 1-0, 3-0 on aggregate. This game, this atmosphere, it's been a wild animal. It's a beast in the northeast, and Newcastle heading to Wembley unless the Gunners can come up with something very, very special in this second half. Live on TalkSport with League Cup winning captain Stuart Pearce alongside Sam Athbase.
Well, Newcastle United are looking to move a step closer to a first trophy in 56 years. And although there have been 32 incidences of a side losing the first leg of a League Cup semi-final by 2 goals or more, Arsenal will know that only one of those have progressed to the final. Aston Villa overturned a 3-1 first leg deficit against Tranmere in 93-94, but that is it. They're going to have to make history to stop Newcastle United from going through to a Wembley Cup final for the second time in 3 years. They've been a bit of a bogey team for Arsenal as well. Not that Mikel Arteta knew exactly what that word meant when he was put to him yesterday. And they have won 3 of the last 4 against the Gunners, and they're winning this one too. 1-0, 3-0 on aggregate, and there are no changes at half-time. The only change we've had so far, Nwaneri coming on the right-hand side of the Arsenal attack for the injured Martinelli. So it's black shirts with white stripes and black shorts and socks attacking the goal away to our right, the Gallagate end in the second half for Newcastle. And Anthony Gordon has it far touchline, trying to get the better of Partey. Partey puts it out, it goes away for a throw-in. In goal, Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne and Hall the back 5. Guimaraes and Tonali in midfield with Murphy and Gordon getting back to supplement those numbers. Isak the lone forward. For Arsenal, the goalkeeper is Raya. It's Timber, Saliba has been booked, Gabriel and Lewis Skelly. And then it's Odegaard, Partey and Rice up front. Nwaneri, Havertz and Trossard, who's just been fouled agriculturally by Bruno Guimaraes, and it's a yellow card for him.
Yeah, it's a poor challenge there. Just caught him very late on the ankle. Certainly worthy of a yellow.
Yeah, it was a late challenge by Bruno Guimaraes, and the injury seems to have been quite a hefty one, because Trossard now is claiming that he needs a bit of treatment, although now he's just said that I won't have treatment because that means he has to go off the field of play. And he's still writhing around in agony. He's still refusing treatment and he's still staying down. So it's got to be one or the other. You either need help or you don't.
Yeah, it was a poor challenge, I've got to say. His ankle was planted as he's played the ball, and from Arash he's making...
Well, actually, Simon Hooper, to be fair to him, has said, if you don't want treatment, then get on with the game.
Yeah, which is
so get up. It's one of the others. So, you know, and I applaud the referee for his behaviour there, because he didn't just allow Trossard to stay on the ground. He said you've got to either get up or you need to get treatment. Which one is it? Anyway, he's hobbling away now, looking as if he has been hurt, in which case he probably might need to see the physio. Raya to take the free kick, which has been given to Arsenal, 20 yards in front of the 18-yard box. What are you expecting from the second half? Because Arsenal really have got no choice, have they? They've just got to throw everything at it.
Well, it's how much belief they've got within the ranks, I would say, you know. And what they need is an early goal, or a goal of some description, just to give them a bit of a lift.
Oh, that's a mistake by Saliba, and then Gordon from distance trying to curl it into the corner. He's missed the target. Alexander Isak looks at him. He looks at Alexander Isak. They do prayer hands in front of their mouths. There's a little cheeky smile from Isak. That was a huge moment. They could have finished it there. Stuart Pearce, Saliba dawdling on the ball, Gordon nabbing it, and from 40 yards out he tried to beat the keeper. Should he have waited?
Yeah, he certainly should have done, in my eyes. There was certainly a gap there, but Isak was the pass.
Here comes Trossard at the other end as Arsenal now go on the hunt. He goes on the outside, tries to drive the ball goalwards. He takes a cannon off Trippier and it goes out for a corner away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, the
more big moment that.
The more and more, well, that was the moment to drive Newcastle to Wembley, and I think he snatched at it too soon. It was on, but he's hit it, and he's hit it with curl, which every metre that it travelled took it away from the goal rather than into the goal.
A couple of Arsenal subs warming up down away to our left as the corner about to be swung in from Declan Rice at the start of this second half. 4 and a bit minutes gone. And there's a lot of movement at the back post here. It goes towards that area. Big punch, a haymaker from Dubravka, who did brilliantly. Watched it all the way and really caught that. Nudged it out to the far side. Back in it comes from Arsenal. Rice is round the back. Flicked away by Murphy. It's out for a corner kick again, away to our left-hand side. The pressure continues.
Yeah, as I say, they're building up. Ahead of steam, Arsenal, but they know full well it counts for nothing unless they score. It's only a goal that will really shake Newcastle slightly. At the moment they're more than comfortable in this game.
Here is the corner kick from the near side. Left arm in the air from Declan Rice. Right footed, deep ball towards the far post. It's over everybody's head and goes out away for a goal kick away to our left hand side. It remains 1-0 to Newcastle United, and Arsenal come into this game in terrific form, unbeaten in the league in 14 matches. They went out to United in the FA Cup on penalties, but largely have been pretty reliable. They've turned up in big moments, like on Sunday, which was arguably one of the most significant wins of Arsene Wenger's tenure. But they're in danger here of going out of the League Cup at the semi-final stage.
Yeah. Saliba's looked very, very vulnerable, hasn't he, on occasion, you know?
And like him.
Yeah, it is. He's been left they've been left 2-on-2 really. Isak and Gordon against him and Gabriel, and they've been wanting slightly.
Yeah, that's what they've done really well actually, is allow Murphy to track Lewis Skelly. And that has meant that, they've won it back again inside the area, and Gordon could finish it here. He does. It's a terrible calamity from Raya and Rice. Gordon has picked their pocket, and Newcastle United are going to Wembley on a night where they turned up the heat from the very first minute. Newcastle United have dealt with the emotion of the occasion. They've harnessed the passion from the stands. They've made Arsenal wilt in the heat of St James's Park, and a terrible error has sent Newcastle United and Eddie Howe up Wembley way. It's 4-0 on aggregate, 2-0 on the night, and St James's
this one slightly earlier. Well, it wasn't a better chance, but Raya there looking to play out. He's looking to bounce one off of Declan Rice. And to be quite honest with you, it was a hospital goal, I think. Declan Rice wasn't ready for it. Great press by Newcastle, man for man. And then all of a sudden, it was Cher, I think, who's ended up making the challenge on Declan Rice. And that surely has put this tie to bed.
What a press. They are so good at that. So organised, so coordinated. They're one of the best high pressing teams in the league when they get it right. And they have got it right tonight. And Arsenal have faltered and flailed. And they haven't been able to take the chances that have come their way. And Newcastle have been on it. At the beginning of the season, they weren't showing this level of intensity. I spoke to Eddie Howe on a number of occasions. He was so disappointed the team couldn't find that rhythm. Oh, they found it now. They have found it now. 8 minutes gone in the second half. Another slide tackle from Botman puts the ball out over on the far side. Newcastle about to go to Wembley. And the next 40 minutes, I think, Stuart, is going to be a celebration, because there ain't going to be a way for Arsenal to get 4 goals in 40 minutes, I'm afraid.
Well, not the way Newcastle are playing, they certainly won't. They look as though they won't concede a goal, let alone ship one to give Arsenal the opportunity. But at this moment in time, tactically, the line-up's been fantastic. Eddie Howe's got to take a lot of plaudits for that. His team have come out here defensively, they've done really well, and on the counter-attack, they've been outstanding.
What a story. And what a mistake from the Arsenal backline that have looked uncharacteristically rattled tonight, I think. They were so assured in possession on Sunday. They were so good going forward on Sunday. But now they're struggling again with Isak going down the left-hand side. The offside flag is up against him. He's just stolen a march, and Isak just turns around and blames those behind him for not feeding him the ball quick enough. But his runs in behind, Gordon's runs in behind, the high press, all of it has unsettled Arsenal.
Yeah, it has. It's shaken them. It shook them from the early minutes, basically, with a disallowed goal. And from there, they've continued to do it.
Here on this near touchline is Trossard taking the ball towards Murphy, getting on the outside and then almost travelling straight out of play. Newcastle come across with Bruno Guimaraes to nick it back, and then he charges forward. He was being tussled with by Trossard. Foul, says Simon Hooper. Free kick given on the edge of the 18-yard box, and Bruno is the charm. Well, tomorrow night we got live coverage of Liverpool against Tottenham Hotspur. Who's going to win that one? The lead only slender for Tottenham, who take on Newcastle without Mickey van de Ven. Isak tries to get away from Partey, shrugs him off, used his hands illegally, and the free kick has been given for Newcastle deep inside their own half. That's tomorrow night. Friday night, Manchester United against Leicester. Then we start our weekend. We're into the swing of FA Cup fixtures, aren't we, with 11 live commentaries over the weekend for you, including that Liverpool-Plymouth game, which is down at Home Park, and Birmingham against Newcastle United. So Newcastle going to Birmingham buoyed by that. The scarves twirling above the heads. The noise emanating from the stands at St James's Park is almost deafening. It has been since we walked in here. Byrne heads it away, left side. Hall further clear, up over the halfway line. Gordon to try and, again putting pressure on Saliba, who allowed it to bounce and almost lost out, and now has lost out. It's run loose inside the Arsenal half of the field, and it's been mopped up by a combination of Gabriel and Rice. And again, Trippier doing brilliantly on this near side. They're just sharper.
You've just seen the difference between the two sides here, Sam. Arsenal play it forward, it's 3 versus 3 in a big area in Newcastle's half. Newcastle deal with it without a problem. They launch it forward, it's 4 versus 3 in Arsenal's favour, and they have a problem dealing with it, which is unlike them.
Here is Odegaard over on the far side, into Partey, back to Odegaard once again, and he's poked it back to Gabriel. He's gone back towards the halfway line. What next? Who will face them in the Carabao Cup final on March the 16th. We can't wait for it. It'll be live on TalkSport. Into the chest of Havertz. It bounces away. Bruno Guimaraes picks it up, and then Partey brings him down, and that's going to be a free kick. Tonali's asking Simon Hooper for a yellow card. And Jason Tyndall and Eddie Howe in the ear of the fourth official, who is Thomas Bramall, asking the same question, I would ascertain.
Guimaraes is clever. He picks the ball up, he carries it away from the opponent that's trying to challenge him. He uses his body, he waits for the challenge to occur, and then just pops his body in the way and draws a foul.
How damaging is this going to be for Arsenal, having come into this game on such a high from Sunday's match, been talking about wanting to win silverware as a badge to show what they've achieved in Arteta's time. The ball goes right through the middle and into the arms of Raya. They did win the FA Cup in his first season, and Raya has launched it long on to Havertz, who's trying to get the better of Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall just stepped across him, and Havertz threw himself to the ground. I actually think Havertz committed a foul there. The free kick's been given to Newcastle. I mean, that was ridiculous, because I thought he was going to get beyond Lewis Hall. Hall just stepped across and made sure that he made a nuisance of himself. Didn't make the challenge, just got his body up towards Havertz. Didn't even get across him, and Havertz just went to ground.
Yeah, as I say, it makes you wonder what would have been the difference if that had been Isak at the other end, you know what I mean, and him skirting through. And how damaging was the question? Well, they failed to bring another striker in the window. They're out the FA Cup. Yep, that's correct.
They've lost Martinelli tonight.
Exactly.
No Jesus, no Saka,
and they're chasing the Liverpool side that look anything but champions already.
Well, they went to Dubai this time last year, and they are going to go to Dubai in the morning. Here is Isak, edge of the area, trying to get a shot away, and it's a little bit too close to the goalkeeper this time to be cleared away. Yeah, whatever happens tonight, they'll be going off on their warm weather training break tomorrow. Now, Arteta will hope that it has the same effect as it had last season, where they came back united, fresher, ready to go again, and only lost 4 points in the Premier League between then and the end of the season. If they do that, they'll be there or thereabouts, 5 points.
Yeah, listen, if they only drop 5 points between now and then, I'm not sure that'll be enough to surpass Liverpool.
Sterling about to come on here for Arsenal, who need to find 4 goals in the next 30 minutes. Lewis Hall away, Tonali picking it up, taking it to the left side of the area. Oh, he's run it out of play. It's going to be a corner. But he looked to try and travel to within the left full-back area to get it clear. Couldn't do so. And it goes out of play for a corner. So Odegaard comes off, and on comes Marino. Mikel Marino used to play for Newcastle United. He joined from Real Sociedad for 27.4 million. And on comes Raheem Sterling.
I think these 2 substitutions send out a message that probably we think this game's up. Exactly that. Odegaard, the golden goose, coming off.
Is that what they call him in the dressing room, you think?
Could do.
Here is Sterling coming on. I didn't see the other player to come off then, Trossard. Because he's had that little injury, hasn't he, as well, which has caused him a little bit of an issue. He got a whack, and there's the other change. Sterling is on. Here is the corner, in towards the near post, flicked away by Murphy. He's had a really good evening. He scored the goal, but he's also been brilliant defensively, I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. He's won a couple of headers from corners. He's done his work going forward, but also as well, he's played a massive part in his final third defensively.
Here's the corner over on the far side, and they'll be whipped in by Waneri. It's a decent delivery, punched away by Dubravka, headed further clear by Byrne, picked up by Guimaraes, and he sent it out towards the left hand side and said to Isak, go and chase that, and he has. He's got it over on the far side. Rice has to come across and slide it out for a throw-in over on the far side.
Yeah, good defending there by Declan Rice. Once again, you look at Tonali and Guimaraes, their game understanding is so good.
They're a good team. They're a really good team. What he has done in the time that he's had, and had to juggle this ridiculous situation where they can't spend any money, and they're seemingly getting weaker every transfer window, not stronger. They let go players in the summer. They've had to let 2 players go in the last few weeks, Miguel Almiron and Lloyd Kelly, because of PSR issues, which has caused a few gripes amongst the fans that feel as if they're being kept down and almost in their place by those bigger teams that enforcing the financial controls. To coach this team the way that Eddie Howe has, to get them into the Champions League, possibly get them into the Champions League for a second time, and take them to 2 cup finals, is nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as you say, if you've got to lose a couple of players, Lloyd Kelly and Almiron at this moment in time will probably be the pick of the 2 that you would suggest.
Well, this is what he was saying actually yesterday. You know, the quality of the squad is still high, even if the numbers are lighter, as the ball goes into the box from Marino down the right hand side, tries to get the cross in, manages to feed it into the box when Airy was going down that side too, and wanted a free kick, but he's not going to get it. It's going to be a throw in down by the corner flag.
I think he wanted a penalty. He's gone on the outside of Dan Burn. Been cross, yeah, no, not enough in that for me.
Ryan Airy back to his feet, and it remains 2-0 to Newcastle on the night, 4-0 on aggregate. Newcastle may have lost the last 2 here, but they had won 10 of the previous 12, including beating Arsenal twice in that run. It is a tough place to come here. Arsenal aren't the only team to have failed to win here this season. Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City and Tottenham have all struggled here too. Partey, centre circle, back to Urian Timber, and then on towards the right side, and Nwaneri trying to ghost his way to the edge of the box, sets it back for Timber now on to Saliba. 4-0 on aggregate to Newcastle United, collected by Lewis Skelly, tackled by Tonali, and it goes back towards Gabriel moves forward, everybody in Newcastle jerseys behind the ball, set up beautifully in well choreographed positions. They have to go wide to Sterling. Sterling runs up towards Trippier, his former England colleague, goes up towards the edge of the area, stops, then threatens to go left and right. Murphy's back there to help defend. Gabriel's put a ball into the box, away by big Dan Burn, out towards the far touchline, and then it goes out of play and away for a throw into Arsenal.
Yeah, Moreno offered himself in a really good position there between midfield and backline, and they're going to have to shove that ball into his feet, I think, as a springboard.
Here is Gordon running away down the left-hand side after they gifted possession back to Newcastle United. Again, brilliant gamesmanship from Gordon. He ran down the left-hand side, hugged the touchline, got the team high up the pitch, then stopped, held the ball, waited, went back, kept them in possession. Trippier, near touchline. In it goes towards Bruno Guimaraes. Got a little bit of a fortunate deflection. Murphy wanted it played down the right-hand side. Asked too much of him. I think he waited too long, and Murphy had to check his run, and it goes behind for a goal kick away to our right. Birmingham away in the cup for Newcastle next. Manchester City away after that. Forest at home here, and then live on TalkSport they take on Liverpool, and it's Leicester away next when they get back from their holidays for Arsenal. West Ham at home, Forest away. Sunday the 9th of March they play Manchester United in an away game. They've got some big fixtures to come, and they will only be playing for second place and Champions League when they come back from Dubai, unless they can score 4 goals in 25 minutes. Remember, this is the anniversary of Newcastle coming back from 4-0 down to draw 4-4 with Arsenal 14 years ago today. They've won a corner on this near side. Listen to the Newcastle fans. They are loving every minute of this. But there is still a long way to go. The corner about to come in from the near side, the right. Declan Rice is going to take it. They're back-loaded here with 6 at the far post. Timber starts to travel infield, has a word in the ear of Gabriel. Gabriel just moves back towards the edge of the area. It's a right-footed delivery, deep to the far post. The header is away by Byrne. drops for Waneri, who keeps it alive with a little dab header, still alive inside the box for Timber. Right side now, Gabriel with the ball at his feet, tries to get beyond Byrne. Between him and Bruno Guimaraes, they shepherd the ball behind, it's away for another corner. Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, they've done so well, Newcastle. Everywhere the ball lands, anywhere 30 metres out from goal, there's always a number superiority for Newcastle. And that comes from work rate and work rate alone.
They just go forward so quickly as well. When they break, they look like they're so deadly. Torpedoes travelling through the water, looking to sink the Arsenal sub. Timber just getting a word from Simon Hooper. Bruno Guimaraes is in there as well. Another goal for Celtic, who lead Dundee by 6-0. Nicholas Kuhn has scored again for Celtic. Extend their lead at the top of the Scottish Premier League table. Here is the corner kick taken by Waneri in towards the middle of the 6-yard box, headed away by Botman. It comes back out to the edge of the 6-yard area, and then Murphy gets it clear. Isaac runs towards the left-hand side and then tries to get beyond Rice. Rice stops him, nudges it out of play, and it's away for a throw over on the far side.
Yeah, Arsenal just can't get a break at the moment. They're hoping that there's a mistake from a Newcastle player, someone's left unmarked, something of that nature, but nothing's falling in their direction.
The Newcastle fans have been singing "It Must Be the Ball" in reference to what happened in the first leg, where Mikel Arteta blamed Arsenal missing chances on the flight of the ball. It apparently went too high. The new Puma ball they use in this competition.
Well, there's only one thing flying high at the moment, and that's Newcastle United, Sam.
Yep, and the flags will be waving by the time we get to the end of the game. There's already one that's just started up over on the far side. Now up go the scarves above the heads of the Geordie faithful. They're revelling in their moment in the spotlight. They know that barring a miracle, they're going to Wembley. They're done. They've done it. They've knocked Arsenal aside, and what a campaign they've had, actually. Here is Isaac into Gordon. Gordon travels up to halfway, cuts infield and sends it into the corner, and look at Isaac sprinting down that left touchline and causing Saliba real problems. I mean, he gave him a 5-yard head start there, and he caught him. He was like Usain Bolt scampering down that touchline.
I think Juan Torino is the 400-metre runner you're looking for.
Is he?
Would that be correct?
But we're all looking. Everyone else is confused. When was this? 1958?
Could be 68. Oh, Mexico, right. 68.
Okay. No, a little bit before my time. Only a little bit. About 20 years, but close. Here is. If you give me the Seoul Olympics of 1988, I was there every day watching that.
I've no idea who was running in that one.
What, in Seoul?
Yeah.
Olympia Christie. That was when Ben Johnson got the suspension after winning the gold for Canada in a world record time. Tested positive for an anabolic steroid. Carl Lewis came second, had his medal upgraded to a gold.
Oh, it's all coming back to me now.
Sean Curley and the Olympic hockey team, remember them?
Yeah, bronze. Did we get the bronze?
Yeah, did really well. Here is, I think they won the gold, yeah. Right, I was only 10, Adrian. Right, leave it out. I know you were 25 and had started your career then, your illustrious career. Here is Waneri over on the far side, trying to get the better of Gordon. Goes on the outside, gets to the byline. Oh, brilliant defending from Gordon. He's just stopped him with just sheer persistence. And when you've got a winger that gets back and does that, when you're 4-0 up in a cup semi-final with 20 minutes to go, you know you're onto a good thing.
Sam, it's not always the eye-catching incidents that you think, that's why your team are winning. It's the unselfish stuff off of the ball. We sort of picked it up on Saturday with some of Forest's play, and we're seeing it again from Murphy and from Gordon tonight. Dubravka's down again. I wonder whether they'll bring him off to look after him.
Yeah, well, he's had a few issues, hasn't he? And he's had a few stoppages in play. They've now got a bit of treatment over in front of the Lees' end, which is going to delay things. So there'll be a few minutes added on at the end of the game. And time for me to tell you about what's coming up on TalkSport tomorrow morning. Alan Brazil and Gabi Bonlahor together reviewing all the action here from a big night of football in the Carabao Cup. I'm sure they'll want to discuss what happened with that mishap right at the start of the second half, where Newcastle took a 2-goal lead thanks to a mishap between Raya and Rice on the edge of the area, and finished off by Gordon to make it 2-0, and almost then you knew that it was unassailable, the lead that Newcastle would amassed. That's 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tomorrow night we've got a huge Carabao Cup second semi-final with Liverpool and Tottenham, and a full-strength India takes on England in a 3-match ODI series starting tomorrow on TalkSport 2. Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma return for India, as does Joe Root for England. Our coverage starts at 7 a.m. The toss is at 7:30 and the match begins at 8. TalkSport 2 for that, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Just in that little break we had then, I just looked at that the Murphy goal. I tell you what, it was a more difficult chance than we probably really give him credit for. He had to take it first time. He's sort of half running away from goal. It was a tough finish for him.
Well, it's 5 goals, 8 assists now for Jacob Murphy. He is having the time of his life, and he's 29 years of age now, and it's been late coming to him, but the talent was always there. I remember commentating on him and his brother Josh in the youth team when they were playing for Norwich City, and there was big hopes for them then, and certainly he's starting to live up to that. Waneri, edge of the area, into Marino, poor effort by him, comes back to the edge of the box. Waneri's effort is a bobbly volley which goes straight through to Dubravka away to our left hand side. 17 to go.
Yeah, they've not had many free efforts at goal, Arsenal, have they, so far? Certainly this half they haven't, and Newcastle have played a massive part in that. They really have.
They've worked so hard. The intensity has been so good. The level of commitment to get back and defend their goal high. They knew that this was a moment to grasp, a moment to savour, an opportunity not to waste, a chance to get to a cup final with a 2-goal lead. And they've taken that chance. Here is Tonali far side, looking to get away from Partey. He's done that. He charges forward, up towards the edge of the area. He gets towards the byline and he wins a free kick. There's a silly foul by Partey. One of frustration, I would suggest.
I'm not sure the referees give a foul.
He might have just given a throw-in over on the far side. Anthony Gordon's got the ball in his hands and he's walking over towards Tonali as if he should have had a foul. Partey was over to him, I think just sort of kicked the ball from behind and caught him as he did so. You might be right, he might have just said play on. And it is out for a throw-in over on the far side. Hall into Gordon. Gordon trying to hold on to it, plays it against Partey, and they get it clear, Arsenal, with a bit of neat football to get out from the back. Botman stops it from going any further, and it goes out for a throw into Newcastle over on the far touchline as Arsenal look to travel down that right touchline. They couldn't do so Newcastle turn it over. Botman, another one who deserves a big mention tonight. I mentioned how long he'd been absent for and that they'd been protecting him, wrapping him up in cotton wool for tonight. Well, he's shown his worth to this team, and he is a real asset to that defensive group. A defensive group that usually keep clean sheets when they're all together. Here is Timber on to Sterling. Sterling brushed off the ball by Guimaraes. Hall, who's done well again tonight, gets it wide out to Gordon. Gordon with a chance to travel with the ball now. He runs dynamically up towards halfway, scoots between two players and then overruns it a little bit. It's mopped up by Saliba, but the ease with which he accelerated away from the Arsenal midfield shouldn't be underestimated. Here is Havertz down the right side, looking to get into the box. Oh, it's a poor bit of control by him. And out comes Dubravka to mop it up for Newcastle. 14 minutes to go. 2 more subs coming Arsenal's way. One of them is Calafiori. The other one, I think, Jorginho. And I think that's got protectionism written all over it.
Yeah, I think it has. As I say, 4-0 at this stage. We're going into the last 15 minutes of the game. There's no way back. And Newcastle have been wonderful.
They have. And they're going to go to Wembley, and what a day that is going to be, Stuart.
It certainly is for any club, and especially the way these Geordie fans embrace the Wembley visit, you know they'll be going down in absolute thousands.
They will indeed. And certainly they'll be looking forward to the opportunity to bless Wembley with their presence. And I'm sure it will be a terrific occasion. It always is. And whoever they face, whether it be Liverpool or Tottenham, it will be a story, won't it? Off comes Thomas Partey. On comes Calafiori. On comes Jorginho. And the other change is going to be, I think probably Miles Lewis-Skelly, isn't it? Is going to. Oh no. Partey's gone over on the far side. Urin Timber is the other one who's come off, and Calafiori has come on for him, and he's gone over to right back. Calafiori usually plays as a left-sided defender, but can play right back as well, and he's travelling in from that position now. That's all 5 substitutes made by the Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta, with 12 minutes to go, live on TalkSport. The ball is wide out on the left with Raheem Sterling. He travels up to the edge of the penalty area, guides it into Gabriel. His cross is chested down by Marino into Rice. They're trying to guide that back into the path of Saliba, and then it's worked wide to Calafiori. Craft is about to come on for Newcastle United, but Jason Tindall's had a bit of a problem showing him about the marking duties he's got set pieces, because the iPad isn't programmed properly. Joe Willock is going to come on as well. I'd like to see Joe Willock have a good end to the evening after what happened to him at the weekend. He missed a big chance, but he got relentless abuse online, which was absolutely ludicrous.
Been a good servant to this football club.
Here is the corner kick, which has been won by Arsenal away to our left-hand side. And a chance to swing it in for Declan Rice at the end of a game which Arsenal are struggling in, and it's another poor set piece, and there hasn't been too many of those this season, but that's twice now he's kicked it over the top of everyone and straight out to play the other side. Murphy comes off, Willock comes on. That's the first substitution for Newcastle United, the goal scorer Jacob Murphy. And the second change, Sven Botman off, and on comes Emil Kraft. And I'll tell you what, how good has he been tonight? Sven Botman at the heart of the Newcastle defence. Brilliant.
Yeah, he's been absolutely super. Gone about his business really well. Real good composure in one-on-one situations. And listen, he's played a big part in that. Newcastle fans will be delighted to have him back.
Well, Newcastle have knocked out Chelsea, they've knocked out Forest, they've knocked out Brentford, and they're on their way through in the Carabao Cup semi-final, beating Arsenal. Not a bad set of opponents and victims on the way to Wembley.
If you're going to Wembley in any competition, to take those teams on with potentially Tottenham and Liverpool waiting for you, the victors of that, it's a tough run.
10 minutes to go. Leeds have gone 3-0 in front against Coventry, and Celtic have finished in their game against Dundee 6-0. It's finished there, won by Bruno Guimaraes on the edge of the penalty area. It goes out wide to Gordon trying to tuck in field, but across comes Nwaneri being hassled with by Tonali. Arsenal having a lot of the ball as we get towards the end of the game, but no bother. And it goes back and it's cleared away. That Leeds goal's been disallowed. It remains 2-0 as Havertz goes into the box. Felt he was being pulled down by the retreating Dan Burn, and he wants a penalty kick for that. It was lifted over the top by Jorginho. There was a little bit of contact between the two, but not enough, I don't think, to give a penalty.
No, what's happened is Havertz has come across the line of Dan Burn and sort of initiated the contact, and then Dan Burn's arms have gone out just to sort of, I don't know, protect himself, but there is a slight tug on Havertz, but I think he initiated the initial challenge. I'm not sure they'll get involved in this, and I'm correct.
Yeah, no VAR intervention. And Mikel Arteta's getting frustrated. I wonder how he is going to view this tonight.
He'll have to rue those missed opportunities, won't he? That Ødegaard chance, that Trossard chance in the first half that they didn't take. If they had taken that, then this would have been a very different game. And it's the same in the first leg between these two, where they hit the post, they steered over from just under the crossbar. And if you don't take your chances against a team as ruthless as Newcastle, you're going to find yourself in trouble.
Yeah, and those mischievous ones amongst us will say, and unless you go into the transfer market and get a striker that will take those chances,
you're going to find yourself with problems like that continually.
Indeed.
And that's the difference, isn't it? You know, you mentioned it in the first half. The truth is that Arteta was saying yesterday he wasn't frustrated about signing a striker in January. Then he sort of almost went back on it and suggested he was disappointed. He thinks the club did the best that they could. He hinted that maybe something was in the offing in the summer. They have been linked with Benjamin Šeško perennially. They flickered admiring glances at Alexander Isak, or they whisper that quietly around here. But without Martinelli for a little period now, and without Jesus and Saka, they are going to rely on what they've got, which is Nwaneri, Sterling, Havertz and Trossard. Is that going to be enough for them to close the gap to Liverpool?
Well, I don't think whatever you do is going to be enough. The way Liverpool are playing at present, the goal-scoring form of Salah.
Here is Willock trying to get the better of Rice. The ball spills into the path of Havertz, and Kraft gets it down the touchline. Willock takes it on now, gets to the edge of the penalty area. Isak wants it played centrally. Willock keeps going, he sets it back for Trippier. Trippier to Bruno Guimaraes, round the corner for Willock. Might still get there by the byline, produced a cross, is deep towards the far post. Hall was coming in underneath it, it's stabbed away by Nwaneri. Maybe the ball went... There was an offside flag, or the ball will go behind there. Either way, it's stopped by the referee, so we'll go off to commentary. The CBS Arena, and full time for TalkSport's Jeff Peters.
It's finished 2-0 to Leeds, ending Coventry's winning run. Joel Peru smashed in his 13th of the season early on. Jayden Bogle made the most of Dovin's error to roll in Leeds second. The keeper did make a lot of big saves after that to keep the score down. Coventry second best. Leeds win 2-0 and go 5 clear at the top.
Arsenal have the ball deep inside opposition territory. Tyneside was not quite frothing at the mouth before kick-off, but it is certainly ready to burst into party mode now. We walked around the town earlier on, and maybe there was a little bit of cautious optimism, maybe a little bit of anxiety, but the genie is going to be out of the bottle when they blow the full-time whistle here. Stuart, I don't know what time they shut the big market tonight, but I don't know if they're going to be allowed to.
No, I've just seen the shut times. It says March.
Here is Sonali. He's dispossessed. He thinks he's been fouled. The ball's been sent wide towards the right. Willock takes it out of the sky, but Lewis Skelly gets back to stop him from going any further. Newcastle haven't won any trophy for 56 years. The Fairs Cup the last time, 1969. Bob Moncur was the captain. He's still got a mini version of the trophy that he brought to an event that Crook and I hosted last year. And he tells everybody that are listening that if you were on the parade when they won it, the whole city came to a standstill. Just imagine what would happen if they were to come back with a trophy in the middle of March. Here is Havertz, edge of the area. And Arsenal's chances of winning this trophy are gone. Declan Rice with a late challenge. And he's not going to book him, but he is going to give the free kick. And the Newcastle fans want that yellow card to come out of Simon Hooper's pocket. He's not going to do it.
Yeah, once again, Guimaraes just put his body there, kept it away from Declan, and Declan Rice just decided, you know what, I'm going to get some frustration out of my body.
I mean, in any other day, in any other moment, that is a yellow card.
Yeah, it is.
Off comes Sandro Tonali, and Newcastle St James's Park rises as one to applaud his contribution to the cause. Longstaff and Wilson about to come on. Don't be surprised if it's the end of the day for Alexander Isak as well. And again, his contribution significant to a night that will live long in everybody's mind. Eddie Howe talked about nerves and excitement being closely linked
how your brain can go in different directions, how you've got to channel it. How lucky they are to have his calming influence and his level head. Callum Wilson back, which is great news for Newcastle United because it's the first time that they have seen him since early December. He's only played 61 minutes so far this campaign. Marino, deep inside his own half, gets it back to Raya, plays it square, picked up by Gabriel, poor ball. Trippier just hammers it out for a goal kick down the right hand side. And I'll tell you what, they may have lost their last two here before tonight, but this is going to be 11 wins and 13 for Newcastle. Their form isn't solid, those two blips aside, it's actually spectacular.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, well,
oh, one back by Dan Burn on the edge of the area. It comes back to Bruno Guimaraes, who strikes it. And it goes behind again, and again that high press, even after 88 minutes, Stuart, still on, still causing Arsenal issues.
Yeah, it is. And as I say, you've had Botman come off. Botman stepped in from the back line all the way in on Declan Rice on occasion. So is Shaw, and they've just gone all the way. And the manager's told them, look, go all the way on Declan Rice, however deep he goes.
You think they targeted him when he's receiving the ball from the press?
No, I just think they've gone man for man all over the pitch, right, okay. And they're happy for a central defender to step out
because they're playing three.
Exactly that.
Well, to deliver in this environment, in this moment, when big characters have to push their chests out and show their mental and physical strength, Newcastle have delivered. Here is Rice down the left-hand side, trying to drive the ball into the near post, blocked by Dubravka. He stood firm tonight. He made a key save in the first half as well.
Yeah, he's had a good steady game, and he's come for a couple of crosses as well from corners that have been very, very important.
The ball deflected behind, he's pushed it out, and it's away for another corner away to our left-hand side. And Arsenal know that they're into the final minute of normal time. How many minutes are going to be added on at the end by our referee this evening, Simon Hooper? I'm going to say it'll be a couple because there has been a VAR check. There has been a bit of disruption at the end of the second half as well. We had the injury to Trossard. We had a couple of other moments where Dubravka had gone down. Here is the corner. It's driven in towards the far post, and Lewis Skelly arriving. Heads it over the top of the crossbar from just 5 yards out.
Tell you what, great opportunity that was, by the way. Much better ball from Declan Rice. He's put it probably 4 or 5 metres out. Skelly just rose. I'm not sure, it took a deflection just before it got to him that might have just skimmed it off the top of his head.
Well, the Newcastle fans are roaring. It's happening again. They're beating Arsenal again. Fourth time in 5 meetings between the two. A terrific record. 4 minutes of added time at the end of this significant football match. A match which will go down in Geordie folklore. The night they beat Arsenal to a place in the Carabao Cup final. Kraft down the right. Lewis Skelly out on this near side. Here's the next change, and Bruno Guimaraes is about to hand the captain's armband over. He goes over towards Lewis Miley. Miley will come on, and Bruno Guimaraes will come off for the final few moments of the game. And Kieran Trippier will get the captain's armband as a result, and the young teenager comes on for the last few moments of the game. Listen to that noise.
I'm just looking at Trippier and Lewis Skelly. They've been continually at each other for certainly the last half hour or so. And to be fair, credit to the young man, he's got a little bit of fire in his belly, which I quite like.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's not afraid. He's not a shrinking violet, that is for sure.
No, and you need that in the game.
Yep. Won by Newcastle United in the middle of the Arsenal half after a throw-in which was in Arsenal's hands. Hall trying to trick his way past Calafiori, who brings it clear, and then there's a wrestle on the edge of the box involving Havertz and Cher, and then a bump by Gordon, and it's going to be a free kick, and that is a yellow card for Anthony Gordon, is it? And still going, a little bit more mouth.
To be honest, the Newcastle players now, their football's done the talking for them. They need to just keep their mouth shut, don't get involved in any stupidity, and you can see the niggle between the two sets of players.
Well, listen to that noise. That is the sound of the Geordie Choir planning a trip to football's great cathedral. They're going to Wembley all right, and they have managed this two-legged semi-final superbly. They have outwitted Arsenal, they have outworked Arsenal, and they have won it by 4-0 on aggregate. 2 goals here, 2 goals down at the Emirates Stadium. A terrific performance in every way, and they've come up with a big game mentality tonight. They've showed maturity, which I think maybe at times they haven't always been able to show. Sometimes a little bit inconsistent, but they've been consistent for quite some while. They've had a couple of blips in the last couple of weeks, but they have turned up big time tonight. They've got a corner to defend here in the final minute of added time. At the end of the 2 games across 2 legs in the semi-final, is straight into the arms of Dubravka. And he will take his time before dispatching upfield. Hotels will be booked tonight. Transport down to Wembley will be too. The 16th of March, there will be a Geordie invasion in the capital. Ball cleared upfield by Dubravka through the middle of the pitch. We've played our 4 minutes of added time now. It's sent back through the left side for Havertz to chase for Arsenal. Shepherded perfectly by Cher. Doubling up on him was Trippier. A foul by Havertz given against Trippier. And it's going to be a free kick deep in the corner for Newcastle. They'll take their time. They know that the job is done. And for the second time in 3 years, it's back to Wembley for Newcastle. They gave themselves a golden chance for the first leg win. Now they've got the golden ticket. For so many years, they've been starved of success, starved of hope, but Eddie Howe has restored Newcastle's pride, and now they stand on the cusp of greatness. If a Newcastle team won this trophy, they would become gods in the North East. And thanks to Jacob Murphy and Anthony Gordon, they are 90 minutes away from doing it. Arsenal head to Dubai to lick their wounds, having been unable to overturn a first leg mishap, and an intense atmosphere at St James's Park. In the words of one of this city's greatest sons, Newcastle were there off to get their suits measured. Newcastle 2, Arsenal 0, 4-0 to Newcastle on the night.
And I guarantee you the big market won't be closing. It'll be filthy at Filthy's tonight for sure. And I can also guarantee that right now Jason Cundy's putting the finishing touches to his Has Anyone Seen for Arsenal. Stand by for that on the sports bar. They'll be taking your calls shortly. 03717 22 33 44. The Arsenal players have applauded their fans up in the gods. Most of whom have left by now. They're in the bars around the city, and the Arsenal players make their way down the tunnel, but the Newcastle lads are still out there. They will be soaking this up. It happened 2 years ago, it's happening tonight again. They're on their way to Wembley. Can this time they break that long trophy drought and bring some silverware back to the northeast from Wembley? And listen to the crowd, what a noise they have made tonight, from before the start to after the finish. They've been absolutely fantastic in this stadium. Brilliant. And now the staff and the players are going to do a lap of honour. Thank the fans, and those fans will reply with the same gratitude to those players. Stuart Pearce, it was mind-blowing, the atmosphere before the game and during the game, and it's just been ramped up a little bit more, isn't it?
We've had a footballing treat, I've got to say. Atmosphere's been brilliant. We thought Arsenal might come up here even with a 2-0 deficit, get on the front foot. They missed the odd chance early on, but it's all been about Newcastle tonight. I've got to say, over 2 legs they've been outstanding. Tactically, Eddie Howe's got it absolutely right. They defended stoutly, they defended in numbers, they attacked in numbers, and they had good cutting edge, and they'll be going to Wembley in the hope of lifting a trophy.
Well, I can see Joe Linton in front of me. He's just taken his jacket off, and he's got a Newcastle shirt with Shearer on the back. It's extraordinary.
Very respectful,
isn't it? So Joe Linton, and here's the biggest compliment you could pay Newcastle tonight: they didn't miss one of their very best players. Joe Linton now injured.
No, exactly that. Change of formation for the first time in a year. Raised an eyebrow, certainly in my quarters, but the manager got it absolutely spot on. They played outstandingly well. Botman magnificent at the back, but everyone played their part in this performance to get Newcastle to Wembley.
A quick word on Arsenal. Arteta took Odegaard off after an hour. Was that waving the white flag and giving up a little bit too soon?
Probably not too soon. I think the flow of the game, the ebb of the game was beyond Arsenal at that stage. I think whenever you take Odegaard off, if he's not injured, it's always a statement of intent that, look, I think the game's beyond us, and that was the case.
Yeah, once he was off, game was up, and I think Arteta was admitting that after an hour here tonight for the goal as well. Quick one on that. David Raya basically had been watching Ortega at the weekend. I mean, to play a straight ball like that when Declan Rice is running towards you with a player up his backside, I mean, it's ridiculous. So it's not David Raya, is it, really?
No, it was right on the edge of the box. He's hoping that Declan's going to play a bump pass to one of the central defenders. But as we said earlier, it was, I think it was Cher that had gone right on the edge of the opposition's box. Bear in mind, he's a central defender, and they're 3 or 4, 3 goals in front, and they're 2 goals in front, whatever they are at the time. He's gone right in there on his manager's orders, and it's got him a goal.
Well, here they come now. They've done the lap of one of these Newcastle players. Anthony Gordon leading the way, and he got the second goal. He also had a chance to score in between the Newcastle goals tonight. Big Dan Burn going down the tunnel as well. Bruno Guimaraes in midfield was absolutely magnificent. Jacob Murphy, what a big smile on his face. I don't know about measuring the suits. They should be measuring him for the statue outside St James's Park. Jacob Murphy absolutely loving it. Every single Newcastle player, and why not? And the fans have enjoyed it as well. They've got to get the job done now. They lost it to Man United a couple of years ago. They've got to get the job done and lift that silverware. You've played for this club, Stuart Pearce. You've been in a final, a cup final for this club. They're desperate for the trophy. They've got another chance of doing it. Second in 3 years under Eddie Howe.
Yeah, they are. I mean, from the manager's point of view as well, to pick a trophy up will be magnificent. The one thing you've got to say though, Spurs or Liverpool will have a big say in that. If Newcastle can put a performance on, I don't think they put a tangible performance on last time they went to Wembley, and certainly in the 2 occasions I was at the club, I don't think back in the 90s, I don't think the performances in the cup final deserve to come back with a trophy. If they can put a performance on like we've seen over these 2 legs, they've got every opportunity, even against an outstanding Liverpool team or an up-and-coming Spurs side.
Yeah, Stuart, we've really enjoyed it tonight, and it's been absolutely brilliant.
Oh, it's been brilliant. It's been award-winning.
I'll let you go and collect the prize. Stuart Pearce, thank you very much. Elsewhere tonight, Leeds win, go 5 points clear in the Championship. Celtic hammer Dundee and go 13 clear in Scotland. Peterborough into the EFL Trophy semi. Chelsea women into the League Cup final, second semi. Arsenal City live on TalkSport 2 tomorrow night from 7. Spurs take a 1-goal lead to Liverpool tomorrow night in the second Carabao Cup semi-final second leg. That's live on TalkSport from 7. Winner of that tie faces Newcastle United in the Carabao Cup final at Wembley. That'll also be live on TalkSport. Out of both domestic cups, Arsenal now head off on holiday to Dubai to freshen up ahead of the run. And if they win the Premier League and or the Champions League, nobody's going to remember this semi-final. But it's a night that will live long in the memory of every Newcastle United fan who was here to witness a brilliant atmosphere, an electric performance. Arsenal just weren't at the Blaydon races. Meantime, every Newcastle player became a local hero. The night started with the man who plays the sax for Sam Fender. The night will end with the Toonami on a Wembley bender. Sports Bar's next, 03717 223344.
Kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Get money back as a free bet up to £10 if one leg of your football 5+ acca lets you down. Pre-match straight line accas only. Odds are 3-1 or greater. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Pre-order the epic new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra on EE.
It comes with your own personal AI assistant
that can find me a nearby vegan-friendly restaurant.
that's also good for kids.
Yep, just ask it and save up to £528 when you trade in.
Love it.
Plus, I get double storage at no extra cost. All on the UK's best network. No wonder tech lovers choose EE.
Double storage and 6 of Feb. Trade-in discount dependent on device. Eligibility, credit check and terms apply. Credit by EE Limited. Enhanced 5G on selected plans. Verify best network at ee.co.uk/claim.
You know all about total football. Now, LiveScore Bet brings you total betting. It's everything you love about LiveScore. Scores and stats play alongside great odds, offers, free-to-play games, and a slick bet builder. Everything in one place. And to top it off, new customers can enjoy £30 in free bets when they bet £10 on sports. LiveScore Bet. Total betting. 1.5 minimum odds, settle in first 14 days, free bets valid 7 days, £10 for bet builder only. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly, 18+, gambleaware.org.
Let me just throw this idea at you. You may have paid too much tax. If you've spent money on tools, travel or food for work, Rift can help work out what you're owed and get a refund bouncing back to you. In fact, on average, Rift get their customers £3,000 back. Not bad, eh? Let's get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds.
I'm like a rubber ball, I come bouncing.
Come on, search Rift Tax Refunds today.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18+ gambleaware.org.
I'm Professor Noel Fitzpatrick, and as a vet, I know you want the best care for your animal companion. Pet insurance can help, but you need to choose wisely as not all policies are the same. Pet Plan aim to pay claims quickly and without a fuss, and that's one reason why so many vets work with them.
Get your pet the best veterinary care. Save 10% on new policies when you insure at petplan.co.uk. T's and C's apply. Fitzall Media is an appointed representative of Pet Plan Limited.
Darren could get an offer from a random car dealer. Or sell direct to We Buy Any Car. The dealer could come to his home, kick his tyres, then decide not to buy it. Or he could get a guaranteed sale, leaving more time to take his other half on a romantic getaway. Oh no. Or ooh la la. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Whatever kind of football fan you are, TalkSport and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day. Whether you're a front row seater or a prawn sandwich eater, a half-and-half scarf wearer or a lifelong faithful torchbearer, a retro shirt for every game or bare-chested, even in the rain. For all the latest news, reaction and odds this season, don't miss the Coral Daily Download every morning from 6 on TalkSport with Coral. We're here for the fans. 18+, gambleaware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker.
Fab Fed Football.
Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Sports Bar coming up. Me, Gemini, and Jason Cundy's armed and ready for Arsenal fans. Get involved in the show. Huge night for Newcastle. 03 717 223344. But first, let's get news and sport with Matt Hutchinson.
Thanks, Jamie. Newcastle fans are celebrating another trip to Wembley for this year's League Cup final. As we've been hearing, Eddie Howe's side have beaten Arsenal 2-0 at St James's Park, giving them a 4-0 aggregate win. Stuart Pearce says the semi-final tie reminded him of a scrap between TalkSport's Sam and Adrian.
It's a bit like you taking aid on. It's just a mismatch.
Yeah, I'm sitting there looking up. Yeah, he's waving his little trophy at me.
He's a super heavy, mate. Don't worry about it in more ways than one.
Plenty more reaction on the way here on TalkSport. Elsewhere, Luke Shaw is facing another setback in his efforts to return to Ruben Amorim's starting 11. The left-back, who last started a league game for Man United in February of last year, is now likely to miss Friday's FA Cup game against Leicester. And Postecoglou has denied new signing Matis Tel, initially rejected Spurs before joining the club on loan from Bayern Munich. Last week, reports emerged that the 19-year-old had refused the move, but Ange says that's not true.
You're talking about a 19-year-old player who's got to make a major decision about his career, and it's not so much that he rejected us or rejected anyone else. I think, rightly so, he was getting as much information as possible.
Premier League bosses say they still need to be convinced semi-automated offsides are fully reliable, but the organisation is hopeful the technology will be introduced before the end of this season. And it's been revealed Harry Kane's Bayern Munich contract contains a release clause which would allow Premier League clubs to buy him for £54 million next year.
TalkSport News.
Families of the Nottingham attack victims are calling for the killer to be retried for murder. Valdo Calconi, who was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and is serving a hospital order for manslaughter, avoided medication. He claimed he didn't like needles. And Donald Trump has claimed everyone loves his Gaza plan. That's despite international condemnation of his call for the US to take over the Strip.
TalkSport weather with Quick Fit. Sort your new tyres this winter at a time that suits you best. From the comfort of your home or work 7 days a week with our mobile tyre fitting service. Conditions apply.
We're expecting a dry night ahead across the UK with plenty of clear spells and widespread frost. A few fog patches are also possible, mainly in the southeast.
On DAB, on the app, and on your smart TV. Supercharged, super confident, super strength, late night football talk. You are absolutely deluded. It's the nation's favourite sports speakeasy, but for some reason, it's always your round. The Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on TalkSport.
Alright fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. I'm Jamie O'Hara, and him over there, Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Arsenal? Nico Arteta! Can you hear me, Gunnosaurus? You're going to win a beating. Has anyone seen Lewis Skelly's meditation celebration? Can you hear me, meditation celebration? You're going to win a beating. Robbie from FT, Darren Bent, the Gunners Pub, the 19th Cup. Proceed, producer Shawnee and the boys in the office. Can you hear me? You're going to win a beating. Perry Groves, a Champions League. Torrington Pub, Orange Statue, Ray Parlour, Jerk Chicken Shop near the Emirates, Martin Keogh, Matt Lucas, you're going to win a beating. No, North London forever. Ian Wright, stay humble, Gunners. You're going to win a beating.
Yeah, Arsenal well and truly humbled by Newcastle as they're dumped out of the Carabao Cup. Arsenal fans, are you heading for another trophyless season? Poor form that tonight. Shocking going forward. Newcastle though, what a result. What a performance. What an effort. The crowd there, incredible. If you've been at the game, give us a call. 03 717 22 33 44.
I want that kind of fire, passion.
Take nothing away from Arsenal. This is the best Arsenal version we've seen of their team, Arteta's version, we've ever seen. They're getting better year on year.
They have to win something this season. For the players, for the staff, for everyone, I think it's important to win something at the end of the season.
So after 3 minutes we had an offside goal from Alexander Isak, and he's in behind again here, beating towards the near post, hits the post, comes back to Murphy, scores it in! Oh, they've won it back again inside the area, and Gordon can finish it here. He does! It's a terrible calamity from Ryan and Rice. Gordon has picked their pocket, and Newcastle United are going to Wembley.
How are you, matey?
How love comes here fast, right? Sunday the Gooners, they win the Premier League, right? Fast forward 3 days, get knocked out at the semi-finals.
Humbled.
Stay humble, Gooners, stay humble.
Yeah, they've been well and truly humbled tonight. I mean, what did you make of the game? Brilliant performance from Newcastle.
I thought Newcastle were outstanding.
Yeah.
Truly outstanding tonight. They were by far, over both legs, by far the better side. Tactically, Eddie Howe got things right. Once the first goal went in, that was the killer blow, because Arsenal could have gone and should have gone 1-0 up. Martinelli should score. Oh, sorry, Odegaard should score.
Odegaard, yeah.
He should score. And within 20 seconds, 30 seconds, ball's up the other end of the pitch and in the net. Yeah. That was the game changer. Those little moments there. Arsenal get the first goal. Totally different for the atmosphere. Newcastle go 3 up in the tie. It's good night. But they were superb. A special mention, because they don't always get the credit of the wide men. I thought Gordon and Jacob Murphy out wide, the work they done the other way, defensively, helping out the wing-backs was Trippier and Hall, were sensational.
Yeah.
All over the pitch, mate.
Tonali.
All over the pitch.
Wow.
Isak. I mean, talk about if Saliba and Gabriel on toast, mate. Honestly, the pair of them.
They didn't know how to deal with it.
Their heads will be spinning tomorrow morning. He was sensational. All over the pitch. You know, sometimes you say, win your individual battles, your little battle over the pitch, and chances are you'll come out on top, mate. Every one of those Arsenal players were beaten. Newcastle on top. 10 out of 10 for Newcastle. Arsenal miles off it. And over the 2 legs, you can't argue. No. By the way, that Newcastle side today, man, they play like that. They can beat anyone.
Yeah, I know.
Joe Linton didn't even play. The monster in the middle of the park. They talk about energy levels, going around, closing down, sticking his elbows in, sticking his feet in.
Yeah,
didn't have that.
Botman was superb as well.
All over the pitch, mate. They were Havertz. If ever there is a game that Arsenal fans want to go and show the board and say, this is why we need a striker, today is it. Havertz, mate, he walks around up there at times. That's the Havertz we saw at Chelsea, right?
He's soft.
And he throws in these performances every now and then, and he'll throw in a couple of brilliant ones, get goals. Let me tell you now, that Havertz there, they need to get rid of that Havertz. That performance in Havertz. Because I thought he was terrible today. Yeah. Absolute. And all over the pitch. Well done, Newcastle. Thoroughly deserved it. Sensational stuff.
It was. Big night for Newcastle. If you've been at the game, you're getting in your cars, give us a call. You're through to the Carabao Cup final. Huge night for the football club. The place was absolutely rocking. Arsenal looking like another trophyless season, Jace.
Well, they've got the FA Cup this weekend. Hold on, let me just check. Hold on. They've left Arsenal's fixture off here in the cup. What's happened here? Hold on, let me go through. No, they're knocked out. Sorry, my mistake. I should do better research, shouldn't I? Sorry about that.
Should do, mate. Should do, yeah.
They're still in the Champions League, though.
They are in the Champions League, but they've never won it.
Could win that.
Yeah, they've never won it. Yeah, they've never won it.
You never know, mate.
Arsenal fans want to hear from you. Disappointing night for the football club after a really good performance against Manchester City. Miles off it tonight. What was the problems? Overrun, outplayed, outfought, outclassed. Let's go to Chris. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Chris.
All right, Chris.
Oh, Chris. A bad night at the office, that one, matey.
If the club have any balls, they'll sack this manager at the end of the season. Obviously, there's no point sacking him now. Sack him at the end of the season. Sack him at the end of the season because this is a disgrace. Seriously, it's an absolute disgrace, yeah? I'm sorry. All January, Arteta said, we lost Saka, we lost Jesus, right? And we got the finished squad in the Prem. Why didn't you sign a striker?
Hold on,
I'm sorry, I've had enough.
Chris,
yes,
what makes you think that Arteta wouldn't want a striker?
What do you mean? He said that we're short and we need a forward player.
I know, but you're saying sack him. It ain't him that needs to get the sack, is it?
What I'm saying to you
is... No. I'm not saying sack him because I'm not signing a striker. I'm saying sack him because we're 5 years deep with 800 million quid spent and we've won nothing. And I don't care about an FA Cup in the COVID times, yeah, with a team that he binned that won it for him. No, I'm not having it. He's got to go at the end of the season.
He's got to go. He's sacked.
I want him gone. Gone. He's a clown.
Chris,
he's got to go.
Chris, listen, I know after a big defeat, and I've been there, there's a knee-jerk reaction. Can't have that conversation now, because I speak to the boys in the office, and I know this is an example we can understand, but if you put Isak in the Arsenal team, they become a completely different team. Now, they're not going to
really think we're going to sign Isak?
No, and I'm using that as no, I'm not saying it, but I'm saying just think about what Arsenal would look like with that type of player up top.
Candy, I get what you're saying, yeah, and I called you at the start of the season and said that's the one player I want at this club.
Yeah.
But this club do not care. They will go for the cheap options, like your rubbish Havertz. How many times have I said that guy is trash? He is awful. Look at him tonight. He looked like he was tranquilised. He's awful, mate. I'm sorry. He's got to go, and half this team have got to go as well. Sorry, there's so many dead players.
Mate, Chris, honestly, there's such a...
Trossard's pathetic. Trossard's a disgrace. Havertz is a disgrace. Martinelli's been a disgrace. Who else? Marino. I mean, oh my God, is he a football player? I don't know what he is. California, whatever his name is.
Calafiori.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
He's been alright for you recently. What are we talking about? Come on, Chris, you're going a bit strong here.
No, that's what happens, mate. You lose.
Wait. California, yeah, will play 2 games and he'll be out for a month. What's the point?
Yeah, Chris, look, if you think about potentially what this Arsenal side could look like, Lewis Skelly is going to be a top player, right? He'll be in the England squad next squad in March, right? You've got and Young Wary. That's
an academy player, yeah. Go on.
Right, and I'm just saying, think about this: Saka, Young Wary that's come through. You look at some of the players you've got defensively. Gabriel ain't going nowhere for years. Saliba either. You've got the basis.
Whoa. If Real Madrid come knocking, Saliba's off, mate.
I don't think Saliba was that good tonight, let me tell you. He got shown up a little bit.
And I do not trust this manager to get us over that winning line. Okay. As I said, phase 5, £800 million deep for a Poxy FA Cup. I'm not having it. At the end of the season, sack him.
Right, Chris, you've made a big statement there. Sack Arteta.
It's a big first call.
Arteta out. Let's go to John. He's a Newcastle fan. He's been at the game. John.
Johnny boy. Where the lads?
Boys, that was a good.
Where the lads?
Where the lads, John boy?
What a night.
Yeah, honestly, mate, unbelievable. So it is like two cup finals in 3 years. Like, if you'd have said that 5 years ago, I'd have taken your hand off. You know what I mean? Like, can't argue. And like, we really showed up tonight. But so it is like, why are Arsenal fans so fickle? You know what I mean? Like, yes, like they had everything to play for. But our boys, like what? We had a 2-man midfield, and like Sandro Tonali just take the ball.
Mate, tonight I have to say, John, you know everything about the night was unbelievable. It looked like you were up for it. The fans got behind them. There was just moments in the first 15 minutes. I said to Jace, mate, there's 50,000 people behind you. Like, Arsenal got no chance here. Like, they were just all over them.
Like, to be fair, they brought a lot up. That's probably the biggest away fan allocation I've seen. But for 90 minutes, I didn't know they were there. So I mean, like, they had their chance to sort of sing and get behind them. But as I say, like, it's going to be a long old drive or a long old train journey home for them. But
they were too busy celebrating winning the title on Sunday. That's probably what happened.
Exactly.
Mate, this is what happens. Football can come at you very quickly. It can slap you straight back in the face.
Yeah, done it just, yeah.
You know, that's what happens in football. But, John, do you think you can win it? Liverpool or Tottenham?
I'd rather play Spurs, but in 90 minutes with Isak up top, you just never know.
What a player, mate.
I'd like to think that, so I mean, mate, like, I was there 2 years ago at the final at Wembley, and I just thought we just never really looked like we got into it. I'd like to think, because a lot of the team that, you know, I would imagine will be starting now were there, so I'd like to think we've learned from that, we can move on, or you never know. The dreams are alive.
If you play like that, you'll take anyone and give them a game. Anyone, Newcastle. That energy, that level, that intensity.
I thought they might have run out of steam, because the way they set off was like a racehorse, you know, and we were like, got to be careful they don't run out of steam. Mate, second half, still all over them.
Yeah, the
energy levels.
The goal really did sap Arsenal, because that was a wounder of a goal, because they could and should have gone 1-0 up 30 seconds before.
Yeah, you weren't happy because you thought that it should have been pulled back for the foul.
Do you know what? Right? There's a really heavy challenge that went on Martinelli on the edge of the box. Botman, I think it was, or one of the centre halves has gone in, right? And it's a foul. It's actually quite a nasty foul. I think it's probably a booking, actually.
Yeah,
and the ball manages to find its way to Odegaard, right? And then he allows play to go on, which is the right thing to do. It was the referee again, let me remind myself, Simon Hooper, right? It allows the play to go on. Then he has the shot, Odegaard, hits the post and goes back. I think the referee could bring the game back.
No, but then you're giving him two advantages.
Well, they do that.
The advantage is there.
Yeah,
Odegaard should score.
I know, it's on his right foot, right? So
it's still an advantage.
Now, I'm not saying it isn't, but it's not perfect on his left foot. But I wonder whether he's allowed... We're only talking less than 3 seconds, aren't we? Foul, finds a way to Odegaard, hits the post. I would bring it back. Personally, I think they could
from the goal kick, Newcastle score.
That's what I mean. I know the laws are, he's done the right thing, Simon Hooper, Newcastle get away with it a little bit. But I wonder if the benefit of the game, mate, you can actually say, I'm allowing play to go on. Do you benefit from that?
Well, they did benefit from it because Odegaard has a free shot and go, all right, it's on his right foot, but he should hit the target.
But it goes fine for a goal kick. So, anyway, it's just something from Frank Adam.
All right, let's go to Frank, who's an Arsenal fan. All right, Frank?
Right, Franco.
Franco?
This call will be recorded.
All right, Franco. You recorded the call, Franco?
But you can't record the call, matey. Let's go to Craig, who's a Newcastle fan. Craig?
Why are you recording the phone?
Lads, you alright? First time
Craig.
on the show.
How are you? You alright,
Craigie?
Yeah, pretty good, lads. Pretty good. Dozens, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, what a night, mate. Newcastle fans, incredible.
Do you know what makes it even better, though? The way the Arsenal fans have been hyping up. He's like, oh, he's going to join. And he has rattled their defence in both legs.
He has, mate. He's doing it to everyone at the minute, though. Do you know what I
mean? Literally skins them. Had Van de Ven spinning on his head when we played Spurs. Skinned Branthwaite. He's meant to be England's next best defender.
He's the best out there at the minute,
top,
Craig,
mate.
Isn't he?
He's top.
Yeah, he's...
Probably he's the best striker in the league at the moment, is he?
Well, in terms of numbers,
all-rounder,
what he's doing. There. Yeah, what he's doing at the moment, he runs defences ragged.
Yeah.
And he's quite intelligent. I say quite intelligent. The goal that he sets up for Joe Murphy, he nicks the ball. He gets in front.
He plays 1-2 from the goal kick.
Yeah, off Gordon.
Yeah.
And once he runs, he's in on, and he's like, mate, he's electric. The boy, he's got a lot, and you can see he's on cloud 9 every time he gets the ball. He's one of those players. Confidence, buzzing.
Yeah, unbelievable. Craig, you where are you? Are you up in Newcastle?
Nah, I've been watching it in the pub, lads.
Oh yeah, what pub?
Oh no, it's not up near Newcastle.
It's fine. Tell me, what pub is it? You mentioned
down in Devon.
Down in Devon?
Yeah, down in Devon, lad.
It was a bit quiet there on a Wednesday night, was it?
On a Wednesday night, no, it's pretty lively this time.
Any gooners down there in the pub?
I've got a few Gooner fans and I've messaged them all.
Yeah, I bet you have. I bet the old group chats are going off right now. The old Arsenal fans. Listen, mate, it's a tough one to take for Arsenal fans because they've given it the big one at the weekend, didn't they? They went large with all the Kendrick Lamar
Stay
stuff.
humble,
the celebrations, all this, hoo-ha over 3 points against a team who's, having a bad season. Mate, tonight was the night to make a real statement, get to the final, and they've absolutely bottled
Fluffed their lines, didn't they?
They did.
Fluff the lines, mate.
Yeah, big time. Let's go to Will, who's an Arsenal fan. Will.
Big Will.
To congratulate Newcastle. They deservedly have gone to the final. We didn't deserve it. We were not good enough over the 2 legs, especially in the first leg. That's where we really lost it. Because I think going to Newcastle, it's always been difficult for us. I don't think I've ever seen us play well at Newcastle. So I wasn't surprised. I thought we were out beforehand. Kai Havertz is not very good. And I don't see the problem with us celebrating the other day against Man City and enjoying it. I don't see a big problem with that. And I don't think that really had a massive impact on today. I think if we hadn't over-celebrated, I still don't think we would have gone anywhere.
I know, mate, but it's just 3 points, Will. Do you know what I mean? You've won the game, fair enough. You were brilliant against Man City. Man City are a poor side this season. They ain't been great at all. Tore them apart. But listen, celebrate. I'm all for it. I'm the biggest advocate for celebrating, enjoying moments because football is a lot of the time disappointment. So enjoy the moments. But
absolutely,
if you're going to celebrate like you've done, like you've almost won the Premier League, mate, when you turn up at Newcastle away and you're live on Sky under the lights on a big night, you got to turn up again.
That was not celebrating like we'd won the league. Trust me, that was not. We were celebrating because City are such a big club. They are still the champions, and they've destroyed us so many times over the years that beating them like that.
Yeah, but what about all the antics? Like, what about playing the humble the song afterwards? And
so Arsenal.
No, it's a bit
banter.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
It's embarrassing.
Nothing wrong
It's a
with
bit
banter.
embarrassing.
No, but then
Nothing wrong. It's not personal. For me, it's not. And if he gets abuse from some fans, that's absolutely wrong. That is always.
I know,
wrong.
but you've got a slap in the face today, Will. You've got a massive slap in the face.
Yeah, no, it was, and we deserve to go out, you know, and it does look like we may struggle to win a trophy this year, but I think you judge a team based on where they finish in the league. And if we finish second, I believe that's where we probably should be, really. That is probably where we should be. I know you'll say, but it's not City above you, but Liverpool have been nearly just as good as City were the last few
I know,
seasons.
mate, but hold on a minute. Liverpool brought in a new manager. It's his first season in the Premier League, and he's going to win it. All you had to do this season was beat Man City, and you're still going to finish second.
No. No, it's credit to Liverpool rather than negative towards Arsenal. It's credit to Liverpool. It really is.
Ain't been good enough, Will. Ain't been good enough.
Why is it not good enough? And that fan earlier wants Arteta out. I mean, God, what?
There's a knee-jerk reaction. They think, it's like taking a defeat, mate. Sometimes the fans go a little bit silly, don't they? They do.
Well, it's a bad night for them, that's for sure. Arsenal fans want to hear from you. Newcastle fans, huge night for the football club. Carabao Cup final awaits. 03 717 22 33 44. You're listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with TalkSport Bet. Visit TalkSportBet.com today for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus. Be Gambler Dog.
And there it is, that's as good as it gets on this stage. Nissan Townstar EV strikes again. It's an unstoppable van, unstoppable.
Just fantastic. You can actually see the Pro Pilot technology in action. Effortless parallel parking.
It moves with all the confidence that comes with a 5-year warranty.
And with a bench full of all-star van experts, there's real strength in depth here.
That's all-star quality.
Search Nissan Townstar EV and visit your local all-star van centre to see for yourself.
Terms and conditions apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first.
ProPilot is an advanced driver assist technology. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely, and control vehicle at all times.
Don't go. No one knows instruments like you do.
A sales assistant at Jen's music store is moving up north, so she needs to find a replacement. A musical whiz who hits all the right notes.
I bet you're going to miss this peace and quiet.
Indeed can help her find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you post a sponsored job, you get a list of candidates whose CVs on Indeed match your description. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
At Vodafone, get the epic new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, which helps you seize your everyday with the Galaxy AI-powered Now Brief. Plus, at Vodafone, you can save a huge £360. Plus, save up to £408 when you trade in an eligible phone. But hurry, offer ends 18th of February. Vodafone.
Save £288 on 8GB airtime over 36 months and £72 on the phone. Eligibility credit and trade-in checks and terms apply. Requires network connection and Samsung login.
Checkertrade.com. At Checkertrade, you'll find reputable tradespeople ready to get to work on your home improvement jobs, big and small. But we know all you're going to remember about this ad is... Checkertrade.com. It's great that it sticks in your mind, really it is. But you should also know Checkertrade tradespeople commit to honest communication, agree costs up front, and a high quality of workmanship. You're still thinking about the Checkertrade.com thing, aren't you? Download the app or visit Checkertrade.com.
TalkSport Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with top of the range sports edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more gold talk to the gallon. Plus a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. TalkSport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on TalkSport with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK.
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
It's another far, far away day of fairy tale football action on TalkSport. So let's take a look at today's magical lineup. In midfield, as expected, of course, it's Martin Odegaard.
Fantasy football's great.
And Eden Wizard.
But nothing beats the real thing.
Alongside Gundo Gandalf. Well, he shall not pass. Well, let's hope he does.
What a stunning spell this has been!
And finally, Erling Haaland.
TalkSport.
There's the Premier League record!
Where football magic lives.
Pass and move, bob and weave, grip and grin. It's the Sports Bar.
Keep the calls coming in 03717 223344. Newcastle reach a final, dump Arsenal out of the Carabao Cup. Here's how it sounded at the end of the game, live on TalkSport.
The job is done, and for the second time in 3 years, it's back to Wembley for Newcastle. They gave themselves a golden chance for the first leg win. Now they've got the golden ticket. For so many years, they've been starved of success, starved of hope, but Eddie Howe has restored Newcastle's pride, and now they stand on the cusp of greatness.
Yeah, huge night for Newcastle fans. Want to hear from you. Get involved in the show if you got in your cars and you're driving back from the game. What a night it's going to be for you. Let's go to Jason, though. He's an Arsenal fan. He was at the game. Right, Jace?
All right, Jace.
Hello, mate.
You all right?
How you feeling?
Yeah, so hats off to Newcastle. Hats off to them. They were all over us the whole game. At the end of the day, I think that Arteta done well with playing his first 11 from Man City. But at the end of the day, we've got bigger things on our minds to think about, you know, like the Champions League, like the Premier League. And I think the Carabao Cup is something that is going to be in our way, you know.
What do you mean he's in your way? You only had one more game to play.
And listen, at the end of the day, it could have been Liverpool, you know. Liverpool are a strong team. We're 6 points behind them in the league.
So you're not bothered?
And there's a lot of games to go, you know. So I think that Arsenal gave it their all tonight. Don't get me wrong. Newcastle, fantastic club, fantastic support. Hats off to them. But at the end of the day, Arsenal got bigger things to worry about.
So you're not that bothered then?
I'm not that bothered, no. It was a lovely experience at the end of the day.
What do you mean, a lovely experience?
Oh, he's gone up to Newcastle. He's had a good day out.
I've gone up to Newcastle. I'm stuck in traffic now. I'm just near McDonald's.
Yeah. What are you going to order?
I'm 5 hours away from London.
What are you going to order? What's your Mackie D's of choice?
Couple double cheeseburgers, got to be.
A couple of double cheeseburgers.
Listen, at the end of the day,
he's not
Arsenal are a bigger club than Newcastle. The Carabao Cup, I want them to win it. I want Newcastle to win the Carabao Cup. And I hope Tottenham don't play them in the final. I hope it's Liverpool. And then they stuff Liverpool.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. He's had a good day out. He's going to go and get
himself. He's had a good day out. It's a terrible day out.
No, he was had a good day out.
He drove up 5 hours. They got pumped.
Hats off to Newcastle. Don't get me wrong, but Arsenal FC, we've got bigger things to worry about. You know,
you got bigger things to worry about.
We're in the last 16 in the Champions League. You know,
come on, mate.
Newcastle can only dream of this.
Come on, mate. You're one game away from the final to win a trophy. You spent 800 million quid. You've gone up there and you've got embarrassed, mate. Let's be honest. 4-0.
No, he's had a good day out, John.
When was the last time Newcastle won the league?
When was the last time Arsenal did?
What? Sorry?
When was the last time Arsenal did?
Listen, at the end of the day, we're Arsenal FC. We go where we want. We lose, we draw, we're still Arsenal.
It's just who we are, mate.
Still Arsenal.
Just who we are, mate.
Just who we are.
Go get yourself a Mackie D's, mate. Enjoy that 5-hour trip home.
Hey, they've got bigger fish.
Bigger fish.
Bigger fillet of fish.
I love it when everyone says that. Like, when they get knocked out of the Carabao Cup, we go, no, we didn't fancy it.
Nah, I didn't.
We've got bigger things to
didn't
worry
want to go
about.
Wembley.
No, I didn't want to go. Didn't want a day out. Didn't want a major honour. Do me a favour. Let's go to Nick. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Nick.
All right, Nick.
Hello.
All right, Nick.
All right, Nick. Nick sounds a bit gutted. Nick.
Hello.
Nick, you're
Nick, right.
Nick don't sound well. Nick.
Yeah. 1 second. Sorry.
Sorry. What are you doing? We stop.
Yeah, no.
What are you doing, Nick?
Sorry, I had you on loudspeaker. Sorry.
That's right. Go on. What do you want to say,
Nick?
First of all, you two legends.
Oh, cheers, Nick.
Go on.
Yeah, we deserve to lose tonight.
Is that it?
Hello?
Nick? I think Nick might have had a couple of glasses.
Let's go to Lewis.
He's had a couple of liveners, hasn't he? I think he might have done.
Lewis!
All right, Lewis?
Hello, mate. Piers Morgan on breakfast this morning. Can you hear me now? Arsenal fans, you think you're going to sign these up? Can you hear me now? Harry boys.
Hey.
You've been at the game,
Where are
Lewis?
the lads, Lewis?
We're just on our way back from the game there. What a performance. Get up there. Come on.
Are you in the car with the boys?
Yeah, just on the way back, pal.
Wow, what a game. What a performance. What an atmosphere.
Sandro Tonali, what a player.
Yeah.
What a point.
Yeah, he played well tonight, by the way.
Well, mate, honestly, they all did. That midfield. Tonali was outrageously good, but Gordon and Murphy, the work they did off the ball.
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. Lewis, before the game there was talk, they might get overrun in midfield, Gimenez, Tonali, the three players of Arsenal, but, mate, energy levels.
I've never been so worried about a game for long. I thought the first goal was so important.
Yep.
As soon as the first goal went in, I mean, even at half time, I was still nervous, but it was never in doubt. Look at my name's got to be on the cup.
Is this your year, Lewis? Because I think I'm right in saying you've not won a trophy, domestic trophy, or any trophy for that matter.
1955, the last time we won a domestic cup, honestly. I say a cup, 1955.
1965?
55?
1955, I think it was.
Jeez. Gosh, that's a long old time ago.
Wasn't there like what did you win back in the 60s? What was that? Was that the Texaco Trophy or something? What did you win?
Yeah, hold on. Whoa, yeah, we won the Fairs Cup as well, mate. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, I know, but...
Luke, I'll tell you what, though, right? The atmosphere there tonight made it like a fortress. You have got to take that support to Wembley and make it like that, because after 15 minutes, I said to Jace, Arsenal got no chance here, mate. They're all over them. It is a fortress there.
They didn't look like, even looking at defence, they could have played for 2 games, Arsenal, they wouldn't have scored. We looked so good today. Last couple of games we've been flat at home against Bournemouth, against Fulham. Maybe this has been playing on my mind a little bit, but we were good tonight. Like I say, Tonali, Isaac, come on, we've got to do it this year. We've got to get it over the line.
Away the lads!
Away the lads!
Away the lads!
Do you know what? Hold on. I don't think you've ever won the League Cup. You never won the League Cup, Lewis. Is that right?
No, never. We've obviously finals, copy off Man United in the finals last year. I don't think we've ever won it now.
No, so the last time you won a
Lou, you out at Newcastle tonight?
I'm not, I've got a busy day tomorrow.
Calling sick, Lou. Calling sick, mate. Have a night out. It's going to be rocking.
The boys will come down to London, won't they? Come down on the Friday afternoon.
Imagine being in Newcastle.
Have a massive night out Friday, Saturday, and rock up to Wembley on the Sunday.
Good night out, Newcastle.
Yeah, get yourself out, boys.
Get yourself out.
So
let's go to Chris.
Check out some clubs in Newcastle.
Well, yeah, let's do that at maybe 11, eh?
Look at some establishments.
There's a couple of good establishments in Newcastle, mate.
Rammed tonight,
been kicked out of a few, I have. Christmas parties. Let's go to Chris.
All right, Chris.
Chris, come on, mate. You can't be swearing.
You dropped an F-bomb. Third one in.
Come on, Chris.
I'm on the...
You got... No. You don't want to get banned here, matey.
Right.
Chris?
Now listen, Chris, you got to say sorry, mate. Chris?
I apologise to the nation.
Yeah, come on, mate. You wouldn't say that in front of your...
No swearing.
I want to say,
come on, mate.
Congratulations to Newcastle. They played really well over both legs. They deserved to do it. The atmosphere was amazing, but those players on Arsenal just didn't turn up. Well, Gabriel and Rice, they're all missing. All of them are missing. They were thinking about the Dubai camp already. You're right. They're over celebrating against City. What's the point of those 3 points? It's Liverpool at 9 points ahead, and we're not going to do anything with that win. We ain't won a trophy in years. It's a joke. That's a joke.
Bit of warm weather. Is a bit
warm weather training.
Action.
Say again?
Is a bit of warm weather in Dubai.
When they flying out?
Yeah, they got. I think this week or so.
So have you got an FA Cup game this weekend?
You know we haven't.
Chris, enjoy that trip home, mate. It's a long one, that's for sure. Let's go to Sam. He's an Arsenal fan. He's at the game. Sam.
Sammy, boy.
All right.
Sammy Oil.
Sam's angry.
You're angry, Sam. Go on, get it off your chest.
Referee. Ball.
The referee, the ball, yeah, go on.
Everything went wrong.
The referee and the
If we had the Premier League ball tonight, we would have won easy.
You can't be blaming the ball, matey.
Boring. Are you joking me? Premier League ball tonight, we'll win.
Sam.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
Sam's ole.
He's a Newcastle fan, isn't he?
Oh, excellent work.
Let's go to Andy. He's a Newcastle fan. Andy.
Andy.
How are you, boys?
All right,
I'm
matey.
all right, mate. How are you?
Listen, the thing I wanted to say tonight was about Eddie Howe. I looked at the team and thought, what has he done at the start?
Yeah.
And what he has done is improved every single player at that club. He's really improved every single player at the club. He's given them belief. And, I mean, tonight was just... how many players, or how many fans think, oh, right, we're going to go to Arsenal, think, if we lose 1-0, that's okay. We'll take 1-0. But then when we win 2-0, we think, oh, God, now we're also nervous because we've won 2-0.
It was a bit of a masterclass, actually, from Eddie Howe, to be fair.
Yeah, it was, mate.
It was, you know, to go 5-4-1.
In those players. Yeah.
You don't sound too happy, Andy.
I know, yeah. Andy, cheer up a little bit, mate.
I was happy for about 2 minutes, but now I'm already worried about the final.
Oh, enjoy it, Andy.
Enjoy it, mate.
Come on, give us away the lads. Give us a big one.
I'm coming over. My son Jake has got me some tickets, so I'm coming over from Cyprus for it. I'm 58 years of age, boys.
Right.
I've never, ever seen us win anything.
Oh, most people, most Newcastle fans alive haven't seen them win anything.
Yeah, but you know what it's like, Jay? As a supporter, when you've never seen your team win.
I don't know what it's like.
Didn't they win the championship?
But
No, it doesn't count, mate.
But now there's a chance.
Still a trophy, innit? Does the championship not count?
It's not really, does it?
What do you mean?
No, it isn't. And I'll correct you, we won the Texaco Cup in 1976.
What was the cup called?
Texaco Cup.
Texaco?
Yeah, good trophy.
Texaco, hold on.
The Texaco Cup.
Was that?
Good trophy.
Texaco Cup.
Well, do you know what? There's a little bit of the old Intercity Fairs back in 1969, but...
So you're not giving them the championship?
Hold on, Anglo-Italian Cup, he won that. 73. He won the Intertoto in 2006. Oh, you're dripping in trophies.
Andy, enjoy yourself, mate.
They did win.
But you still more than Tottenham are.
Yeah,
do you know what? They did win. I think I might have told you this, right? Newcastle won the Sheriff of London Charity Shield back in 1907.
Why is it London Trophy? It's Newcastle.
I don't know. Should I find out the Sheriff of London?
Find out. Keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 33
The Sports Bar with TalkSport Bet. Download the app or visit TalkSportBet.com to see all our latest sign-up offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates. They're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
Perfect timing. Flawless execution. 2.5 turns. Darren Jones, you're a pro with that spanner.
Thank you, Tom Daly. Your boiler's all fixed now, mate.
Oh, you legend. You save bath time.
No problem.
No heating or hot water? Contact British Gas before 11 a.m. and we're committed to being there same day, whether you're a customer or not. T's and C's apply. Based on 2024 data, 80% of customers receive this service.
What are you doing? Oh, looking for a used car online. Tried Spoticar? I don't want a car with spots. What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide. Yeah, and cars with spots. No, there are no spots. They're called Spotty Car. Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers? Understandable mistake. Spoticar, manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spottycar.co.uk today.
At Lidl, be a champion of the checkout by switching from Asda to Lidl and saving a super 23% on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh 5 a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 27th to the 1st, 25. Asda also sell other products. See online for more details.
With LV, I can get my car insurance from just £349. Just the price I'm after right now. And if I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I won't lose my no-claim discount, because insurance is simple when it's me and LV. No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of new customers pay £349 or less, May to October 2024. Uninsured driver promise is non-fault accident only. Other vehicle and driver details required. LV General Insurance is part of Allianz.
Yo, football fans, listen up! BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Cause when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Jim White and Simon Jordan on TalkSport. Mid-morning radio that's up for the job.
He spent £500 million to get precisely nowhere.
Concrete sports talk.
It really is incredible.
Rapid setting opinion.
You're not justifying it, but you're explaining it. It doesn't need an explanation.
Big names, all bagged up.
Anthony Joshua, good afternoon.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Delivered tomorrow morning from 10 on TalkSport by Selco Builders Warehouse. Check stock at your local branch. We've got it at selcobw.com.
It's a full-on Friday night of fourth round FA Cup football live on TalkSport. Manchester United go head-to-head with Leicester. Meet up in the car park from 7. Big ticket. Full match commentary at 8.
And he fires it in.
Fast-paced Friday night FA Cup football on football-filled and fancy-free TalkSport.
You're listening to the Sports Bar on TalkSport with TalkSport Bet. Visit TalkSportBet.com today for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus. Gambler.org. Keep your calls coming in. You want to have your say on tonight's football? 03 717 223344. A huge night for Newcastle, but a terrible one for Mikel Arteta and his team. Let's go to Jamie. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Jamie?
J-Mo.
Hiya, lads. Good evening. How we doing?
I'm good, Jamie. How are you?
All right, Jay.
I'm a little bit heartbroken, you know. We keep on saying it's about the Carabao Cup and stuff like that, but how many times do we see our defence get, you know, a quick break and then a goal scored? You know, I look at our defence sometimes, I think we're about as much use as that scrum kid. It's a bit heartbreaking.
Where are you from, Jay?
Believe it or not, I'm from Sunderland, but I am an Arsenal fan, and I've been since the age of 3. So my
bad one for you tonight.
Enjoy good football.
You had a terrible night. Born in Sunderland, support Arsenal.
Yeah.
Get pumped.
Newcastle get to the final.
Mate.
It's a bad night all round.
It's been difficult because, you know, I've got a Macam accent, but I was sat with, you know, Newcastle fans at the turnstiles, so, but also wearing an Arsenal shirt. So I've
what, you wore an Arsenal shirt?
Yeah.
Well, you in the Newcastle end?
Yeah, well, I was in the away end, but we were drinking with the Newcastle fans first.
Right, yeah. James, look, everyone talks about, I remember earlier on in the season, Odegaard got injured and Arsenal played this defensive style of football and you're getting, 1-0 wins and keeping clean sheets, and everyone was going on about, your defensive, how good they were. Mate, Isak ran you ragged today. And he's so open.
Well, that's it. We're a tired team. We see how impactful injuries can be to us. We lose Saka, we lost Odegaard. We see that regularly. Jesus is now out, even though, he's really not a striker for us anymore. But we're a tired team, and January window, we never spend when we need to. And it's so frustrating.
Kai Havertz tonight, matey. As Jason said, he's seen that performance before at Chelsea many times, and in the big games, in the big moments, mate, you need like Isak steps up. Havertz tonight was poor.
Yeah, slower than a sloth on morphine. He just had no pace at all. He wouldn't chase the ball. He wouldn't turn. You know, and it's the same criticism that Henry gave to Haaland at the weekend. You know, so we've been given as good as we've got. And it's a shame because Newcastle know how to play against us. They know how to frustrate us. And they didn't do it how they normally do. They didn't, foul us unnecessarily. They just showed us up. You know, they caught us on the break. We had possession still, but we did nothing with it, and it's a shame. You know, and
do you think? I mean, look, when he took Odegaard off, he brought Trossard off at the same time. Brings Mourinho and Sterling on. It felt like at that stage he threw the towel, and Jay and I were both saying in the green room, like, that's a substitution of a manager that wants to keep his best player. Yeah, the game's over.
He waved the white flag.
Was it a bit too early, or do you think that was fair enough?
I think it was fair enough. It was over at half time. You know, when yes, they'd scored very early, but it was offside. But it just felt as though the game was controlled, the game was dictated, and is it the right decision when you take them off? But we weren't going to score 4 goals. You know what I mean?
No, I get that. I just want to know your thoughts.
Yeah.
I can't agree with you, actually.
Game was over.
I can see what he's doing there.
Let's go to Connor. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Con?
Hello, mate. You okay?
All right, Connor.
All right, Con. Look.
You've been placed on hold. Please wait.
It's nice of him. Just hang on. See you come back.
Okay.
Connor, come back.
Con? He's placed us on hold. What's he doing?
Connor?
Sorry, are you okay?
What happened there?
Sorry, mate. I've just answered the phone to someone else. Hello, mate. You okay?
What, you put us on hold? Who was it?
Sorry, boys. It was the missus.
What did she say? What does she want?
She's alright.
What does she want?
No, she's fine. She just wanted to make sure.
Where are you?
Where are you? Are you coming home?
Yeah,
that club again, are you?
Only in the car home, boys.
Tom, you've been at the game. Terrible night.
Yeah, miserable. But there's only so much we can do, sort of thing. Like what else can we do? We've come all this way. You hope for the best, and you don't get it. So what can we do?
Did you go up there? Was it on the way back now?
We are on the motorway now, back home. Yeah.
What time are you going to be getting home?
It reckons about 4.5 hours.
You've been listening to Big Al. Big Al will be on the radio.
Breakfast show. It's a long old trip home, Con. Jeez.
Yeah, fair play,
mate. You made the trip up there. I thought Arsenal let you down, though. I have to say, I know you're going to a bit of a fortress, but I just didn't think you were good enough.
I thought we got them at least score a goal. Yeah, we've been let down, but there's only so much you can do, sort of thing.
I mean, 2-0 in both games. I mean, Newcastle keeping a clean sheet both games.
And Newcastle ain't been great at home.
Arsenal, mate. Yeah,
Newcastle ain't been great at home.
At the minute, you're right.
Yeah, teams have gone there and, got results. So, listen, they turned up tonight. But I think Arsenal, we're talking about a team really who should be fighting for the title. Liverpool. I can't see Liverpool. I don't see Liverpool going there and that happening to them.
Do you know what? Newcastle wanted it more. It meant more to them. It did. You can see that. Newcastle, it meant more than for them tonight. Went out there and they steamrolled them, really, didn't they?
Humbled them.
Why have you used that word?
Well, just come to my mind.
Why humble?
Well, it just come to my mind. I don't know why. Just they got humbled, didn't they? I don't know why is that? Whooping.
It wasn't whooping.
Did get a whooping, that's for sure. Let's go to Jack. He's a Newcastle fan. All right, Jack.
Jackie boy.
Tell you what, lads. Absolute quality tonight. No team can touch us in the league if we play like that. No one. Chelsea, Tottenham, no one can touch us.
What happened at the weekend against Fulham?
World class.
What happened at the weekend, Jack, against Fulham?
The lads had midweek on mine, you know what I mean? Semi-final of the cup.
I'm only messing with you.
Like that, you know what I mean? Everyone's got Wembley on the mind.
Do you know what, Jack? I said I didn't when you heard it. If you play like that in the final, you'll give Liverpool, Spurs, whoever gets there, you'll give them a game. You absolutely will give Liverpool a game if they get there.
Come on, Cundy, we'll give him more than a game. Yeah. Is that world class? Everyone calls Bukayo Saka the star boy. What about Jacob Murphy? He should be on the England side. Tell me now.
He was outstanding tonight.
He played well. I tell you what, he took the first goal. He took brilliantly. It's come at him. It's going away from him. He's hit the post. He's coming at pace. Great finish to get that back on target. Fair play. Look, you can't say anything other than well done to Newcastle. Eddie Howe masterclass, really.
It was.
You out tonight, Jack? What are you doing?
No one. in the semi-final of the cup goes, oh, it's only the cup, it's only the League Cup. Everyone wants to win it when they're in the semi-finals.
Jamie, your boys better do the job tomorrow. I can't wait to get down to Wembley.
Yeah, I hope we do, mate. I hope we do.
Your face, son.
Be a great final.
Smash Spurs in the final.
Yeah, we
Bruno!
They're out tonight, the boys.
Yeah, enjoy yourselves. Enjoy yourselves. The lads are out.
It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Martin Emerson. It's a massive night for Newcastle as they look to book their place in the League Cup final next month. Eddie Howe's men take on Arsenal at St James's Park and lead 2-0 on aggregate after defeating the Gunners in the first leg last month. We've been chatting to fans ahead of the tie.
Shouldn't panic. Get behind the team. Atmosphere at St James's Park under the lights, and I think we'll do well.
2-0 up. We've got a great scoreline going at the moment.
It's going to be a hard game. Newcastle's going to have to step up a bit compared to the last two games at home.
The build-up begins in Total Sport here on BBC Radio Newcastle in a few moments, and we'll have commentary from 8. A review of the handling of the Southport killer has found the teenager should have been considered a terror threat. However, his case was closed prematurely. Axel Ruder Cubana was referred to the counter-terrorism programme Prevent 3 times before he killed 3 young girls at a dance class last summer. So David Omond is a former director of the spy organisation GCHQ.
I'm a little surprised at the conclusion that the Prevent programme might have dealt with this individual. They should certainly have assessed him. But then it looked to me like a case where they should have been able to pass it on to mental health services because this individual did not have a belief in a particular ideology from which they could be de-radicalised.
A 15-year-old boy has been remanded into youth detention, charged with murdering another teenager at a school in Sheffield on Monday. Harvey Wilgoose, who was also 15, died after being stabbed. No pleas were entered at the city's youth court today, and the boy will reappear in court tomorrow. A man who raped a woman while she was ill has been jailed for 8.5 years. 56-year-old Thomas Dodds from Hebburn in South Tyneside attacked the woman while she was being sick. Newcastle Crown Court heard he ignored her pleas to stop. He denied rape but was found guilty by a jury. In a statement read to the court, the victim said it will take her years to get over what he did, and she still has flashbacks. A Northumberland MP is pressing the government to improve disability access on the Tyne Valley Railway line. Joe Morris, the Labour MP for Hexham, called on ministers in the Commons to talk to local campaigners. They're concerned some stations have no step-free access while others have long walks to train platforms.
Campaigners like Tynedale Active Travel and Rosanna Lovett have expressed their frustration about the inaccessibility of stations across our beautiful constituency. So will you join me in commending their work to make travel truly accessible?
Equality Secretary Bridget Phillipson, who's also the Labour MP for Houghton and Sunderland South, agreed it's an important issue.
I know the Tyne Valley line very well, a very beautiful part of the country. It is important that the rail network is accessible for all passengers, and that is at the heart of our approach. I will make sure that Transport Ministers look into the case that he raises and provide some more information on what action is being taken for his constituents.
And 72 football clubs in the National League have written to the EFL board demanding more promotion and relegation places. They want to see the introduction of 3 promotion and relegation spots from next season. Gateshead are in the National League, South Shields in National League North. Currently, only 2 teams go up and down between League 2 and the National League. Gateshead are currently in a playoff spot, and they were denied the right to take part in the playoffs last season because of issues over their tenancy of the International Stadium, something that's now been resolved. Oldham are just a place above them, and their manager Mickey Mellon says change is needed.
It's got to happen. It's ridiculous that the clubs at this level are being stopped from growing into the Football League and adding some to the Football League. It's something that I've said even when I was in the league. I believe that there's 6, 7, 8 teams in the National League that would make the Football League better.
And you weather for the northeast, particularly if you're going to the football tonight. It will be dry and clear, but it'll be cold as well, light winds, and a little bit later on we'll have lows of around -3 to 0. That's your BBC Radio Newcastle News, and for an update anytime, you can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for the northeast.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, we've had a few of these occasions, haven't we, with our various North East teams over recent years, but I can safely say that they don't get any less nerve-wracking. It's another at the brink of Wembley edition of Total Sport. The hotels in London have been booked. Indeed, plenty of non-refundable train tickets have also been acquired. But tonight, for Newcastle United, there remains a job to do. The 2-0 semi-final first leg win at Arsenal feels like a long time ago, mainly because it was. But tonight, with a place in the Carabao Cup final at stake, the Magpies have to get it right. A repeat of 2 years ago wouldn't go amiss.
Through for Almiron, the cut back, here's a chance for number 2! Brilliant! And Sean Longstaff has got his, and Newcastle second.
Yes, Sean Longstaff scored twice that night, of course. Might he be a key figure tonight, with doubts over the fitness of Joe Linton? We'll have all the build-up, including that all-important team news, ahead of what is an 8 o'clock kick-off tonight. As always, we will have commentary of the game. It's on BBC Sounds as well, and that will be followed by post-match debate and hopefully some dressing room reaction as well. So how do you see it going? How important is it? Who scores the first goal? And are you worried about Newcastle's recent form? How good is the Arsenal team that United will be up against? Get in touch tonight. I'll give you all of the contact details shortly. Eddie Howe, as ever, is remaining calmed, philosophical.
Nerves and excitement, they're closely linked to each other as emotions, and I think you have to try and focus on that side, the positive side, much more than the sort of the negative side. And I understand the brain can go in different directions.
Yes, which direction is your brain going in tonight? Also this evening we'll have the latest from Sunderland, with spirits high on Wearside following that win at Borough. You'll hear from Dan Neil on tonight's show, and I'm sure that we will continue discussing the eye-catching displays of Enzo Lefebvre and Wilson Isidore. It's another huge night of football here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Settle down if you can settle down, and let us bring you all the build-up, all the action and all the reaction to what could be another hugely memorable Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So I'll give you those contact details now before I forget in the midst of all the excitement. 0800 234 6565 is the phone number, and you can also send a WhatsApp message 08000 321 333. Start your message BBC, start your texts with the letters BBC as well, send them to 81333. I'm Simon Pride, I'm here at St James's Park, where kick-off is now just under 2 hours away. John Anderson, former Newcastle United fullback, is alongside me. Good evening, Ando.
Pridey, how are you?
I'm alright, how are you feeling?
I'm never felt better, thanks.
Okay, that's good to know.
I'm grand.
Good.
Yeah, nice and relaxed.
Any nerves kicking in at all?
No, none at all. No, nice and relaxed.
You once told me, though, that you get more nervous watching than you do playing.
Yeah, I do. There's still time. We just under 2 hours from kick-off, and just wandering down. There's a strange atmosphere outside. You know, you would think that it would be buzzing and bouncing and everybody looking forward to it, but it's a bit quiet.
Well, I've been speaking to a few fans outside. You'll hear some of them shortly, and they're all pretty more confident than I expected. I mean, last night Matthew Raisbeck, our Newcastle commentator, who's also here, of course, was feeling a bit nervous. You're still nervous, Raise?
No, I feel a lot better today. Thank you for asking. I've sort of detected, I'd say, calm around St James's Park. I know you said it's not necessarily vibrant and bouncing as you might have been 2-0 up in a semi-final at the halfway point. They were probably more confident 2 years ago against Southampton, but I haven't sensed the fear that maybe you've seen on social media over the last week or so leading up to the match. Newcastle have got plenty of margin for error tonight, haven't they? And you know, that could be a big thing as well. But more than anything, just looking forward to what will be a brilliant occasion. There's going to be a live version of Local Hero played 10 minutes before kick-off. War Flags have prepared something big as well. So the stadium, will really, I think, be ready for Arsenal. Maybe like it was for Paris Saint-Germain last year. They need that kind of atmosphere and that kind of noise again tonight.
Well, yes, very exciting to build up to that 8 o'clock kick-off. It's a cool night. It's going to get colder, probably around about 2 degrees by the time it kicks off, but it's a still night. There's no wind, pitch immaculate as ever, and we'll talk a bit more about the game ahead in just a moment. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, is with us tonight as well. Hello, Marco, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not nervous either.
No, okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I might ask you for a prediction later, but you're not nervous. Do you get nervous for any games? Do you get nervous when you... Because you know when you're getting... Yeah, do you get nervous when you're watching Sunderland? Were you nervous at the Riverside on Monday night? You didn't sound
actually,
it.
You know what? My heart was pounding a bit. Sort of, just that last few moments of build-up, you do get the quickening of the heart rate. I thought
you got to watch that.
Yeah, you better be careful.
I know. I did feel it a little bit rising up my chest, but I was thinking, have I done the right thing here? But no, I think there's a fine line, I think, between nervousness and excitement.
Yes.
Excitement is a nice feeling. That I miss. As soon as I went up them steps following Barnsley up to the back of the stand, and you see the pitch, that is, that is, as a sportsman and as a spectator, you do feel that little bit of excitement and nerves at the same time.
Marco, that's what Eddie Howe just said in the introduction. So that's obviously football psychology from two people who've been at the very top.
Yeah, because it's your life and you love it, and for the supporters as well. It's the same. It's a similar feeling. You're proud of your stadium. You're proud of, and it's representation, isn't it? That's what teams about. The shirt, the badge, all those scenarios that we talk about is all the same. And you go and you want to do well as a player. That's why I was. You saw the fans. In the build up to the game, the filling up of the seats, and all that kind of stuff is the excitement. And as we're talking about here, it causes nerves. Of course it does. And you'd be inhuman if you didn't have nerves, as is Ando.
Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator. I don't know where would you, Barnesy, where would you put yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is beside yourself with excitement and 1 is devoid of all emotion?
1 what, for tonight.
Well, perhaps just generally. I don't know. He doesn't get beyond the 3 much, do you, Barnesy?
I don't tend.
Placid individual.
I'm a bit of the Tony Mowbray school. You don't get too up, you don't get too down, because football's so unpredictable that I just tend to row that middle.
One day he'll let himself go. One day.
One day you'll be Winnie the Pooh. At the moment you're Eeyore, but who cares?
We will talk Sunderland shortly. As I mentioned, we'll hear from Dan Neil, Sunderland skipper, on the show this evening. But where else to start but here at St James's Park, where Arsenal are the visitors. Newcastle 2-0 up after the first leg of the EFL Cup semi-final. You can always tell it's a big game, I think, when you look around the media room before the match and you see star name after star name. There was a cracking five-a-side team down there, actually, which consisted... they're all talking to each other of Shay Given, a couple of fullbacks as well in Stuart Pearce and Gary Neville. Chris Waddle was there and Jamie Redknapp too, so that wouldn't be a bad side, would it?
Decent.
Did you mention Gary Neville?
Yes.
Would you have Gary Neville in your five-a-side team?
Well, looking around the press room and everybody else, yes.
All right, that's what you're choosing, right? Okay.
Well, maybe Ando, to be fair, at right back.
I wasn't there.
Gary Neville, but he wasn't there at the time, no. No, I probably would. He was a pretty good player, Marco. I can pass on a message though if you think otherwise.
No, he's not a five-a-side team. If you were picking 5 players for a five-a-side team, you wouldn't pick Gary Neville.
Okay,
I wouldn't pick it. I'd only pick 1 defender for a five-a-side team. But anyway, we're going into something deeper.
They've reached the League Cup final a couple of times, Razor, haven't they? 1976 when Man City beat them at Wembley. Then 2 years ago it was Manchester United who beat them. But just avoid a 2-goal or more defeat tonight, and then it will be Spurs or Liverpool under the Wembley arch on May the 16th.
March the 16th, yes.
March the 16th.
Don't want to correct you,
yes.
But yeah, don't book a train for May the 16th if there's any left.
Just I don't know when the FA Cup final is, but it might be around then. So,
yeah, I think it is that weekend actually. So yeah, maybe you should, because they're still in that. They could get to Wembley 3 times this season, couldn't they? But in terms of the League Cup, if Newcastle win tonight, on the night, then they're going to the final. If it's a draw in 90 minutes, Newcastle are also returning to Wembley. If they lose by a single goal, whether that's 1-0 or 4-3 or whatever, then they will win on aggregate, so there'll be no need for extra time. They'll be through. But the complication for Newcastle comes if Arsenal win by 2 clear goals in the 90 minutes, then that would take it to extra time and then potentially penalties, and like you say, 3-0 win for Arsenal, a 3-goal margin victory for Arsenal, whether it's across 90 minutes or after 30 minutes of extra time, means that they go through instead. So like I said earlier, Newcastle got a lot of margin for error, and we mentioned this last night, but before the first leg, and Arsenal had been on a long unbeaten run before the first leg. They were in great form, like they have been since the match at the Emirates Stadium. We said if Newcastle lost 1-0, people would probably be really happy and fancy their chances here in the second leg, nighttime game at St James's Park. They won 2-0, so they're in a brilliant position, and we must remember that.
Ando, does having been in a similar position 2 seasons ago help them? Obviously it was Southampton then, but they had a lead and came here and finished the job off. And so a lot of these players that played 2 years ago, have experienced that, and so that presumably just helps them deal with the occasion a bit better?
Stands them in good stead, there's no doubt about that. I think we always felt that we were always going to beat Southampton. We've given ourselves a huge opportunity. I don't think anybody would have predicted coming away from the Emirates with a 2-0 half-time lead. I think if you had offered 0-0, even getting beat 1-0, a lot of people would have taken that as well. But we've given ourselves a huge chance.
Yes.
The only thing you would say is that we've lost our last 2 here at St James's, conceded 6 goals. I think it's a free hit for Arsenal, if I'm perfectly honest. I think all the pressure is on us because Arsenal are 2-0 down. They've got nothing to lose. They have to go for it. They might as well get beaten 2 or 3 here tonight and trying to get back into the tie. So I think that all the pressure is on us.
And could that be the right approach for Newcastle if Arsenal play that way, Ando Pridey? Because against a low block, which they sometimes face at St James's Park, it can be difficult to get through. Now Bournemouth obviously played with a lot of attacking intent and intensity, and they pressed high, and Fulham took it to Newcastle in the second half. But maybe that could be perfect, could play into their hands, couldn't it? Depending on who's available, and it would open up the game, and it would give Newcastle, with all their running and their attacking players, the chance to win on the night.
Let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe. Newcastle's performances since the first leg, as Ando's already mentioned, haven't been great, and Eddie Howe knows that some fans are therefore nervous about tonight.
Nerves and excitement, they're closely linked to each other as emotions, and I think you have to try and focus on that side, the positive side, much more than the sort of the negative side. And I understand the brain can go in different directions, but I think ultimately when you look at this game and you go, we're in a cup semi-final, what a great opportunity we've got, and that's if it's 0-0. So forget any talk of a lead, it's 0-0. What a great opportunity for us at home to attack the game and try and embrace everything that we're facing and do our best, and that's what we're going to try and do.
Yeah, I guess, Ando, that fans tend to feel very, very differently to players. Mainly, I guess, because their influence is minimal. There's nothing that fans can do, so maybe you do feel a bit more nervous when you're a player. You can affect what's going on. But interesting to hear Eddie Howe's psychology there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Semi-finals, I think the philosophy and the outlook on semi-finals are different than any other game, because we've given ourselves a huge advantage, albeit it's only half time. You're 2-0 up against a side that are chasing a league title. They want to win the league, but I think if we go and play and we press the way that we did down at the Emirates, that intensity is there. And the one thing I would say is the last couple of games at St James's, that intensity hasn't been there. That high press, that getting close to people, that just hasn't been there. So hopefully we can rediscover that tonight. But look, it's all about being professional and getting the job done tonight.
Yes.
You've got to have a professional outlook on it. You can't just go gung-ho and say, we're going to attack them, and leave yourself vulnerable at the back. You've got to be measured in everything that you do.
Yes, indeed. You should be down there in the dressing room. Team talk. Here's a question for Eddie Howe, or Andy Howe answering a question which Marco will very much like. It's about the old 2-0 scoreline, Marco. Does Eddie Howe think that 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline?
I think the 2-0 scoreline in itself, would we want to be in this position? Yes. Is it a dangerous scoreline? Well, it's only dangerous if you don't perform. So for me, the message is we have to perform. We have to be ourselves, and we have to be all the good things about Newcastle when we're playing well. That's the challenge, and I think if we are, then hopefully everything else takes care of itself. So focusing too much on the scoreline and the dynamics of that, I don't think is healthy for the brain. So just think a clear head, Let's attack the game in our way. My messages and the coach's messages really important to try and mould and shape our attitude to the game, and that's the key thing. I think sometimes you can over egg these things. I think the players know what we need to do. We need to perform well, we need to play well, and we need to try and win the game.
Yeah, Marco knows, I know, you two probably know as well. I bet it wasn't you that asked that question, was it, Reza, or was it?
No, it wasn't me, but he also said at another point in the press conference that the debate about whether 2-0's a dangerous lead, I know it's a cliche, is something that maybe requires a longer, deeper answer at some point in the future, so we might return to that later in the season.
It requires
loads of times.
A dismissal as an answer.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous stat, isn't it?
It's much more statistically likely Newcastle will go through because they're 2-0 up than if they were just 1 up. It just is. Look at the bookies' odds that they work on statistics and probability. There's probably around about a 75% chance. If you were looking at it coldly as a statistician, Ando, if you were looking at it coldly, you'd say 75% chance of Newcastle going through.
Yeah, the bookies have got Arsenal down to win the game tonight, but they've got us down to actually go through.
Yes.
And the bookies very rarely get it wrong.
So, yeah, Arsenal being the most likely to win it tonight, but yeah, obviously those odds are a little bit tighter. Okay, well...
in a way, though, I mean, the only thing you would say, in a way, if you're 2-0 in one particular game, then you should win it. That, you know, we've proved this before, haven't we? It's like something silly, like 70% of games that you do win. But this is a separate game, and that is where it could be different. That maybe Arsenal were in as good a place as they are now. You know, maybe they're playing better this week than they were back in January. So it could be a bigger.
It could be easier for a team to claw it back, on a fresh night.
I honestly think if we'd have played Arsenal the week after we'd been to the Emirates, we'd have won here.
That would have been fine.
No doubt about it.
So the gap in between might have made it.
But the performances as of late haven't been great.
Yeah.
Mind you, in saying that, there was a time when Arsenal were 4-0 up here at half time and didn't win.
Yes, more of that to come, because of course this is the anniversary of that, isn't it?
It is
on this very day.
It is, yes.
On this very day back in 2011, and so I know Razor's gonna play a little bit of that out.
Oh, don't play the goals out, please.
Just a couple of them. Play a couple of them out.
Yeah, well, we might play the last two. Because 14 years to the day, an incredible match. What are the chances of it being Arsenal here and the threat of a comeback hanging over us? But that was a special goal from Czech Tioty. We will relive that before kick-off.
Now, they've been here before 2 seasons ago, of course, when they ended up runners-up to Manchester United.
Yeah, I think it is useful. I think we can draw on those experiences that we had in the semi-final against Southampton. It wasn't simple. I thought we played well actually in both games, but it wasn't a simple passage. There's certain hurdles we had to navigate in that game. Of course, the final was a different experience, but I think we can still look back to it and can help us in these moments. We had the Champions League campaign as well, all those experiences you go through. So I do think the group has got the armoury to deal with different moments that can happen. We've got a lot of experience in the team, players who've played in big games. Hopefully we can utilise that if we need to.
Yes, so let's talk about the team and what changes might be made. Obviously Joe Linton, we'll find out sooner rather than later whether he's fit or not. If he's fit, he plays, obviously.
Well, we've been watching the players arrive and we haven't seen Joe Linton. That doesn't mean he's not here. We just haven't seen him. Callum Wilson is here, so I think we're expecting him to take a place on the bench.
Yes.
Look, options if he goes for a straight swap. Joe Willock, who started the first leg, and I think in a game that could be open because Arsenal need to score at least 2 goals to avoid going out, then if you've got a player with Willock's running and athleticism in a match like that to get Newcastle up the pitch when he's on form, he could be really good and could be really effective. There's Lewis Miley, who is looking physically stronger but hasn't had much football since returning from injury. Sean Longstaff is a player Eddie Howe really trusts and won them the second leg 2 years ago, but could they even do something different tonight?
What do you think, Ando?
I think if Joe Linton's not fit, he goes with Longstaff, and people will probably shouting at the radio now saying no, but I just think, as Razor said, Longstaff is one of those people that Eddie Howe trusts. He's got faith in. He does what he's told. He carries out instructions.
And he did score twice in the semi-final.
And he's tried and tested as well. Young Miley, look, at nothing again. I think young Miley's going to have a real bright future. I think he's grown into himself. This is something we spoke about, and I think his time will come. Joe Willock, I just don't think he's a player whose confidence is high at the moment. I think he's a little bit low on self-belief and a little bit low on confidence at the moment. That's why I think if Joe Linton's not fit, he goes with Longstaff. But we'll see.
We shall see. We'll get the team news.
But as Razor said, I mean, he could do something different as well. But
he could. Will he go a bit more defensive because they have a lead to sit on? Probably not. And change the way.
I would be surprised if he changes a back four that he's got. He seems to have plenty of trust in.
It would be unusual.
It's not really the sort of thing he does, but some supporters have been critical in when it comes to what they would feel is the absence of a plan B. So maybe they could do something like that. Whatever they play, they will still have pacey, in-form attacking players up front in Gordon, Isak and Murphy, we would expect. So at the top end of the pitch, that would be unchanged.
We will have team news an hour before kick-off tonight. It's not a Premier League game. We'll get Premier League team news a little bit earlier than we do for a cup match, but we'll be able to bring that to you straight after the news at 7 o'clock tonight. But do get in touch in the meantime with your thoughts on what you think Eddie Howe might do if he's going to tweak his team, either in terms of personnel or even tactically. Do let us know what you think. Let's hear from a few supporters now. As I mentioned, when I was wandering around outside the stadium a little bit earlier, there were a lot of people arriving early for a match of this magnitude, and I had a chat to a few of them. What are your names?
Felicia. Brennan. Maxwell.
Callum.
What's going to happen tonight, Callum?
I think 1-0. I think we'll win. But I think
You
1-0.
said that a little bit nervously to me, I think.
I am a little bit apprehensive, but I think we'll be all right.
What do you think's going to happen?
I would say Newcastle 1-0.
Okay, have you been to a game here before?
This is my first time, and I actually lived here for 2 years. But
Okay, so it's a pretty big one to be your first one.
Yep, and this is our second.
Who's going to win? Newcastle?
Yeah.
I thought you'd say that. What about you? What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the score going to be? Can you tell me what the score's going to be?
0.
8-0. Enjoy it, everybody. What are your names?
Derek.
Derek and?
Anna.
What's going to happen tonight, Derek and Anna?
Win, mate. Win.
Just win the match. You don't, draw's enough.
Nah, win, mate.
Go out there. Is that the attitude? Need to go.
We need to score early. Wembley. Score early and we'll win.
All right. BBC Radio Newcastle. You'll come on, won't you?
I'll come on.
What's your name?
Michael Douglas.
Michael. That's a great name. What's going to happen tonight, Michael?
It all depends how Arteta sets up. If he goes for the quick press, high game, we'll destroy them on the counter attack. Anthony Gordon, Alexander Isak, Jacob Murphy will destroy them for pace tonight.
Dan Burn will destroy them for pace.
Dan Burn is fast as out.
You know, a draw would be enough tonight, but the way you're talking, you're thinking, it could play into Newcastle's hands that Arsenal have to go for it.
Without a doubt. We can't sit back and expect to defend for 90 minutes. We've got to play our normal game. We've got to go out, we've got to attack, high press, high intensity, and we've got to take the game to them. If not, we're walking a tightrope.
What's your name? John. What's your prediction for tonight?
I think 1-1.
Have you already got your Wembley accommodation and everything sorted out?
I booked it after the 2-0 win up there.
I can tell. I think a lot of people have done that. Finally, what's the best Michael Douglas film?
Basic Instinct,
Just wondering. He said he knew you as well, by the way, Michael Douglas, who I spoke to there outside the ground. He said he'd see you later, and slightly ominously, yes. But there we go.
I don't know where he's going to see me.
Well, I don't know either. But keep an eye out for him. But good to hear those views and everyone in the air. Feeling fairly buoyant. There were a few that were so nervous they wouldn't speak to me, or just didn't want to speak to me.
Just didn't want to talk to you. Yeah. I know how they feel. Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of people out there who are nervous. It's 90 minutes from another Wembley visit. But I just think if we go and do it properly, we'll get the job done. I think if we play anywhere near as well as we did down there, we'll be okay.
Okay, you're paid to talk to me, so you have to.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
whether you like it or not.
About that, actually, yeah.
Razor, thank you. We'll talk to you again a bit later. You'll be on Look North probably tonight. It's one of those nights, is it?
They couldn't get anybody else.
Oh, I don't believe
because they're all so nervous. They didn't want to talk.
What about all those star names that I mentioned earlier that are hovering around? But no, they still want you.
No, they're out of reach, I think, for Look North. So, yeah, but I'll be back with you at 7.
Razor's cheap.
News. Very cheap. Very cheap.
We'll look
Affordable.
forward to hearing that team news. If you'd like to have your say in the meantime, do get in touch. We'll bring you an Arsenal lowdown tonight as well. You probably know quite a lot about them already, but we'll just find out exactly how people there are feeling ahead of tonight's game. Ando, you can have a break now as well. Ando's off to get himself a cup of tea because we're going to talk Sunderland next with the time just approaching 6:30.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go at the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yeah, Cinderella and football doesn't mix. I mean, she's always running away from the ball, for one thing. And she's got a pumpkin for a coach. Doesn't help either, does it? No. That's all my Cinderella football jokes. Did you like them, Barnesy?
Very good.
Thanks. So, shall we hear from... Yeah.
What? You can tell you've got two young children there. Proper dad jokes there. Aren't
They certainly are.
Yeah.
Best I can do. To be fair, I'm very, very surprised that Matt didn't use them this morning. But he's not in my league. That sort of thing, frankly. Dan Neil, we're going to hear from him this evening. I'm sure, Barnesy, that he was a very, very happy Sunderland skipper after the game.
Well, not so
Monday
happy
night.
because it wasn't meant to be him doing the interview after the game.
He didn't want to speak to you,
but
did he not?
the person they had allotted to do the post-match interview had scarpered off.
Who was that? Name and shame.
I will name and shame him later.
Okay.
Because there's a good reason for that. Anyway, so Dan was dragged back off the bus to speak to me, but he had a smile on his face. And firstly had a reflection of the win on Monday night at Middlesbrough.
We've been here the last 2 years and it's been really tough. It's a really tough place to come. They're a good team, don't get us wrong, but we always knew the first 15-20 minutes here, it's the crowd get right behind them. They've got a really good attacking style of football. It's tough to get a touch sometimes in the first 20 minutes. We obviously didn't get off to the best of start. I think again it shows the character of the lads to, once that first goal went in, we probably grew into the game more. Put the foot on a little bit, compose ourselves, managed to find the equaliser. Then, you know, when we came in at half time, we said, listen, just relax. Like, we're more than good enough to go on and win this game. And I think we'll look back on this at the end of the season as a massive 3 points.
Yeah, could well be, Marco. And as well as the sort of the players that perhaps more eye-catching in their skill set on Monday night, Dan Neil did catch your eye just for his overall performance too, didn't he?
No, look, Dan has, you know, he's not flashy, but he's got very good control and appreciation of where he is on the field and bringing into you know, play other players as well. So, look, he's been probably our most consistent player this year, and on top of that, part of a team that's overachieving and you're fighting at the right end of the table. So he takes great credit for that, I'm sure. But he's also very modest, isn't he? You know, he's not a player who's you know, making a big show of things or you know, celebrating as some of the other players are. He's fairly humble and you know, I think he goes down well with the fans.
Yes. And Dan Neil also addressed something which people have been talking about quite a bit. Sunderland sometimes starting games a little bit slowly, Barnesy.
Well, he mentioned that in that last clip, didn't he? He said he wasn't the best to start. So what about this issue of starting slowly, having to play themselves into the game after 15 to 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think especially away from home. At home it's a little bit different. I think we start probably a little bit faster. But it's like that when you go to any ground. They're always, I mean, we're high up in the table, so whichever team we go to play, they're always going to be bang up for playing against the top six side. So, you know, we knew that the crowd was going to be right behind them. We knew that they were going to make life difficult for in the first 20 minutes. But, you know, once we weathered that storm, you know, I had full confidence in we're coming back and win the game. And I think we could have won it by even more, to be honest, with the chances we had second half.
Yeah, so maybe it's not always about starting quickly, Marco, but almost in a game like that, kind of trying to blunt the opposition, knowing that then you will come into it and trying not to concede. Obviously, they did concede on that occasion, but still came back. But it's not always about going out and, having a real go from the first whistle, is it?
No, and the different teams give you different problems. And look, I was looking forward to the game because I thought Borough would have a go. They weren't going to come and sit back and try and defend and for a point, which other teams have done against us. I mean, we saw this in the Burnley game as well. Where I thought we were, we had 11 men behind the ball for the first 15 minutes or so. We were happy to let them have it, and they tried. There's quite a lot of switch plays in that, switching of play in that game, but they never got in behind us because we had the numbers in and then obviously we grew into the game, and that's what we did the other night. Obviously it would have been nicer if we could have sort of grown into the game at 0-0, but we were 1-0 down and probably could have been more. Borough really had a go for it in those first 15-20 minutes, but there is also that takes a lot out of players sometimes. You wind your team up, you wind your fellow players up sometimes and say, come on, we're going to go and really have a go at these lot, we're going to show them what we're about. And you do that for 20-25 minutes, and then all of a sudden you have to take a deep breath, and you sort of realise that you've maybe overdone it a little bit. And I think you could see that. I think our reaction to their goal, and we got back level, and then from then on really I think Borough had a little spell when they scored the second equaliser, but really after that first 20-minute spell, Sunderland were the better side and showed their superior play really over which we've seen over the season.
I've spoken over the last couple of days to a few fans of different clubs around the country, really, including some who support championship clubs. And I think, Barnesy, it's fair to say that Sunderland's football, I know Sunderland fans have been enjoying it, but it's started to catch the eye of people elsewhere as well now.
Interesting, I saw a post on social media today from a Portsmouth fan because there'd been a 2.5-minute sort of clip of all the Le Fay touches put onto social media, and he said, thank God we don't have to play this lot again. So I think you're right. I think if they watched the game on Monday night, some of the football Sunderland played then was great, and especially I think true of the second half on Monday night.
I think what's good about this team is that we can do it in a different way as well. I think we said at half time that we need to be a bit more aggressive. We need to put a foot in a bit more, be a bit more kind of flying around the pitch, because first half was a little bit laboured. And I think that's what's good about this team. I think we can play that possession-based football in certain games, and then in certain games we can sit behind the ball and hit teams on the transition. And you've seen that for Wilson's goal, perfect example of it. Sat back in, nicked one of their passes. Wilson's so fast, put it into space, and he's got the coolness to finish it off. So I think that's a really big positive about this team. We can do both sides. We can control games with the ball, and we can control games without the ball.
Yeah, it's great they're challenging at the top, but when some of the football's a joy to watch as well, Marco, it makes for a very enjoyable season of football, basically.
Yeah, I mean, look, you always start the season with hope, and we've I think the fans after last season definitely needed some hope, because I think many of us, and me included, didn't think it was going to go as well as it has this year. The season has been not only fruitful in the points that we've won, but also enjoyable in the way that we've played. We've got a style of play which is really eye-catching and exciting, and we've scored some really quality goals, and we are a team that scores. We're maybe not the top scorers, but we don't concede too many. But there's lots of good stuff about it, and I think that's interesting what you're saying there, just being a little bit stronger in the tackle, a little bit more forceful. And that that's an interesting dynamic, because I think often against teams against us, their two midfielders, Hackney and Morris, they got. I think Morris got booked earlier on, but I don't think Hackney got booked. Did he, Nick, in the end?
No, he didn't. No.
The number of fouls that they committed was ridiculous. Yes. So you've got to sort of
he put
match
the word
that.
hack in Hackney, didn't he?
He certainly did. I mean, it's like the referee was just wiping the slate clean every time he clattered somebody. It was
Yes.
ridiculous.
Okay.
And so you've got to match that, and that's another improvement that we've seen from this squad this season.
Let's hear a little bit more from Dan Neil, a couple more clips to listen to, and I'm sure, Barnesy, that you asked him about Enzo Lefebvre, did you?
Well, could I? And Dan thinks that performance at Borough was his best since his arrival.
I thought some of his touches were class. You can tell that he's played at a really good level. Sometimes when we were kind of under pressure a little bit and we found him, he managed to go past his fullback, get up the pitch a little bit. His link up play with Dennis and Job in that left triangle was really good, and you can see him growing each time. You know, it's difficult. I always say English football is completely different to any other football in the world, whether it's Premier League or Championship. So it was always going to take a few weeks for him to kind of get up to speed with it. But I think you're seeing probably his best performance so far in a Summer shirt.
Yeah, it hasn't taken him too long, Marco, to be fair.
No, he's settled in nicely, and you know he's probably delighted to be involved in a game like that. You know, after the way his season's gone, Lefebvre, you know, to come into a team that's on a high and into fixtures like that and playing in front of a really exciting atmosphere and great support from the away fans. Dream come true for a player like that who's probably been twiddling his thumbs too much this season. So he's making the most of it. I think we've got to get the ball to him. I think that the more games he plays, I think the more the players around him will realise what a real asset he is, and we will keep stuffing the ball down his neck and giving him lots of opportunities.
And it crossed my mind today thinking about Lefebvre, and if Regis Lebris does eventually move him into the middle because Mundell will come back in on that left-hand side, what a benefit he's going to have in playing alongside Patrick Roberts. You look at Patrick Roberts and we always talk about how he misses Ahmad, and now suddenly you're going to get someone like Lefebvre in the team playing just behind Isidore with Patrick Roberts coming in off that right-hand side. That could be a whole new dynamic.
Yes, indeed. Let's hear one more clip then of Dan Neil. I mean, will Dan Neil be keeping a close eye on the fact that Leeds are playing tonight? They're at Coventry, aren't they? And
I did wonder that, because of course they missed out that opportunity against Plymouth after seeing that Sheffield United had lost on the Friday night to Hull. They played at Borough on Monday night after they knew the results of Leeds and Sheffield United and Burnley at the weekend. Does he keep tabs on the table?
It's hard to kind of not know what they've done. I mean, you're always going to have a little peak, but I think it's important that the squad just take it game by game. I think the only people that can stop us from getting to where we want to get to is ourselves, and that's becoming complacent and focusing on other teams too much. And I think last week was probably a prime example of that. I think we've seen everyone drop points and playing bottom of the league, Plymouth, and we maybe just turned up and thought we could win. And we said in the change room after the game, in this league you can't just turn up and expect to win a game. There's teams fighting for their lives, there's teams fighting to get back in the playoff push, and we learnt a harsh lesson last week, which I'm sure won't happen again.
I told you Burnley would smash Oxford 1-0 last night, and they did, didn't they?
Well, they did, yeah. They moved up to second as a consequence. Blackburn lost at Queen's Park Rangers. Did say last night though that Queen's Park Rangers are one of the form teams in the Championship at the minute.
Yes.
As you mentioned, Coventry at home to Leeds tonight as well. Trey Hume's been nominated for the Championship PFA Fans Player of the Month award for January. In that month he had 3 clean sheets, a goal and an assist.
Good
now to the person that dodged the interview on Monday.
Yes.
Did so prematurely perhaps for his birthday. Happy birthday today, 28, to Patrick Roberts. He's an old man in this team, isn't he?
28 he is indeed. Do you know who he shares his birthday with in football circles?
No.
You must have heard this today. I've just passed you by. A current player has turned 40. Has passed all of you by.
Messi?
Not that one, the other one. He won't thank you for the one that it is.
Ronaldo.
Yeah, Ronaldo's 40. He's 40
yeah.
today. Yes. Actually, Georgie Haji, Carlos Tevez and Neymar also have birthdays today. It's a good day to have a birthday, I think. Perhaps.
Every day is a good day to have your birthday.
Thank you very much indeed, Barnesy. We'll talk to you again on the show tomorrow evening. This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm Simon Pratt. I'm here with Ando at St James's Park ahead of an 8 o'clock kick-off. Newcastle against Arsenal. We'll have team news very shortly, or after the news at 7 anyway. The time now is just coming up to 6:45.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We're going to have a chat to Tom in a moment, who's a Newcastle fan waiting on the line. I'm just going to do a few of the messages, though, because loads and loads of people have got in touch tonight, which we always very much appreciate, and sent messages on WhatsApp on 08000 321 333 and text on 81333, starting those messages, as you have to do, with the letters BBC, otherwise we don't receive them. Now, Brian says, supporting the tune since the 1960s, I always fear the worst, and I'm nervous, despite our lead. No need to be gung-ho. It's Arsenal who need to score, says Brian. I would play the way that we do in the second half of most away games. So keep it tight, Ando, and use our front three on the break. And we need tonight our big players to step up, says Brian.
Yeah, I think, as I say, I think the emphasis is on Arsenal. They need to get back into the game. You know, they need to throw bodies forward, which could play into our hands, actually. You know, if they leave space and at the back, especially with the pace that we've got up top, and Gordon, Isak, Murphy, hopefully we'll be able to exploit that. But look, I don't think Arsenal will come straight out and just throw bodies forward. You know, I think it's still 90 minutes to go in the game. I think they'll be measured in what they do, but you know, I think we've got to be sensible in the stuff that we do. I think we get forward when it's there to get forward, get it into the forward players when we can, but we've got to make sure that we keep it tight at the back.
William says we need to start Pope, Botman and Trippier. Arsenal are set-piece specialists. Crowd the keeper, and Dubravka likes to stay at home and depend on his defenders. Pope is calmer and better on crosses, thinks William. And he also says Botman's the best centre-back. Trippier's experience and leadership are important as well. So he would make some changes for those reasons. You're not expecting those changes, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the back four will change. I think it'll be the same team. I think if Joe Linton's fit, he'll name the same team. If Joe Linton's not fit, he will. It's who he brings in there. Yes. You know, but we shall wait and see on that.
And Brian in Gateshead, a different Brian, says I agree with Ando. If Joe Linton doesn't play, Longstaff will come in. And Bill says despite our lead, we should treat this as a one-off, and we should invoke the spirit of Czech Tiote, says Bill. Tom, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Friday. John, Margot, how you doing, boys?
Hey, Tom. Yeah, good.
Where are you on the nervous scale, Tom?
Well, nervous scale, I'm actually, I'm all right. I was a bit nervous this afternoon, but you were just on about birthdays, and it is my mum. It's 79th, it would have been her 79th birthday today, but God rest her soul. But isn't it 13 years today that we played Arsenal with a 4-4?
Yes, that's exactly right, yes. It was 2011, wasn't it? So that's 14 years, yeah.
Yes, I was actually in the East Stand when we scored, and it was 4-0. And loads of people left, and I was with my son, who was a young lad then, and I was actually singing, "We're going to win 5-4," and we nearly did, right at the very end. But tonight, Friday, nervous but excited, but at the same time, we need to get in their faces, John. We need to stand up, be strong. And I actually phoned you the day of the Arsenal game, and I was on the air, and I said one word, and that word is discipline. And if we're disciplined, tough, and we get at them, you know, we don't really need to get at them, but we just need to hold our own. And just go for it. Play a normal game. Don't get itchy. You know, get the crowd behind you. And the crowd that goes there tonight, give everything you've got to get the boys over the line. You know.
Yeah, look, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think discipline's huge. I think you keep your shape, you keep your discipline. Don't need to do anything silly. You know, we don't need to go chasing goals. That's the thing. Arsenal do. So Arsenal need to get bodies into it. Advanced areas which hopefully will leave space at the back for us to be able to go and exploit, but we don't need to do anything silly. We've just got to be sensible in everything that we do, and hopefully look at I think if you had have offered the majority of Newcastle fans, well, all Newcastle fans, if you had have offered them 2-0 after the first leg, they would have snapped your hands off and said thank you very much. Yeah, that'll do. But we've got to be professional in what we do tonight. That's it. You're professional in what you do. You get over the line. You know, you get yourself to Wembley again.
100%, John. I think the one change I wouldn't make, and I know you wouldn't, I'd have Botman, because Shaw, I think our right hand side, Shaw and Liverpool are really weak ahead of them the ball, which is surprising. But I think with Botman there as well, big strong boy, and I think that's the only. I know Eddie doesn't like making changes, he wouldn't have beaten them on that, but I know we got beat last week. But that's the only change I would make, and potentially maybe Pope. But Nebraska's done not much wrong, like, to be fair to the boy.
Yeah. Look, I'm a big fan of Botman. I think Botman's the best defender that we've got. It's just the fact that the 10 months that he was out, you know, he came back and he played in those really big games. He was brilliant in the first leg at Arsenal, by the way. He was outstanding. You know, and I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. If he brought Botman back in, there'd be no complaints at all, because, as I say, I think he's the best centre back we've got. But we'll see. I don't think you want to be going making wholesale changes, to be fair.
No.
You know,
no, I understand.
And he won't, will he? He won't do that. He won't make wholesale changes. Okay, so if you had to give us a prediction, Tom, what would it be?
Do you know what it is? I actually said to my son today, I think we'll beat them 3-1. They'll be full of pomp from the 5-1 beating the City, and if we get at them at the start and not go gung ho, but just get at them, play a little bit coolly, I've gone for a 3-1 Penman. We'll beat them 3-1 and win it 5-1 overall. There you go.
I'd take that. I'd take that. I'd be even more happy if it was 3-0 after 15 minutes. That'd be.
Even sort of 2-1 at the end.
And if that happens, we'll definitely get you on the show tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, Tom. Take it easy.
Enjoy the game. Dave's been on. He says that he'll be watching the game against Arsenal in Poland.
Oh, nice.
Krakow. So he's going to be listening to Razor's commentary, your son Razor's commentary as well. He says, does that count as a new country for our map? It does, because we haven't got Poland yet. So we will stick that down, Dave. You just have to confirm that you are listening, and then we can add you to the list. Andrew's message to say, I feel sick. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew's nervous.
For the life of me, I don't know why people are feeling sick. You're 2-0 up. Why? If you were 2-0 down, I could understand feeling sick, but 2 up, no.
Abs is in Washington. I'll be watching the Leeds game tonight. That's more important to me. And I'll be honest, every time I watch the Mags, they win, so I'm not going to watch. Says Abs.
Oh dear.
Fair enough, Abs. Thank you very much indeed to everyone who has messaged. Let's have a chat to Arthur now, Sunderland supporter. Hello, Arthur.
Hello, mate. Are you all right, John?
I'm good, Arthur. Thanks. Yeah, not bad at all.
Are you nervous?
No, not at the minute. No, nice and calm, nice and relaxed.
I bet you will if you got 1-0 down.
I might be a little bit more anxious. You could be right there. I might be a little bit on edge with that one, but 2-0 up. No, I'm nice and calm.
He's looking nice chilled at the moment,
Arthur. Lad. Right, Marco.
Hello, mate.
Vote the Middlesbrough again. I thought it was a well-deserved win. We fought hard and we won. But again, that fella at the back has just got me just wondering that 09. Did you see when they scored the first goal what he done? When that bloke was through on goal. He pulled his shirt, did he? Yeah. He tried to drag him back. Now if he'd succeeded in dragging him back, it was a penalty and he was off. So the score saw you 1-0 down. Why didn't he just leave him, let him run through, and then if they score, you're still 1-0 down like we were, you've got 11 men on the field. Then there was that suicidal pass what he done, which was just diabolical. And then another tackle what he done, just outside the box. For being in the box, that was a penalty, and I thought it was a free kick, but the referee was that bad. He never done it. And then what others... Again, Plymouth is when he headed the ball when Plymouth scored the equaliser. He headed it and he had a head like a threatening bit. And to me, that man is just a liability in our team.
He's done some good things in those games as well. But go on, Marco, respond to that.
No, it's a difficult one because, I have to agree with a lot of your points, Arthur. I think at times he gets away with stuff, and maybe I don't know. Do all defenders get away with stuff?
It's all right if he's getting away with it.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. I mean, Edmonton had a few pulls and tugs that maybe didn't go, that went unpunished. Maybe it's just the referees giving stuff, giving a little bit of leniency, but he's clearly somebody who's influential on the squad. Maybe his demeanour, his dressing, what he's like in the dressing room, that can all be positives that we maybe don't see as much in the 90 minutes, but it's a big factor in why he's in the team. I mean, he does do a lot of good stuff. He does carry the ball well. He does play, bring it out from the back. We play some tight football at times, a little bit edgy. When we're passing out, coming out from the goalkeeper, going back into the goalkeeper, playing it round corners. And as now, yes, you are going to get caught out sometimes on that. I agree with you, Arthur. But yeah, it's a big decision for the manager. Look, I'm torn.
That's what he's paid for. And also, yes. Mark Moore, I think Lafayette, I think he's class, real class. Some of them touches he had, that right back, which I don't rate at all. That fella from Middlesbrough, I've never rated him. Mm-hmm. He made him look like a right donkey at times.
Luke Ayling, yes.
Well, yeah, Luke Ayling, the last thing he wants is somebody twinkle toes and running at him and flicking and twisting and turning. That's the last thing he wants at this stage in his career. So it worked out well for us, and that is that's what you're competing with, and that's probably why I think we as a comparison to Borough, our back four has been one of our strongest points this season, including Luke O'Nien. So I think it's difficult. Look, I think I would play Ballard and leave O'Nien out because I just feel Ballard a little bit stronger.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Oh, he's gone. I think he was going to say something else. Never mind. We haven't got that much time, Arthur, unfortunately, because there's a lot on tonight, in case you hadn't noticed. But I'll give you longer next time you give us a call. The number's 0800 234 6565. Lots of people are a little bit nervous then. How nervous are you? 2 years ago, people were nervous, even though Newcastle also had a first leg lead. And the opposition, with all due respect to Southampton, weren't perhaps as dangerous as tonight. Those nerves were quelled pretty early, and let's just remind you of what happened. The Magpies built what proved to be an unassailable lead.
Trippier gets involved into the area, cuts inside, Longstaff touch, and hit! And goal from Sean Longstaff! And the Geordie gives Newcastle the perfect start. It's 1-0. Inside 5 minutes. Just outside the area, Willock through for Almiron. The cut back. Here's a chance for number 2. Brilliant. And Sean Longstaff has got his and Newcastle's second. And it's turning into a dream night at St James's Park. Given away though, and Adams with a shot from the edge of the area that has arrowed into the bottom corner of Nick Pope's goal. And it's brought Southampton back into it, and Newcastle could be losing Bruno to suspension. Bruno Guimaraes is shown a red card. He's sent off, and they will play Newcastle for at least the last 10 minutes of normal time with a man less. And now a shot blocked by Longstaff. They've done it. They're going to Wembley. We've waited so long for this. But Eddie Howe is the man who has guided Newcastle United to a cup final, their first since 1999.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm so happy to have been a part of, really. I think that the team deserve it. With quite an emotional night, to be honest, especially at the start. Sort of the place was bouncing and just the energy they gave off was unbelievable, and could have burst out crying at one point as well. I spoke to Bernie after the game walking around, and he said even in the warm-up, he said his eyes were filling up, and that's mine were as well, and under the lights, amazing atmosphere, and one I'll never forget.
I'm happy, I'm going to get me suit measured. Come on, lads!
That's unbelievable, man. What a guy, man. What a guy.
Some people now talk about that as though Dan Burn was the first one to say that, when he was, of course,
Gaza.
Paying tribute to Gaza from back in 1991. He said that, and Dan Burn was, I think he'll do it again tonight if Newcastle get through. And did that bring back some good positive memories? As the Newcastle goalkeepers just come out to the applause that you can hear.
Yeah, look, it was a good night. We were ahead in that tie as well. We had a sense of belief that we were always going to beat Southampton. That was the case, and hopefully the outcome will be exactly the same tonight.
Thank you for all the messages that you have sent in. I've got plenty of time to read some more of those after the news as well. We're going to get the team news shortly as well. Just glancing across them, most people are expecting it to be Longstaff if Joe Linton doesn't play, but let us know what you think. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your message BBC or call 0800 234 6565.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with your BBC News. Good evening, I'm Anna Murray. A government review has found that the Prevent Counter-Terrorism Scheme prematurely closed its case on Axel Ruda Cabana 3 years before he murdered 3 children in Southport last summer. The Security Minister, Dan Jarvis, told MPs the teenager should have had his case escalated, but there'd been too much focus on the lack of a distinct ideology. Concerns had been raised about him multiple times, as our UK correspondent Daniel Sanford reports.
The 3 referrals to Prevent came from Ruda Cabana's schools. The first came at the age of 13 when he searched for information about school shootings after being found with a knife at school. The second, 14 months later, was closed within 16 days. And the third, prompted by searches about the London Bridge attacks and the IRA, was closed within a fortnight. The review found that by this time, the repeated nature of the concerns should also have been taken into account.
The families of the victims of Valdo Calacane have called for the staff responsible for failings in his mental health care to be named. Calacane, who had paranoid schizophrenia, stabbed Barnaby Webber, Grace O'Malley and Ian Coates months after being discharged from treatment. An independent review said the system got it wrong and identified errors, including poor communication and missed opportunities. NHS England has apologised. The government has allowed 9 council areas in England to postpone local elections that were scheduled for May. The votes will be delayed by a year until a major reorganisation of local government's been implemented. It means local elections in East Sussex, West Sussex, Essex, Thurrock, Hampshire, the Isle of Wight, Norfolk, Suffolk and Surrey will be delayed. North Yorkshire's elected mayor has backed calls for a tourist tax. Labour's David Skaith supports a county-wide tax to help fund public services and pay for the upkeep of tourist hotspots. From next year, visitors to Edinburgh will have to pay a 5% surcharge on accommodation. The idea is being explored in London, Glasgow and Wales as well. And Ozzy Osbourne's announced he'll perform a final concert with Black Sabbath in Birmingham this summer. It's the first time in 20 years the band has performed. The guitarist Tommy Iommi says it'll be good to perform on home turf.
Fantastic, really is. I've never seen anything like this, and certainly Birmingham hasn't, that's for sure. Strange, I mean, I don't, from when I lived here, I don't recognise a lot of stuff around here. But yes, it'll be really a homecoming, won't it?
And research by the charity Endometriosis UK suggests women with the condition earn less than those who don't have it. It's thought those diagnosed with the disease make lower paid jobs. You're up to date with more. You can go to the BBC News pages online. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, still time for you to give us a call this evening. The match kicks off at 8 o'clock this evening here at St James's Park. It's Newcastle United versus Arsenal. Newcastle with a 2-goal lead after the first leg of this Carabao Cup semi-final. Razor has the all-important team news.
No Joelinton in the squad, and it looks like Newcastle have changed their system as well. Kieran Trippier comes in, as does Sven Botman. So Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Tonali, Bruno, and then forward players Murphy, Gordon and Isak. Callum Wilson is among the substitutes.
Thank you, Razor. What do you think of that, Newcastle fans? Are Newcastle going to park the bus tonight at 5 across the back? Will they still be trying to catch Arsenal on the break? What does that team and that formation say to you about the way that they will approach this evening's game? We would love to hear from you. 0800 234 6565. Send us a message as well on WhatsApp. 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC, and you can text 81333 again, starting with the letters BBC. The boos are for the Arsenal goalkeepers who have come to warm up. You can tell that there are quite a few people already in the ground, nice and early this evening. We have all the build-up, 8 o'clock kick-off, and then afterwards we will have reaction as well. You can hear the match here on BBC Radio Newcastle and on BBC Sounds. John Anderson alongside me, Razor here as well ahead of commentary. Marco Gabbiadini back in his studio as well. If you want to talk Sunderland, he's your man. He'll be here until around about 7:30 this evening too. So we would love to hear from you. Another big old night of Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Ando, your reaction to that team then?
I'm surprised that he's gone to a 3, but I suppose with no Joelinton, he's looked at it and thought can make us more solid, harder to break through. So look, you're bringing in a quality player. There's two quality players, aren't you? Obviously Trippier comes back in, bags of experience, played in huge games, played in big games, knows what it's all about. Good leader, good talker, good organiser. So yeah, got no problem with that at all.
So the changes are Trippier for Livramento and Botman for Joelinton. I'll give you the bench in full because I didn't do that. Pope, Wilson, Target, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, and then the 3 midfielders who could have played but all miss out: Willock, Longstaff and Miley. Yes,
they'll all have been waiting to see which one of them got the nod, and in the end none of them did. Matty's been on, Matty from Ashington. He says it's a big risk changing tactics at the back tonight. Ando, says Matty, he's not so comfortable with this.
Look at going to a 3. You haven't got a great deal of time to work with it. You had Monday and Tuesday. I suppose they knew after Saturday that Joelinton wasn't going to be fit, so they had Sunday, Monday and yesterday to work on it. But it's not as if they're young, inexperienced players. You got Botman, Schär, Dan Burn. They're experienced boys. It's not a young back 3, so we'll see how that works. And as I say, Trippier, with all the experience that he's got, and you've got young Hall, they will push on. They will help those 2 boys in midfield. I think yet again it's always going to be our outlet down both sides in Trippier and Hall. But it's it is a bit of a gamble. It is, but as I say, it's not as if it's young boys. You're going in there with experienced players.
This one says simply, in Eddie we trust. And Jonas in Chiswick, hello Jonas, he's got the right idea. It's obvious, Ando, what Eddie Howe has done. Never mind talking about a back 5. He should have done this a long time ago. What he's doing tonight is he's playing Fabian Schär in midfield.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah.
And he's put "Don't tell Ando."
Yeah, of course he is.
In all seriousness, at least one of those centre backs will be stepping up out of the back 3, back 5 with the ball. That could be Schär, because we know the ability he has in possession. Sven Botman potentially as well. I mean, you'd think that Botman would probably be in the middle, wouldn't you? In the three, Byrne left, Cher right. So it'd be interesting to see tactically how they work it with the three, who pushes forward, who carries them into midfield. I mean, you don't want the two midfielders coming too deep, because then you're just going to have too many players in your own defensive third, and you don't want to be playing the game there.
I think what will happen is Tonali will sit in front of the three of them as well. You know, he'll just as a shield, as a bit of protection. As I said, I think the emphasis is on Arsenal to come and get something out of the game. They need to chase the game, and I just think Tonali, the way that he's played and the way that since going back into that central role, he just covers the ground so well. So yeah, look at. Got no problem with it. As I say, it's the manager's got belief in the system. He thinks it's a system that'll work, so there you go. We go with it.
And you don't like to see Bruno dropping deep and getting on the ball.
No.
Like what happened against Bournemouth? He was dispossessed. They scored.
Yeah. I don't want him coming deep. Don't want him coming back 25 yards from your own goal and having his pocket pinched, because as we've seen against Bournemouth, he gets his pocket pinched and all of a sudden the ball ends up in the back of the net.
Last thing for me,
he can lose it further forward all he likes, because the opposition have then got a long way to go. They're not all of a sudden straight onto your back four.
Go on then, Razor.
Yeah, I haven't given you the Arsenal team yet. They are unchanged from the side that beat Man City 5-1. Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly. Midfield of Partey, Rice, Odegaard, and then Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard in attack.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, of course, we should know the Arsenal team as well before we make our assessment of how things will go tonight with Newcastle. Changing team and formation. Andrew is on the line. How are you doing, Andrew?
Hi, Simon. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Razor.
Hi, Andrew.
Are you the Andrew that messaged saying you felt sick, or are you different, Andrew?
Yes, that's me.
That's you. Okay. Do you still feel sick now you've heard the team? But do you feel better?
Can I ask you something, Andrew?
Yeah.
If we had been 1-0 down, how would you have felt?
Probably more
worse.
kind of like no, probably like there's nothing to lose, there's no pressure on us. But with the lead and all the pressure on us, and with the two last home games, it's
So what are you expecting tonight then?
Well, I've been saying all week that I think that'll be a 1-1 draw.
Right.
I'm very surprised by the team, I have to say. I thought Longstaff would just come in. I think it's a big gamble, because if it comes off, he's a tactical genius, and if it doesn't come off, people are just going to say, why did you change your formation? I'm not surprised Trippier is back, because I thought he might come back because of his experience with the occasion and whatnot. So it's like a 5-2-2-1, isn't it? So it'll be Bruno and Tonali against their three in midfield, which I'm not sure about.
I think when we haven't got the ball, it'll be a 5. I think with the ball, it'll be 3, and the two fullbacks will push on and make 4 in midfield. And I still think that Gordon and Murphy will play in those wide areas. You know, but is it a gamble? I suppose it is, to a degree, because if it goes well, as you rightly say, the manager's brilliant. He's great. He's everything. If it goes wrong, you know, he's gonna get flack. It's as simple as that. But you know, we're 2-0 up. I don't think we've got to go chasing the game. That's the thing. You know, Arsenal have got to go chasing it. Yeah, they're 2-0 down. They need to get back into the game. I think we've just got to be professional in everything that we do. You know, got to screw our lows, really. You know, got to make sure we make the right decisions. Don't take chances in bad areas. If it's there to be shifted, just shift it. You know.
What I would say, John, there was a gentleman texted in before and said, play it safe like we're doing second half. You see, I'm worried when we're not at it, kind of full pelt and you know, in their faces. I think we've got to attack them and go from the very start and try and get that first goal. Because I think if we get that first goal, it'll be game over.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I don't think we can play at 85-90%. I think we've got to be at it straight from the off. I think we've got to be in the faces of the opposition. I think we've got to play at a good tempo. I think we seen here at the weekend, if we don't play at that tempo, you know, we weren't at it. You know, that pace and that work ethic of pushing on and getting in the opposition's face just wasn't there, and we don't look the same side, you know, and we got caught out at the weekend because of that.
Yeah, we did, absolutely. Right, anyway, I'm away in let's go out now.
No, all right.
Try and enjoy it,
yeah,
if you can, Andrew.
Okay. By the way, have you had yourself a couple of pints, have you?
That's next on the agenda, John.
Is it?
That might help.
Get them down your neck. Cool the nerves.
Will do.
Take it easy.
Yeah, that might help, it might not. Thank you very much, Andrew, for coming on this evening. You can still get on if you give us a call on 0800 234 6565. Let me do some more of these messages, though. In terms of the team, this one, no name on it, ending 531, the number. It's a massive risk, it says, playing a formation that we don't usually play. What happened to playing our own game? If we do go out, it's all on Howe. This is very risky.
Well, it is all on the manager. You know, he's taken a chance, he's taken a gamble. But look, it's a gamble he thinks he can take. You know, he's very calculated in everything that he does, Eddie Howe. You know, he doesn't just do things for the sake of it. Yes, they've only had a couple of days to work on it, but they will have done work on it. The three centre backs will know what's expected of them. The two wing backs will know exactly what's expected of them as well. But
yes,
he's right. You know, he is right. If it goes wrong, the manager will take the flak. If it comes out and works really, really well, as somebody said earlier on, he'd be a tactical genius.
He'll be a genius. If they lose 1-0 and are hanging on at the end, it'll be somewhere in between, I guess. Martin in Newburn agrees. Very risky, he says, to change formation. And John says, that lineup does make me nervous, Ando. If it's not a back five, then it must be, and then he's got a 4-3-3, which involves Lewis Hall being in midfield, which isn't.
No, that's not going to happen. No.
But he says it doesn't make sense to me. It's playing into Arsenal's hands, and I want to know Ando's thoughts, says John.
I'm not too sure it's playing into Arsenal's hands. I think it makes things a little bit more difficult for Arsenal, especially in those central areas, because all of a sudden Arsenal like to play through the middle. You know, they've got no Saka out wide, so they like to play through the middle. They like to drift inside. All of a sudden they've got no space to play in there. When they do cut inside, they're running into three centre backs. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. So look, we've done it before. You know, we have played it before. Whether it's going to work or this time round, I don't see it as a gamble. I really don't, because when you're 2-0 up, as I say, you don't have to do anything silly. You've just got to be professional in what you do.
If you're wondering what that racket is in the background being played in the PA, I'm not really sure who that is or what they're doing. But anyway, we will soldier on. We're going to talk to Jonathan in just a minute. I've got a couple of Sunderland messages to put to Marco as well. The time now is 16 minutes past 7.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go to the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And I will do a couple of Sunderland messages while Ando catches up with his old mate John Beresford. That's what you can hear in the background there. Lots of back slapping and fist pumping going on here at St James's Park ahead of the match as everybody gets up for the game. John in Houghton-le-Spring, Marco, has sent a message: a robust defence of Luke Luca O'Nien, and it says in defence of O'Nien, he is good on the ball and he is, I quote, Beckenbauer-like when he drives forward into space. He does get a touch on the ball with that last-ditch tackle. It was Bellingham who lost the ball trying to play the man instead of the ball, but we should have closed the shot down quicker. One of our centre-backs should have covered the forwards run for their first goal instead of letting him run between them. But O'Nien has better pace than Mepham, says John.
Beckenbauer.
That's what he said.
Beckenbauer, yeah.
Well, I mean, look, Beckenbauer was one of the pioneers of that, defenders coming out with the ball. It's become a common sight in modern football. So, but look, he does it well. You know, I think he's a confident player. So I think there is a conundrum here, because I think at times, you know, is he the best? He's not really a natural centre back, is he? That's part of the problem. And I think at times physically it's an issue for him. But you know, there are pros and cons of every selection that a head coach makes nowadays, as we've just seen in this Newcastle team tonight. You know, you never can quite. It's an opinion. It's an opinions-based game, isn't it? And that goes right down to the manager who picks the team and has to make that final decision.
Yes.
And I agree. You know, Luca and I think has had a big influence on this team and this season's success so far.
Michelle's been on as well. I'm not sure that I agree with Arthur about O'Nien. It was Arthur who came on who had concerns. Didn't he make a last-minute clearance on Monday night, says Michelle? I mean, quite a few last-ditch clearances towards the end of the game, I guess, and he was certainly involved in that. Thank you, Michelle, for your message. And I was talking earlier, Marco, wasn't I, about maybe the perception of fans of other Championship teams of Sunderland. As it happens, we've got a message that's come to us by mistake. It should have gone to Coventry and Warwickshire. BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Coventry are playing tonight. And guess who Neil from Peterborough thinks is the best team in the Championship this season?
Well, I'm going to say Sunderland, but you're going to say no, wrong, aren't you? Now,
no,
what are you going to do?
It's Leeds who Coventry are playing tonight. Yes. He says yes. We need all the help we can get tonight against the best team in the league.
Well, they are. So, you know, Leeds have been at the top for a good. You know, they've been up there challenging. So you know, that's. You know what? In some ways, I don't mind that. I think, you know, there's less pressure on us. There's less expectation. But I think the team that I see week in, week out at the moment has the same desire as Leeds and Sheffield United and Burnley. So, you know, it's not a bad thing that, you know, I don't think the margins are quite tight at the moment, and it only takes, you know, we're very, you know, the top of that table, a couple of results, you know, if you don't win for a couple of games, you will be caught quickly. And I think that's, you know, played into our favour, because I think we have got a little bit more of a relaxed position that we're in. So we'll have to wait and see. But look, I also, you know, I was looking at some stats things the other day, and on one of the websites, and it was talking about all the teams who are doing this. This team's done that, not unbeaten in 6, you know, not conceded for 4 games. All these stats going on, and Sunderland didn't get mentioned in any of them. And I thought, okay, that's fine, you know, because we're just simmering below. But you know, probably we've been the most consistent side in the league this season, because we've been right at the, you know, in that top 4 scrap all the way. You know, even some of the top teams who are there now took, you know, Sheffield United took a little bit of time to get into gear. So did Burnley. But we've sort of been just, very consistent. And if we keep it up, we've got a very good chance of promotion.
Going to have a chat with Jonathan in just a tick. I'm going to do a few more of the Newcastle messages that are coming in this evening. Thanks to everyone who's taken the time. I know a lot of you on your way here to the match, others are going to be watching on telly. Plenty more besides listening to the commentary right here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. This one says 5 at the back is a shocking decision. This is from Gary in Gateshead. We will invite Arsenal on, and our fans will be on edge, Ando, from the kickoff. We should have attacked Arsenal from minute 1 and got the crowd up. Now everyone's just going to be so nervy from the start.
Why do you go attacking team from the off? You're 2-0 up. you throw bodies forward, you leave yourself open at the back. Why do that? You've just got to be sensible. You've got to be professional in the way that you play the game. We don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. You know, we don't need to go chasing goals. Arsenal are the ones that need to do that.
Paul has sent a message as well, Paul Hobra, who says, I like the lineup for tonight's game. We have attacking options with an amazing defensive lineup. Hall and Trips can still play attacking football whilst leaving a solid 3 behind to cater for a fast break. That's from Paul, who is a physio of some renown, and he says, I'm more a physio than a pundit, in fairness, but what do you think?
He's a physio.
He is.
I need a physio.
All right, okay, well there you go. I'll put you two in touch. What's up?
I do, Marco.
What's up?
I've got thigh strain.
We play walking football.
Yeah.
I told you not to overdo it with that walking football, haven't I?
No, I went for a run and I did me tie. Yeah.
No, what are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing wearing a tie to running?
I was going to say it's a midlife crisis, but that's long past. Okay. so it's some other it's some other crisis.
Oh, I'll put you in touch with Paul. And you can sort out your thigh. Okay. And Chase has been on as well. If we don't get through tonight, I'm dreading the how has taken us as far as it can.
Oh God, yeah.
Says Chase.
Yeah, he's only taken us to what two semi-finals and and he's taken us to a final, taken us to a Champions League spot. Yeah, he's taken us as far. Yeah.
Jonathan, good evening. How are you doing?
I was not taking us as far as he can, have you, Andrew? Because he's going to take us to Wembley, and I'm getting the seat measured again.
Well, you need to get your running shoes out. That's what you need to do.
God, hey, I'm looking for yours. I think it's going to make a better win 2-0 tonight. You can join us.
Yeah, John's got a pair for sale, actually.
We can give
you can have them for nothing.
We could give you an opportunity, perhaps, Jonathan, to get out of it. I don't know how we do this, but if you missed it ahead of the first leg, Jonathan agreed if Newcastle won by more than 2 goals or more at the Emirates against Arsenal, he would do the Great North Run, which obviously then happened. I think if Newcastle win, I tell you what, if Newcastle win by 5 tonight, you can get out of it.
I'll take that right now. Right now. I'll snap your hands off. Hey, I snapped your hands off a month ago and it worked. I'm snapping your hands off again, and it's going to happen. But no, I was ringing about the formation crash because there's some panic stations in there. People, kicking off left, right, and centre. I just wanted to give it a different perspective, Andrew. It's not quite as straightforward football as it was when it was 4-4-2, as some people might think. You've got to have rigid formations. Now what I'm thinking he's doing here is Arsenal are going to go hell for leather and they're going to attack from minute 1. And you're right, we don't need to attack from minute 1. We need to be sensible, measured, control the ball and make sure they don't come at us and get gaps. Now with that 2 home games, too many gaps, 6 goals conceded, far too many gaps in the team against Bournemouth. And then Fulham too easy. So I think what he'll do is when they're attacking us, it'll be 5 at the back. But I think when it's the other way around, we're going forward. I feel like he'll stick Dan Burn over to the left hand side, not left back, but to the left hand side. Push Lewis Hall further forward into sort of the left hand side of the midfield. Not in midfield all the game, but I think when we're on the ball, I think he'll be pushed into midfield role. And I think Byrne, Shaw and Botman will form a back 3 rather than a back 2 because Trippier will be bombing forward on the other side. And that's how I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to try and sort of out-tinker what Arteta was known as in his first few years at Arsenal as a bit of a tinker man. I think he's going to try and outplay him, and he's going to try and completely and utterly throw his plans for the game. And fair play, Hal's trying something different. People say he's only got one plan. Well, here we go. You've asked for another plan because Joe Linton's not available. This is what he's doing. And you've got to trust the manager.
Yeah, where are there no plan B brigade now? Because this is obviously a plan B.
Yeah, look, I think it'll go to a 5 when Arsenal have got the ball. But I think when we're in possession of the ball, I think the two wing backs, Trippier and Hall, will get into advanced positions and help out. There'll always be that outlet, but I think without the ball we'll be tight. We won't give Arsenal any space to go and play in, and we don't need to go gung-ho. We don't need to go chasing the game. People are going, get in the faces straight away, get people forward. You're 2-0 up. The last thing you want to do is give Arsenal a glimpse of any hope whatsoever by conceding inside 5-10 minutes, then all of a sudden there is a game on. You know, you just keep it tight. You make sure you don't do anything silly. If it finishes 0-0, all well and good. You go to Wembley, and it's as simple as that. We don't need to go chasing goals. It's not as if we're 2 down and we need to go and we need to get back into the game. We're still in total control of this tie.
Jonathan, thinking about the players he's bringing Orlando as well, quality. You know, like Trippier is an experienced pro with lots of sort of finals, lots of experience in European competitions, lots of experience in international level. And Botman is a class act. So what Botman will bring at the back is something different as well, being able to pass the ball forward, which Byrne hasn't been able to do. So let's just get behind the team. It'll be our reach, won't it?
Okay, a good rallying call to end your call with. Jonathan, many thanks for coming on this evening. Don't forget, we will take some calls after the final whistle has blown tonight as well. We'll be on air till 10:30, maybe even later, Ando, depending on how things go.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, I think it's in your contract. Have a look at the
No, I checked my contract this morning.
Yeah, midnight, I think it says.
Yeah, midnight.
But yeah, we will bring
double time.
As much post-match reaction as we can. I know you haven't looked at your contract if you think it says double time anyway, by the way.
Yeah, you're right.
Baz H in Washington says the addition of Botman, this is a good point, this will help us counter Arsenal's set piece expertise. That extra height could make all the difference. That's clearly something that is a big threat from Arsenal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the loss of Joe Linton in there was a bit of a blow. Look, we're a big side. You know, you look at us, we've got plenty of height in there, but bringing Botman in gives you another 6-foot+ player in there. Arsenal, especially early part of the season, were really, really good at set pieces. They've dried up a little bit, and you just hope that continues tonight.
Let's hear from some more supporters who were gathering outside the ground as I arrived a little bit earlier this evening. I had a chat to quite a few of them just to ask them how they felt about what is to come here tonight. What's your name?
Cara.
And what's your name?
Albie.
What do you think is going to happen tonight, Cara, first?
We think we're going to win 2-1, don't we? Yeah.
You're a mascot. How excited are you about that?
Very excited.
What does that mean you're going to get to do?
Walk on the pitch with the players.
Oh my goodness. And which player are you going to walk on with? Do you know yet?
No.
If you could choose, who would it be?
Gordon.
I will be looking out to see if that's you with Anthony Gordon. Okay, well, enjoy it. It's going to be a night you will never forget.
Yeah.
Take loads of pictures. Enjoy. Quick word, what's your name? Martin. What's your name?
Freya.
Freya. Don't be shy, Freya. Martin, what's going to happen tonight?
4-2 win.
A 4-2 win, which would make it, let me calculate, 6-2 on aggregate.
6-2 on aggregate.
Why do you think it's going to be so convincing?
Optimistic, mate.
No nerves at all?
I'm nervous, she's not.
What do you think the score is going to be, Freya?
2-1 win.
Yeah, you've watched Newcastle probably long enough to know that it's not always straightforward.
I'm not plain sailing at all, no. Many years of watching them, you were just watching them.
What's your name?
Jamie.
What's going to happen tonight, Jamie?
Oh, I think we're going to win 1-0.
A 1-0 win, okay. Why so confident? A lot of people are a bit nervous.
Just because you chucked a microphone in my face, I'm like, yeah, that's my first answer. Want to be positive. I don't know, I just fancy us for an upset.
Would it play into Newcastle's hands that obviously Arsenal have to go for it a bit?
Yeah, definitely, because I think we're really good on the break.
Is this the year they're actually going to win a trophy?
Yeah, I nearly swore there, but yeah.
What's your name?
Carol.
Carol, what's going to happen tonight, Carol? You look a bit nervous, Carol.
I am a bit nervous. Well, we've got 2 goal start, so you never know though. I think I'll keep myself for the night.
What's the best way to go about this? Sit on the 2-goal lead or have a crack at them?
We'll have to have a crack. We'll have to get the first goal, definitely. Because if they get the first goal, I just see it all going downhill.
Are you worried about the recent form not being as good as it was?
I am a bit. We need to strengthen the side, really.
Who's the most important on the pitch tonight?
Anthony Gordon.
Anthony Gordon.
He's got some speed on him, hasn't he?
What's your name?
Toby.
And what's your name?
Christine. It's going to be a nervous night, definitely.
Shouldn't be though, 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think we need to go into it 0-0. Yep, see what happens from there. I'm confident. Yeah.
So that's the way to treat it, as though it's 0-0 and play it like a regular game.
0-0, play like a regular game, get the first goal, take it from there.
What's going to be key tonight, do you think?
Getting the first goal.
Is this going to be the year, finally, that Newcastle win something?
I hope so.
I think so this year. I think we've a very good chance of it. Yeah, absolutely.
You look to me like you're trying to convince yourself.
No, I'm convinced with it. Yeah. I've got every faith in them. Every faith in them.
So different moods ahead of the match. Cautious optimism, perhaps the best way to summarise it. I can see the mascots actually, having spoken to one of them outside the ground, just lining up beside the pitch now. What a night they're having. One of them as well, a nice touch, has a Czech Tiote shirt on as well.
That's Czech Tiote's son.
That's actually his son?
Yeah.
Oh, what a wonderful gesture. I didn't realise that was the case. Okay, because I can just see the back of him there. And Tiote 24 on his back.
Friday, it's one of Czech Tiote's son, Raphael, who is one of the mascots tonight.
Ah, right, okay, because I was chatting to another of the mascots outside, but to have someone like that among them, what a night for them, and hopefully the spirit of Tiote, well, that will help it to affect proceedings this evening. So we're not too far away from kick-off now, with both sets of players out on the pitch going through their warm-up routines. The time is 7:33.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And it's an 8 o'clock kick-off. Newcastle United leading Arsenal by 2-0 after the first leg of this Carabao Cup semi-final. Razor can remind us of tonight's team news.
There's no Joelinton at all for Newcastle. 2 changes to the 11, and it looks like they're going to a back 5. Livramento is the other player who drops out. They start with Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Tonali in midfield, Murphy, Isak, Gordon in attack. Callum Wilson's back on the bench. Arsenal are unchanged.
Thank you very much indeed, Razor. Elsewhere, the Sunderland defender Trey Hume has been nominated for the Championship Fans Player of the Month award for January. The Liverpool defender Trent Alexander-Arnold won't play in tomorrow's League Cup semi-final second leg against Spurs because of a thigh injury. One match in the Championship tonight. Leaders Leeds away at Coventry. Manchester City women say that they are appalled after learning striker Bunny Shaw was subjected to racist and misogynistic abuse after their loss to Arsenal on Sunday. All 72 clubs in the National League structure, including Gateshead and South Shields, have written to the EFL board demanding the introduction of 3 promotion and relegation spots between the 2 leagues from next season. Currently, only 2 teams, of course, go up and down between League 2 and the National League. In Rugby Union, Marcus Smith is set to start at fullback and Finn Smith at fly half for England in Saturday's Six Nations match with France at Twickenham. Barry Hearns told the BBC he'll announce huge increases in prize money for darts players in the next 4 or 5 weeks. And in tennis, the 2019 Wimbledon champion Simona Halep has announced her retirement. Marco Gabbiadini, we will let you go now because we're building up to kick off nicely, and your work is done for the evening.
Thank you, enjoy your evening.
And
cheers.
We will talk to you on the show tomorrow evening. Steve Howie will also be on Total Sport tomorrow night, of course, to look back at this game, to react to this game. And let me just do a couple more messages that have been sent in. Loads of people getting in touch tonight, just before I hand across to Razor to take us up to kick-off. But he's got plenty more for you in terms of hearing from Eddie Howe, and yes, just reliving that famous 4-4 as well, amongst other things. Paul in Morpeth says, I'm in the Eddie Howe no plan B brigade, and I'm very surprised at the way that Eddie has lined up for the game tonight. Fingers crossed it works. I think the lineup tonight is just simply because Joelinton's not playing. So yeah, if Joelinton had been available, he
wouldn't have done that. No,
wouldn't have changed the system.
No. I think if Joelinton had been fit, he would have went with an unchanged side. Because he hasn't got Joelinton, he's decided that something that was mentioned just before you went to the headlines there, Pridey, you know, Botman coming back in gives you a little bit of height back in there as well. You know, Arsenal are decent at set pieces, so that could have been in his thinking as well.
And this one says, did nobody watch Arsenal play Manchester City? Every time City attacked, Arsenal countered stronger, nicked possession and scored a hatful. Howe has made a logical team selection and not an emotional one. I reckon a nervy first 10 minutes as no one wants to concede first. We're coming in with a 2-goal advantage. We're at home. We've got nothing to prove here. I reckon 2-2. I'll see you all at Wembley, says G.
I'm not too sure about having nothing to prove. You've still got to go and win the game. You've still got to be professional in what you do. See the game out. So there's still something to prove. But as I say, we don't need to go chasing the game. We just got to be professional, keep our shape, keep our discipline, and make life as difficult as we possibly can for Arsenal.
And one more for now. Earlier this week, on Monday evening, we paid tribute to Alan Shoulder, the former Newcastle United centre-forward, who sadly at the weekend passed away at the age of 71. Got a message which has just come in from Alan's family, and it says, could the TalkSport team please pass on our thanks to the North East football community for all of their lovely tributes to Alan Shoulder since his passing this week. As a family, we have been overwhelmed by all the kind words and condolences left for Alan, and we would like the football family across the region to know that their thoughts, prayers and kind comments have been much appreciated by his family at this very difficult time.
Nice. Look, he was a great lad. He was small in stature but big in character, that's for sure. He was a pleasure to be around.
And I'm only too happy to pass that message on via TalkSport, and thank you very much indeed for taking the time to send that message to us. We talked to George Courtney, the former referee who knew Alan very, very well, on Monday evening. He paid a great tribute, and if you missed that, I'm going to play a little bit of that at half-time in tonight's game as well. Not too long to kick off now, just over 20 minutes to go. Razor's champing at the bit. He'll take you off to kick off, along with Ando next.
For the new series of The Apprentice, Lord Sugar loved our promotion ideas.
I'm thinking swap your black cabs for horses. That sort of thing.
Is this plan A? I don't even want to see plan B. Next.
For this one, Lord Sugar, 2 words. Sock puppets.
Here's another 2. You're fired.
Or maybe not. The most demanding series yet.
Pathetic.
The Apprentice. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dubravka hangs it up and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1.
And if you wanted to drop to anybody, you wanted to drop to that man.
It's now with Murphy. Low ball to Isak in the box. Alexander Isak with a shot saved. Yes! Anthony Gordon has doubled the advantage for Newcastle United in front of the away end after Raya parried Isak's shot. What a position they are in. That could be crucial. 51 minutes at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Anthony Gordon, and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2. Final whistle is blown. Newcastle United with a 2-0 win at the Emirates Stadium, only halfway in the tie, but a huge step towards a return to Wembley. Well, that's how they took control of this League Cup semi-final. The first leg at the Emirates Stadium a month ago. It's been a long wait, hasn't it? But tonight we are here at St James's Park, and Newcastle United or Arsenal will be the first team to book their place in the League Cup final, which is on Sunday the 16th of March. A 2-0 lead on aggregate, a fantastic position to be in. We must remember Newcastle lead the tie on aggregate. That's exactly what they would have wanted ahead of the home leg. It was beyond probably what many of us thought possible, especially at the Emirates Stadium where they had such a wretched record. But John Anderson, it's a wonderful platform, and tonight they have to complete the job, whether they win, draw or lose by a single goal. There are possible results, many possible results that will see Newcastle through to Wembley, and they've just got to get it done.
Yeah, giving themselves a huge opportunity. I mean, to go away to the Emirates and score twice without reply is huge advantage. Just been talking to Pridey there, Razor, and they don't have to do anything outstanding tonight. They just have to be professional in what they do. They've got to be able to see the game out. We don't need to go chasing goals. People are saying, we need to get in the face and need to get at them early on. No, we don't. We just need to be calm, collected in what we do. All the pressure is on Arsenal because they need to get into the game. They need to throw bodies forward. They need to take chances, and that could play into our hands. Yeah. The fact that they've got it. They're the ones that need the goals. We don't need the goals. We're quite happy with how the game is at this moment in time. And if Arsenal commit too many bodies forward, we know with the pace that we've got up top, we're capable of picking them off.
We are not going to spend too much time discussing negatives and how this might flip in Arsenal's favour, but I do want to say this, and speaking to a lot of fans at St James's Park tonight, where the atmosphere is good, and I know there have been plenty of pre-match nerves, but I feel like the closer we get to kick-off, there's more excitement around St James's Park. The fear is if Arsenal score first, particularly early, but if Arsenal score first at any time, even if it's late in the game, they then just need one more, because away goals don't count double. So if Arsenal win by 2 clear goals tonight in 90 minutes like Newcastle did at the Emirates, it then goes to extra time. So the flip side of that is if Newcastle score early and score first, then that would mean Arsenal need 3 to tie and 4 to win, and that would be a very different dynamic on the night. So you talked about how they have to be calm. The start to the game, I feel, is particularly crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, look, as I said earlier, you don't need to go chasing the game. You got to be calm. You got to keep your shape, playing with 3 centre backs. And again, said to Pridey earlier, when we haven't got the ball, that 3 becomes 5. And Tonali will sit in front of those 3 centre backs as well. So you've got plenty of protection there. But when we have got the ball, those 2 wing backs will get on the bike and they'll get forward. They'll join in. They'll make things happen. But we just got to be. Just got to show composure, not do anything stupid. Don't go chasing it. I mean, the last thing you'd probably say to them is, look, if we keep it tight for 15-20 minutes, we don't give them in England. You don't give them any chance whatsoever, because if Arsenal score inside the first 15 minutes, all of a sudden the crowd get a little bit edgy, a little bit touchy, a little bit nervous, and that nervousness all of a sudden then gets through the players and could become a long night.
That's a great reception for the players who've just finished their warm-up. Newcastle United starting 11, 2 changes. Botman and Trippier come in for Joe Linton, who's injured, misses out entirely, and Livramento, who's on the bench. Back 5 we expect. Dubravka continues in goal. Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall at left wing back, Bruno, Tonali in the middle, Murphy, Isak, Gordon. The bench: Pope, Wilson, Target, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, Willock, Longstaff, Miley. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. You can also listen to us tonight anywhere in the world on the BBC Sounds app. Get the Newcastle United perspective there, or if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. 15 minutes until kickoff. Newcastle lead 2-0 on aggregate, but Eddie Howe knows there's still work to be done.
I think my message is, look, we're at the halfway point of the tie. I think it's the away game was a good performance from us, but of course, against any opposition, the game's still very much alive and we have to do our part. But I think then when you add the quality of Arsenal and what the team that they have, we know very much we have to be on our guard. I think we just have to approach the game in a really positive way, aggressive way. We have to very much try and be ourselves in every moment. There'll be no deviation from that from our perspective. Front foot performance at home, we need to engage the crowd. We're in a good position and we need to try and make the most of every opportunity.
And finally, you have done that against the top teams throughout your time here, haven't you? And this season you've beaten Arsenal twice, the away leg, and also at home in the Premier League. When you've had these big matches, often it's brought out the best in your team, hasn't it?
Historically, yes, and I think that's been a combination of us and the crowd. I think we've become a really potent team together. and I think that's what we're going to need in this game. We're going to need to absolutely engage all our supporters in our energy and our body language and every power that we possess to involve them in the game, because we need to make this a really formidable environment for our opponent. We need to create really positive energy between us. It's our duty to do that, and we'll try to do that.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here is Barton. It's deep. Williamson is the target. Well, Williamson was blocked off by two Arsenal shirts, and it's a penalty. Very definitely a penalty. In all of this penalty needs to be converted, and we're in for some finish. Barton has played it down the middle and scored. The keeper's nearly saved it with his legs, and Joey Barton has set up one hell of a finish at St James's Park.
Unbelievable. You see, I told you if they got one, but you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have it. I tell you what, it's a very soft penalty as well, Mick, when you see it. But it's not the referee, it's the linesman that gives it.
Yeah, exactly.
Linesman puts his flag across his chest. And I tell you what, they could go on and win it.
If this goes 4-4, this might just eradicate all those nightmares of Stan Collymore at Anfield all those years ago. This might just wipe out of the memory banks the 4-3 at Anfield. All the way up to the air. Free kick by Rosicki on Barton. Here's Barton with the free kick, right-hand side. Nicks it in there, headed clear. And as far as Tiotti's volley. Oh, what a goal! What a goal by Sheikh Tiotti! I've never seen scenes like it at St James's Park. A header clear by Arsenal, and Sheikh Tiotti with a left foot volley from 20 yards has pierced the back of Arsenal's net. Wojciech Szczesny is beaten. Newcastle United's great escape is complete. Newcastle United 4, Arsenal 4.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
14 years to the day since the comeback, the 4-4 against Arsenal. And brilliant to hear the commentary from the great Mick Lowes, who was alongside Ando that night. You tipped them to win.
I thought they could have went down and win it. Yeah. I said if they get one, you never know what could happen. It was unbelievable scenes. It was an unbelievable volley as well by Sheikh Tiotti as well. You know, on his swinger as well, his left foot. And it just flew in that bottom right-hand corner. It was a great strike.
And how lovely it is that Sheikh Tiotti, who died a few years ago after he had departed Newcastle United, his son Raphael is here as one of the mascots for tonight's match against Arsenal. 14 years on from Tiotti's stunning goal, one of the great Newcastle United goals, one of the great moments in the club's modern history. Big noise at St James's Park, 10 minutes to go until kick-off. Black and white foiled flags on the far side at the east stand, and at the Gallagher end a banner being unfurled that says "Get into them." Yeah, and you would endorse that message?
Yeah, look, you just got to hassle them, put them under all sorts of pressure, but you got to pick your moments as well. You know, you got to be disciplined in what we do.
Well, shortly there's going to be a live version of what we know as Local Hero, Going Home, the theme to Local Hero. The music Newcastle run out to, and that's going to be played after Blitzkrieg Bop by the Ramones, part of the pre-match build-up at St James's Park, as black and white striped banners are unfurled and dragged across the width of the pitch from the east stand to the Milburn. Arsenal are unchanged. Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly, who is available after his red card against Wolves was rescinded. Odegaard, Partey, Rice in midfield. Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard up front. Their bench is Tommy Setford, the goalkeeper, then Tierney, Kivior, Zinchenko, Jorginho, Marino, Sterling, Calafiori and Nwaneri. Newcastle United, 2 changes, Botman and Trippier in for the injured Joe Linton and Livramento, and Wilson is back after 2 months out as a substitute. It's BBC Radio Newcastle on a massive night at St James's Park. Newcastle's 3rd League Cup semi-final tie. They won the other 2 on aggregate, 1976 against Spurs 3-2, and 2 years ago 3-1 on aggregate, with home and away wins over Southampton, and the second of those 2 matches in each case were at St James's Park. So the draw in terms of being away first and at home second mirrors the 2 previous occasions, and Newcastle came through in 76 and 2 years ago successfully. Tonight they don't need to win, they could even lose and go through. A draw will be fine, but they've just got to get the job done. And as a banner, black and white with gold lettering, is passed up to the top of the East Stand, we are now going to hear Local Hero from the musician Johnny Blue Hat, who stands on the halfway line, and he performs as a solo saxophonist. Famous Geordie anthem, tune associated with Newcastle United. We may hear it again before the players run out, but this is a good addition, Ando, on a big night. Just,
yeah, it's decent, isn't it?
Adds to the pre-match flavour and probably distracts any supporters who are nervous for a couple of minutes. They can hum along.
Yeah, I don't think those nerves will go till kick-off. I think those nerves will be there up the kick-off.
Well, we've got 5 minutes to go here at St James's Park. The teams will be with us shortly. Referee tonight is Simon Hooper from Wiltshire. Adrian Holmes and Simon Long are the assistants. Tom Bramall is the 4th official. There is VAR in the League Cup semi-finals. John Brooks tonight, the VAR. Nick Hopton is his assistant. The VAR announcements, if there are any decisions that are overturned or reviewed, will be made. There was nothing at the Emirates Stadium, but in the first leg of the other semi-final, there was an on-pitch announcement from the referee at Spurs Liverpool. By the way, that second leg is tomorrow night at Anfield. Tottenham leading 1-0. Newcastle leading 2-0, and we said before the match at the Emirates Stadium, possibly even a 1-0 defeat away at Arsenal would have been acceptable. Arsenal were 13 unbeaten before the first leg. I mean, it couldn't really have gone much better, could it?
No, not at all.
Sets them up perfectly for tonight.
No, not at all. I mean, it was a really strong performance. There was nothing fluky about it. We put our bodies on the line, defended well. Botman came in. I thought Botman was brilliant on the night. I really did. I thought he was exceptional. But they deserved what they got, and they'll have to do exactly the same again tonight. And hopefully we can get it done here tonight. Spurs can then do us a favour tomorrow night at Anfield.
Well, that live performance of Local Hero went down a treat, just the tonic at St James's Park, and here come the 2 teams. Bruno Guimaraes leads Newcastle out, and Martin Odegaard, the Arsenal skipper, walks out first with his teammates following. Now Hey Jude is belted out by all 4 sides of St James's Park. Arsenal have got about 5,000 fans, a big away following, but all the noise is coming from the home supporters as those black and white giant banners are folded back up and taken.
Good luck folding them up, by the way.
Yeah. They stretch the width of the St James's Park surface. They say lots of colour, but it's black and white. It's monochrome, but St James's Park looks good and sounds good ahead of the all-important second leg here against Arsenal, where they can go through even with a defeat, but who needs that stress and that pressure? There's enough of it already in the build-up with pre-match nerves. Eddie Howe knows for his team it's just important to get off to a strong start.
We've probably had mixed success with that this season in terms of our starts to games. I think we've had some very good in our recent run of wins. I thought we were starting the game really, really well and back to the levels that we maybe were in our Champions League season. A couple of times this season we've been frustrating where we haven't started in the right way. Start to this game is going to be really, really important. We need to set the right intention. We need to set the right body language for everyone to connect with who's coming to watch us. I think if we can do that with the qualities we have, that will help us a lot.
How important is the crowd tonight and the way the crowd
always play a vital part here,
but especially if things don't go
well. The one thing you don't want, I mean, especially if you go behind, you don't want the crowd to get nervy and then start having little bits of goals at players when they make mistakes, because that tension then all of a sudden gets through to players as well. So the crowd have got to stay with the team. They usually do, but I think maybe more so tonight.
The coin toss between Bruno and Martin Odegaard. Newcastle have won the toss, so they'll kick up the hill towards the Leazes end in the first half. A reminder, you can listen to us tonight for the Newcastle United angle on the BBC Sounds app. That's where you can hear the BBC Radio Newcastle commentary if you're not listening through a radio. And we're also available on your smart speaker if you have one. Ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. The black and white flags have been put down and now the black and white scarves are being twirled around as both teams emerge from their pre-match huddles. Newcastle black and white stripes, black shorts and socks. Goalkeeper Dubravka in green and yellow. Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne, Hall. It's a back five. Bruno, Tonali in midfield. Murphy, Isak, Gordon. And Arsenal, red and white shirts, white shorts, red socks. Raya in yellow in goal. Back four of Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly. Odegaard, Partey, Rice. Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard. 2-0 up after a brilliant win in North London a month ago. Will they do it, John Anderson, tonight?
I think so, yeah. You gotta have belief, you gotta have confidence. Look, and it's only half time, but you're 2-0 up in the tie. So you've got to take the belief in that. Early free kick.
Free kick for Arsenal, who kicked off, shooting to the right towards the Gallagher end. Foul outside the box.
Gordon blocked them off, blocked Havertz off.
And it's 30 yards out. It's in line with the edge or the side of the penalty area. From Raya's long ball, Gordon pulled at the back of his shirt. So, assistant referee Adrian Holmes had a good view of that, and Newcastle, inside the first minute, have a free kick to defend, close to the edge of their penalty area. Dubravka in the 6-yard box. The defensive line is across the D. Arsenal have got players offside at the moment. Declan Rice behind the ball. Eddie Howe said in his pre-match interview, set pieces are important, they have to defend them well. Here's the first test. Rice clips it in. It's headed across the penalty area and corner, it's an Arsenal corner. 60 seconds on the clock. Mikel Arteta applauds his team. 2 set pieces and more Newcastle defending to be done.
Yeah, a little bit of edge about it, isn't there, already?
Right-footed Declan Rice. Players at the back post, players beyond the back post for Arsenal. Nobody front post. Rice puts his left arm in the air and now rolls it along the goal line to Martinelli. Murphy putting pressure on. Martinelli plays it against Bruno. Newcastle away. Jacob Murphy up to the halfway line. Still going. With Martinelli with him, still going Murphy. Strong running, wins a free kick at the other end, 30 yards out. Almost identical to what Arsenal did. Jacob Murphy did a brilliant job for the team there. taking them from the defensive third into the attacking third.
Yeah, I mean, Arsenal went short with the corner kick and it totally backfired. Not too sure what Martinelli was trying to do, but Murphy runs them up the pitch. Martinelli gives the free kick away in a similar position to where Arsenal got theirs.
Hall and Gordon next to the ball. Kieran Trippier jogs back over to the far side. 3rd minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. No goals tonight. Still 2-0 to United on aggregate. Gordon makes his way up the line. Lewis Hall steps back from the ball. So you'd think Hall's going to put it in there, but instead he goes short inside to Tonali. He clips in a cross, headed away by Arsenal as far as Trippier. Up the line for Bruno, no offside. Into the corner, back to Trippier. Gets it caught under his feet, but passes it to Cher. Deep cross from Cher. And there's a pull in the box by Isak on Timber. So the whistle's gone, but it would have been a goal kick anyway.
Yeah. Lively enough start, isn't it?
Raya over halfway, it's dropping towards Havertz. Botman stabs it forwards. Bruno to Tonali, and then Gordon onto Alexander Isak into the penalty area. Here's Isak. It's there!
Oh, what a start!
Alexander Isak with an incredible finish, and a huge night at St James's Park is off to the perfect start. Isak inside 4 minutes, found by Gordon's ball over the top, and he has produced a brilliant finish across Raya and into the top corner. And it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, and 3-0 on aggregate.
Well, it's a great finish. It's an unbelievable finish. He's just whipped that into that top corner. It's an astounding finish.
VAR is checking for a possible offside. It looks tight.
He's onside.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Ooh. It's tight. We're looking at it. I think it's tight. We don't know. And the joy may be short-lived, but what a finish.
Oh, an unbelievable finish.
Well, Newcastle could do with this goal being allowed to stand. The VAR is John Brooks. They're still checking. Nothing wrong with the finish. It's just whether Isak was offside from Gordon's ball. Simon Hooper, the referee, has the ball under his arm.
The crowd are singing on same old Arsenal.
Still we wait. It's 1-0 tonight and 3-0 on aggregate if this is allowed to stand. It's very close. Gordon in the centre circle, over to Isak. Depending on which angle you look at, he seems onside. Others, it's more questionable. But it's a long VAR check, and we're still waiting for the VAR to confirm that Isak's goal will count. We still wait.
Pridey's right, we could be here till midnight.
The referee still has the ball tucked under his arm. Newcastle players and crowd frustrated with the length of time this is taking. Alexander Isak into the net at the Leazer's end. A brilliant finish, but was he offside in the build-up? We look to Simon Hooper, the referee, and the decision
offside
is that the goal will not count.
What a finish. Goal deserved.
Hang on, the referee's put the ball down. That's the referee confirming, although you probably couldn't hear it clearly, that it's offside against Isak. It's tight, but he was just offside.
What a finish it was.
So it's back to 0-0 tonight. And 2-0 Newcastle on aggregate. And psychologically, that will give Arsenal a lift, because 3-0 early on would have been massive for Newcastle. But they've scored once, they've got to do it again. Here's Isak trying to get the better of Gabriel on halfway, and Saliba comes out to help his colleague on the far side. Newcastle, Trippier with a foul on the touchline. 10 yards from halfway. Seven minutes played. And a goal disallowed for Newcastle. Arsenal free kick on the far side. Such a shame, because Gordon's ball found Isak, who got away from the defender, and as you said, Ando, the finish was sublime.
Finish was outstanding. Yeah, it is a shame, because it was incredible. I don't know why they're blaming Arsenal. It was VAR that gave it offside.
Well, that's a decision that's gone for Arsenal. Offside the call. Here they have a free kick on the left. Played inside, short to Rice. Bruno closing down. Rice up the left wing. Looks for a return ball. Trippier has prevented a corner at the expense of a throw next to the corner flag. Havertz, the sole Arsenal presence in the 6-yard box, front post, Dan Burn with him. He now moves on towards Botman. They look for him near the goal line. That's gone out for a goal kick from the throw. Arsenal with what they felt should have been a corner, was a throw, and they've given Newcastle a goal kick here at a raucous St James's Park, where Alexander Isak has had a goal chalked off. It's 0-0 on the night, still 2-0 to United on aggregate. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app and NUFC TV. Dubravka drives it through the middle. Isak backs in to Saliba. Arsenal hook it across to the far side. Trippier's header. Partey on for Arsenal. Big Dan Burn across to send it forwards. Gordon knocked over by Partey on the left wing, 35 yards out. Free kick goes the way of Newcastle United.
Yeah, there's plenty of edge to it.
Gave him a shove in the back. Lewis Hall with the free kick. The last one they rolled inside to Tonali. Isak's made a quick run up the line. They did that in the match against Chelsea earlier in the competition, and it led to a goal, didn't it? But now Isak wasn't found, goes back into the middle, and Lewis Hall left-footed. Good delivery. Arsenal clear from the edge of the area after Newcastle won the first header. Trippier from halfway. Sensible ball back to Dubravka. Arsenal push up. Tonali makes a run through the middle. Dubravka delayed the pass, then goes wide to Trippier. Bruno closed down by Lewis Skelly, who stabs it away, and Trippier has a throw to take after it goes out from the 18-year-old's touch. Scored his first goal for Arsenal in the win over Manchester City, made it 3-1 at the weekend. Arsenal in good form, 5 wins from 7 since the first leg. Newcastle less so. But 10 minutes played, John Anderson, sum up what we've watched so far.
It's been lively. Yeah, it's been lively. Not a great deal of quality on show, but it's been feisty.
Some Newcastle fans feel it went out on the far side. Then Isak is adjudged to have tripped an Arsenal defender in his attempt to win the ball back. And Gabriel gets a free kick for his team, but they've taken it from the wrong place and possibly too early for the referee's liking. So they'll have to do it again. 0-0 on the night, still 2-0 on aggregate. Dan Burn keeping an eye on Gabriel Martinelli on this near side. They now move into the middle as Arsenal clip it up the line. Header on there from Havertz. Tonali covering, hooks it forwards. Ooh, Saliba with a miscued ball backwards, and Raya sliced his clearance. Now Arsenal in trouble. Gordon trying to win it back. Timber wins a free kick from Gordon, and Newcastle fans on their feet protesting. Eddie Howe with outstretched arms. They don't like the decision. Arsenal get away with it after 2 errors at the back. Now Rice under pressure here, and they've won it back edge of the area, and Arsenal stab it away, and it could be out for a corner. It's gone instead for a throw, and Fabian Schär punches the air and gets a reaction from the crowd. The high press from Newcastle and mistakes from Arsenal at the back.
Yeah, Rice was far too lax on the ball.
Burn up the line to Hall, inside to Isak, on to Tonali, first time ball look for Bruno. Intercepted, lost by Trossard. Arsenal get a bit lucky with a ricochet, and it's Havertz on the far side, back to Lewis Skelly, who then has to go back to Saliba and Raya, and Odegaard plays it back, and Timber comes inside, finds Odegaard. They've done well there, Arsenal, out from a tight spot.
Just a little bit.
And they've got possession in the centre circle. Thomas Partey, 0-0, 2-0 Newcastle on aggregate. Tonali a bit late on Partey. Referee says play on, Arsenal have the ball. Odegaard through the lines up to Martinelli, laid off to Timber. Good football from Arsenal. Trossard on the right wing, 20 yards out, taking on Burn. Low ball stabbed away by Botman. Burn towards the corner, clearance hits the heels of Trossard. Arsenal win it back. Inside to Partey, close to the Newcastle penalty area.
No room.
Goes to the left to Lewis Skelly. Digs out a cross. Botman stabs it into the hands of Dubravka.
Didn't know a great deal about it, did he? Just stuck a boot up. Fortunately for him, knocked it straight back into the arms of Dubravka. Arsenal kept the ball well, didn't they? Moved it well.
And Dubravka puts the ball on the floor. Havertz closes down, and it goes long and bounces in the Arsenal half, where it's then headed back to Raya, who played in the quarter-final and the first leg of the semi-final. Their first choice goalkeeper. Beats him twice at the Emirates Stadium. Raya with the ball on the floor, edge of the area. Odegaard out to the left-hand side, into the middle to Havertz. Burn helps it on to Bruno. Good first touch. Gordon on the left edge of the area. Now into the box. Anthony Gordon cuts inside and just ran into a red shirt. It's Odegaard. Plays it up the line to Havertz. Back to Odegaard. And Arsenal with possession. And then Hall cuts out Timber's pass, and Botman cuts inside away from Martinelli. Newcastle have the ball back, and Botman plays it to Trippier. Away he goes. Murphy for support on the outside. Trippier finds a pass to Bruno. Then they go to Murphy in the corner, who has a touch, whips it over. Lewis Hall tries to keep it alive and hits the side netting.
It's already out. Decent 15 minutes though.
Is it only 15 minutes?
Yeah, that's all we put.
Dan Burn wins a header from Havertz near to halfway. Timber, the Dutch defender for Arsenal forwards. Burn got it to Hall just, and then back to Botman, and now Dubravka. This is trouble. Dubravka, he's found Hall. They got even luckier there, Newcastle. And Arsenal with William Saliba slightly behind Raya, has to adjust his feet and control at the edge of the penalty area. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Long from Raya, nobody there in Arsenal red and white, and Newcastle let it run. Goal kick. Eddie Howe takes a sip from a water bottle and then applauds his players. Bruno ties his bootlace in the centre circle. Talk to us about the setup, John Anderson, the system. 3 central defenders tonight. Change of formation. How is it working?
It's worked well, hasn't it? They haven't been put under a great deal of pressure. They look comfortable in what they're doing.
Dubravka looks out to the far touchline. Lewis Skelly wins the header, and then on by Shea. Isak helps it out to Murphy, wants the return. Murphy lifts it forward. Saliba comes across. Isak, brilliant first touch out on the far right hand side, and Arsenal have won it back and sent forwards by Newcastle again from Trippier. Raya has it in the penalty area. at the feet of Arsenal's goalkeeper once more. Long ball looking for Havertz. Dan Burn challenges for the ball. Tonali pushes it away, but it's with Odegaard, right side of central midfield, looking to go forwards. Instead comes inside to Rice. Now Lewis Skelly, the left back, corner of the penalty area, tries to get around Trippier. Trossard's got it. Newcastle forcing him away from goal, but the danger hasn't been cleared. It's Saliba, and now Timber for Arsenal. Back to Trossard, rolls it into Odegaard in the penalty area. Gets the return ball and a massive block. Huge block in the centre of the penalty area when Arsenal, through Odegaard and Havertz, combined dangerously. The shot was blocked, and Newcastle now are able to push up, and Arsenal trying to come through again. Martinelli, edge of the area, goes down under a challenge and then wide of goal inside the box. That is a big moment from Martin Odegaard, right-footed in the penalty area as Arsenal wanted the free kick. On his left. It ran to Odegaard, right-footed, centre of the box, and he sliced it wide.
Oh, I'm pleased that wasn't on his left. Delighted it wasn't on his left. It's hit the post.
Burn made the challenge. Odegaard profited from the ball running loose, having got away from his man, and off the outside of his right boot, off the outside of the post. So Arsenal clipping the woodwork. Newcastle with a goal disallowed for offside thanks to VAR. Still 0-0. Isak with a good help on, gets it back from Gordon. He's in again. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Murphy has scored. Jacob Murphy for Newcastle United, following up after Alexander Isak cracked one off the woodwork. And maybe this goal will stand, and they will take the lead on the night. Jacob Murphy, such a key player in recent weeks, might just have edged Newcastle United closer to Wembley. 20th minute at St James's Park, having had one disallowed and having just seen Arsenal hit the woodwork. Isak with a shot off the post, Murphy following in, scores, and it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, and 3-0 on aggregate.
Oh, well, this is going to count, there's no doubt about that. Isak so unlucky, so unlucky. I mean, this time it's on his left foot, does everything right, just curls it around Raya. Fortunately, he hits it at a great angle to go straight across goal into the path of Murphy, who just knocks it into an empty net.
Murphy's actually clipped the post on the way in. He's had to quickly adjust his feet to get the right connection, but he got the right connection, and he has his 5th goal of the season, and Arsenal are about to kick off. And 2-0 up after the first leg, had Newcastle in control. 3-0 on aggregate now. It's a long way back for Arsenal. Here's Timber though, from the kickoff. Martinelli's cross, flicked away by Botman. Vital touch in the middle of the penalty area. Lewis Skelly, who looks a good player, plays it back to Partey. Now Odegaard. Gordon gets in the way, and it breaks for Tonali. And away go Newcastle United into the Arsenal half. Isak on the far side. Gordon to Tonali's left. Gordon gets it in the penalty area, but very well recovered Saliba to get back.
Oh, it's great defending.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Great defending. Oh, it's a hell of a game.
22 minutes have been played. 3-0 up on aggregate. Odegaard just outside the area. It's on his left this time, and it's wide. That one didn't trouble Dubravka. Mikel Arteta, dressed all in black, applauds the Arsenal play. They've moved the ball in their typical slick style, but Newcastle lead on the night, and now 3-0 on aggregate. goal kick at the Gallagher end. You're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. The part Isak played in the goal was not just the shot that hit the post, and what a hit it was. It was he helped it on to Gordon, got in front of the defender, hooked it round the corner, and then on it was played. And the front three linking up for the goal. Arsenal on the right wing with Martinelli through the legs of Byrne. Lewis Hall covers, takes a touch, and another. Can't get it clear. Burns behind him on the goal line. Hall plays it inside, straight to Odegaard. Havertz into the middle. Dubravka with a stop, and behind by Cher for a corner.
Oh, I tell you what, this is some game. Can't be playing there. You've just got to stick. It's where you've got to learn. You're 3-0 up on aggregate. You're trying to play. Just stick your boot behind it. Stick it down into the corner. Arsenal have got to go and get it.
They can't give Arsenal any hope, any encouragement. Dubravka, it's his first save tonight, isn't it? Here's the latest Arsenal set piece. Odegaard left-footed towards the near post. Header from Kieran Trippier. Newcastle lead 1-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate. Odegaard preparing to take another corner in between the Milburn and the Gallagher end. Arsenal players run across the 6-yard box towards the near post. Odegaard goes for that part of the penalty area again, and it's another header. Kieran Trippier says it should be a goal kick.
No, it's
the third corner in a row.
Oh, the dark arts are coming out already.
Martin,
Dubravka's gone down.
What are you trying to allege?
Me? Nothing at all.
There are some who believe Arsenal are the masters of the dark arts. Dubravka's back up. Bit of a limp. Odegaard, 25th minute. The latest Arsenal corner, same area of the box. Newcastle get it clear. It wasn't straightforward, but they've got it away. And Gordon in the centre of midfield. Arsenal have gone too quickly with the free kick. That's potentially good for Newcastle because they weren't quite.
This referee is not letting things go, is he? He's not letting people do things quickly.
I suppose that helps him keep control of matters, but
not when free kicks are concerned. You usually see them telling players to hurry up to get free kicks taken.
Kieran Trippier with great work there for the clearance from the corner. Now Arsenal play with Timber back inside to Saliba. Rice drags it back, rolls it across to the right side of the pitch to Odegaard. 15 yards out now. Martinelli, Hall and Gordon go to close down. Back inside to Odegaard, whipped towards the back post and headed behind.
Yeah, it's all right.
BBC Radio Newcastle, let me tell you, looking ahead to later, and who knows what is in store for us over the next couple of hours, but we will be with you till at least 10:30 tonight on the radio, reacting to the match, taking your calls.
Well, are you hanging around till midnight, are you?
Listen, if they win, I'll sleep here tonight.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Yeah. You won't want to go home if they complete the job. It's Kieran Trippier tying his bootlace. Waste a few more seconds.
No laces in them boots.
They lead 1-0 on the night. Murphy has scored. Isak's had one disallowed. Arsenal have hit the post. And it's been a really good game, John.
It has been. It's been a really enjoyable game to watch, actually.
Isak tries to head on from the ball forwards. Martinelli chests it. Botman with a header on. Tonali up looking for Bruno. Newcastle haven't really had the ball on the floor across midfield, but they are playing with one fewer in there with a back five. Here's Cher with a header to Dubravka. The back three been working well with each other. Ball on the floor, back in play with Newcastle. Gordon, nice take on the turn. Out to Hall, but it was over hit. Arsenal throw. Timber back to Saliba. Rice drops in. Arsenal with all their big names out there, those who are available. No Saka though because of injury. Gabriel Jesus also out. Into the corner towards Martinelli. 1-0 on the night to Newcastle, 3-0 on aggregate. Timber back to Martinelli, just onside. Martinelli blocked by Hall, out for a throw. Throw to be taken by Jurrien Timber. Back up the line to William Saliba. And now Martinelli. High cross from the right hand side. Trippier gave his man a shove and then heads it away. Good defending. 29th minute, ball 25 yards from Newcastle's goal, left side with Arsenal's Declan Rice. Rolled across the middle of Newcastle's half to Saliba, steps inside away from Gordon. They've had most of the ball, Arsenal, but Newcastle lead on the night and on aggregate. Martinelli back to Timber, inside to Partey. Isak gives him a bit of a shove, put him off balance, couldn't play it forwards. Back to Timber, and then Martinelli can't control the forward ball.
Caught on his heels, wasn't he? On his heels.
Lewis Hall, throw to take in the corner. Gordon up the line, Isak a bit further on, but more infield. Hall looks for Isak, but it's straight onto the boot of Partey and hooks back to Gabriel Magalhaes, the Arsenal Brazilian centre-half. Tonali challenge on Odegaard. And a throw. Odegaard might... Is he hurt? Just took a bit of a knock. He's off the pitch.
Yeah, he caught him, didn't he?
Arsenal play on quickly. Inside to Partey. Newcastle, everybody behind the ball. Isak's pulled out to the left. Gordon's more central at the moment. Timber to Partey. Gordon makes a challenge. Ball got away from the Arsenal midfielder, but it's another red and white shirt that's there. And now they play it on to Gabriel. Challenged by Newcastle, and they have it, and they're looking to break. Bruno could play in. Murphy, the goal scorer, up the line for Murphy to chase after. Gabriel gets across. Strong and quick play from Gabriel, and he wins a free kick in the corner. And Kieran Trippier doesn't like it and has said something to Gabriel. And the referee...
Trippier's just ran straight over him. Just pushed him in the back. No need to. Had him boxed in that corner, him and Murphy.
Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on the BBC Sounds app. If you have a smart speaker, you want to listen to us that way, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Lewis Hall intercepting on the near side, just behind halfway. Gordon makes the forward run. It's through the middle. Raya's come out of his box and has got there. He did well, David Raya. Havertz on from halfway, high ball, bouncing, Botman comes over, beats Martinelli in the air.
Yeah, you'd expect them to do that.
And Newcastle United defending again. Arsenal have got them boxed in their final third. Partey to Odegaard, edge of the area. Bruno comes back to intercept. Gordon on the outside, on this near side. Bruno looking for Gordon, just kept in, cuts inside. Gordon crowded out. Timber has the ball for Arsenal, across to the far side of central midfield. Trossard with a layoff to Rice, and now Odegaard, who's looked so dangerous for Arsenal and hit the post earlier on. Martinelli, left-footed shot, it's a weak one, hit the back of Dan Burn. And Newcastle get it clear. Gabriel on his chest has slipped. Isak's got it, but a long way from goal, and they've lost possession.
Gave it away.
Well, they can't be doing that. They haven't seen much of it tonight. Through ball into the box on the right for Havertz. Botman strong in the challenge. Goal kick. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. 3-0 on aggregate. John Anderson.
Yeah, it's so congested, so crowded. Arsenal have got no room to play in. I said beforehand that they play narrow. They've got no width whatsoever, so those three in there aren't getting shifted around. It's so easy for them to defend against at the moment.
A reminder, Newcastle 2 changes tonight. Dubravka has come in. Dubravka's kept his place. Trippier and Botman have come in for the injured Joelinton and Livramento. It's a back 5. Callum Wilson is on the bench after 2 months out. Botman header on by Tonali. Partey on his chest. And it's Lewis Skelly on the far side. Along halfway, Partey comes into the centre circle. 34th minute. Trossard's ball from the left wing. Botman comes across to head away from behind Rice, and Murphy with a ball lifted up to halfway. Isak with the header wins the ball. Now Isak, can he play someone through? It's Gordon on this near side, but it's sent him well wide. Still with Gordon though, he keeps it in and now heads towards the penalty area. Gordon still got it, laid off to Tonali. Gordon was caught, referee allows Newcastle to play on. Tonali with it on the left wing, needs some help, finds Gordon, onto Bruno, good take from Bruno. Juggles the ball, look for Tonali, gets it back Bruno and wins a throw. Here it is now with Gordon, who is fouled, and another decision for the referee, another free kick, and Newcastle are the beneficiaries this time. So, Lewis Hall preparing to deliver. "36 minutes. It's been a great game. Arsenal might be making a substitution. Here's Hall with the free kick, a good one. At the back of the box, they've got a chance, and it's gone for a goal kick despite some appeals for a corner. Fabian Schär closest to it in black and white. But Arsenal have defended that situation, and now they come forwards, looking to stretch Newcastle. Havertz on the left. They've broken so quickly. Havertz's cross all the way over from one side of the pitch to the other, and Odegaard can't keep it in. Looked like Arsenal were preparing to make a substitution.
Yeah.
There's a player down. I think it's Martinelli in the box. Ethan Nwaneri is going to come on. Another one of their talented youngsters. He's only 17. He's got 7 goals this season, including the 5th against Manchester City. It's Newcastle 1-0 on the night. They had one chalked off as well. Isak, an incredible finish, but he was offside when it was played to him. Arsenal have hit the post. Jacob Murphy then scored the goal that counted. And they're 3-0 up on aggregate, John Anderson. 8 minutes to half-time.
Don't need to do anything silly. Just keep doing what they're doing. Arsenal throwing bodies forward. We're looking to break on them. It's like a game of chess, isn't it?
It's the most exciting
you can
game
have
of
the ball.
chess I've ever witnessed. It's the most exciting game of chess
I've never seen a really exciting game of chess, I have to admit, but
it's more strategic.
Yeah, it's go on, you can have the ball, we'll allow you to have it, and then we'll look to break on you.
you throw all the bodies forward and we'll break. It's been a great game. It's been a really enjoyable game.
And it's going Newcastle's way. And that's what matters most. Martinelli off. Big disappointment for him personally. The Brazilian forward.
It's a pity he's off.
Here's Isak trying to get it back to Bruno. Arsenal player pass to Odegaard, then Rice to Havertz. Going on the outside, and Botman sees it back to Dubravka.
I would have sooner he stayed on, actually, Martinelli.
It's a hug from his manager. Fabian Schär, diagonal ball, looking for Gordon. Timber wins an important header. Then Bruno Guimaraes up into the air. Dan Burn nods it on, but it's only red and white shirts there. Partey, Gordon at his back though. Partey has turned inside.
Oh, well played.
And found Rice at the back of the centre circle.
Did well, didn't he?
Declan Rice.
Looked like he was going to have his pocket pinched.
Now, possession for Arsenal. Love to know the possession stats, how much ball they've had. It doesn't matter because Newcastle are winning tonight and on aggregate, but it shows you it's one metric to use, isn't it, when it comes to the way the game is being played. But with a back five, Newcastle set up differently this evening. No Joelinton, injured, not in the squad. Here they go with Saliba, and now to Nwaneri, the substitute. He's lively and quick, and his cross deflects off Hall. Tonali's header, Gordon out to it on the near side, and Gordon trying to run Odegaard. Arsenal with a covering defender, Saliba, who did so well.
Oh.
And then Timber, not quite so well. Newcastle throw. Saliba's a fantastic player, and so is Gabriel, the other centre-back.
Yeah, they've got their hands full tonight with who they're marking though.
He scored in the first leg at the Emirates. He scored the winner, that brilliant header, and what a cross from Gordon too, in November in the Premier League against Arsenal. Alexander Isak, 2 League Cup goals this season. Out of his 19, he almost had his 20th. Nwaneri on the outside of Hall, and he's overhit the cross. And as far as Newcastle are concerned, 5 minutes to half-time, 3-0 up on aggregate, that'll do.
He looks lively though, doesn't he? Quick feet.
Referees now talking to Arsenal's Leandro Trossard and Newcastle's Kieran Trippier on the far side. Dubravka puts the ball on the 6-yard line. Shooting towards the Leazes end. That's to the left-hand side as we look from the commentary box at St James's. Dubravka drives it long, looking for Trippier. It's beaten him, but Murphy keeps it in with a header. Gabriel away for Arsenal. Trippier gets his boot to the ball. Schär all the way back from halfway to Dubravka. Comes to the 18-yard line. Rice closes down. Dubravka goes back out to the right-hand side, but it's an Arsenal throw. Four wins in a row for Arsenal before tonight. Newcastle, 2 defeats out of 3, but as Eddie Howe said yesterday, you can look at it longer term and see 10 wins out of 12. It's all about the perspective.
Well, it just shows your stats are what you want them to be. It's only one stat that matters.
Yeah. And it's in Newcastle's favour. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Arsenal on the left wing. Trossard taking on 2. Newcastle get the ball. Bruno then has kept it in on the goal line and found Trippier back inside to the box to Schär. I think the crowd would like them to get rid. Here's Bruno again, and that's a foul on Bruno by Havertz. And the referee might want a word. Havertz then pushes Trippier, who pushes him back. Dubravka jogs across. And the referee could get a yellow card out here for Kai Havertz of Arsenal. He's been the pantomime villain on more than one occasion, wearing Arsenal and Chelsea colours. Dan Burn tells him what he thinks of the challenge on Bruno, and Havertz is booked. That's the first caution of the night. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, aggregate score 3-0. Free kicks to be taken.
You know, he's halfway down before he even touches him. He's so good at doing it.
He's not the most fouled player in the Premier League this season for nothing. I know this isn't a Premier League match, but
I'd love to know how many of them are actual free kicks, by the way.
You get my point. If you want to send us a message for half-time on X, we are at BBC Newcastle, or WhatsApp BBC at the start 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333. BBC at the start on WhatsApp. Newcastle throw on halfway. 44th minute. Jacob Murphy scored tonight after Isak's shot crashed back off the post. Dan Burn on the near side under pressure, has to get it away. Gordon trying to get in behind Saliba. Gordon was being held. Yellow card coming for Saliba for pulling back Anthony Gordon just inside the Arsenal half.
Well, that's just a long ball forward. He's not trying to pick anybody out, he's just clearing his lines. Saliba misjudges it, gets caught under it.
Do you remember a week and a half ago when Arsenal's Miles Lewis-Skelly was sent off for stopping an attack?
Yeah.
But yellow card for that, which is par, and also Lewis-Skelly's red card was rescinded, overturned.
There was plenty of Arsenal shorts around that though.
Yeah, exactly. And Gordon had a long way to go to goal. But it's good for Newcastle. Hall with a driven left-footed free kick to the far side. Arsenal header away. Trippier competing for the ball. Could be a high foot. Referee says play on. Tonali's got it. Botman into a challenge as well. Dan Burn slides in, and how the crowd loved that. Dan Burn, strong challenge to win the ball back, and Bruno onto Isak. Newcastle trying to play. Isak gets outnumbered, and Partey with it. And that's tidy stuff from Partey into Odegaard, laid off to Timber, and Waneri running at Hall. He could be a threat in the second half. Waneri on the outside, the low ball to the near post. Havertz couldn't connect.
It's great defending. Botman tracks him all the way back in there.
Saliba with Isak chasing back to Raya, and a minimum of 5 additional minutes.
Where's he got them from?
The VAR check for the goal.
Oh yeah, that took 20, didn't it?
I thought they were going to give the Isak goal. The length of time it took for VAR to decide. Good win by Cher. Now Bruno. Not much black and white up ahead, but he's got Isak, who has Gordon to this near left-hand side. Gives it and goes. Gordon on the outside of Rice, who can't stop him. Gordon, edge of the area. He's gone for the curler, and it's just wide. Raya probably had it covered, but a decent attempt from Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, he had it covered, didn't he? It was always wide.
Partey brings the ball unchallenged over halfway into the Newcastle half.
Then gives it away.
Straight to Lewis Hall. Here's Bruno. Back to Burn. Close down by Havertz. Inside to Botman, who is in the centre of the back 3 or back 5, whatever your preference is. 1-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate. Botman's moved into a midfield position, helped the ball on, but Arsenal win it back. Lewis-Skelly. Trippier slides in to intercept. Vital bit of defending. Tonali to Gordon, who wants it played quickly, and Anthony Gordon gets it. Saliba comes to close down. Gordon into the penalty area on the outside, wins a corner.
It's probably the best he could do. There was nobody up with him. He's gone on the outside. It's a swinger as well, isn't it? There's nobody in black and white up with him.
Kieran Trippier to take this one. Over he comes, 2 minutes into the minimum of 5 additional minutes Isak and Gordon having a chat in the penalty area as Byrne and Cher and Botman line up near the penalty spot. Trippier's delivery. Arsenal with the first header, then the Newcastle header, and that's quite a clearance, isn't it? High and long from Havertz. Trippier with a header and Hall back to Dubravka, who has a touch and then sends it forwards, but nobody in black and white contested, and Timber lets it go. Arsenal throw on the near side, middle of their half. Referee tells Timber not to encroach any further. He needs an option. That's a long throw into space in midfield for Partey.
Good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did really well there. Partey now 35 yards out, chip to the left to Lewis Skelly. On the outside, Trossard onto his right, Trippier with him, then across with his left that Kieran Trippier blocks, and that's a throw. Back it goes to Gabriel. Short ball inside to Partey. They go further back. Arsenal, there are 2 balls on the pitch, so the game will have to stop, but Arsenal will get it from the restart with just over 2 minutes of the 5 still to play. Newcastle leading on the night 1-0. 3 up on aggregate. Saliba to Timber. Odegaard. Right wing, 25 yards out, inside to Partey. He's seen so much of the ball tonight. Partey helped on to Odegaard, looking for Nwaneri on the outside of Byrne. Strong defending from Dan Byrne.
Great defending again.
Next to the corner flag.
Yeah, great defending again. Just put his body on the line.
More good work from the big man. Arsenal throw it back into play. Lewis Hall concedes another throw, same spot. Havertz is by the near post, Botman with him. Only one other red and white shirt in the penalty area, and that's Trossard. Arsenal still to take the throw. Timber. Rice comes to get it short, gives it back to him. Tonali trying to win it from Partey, gets his boot to the ball. Across the penalty area it goes. Trippier rises. Lewis Skelly gets there and has done very well. Trippier makes a recovery challenge, then Bruno with a foul.
I tell you what, he's a good player, isn't he? He's strong as well.
But that's half time. No time to take the free kick for Arsenal. And it's going Newcastle United's way. 45 minutes at St James's Park in the second leg. They have increased their lead on aggregate. 1 goal advantage on the night at half-time. Jacob Murphy, the scorer, after Isak's shot crashed back off the post. Murphy followed in after Isak had a brilliant goal ruled offside by VAR. And in between times, Arsenal had hit the outside of the post through Odegaard, who was well placed in the box. It's been a really good game, John Anderson. You've enjoyed it. And Newcastle are exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, it's been an excellent game. It's been end-to-end. It's, as you would expect, Arsenal having most of the ball, but we're just saying, look, you can have it, you can throw bodies forward, and we're just looking to break, and when we break we're causing the problems. Unlucky with the goal that was disallowed. It's an unbelievable finish. It's an absolutely worldly of a finish. And then he's unlucky with the one that hits the post, but it ricochets straight back into the path of Murphy, and that came straight after Arsenal had hit the post at the other end. So look, 3-goal advantage, good game, exactly the way that you thought it would be.
Just finally for the moment, Ando, remember you can send us messages on WhatsApp, BBC at the start, and the number 08000 321 333. The Isak goal that would have given them an unbelievable start on the night. It was a superb finish. He was just offside.
Yeah, it took an eternity as well. You know, it shouldn't take that length of time to decide whether it's a goal or not. I mean, but the finish is absolutely sublime. It's incredible finish. It's right in that top corner. Shame it was disallowed because it was absolutely brilliant.
Well, Newcastle 2-0 up after the first leg. Plenty of nerves ahead of tonight, but it is going their way, and there are 45 minutes, hopefully just 45 minutes more for them to navigate, and they will be going back to Wembley. But the job is still not done, despite Jacob Murphy's goal. On the night at half-time, Newcastle lead Arsenal 1-0, and on aggregate, it's Newcastle 3, Arsenal 0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go to the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross?
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park, where so far so good. If Newcastle were halfway there after the first leg, they are 3/4 of the way there now. They have added to their advantage. They lead 3-0 on aggregate. And Jacob Murphy's goal in the first half here has, I think, settled a few nerves, Ando, it has to be said. And you enjoyed that first half, didn't you?
I did, yeah, I really did. I thought it was end to end. It was a little bit, you can have the ball, but when you give it away, we're going to break on you, we're going to break in numbers, and that's exactly what we did. You know, Arsenal have had the majority of the ball, as you would expect. But I think
have they threatened? Do you
not
feel
really.
Like
no.
You haven't felt they're going to score any minute, have you?
No. For all the ball that they've had in and around our 18-yard box.
Odegaard's effort was the closest, hit the post.
Yeah, and Dubravka's had one other save to make apart from that. But they haven't really threatened Arsenal for all the ball they've had.
Yeah. I watched Kai Havertz coming off. He was laughing and joking with somebody about something. I'm thinking,
yeah, incredible.
You don't really want to be laughing and joking when you're 3-0 down in a semi-final.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
unfortunately, that's the mentality of it nowadays, isn't it? You're 3-0 down in a semi-final of a cup tie, and you're laughing and joking coming off at half-time.
I'm not sure, what his teammates would have thought of that, or I'm pretty sure Newcastle fans seeing that will be pretty happy. In terms of the second half, then I guess now what they'll do is
just keep doing what they're doing.
They'll keep doing what they're doing, but you will see a lot more of the dark arts coming in. There'll be delaying tactics.
You think?
You can guarantee that Dubravka will get a booking at some point.
You really think so, dude?
You know that's the case. I mean, Eddie Howe would love a bitty second half with no real flow to it.
You want to stop-start second half, don't you? You don't want Arsenal to get into any sort of rhythm. You want the game to be broke up as much as you possibly can.
Yes.
Stop it and start it. Look, it's almost there. There's no doubt about that. I don't think Eddie Howe could have asked for better, to be quite honest.
I'm going to let you go and get a cup of tea now.
Thanks very much.
When you go, watch out, because I don't know if you saw what happened after the goal went in. You know how the Newcastle United analysts sit in the seats just in front of us? Graham Jones is there as well. One of them, I don't know whether it was Graham Jones or one of the analysts next to him, smacked his fist on the bit of plastic that we've all got in front of us on the desks here. He snapped it. He snapped it clean off. It's a huge piece of plastic, really sharp edges as well.
I hope he's going to pay for it.
Well, I hope he is as well, yes. But it's on the ground, just where you're going to be walking to try and get out. So careful of that on your way out. Ando will be back with Razor for the second half. Let me do some of the messages that you have been sending in as well. The WhatsApp number is 08000 321 333. The text number 81333. Start your message with the letters BBC. Bazza has been on. Bazza's in Washington. Enthralling first half, says Bazza. First class commentary from Razor and Ando. I love listening to the radio commentary. It makes me imagine the action better than TV, says Bazza from Washington. So thank you for your kind words, Bazza. And John says, so far so good, but only so far. So he's not counting his chickens yet. Back three, though, have been brilliant, especially Botman. Shows why he should be in the team. And certainly some of the conversation around the press box during the first half was around Botman and what he brings to Newcastle's defence, an assuredness, a calmness and a defensive grit as well. Stephen Liam Lane says, talk about the dark arts. Trippier is the tops at that. In fact, our back three are having a solid game. And Jamie says he's driving to work listening. He's in Brisbane. Drivers are throwing me funny looks as I celebrate wildly in bumper to bumper traffic. See you at Wembley, says Jamie. He is confident that Newcastle will finish the job in the second half. The Newcastle subs are all out warming up. I would imagine as well, if things stay as they are, that Eddie Howe will use his substitutes. He'll drip feed them in and try and break the game up as much as he can. Elsewhere, not a huge number of games taking place this evening. I'll bring you up to date though with what is going on in the Championship, a game which is of great significance to Sunderland, and Leeds United, who are going very well at the moment, are leading at Coventry City. They are into the second half there. Perot and Bogle with the goals for Leeds United, so they're 2 up. And in the Football League Trophy, Peterborough have beaten Cheltenham by 3-2, and in the Scottish Premiership, Celtic lead Dundee by 2-0 as well. Before kick-off this evening, we received a message at BBC Newcastle from the family of the former Newcastle striker Alan Shoulder, who passed away at the age of 71 at the weekend. They just wanted to pass on their thanks to the North East football community for all of the tributes and all of the messages that they have received following the death of Alan Shoulder. He's well remembered by United fans of a certain age, having joined from Blythe Spartans in 1978. He's well known, of course, in non-league circles as well for his exploits at Blythe and elsewhere. After 4 years on Tyneside, he moved on to Carlisle and then to Hartlepool, and I know he's been talked about around the ground this evening by those who remember him in particular. Former Football League referee George Courtney knew Alan Shoulder very well as well, and he paid tribute on TalkSport.
As a player, he was indomitable. He really was. He was tenacious, he was combative, he was unrelenting, he was unforgiving. He was only small in stature but big in heart, 5'5", and he was frightened of nobody, even the biggest centre half. Alan would take no prisoners. Now I remember him later on in years when he was strike partner with Peter With, little and large, and they made a great combination. Yeah. But I knew Alan personally for many, many years, and I'm very sad at his passing. And obviously, I knew that he'd been suffering with serious illness for a long, long time, and he fought it the way he played his game. He would not give up. But at last, he's found peace. He's free from pain. I just want to pass on my condolences to his wife Marie and to their grown-up children. Shoulder, as we didn't call him Alan, we just called him Shoulder. Yeah. Shoulder was a character, and I'm afraid characters are few and far between in the modern game now, sadly.
He was at Blythe Spartans, of course, when he got his big move to Newcastle. There's many that say, George, that he probably should have played at a higher level earlier in his career, actually.
Well, possibly, but in those days, Alan, we were similar backgrounds. He was a pitman. My dad was a miner, so we had things in common. But I mean, Alan thought of nothing of playing on an evening and then doing sometimes even the 4 shift first thing in the morning or back shift. But that's how they did it in those days. He could have been picked up earlier, but he said when he got into pro football, he certainly made his mark, didn't he? Particularly Newcastle, where he was for 3 years, and thoroughly enjoyed the experience, and certainly was no way out of his depth. But that was because of his determination, his motivation. He would not be beaten.
George Courtney remembering Alan Shoulder, the former Newcastle striker who has died at the age of 71. I'm sure he would have enjoyed this match this evening. There are plenty of smiles around St James's Park among fans at half-time who perhaps were a little bit nervous ahead of kick-off, just wondering if Arsenal got the first goal, what might have happened, but it wasn't to be. Isak scoring for Newcastle, disallowed after a long VAR review, disallowed for offside, but then Isak again smashing the inside of the post with a thunderous shot, and Jacob Murphy following up well to finish off the inside of the other post, and Newcastle leading 1-0 at half-time at 3-0 on aggregate. Nearly there. Just time to round up a few more things for you as well before the second half begins. And 72 football clubs in the National League have written to the EFL board demanding more promotion and relegation places. Now, they want to see the introduction of 3 promotion and relegation spots from next season. Currently only 2 go up and down between League 2 and the National League. Those who go up are the champions and the playoff winners, and Gateshead, of course, are currently in a National League playoff spot, and they were denied the right to take part in the playoffs last season because of issues over their tenancy of the International Stadium. That has now been solved, though. Oldham are a place above them. Their manager, Mickey Mellon's been talking about this. He says change is needed.
It's got to happen. It's ridiculous that the clubs at this level are being stopped from growing into the Football League and adding some to the Football League. It's something that I've said even when I was in the league. I believe that there's 6, 7, 8 teams in the National League that would make the Football League better.
So we'll see what happens there, but it might be that from next season there's an extra promotion place. Haven't got time to round up anything else for you because the Arsenal players are already back on the pitch. The Newcastle players will follow very shortly. The second half will be underway very soon. Razor and Ando will take you through it next.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Still 0-0. Isak with a good help on. Gets it back from Gordon. He's in again. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Murphy has scored. Jacob Murphy for Newcastle United. Following up after Alexander Isak cracked one off the woodwork. 20th minute at St James's Park, having had one disallowed and having just seen Arsenal hit the woodwork. Isak with a shot off the post, Murphy following in, scores, and it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0, and 3-0 on aggregate.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here are Newcastle United for the second half. Arsenal out first, and now the black and whites back on the pitch. Don't think there are any changes for the second half. Newcastle with a lineup of Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Tonali, Murphy, the goal scorer, Isak, who had his goal chalked off. What a finish it was, so unlucky, just offside, and Gordon. And Arsenal already making a change because of injury. Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly at the back. Midfield 3 of the captain Odegaard, Partey and Rice. And then Nwaneri on for the injured Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard. Newcastle substitutes bench includes Callum Wilson. What's the half-time mood been like, John Anderson, in the concourse area?
Oh, everybody's buzzing, as you would expect. You know, I think everybody's more than happy with the way that things have gone so far.
And why not? Newcastle in control of the tie. Already in control of the tie and increased that advantage. They are shooting towards the Gallagher end in the second half. Here at St James's Park on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sound. Schär up towards Murphy, intercepted by Gabriel. Bruno plays it back to Schär. They recover possession. Arsenal need 3 unanswered goals to take this to extra time. Hall up the line for Gordon, no offside. Gordon checks back and then tries to go on the outside of Partey, and it's an Arsenal throw, last touch off the Newcastle winger. Now Isak putting pressure on as Arsenal play it back, and Timber gives it to goalkeeper Raya. Black and white stripes against the white and red shirts of Arsenal. Raya to Rice. Fabian Schär pushed right up out of central defence into the forward line to press Bruno. That's a bad one, and a yellow card. He was late into the challenge on the Arsenal player, and the referee straight to his pocket, yellow card. It was Trossard. There is VAR, but Bruno's been yellow carded. He was sent off at the end of the last semi-final. I think yellow card's just about right for that one, but it's a bad challenge. And Bruno's been over to say his piece to the referee, and I think also to check on Trossard. So his name's gone into the book. The Arsenal man's still down, and the medical team haven't been called on.
Tell you what,
the physio's waiting with the bag. And Trossard still on the deck. Referee Simon Hooper, who's from Wiltshire, tells Arsenal either get on with it or get someone on to treat Trossard if he needs some help. Yellow card for Bruno. Do you think it's fortunate, or do you think that's about right?
No, I think it's about right. I don't think he can have any complaints with the yellow card. I mean, he's late.
Well, after a delay, we are now ready to resume. Trossard limping. They'll look for him to run that off. They've already lost one wide player, one from their forward line. They don't want to lose another. The free kick, long, Trippier behind it, tries to help it away. Rice has beaten Schär to the ball on the near side, then Trippier covering, hooks it clear towards halfway. Header there from Gabriel, not the best for Saliba, has lost it to Gordon. Gordon with an open goal, and it's just wide. Gordon with an open goal from a long way out, centre of the Arsenal half. Went early, tried to take advantage of Raya's position, but missed the target. Arsenal now play it out short from the back, Raya to Rice, and Saliba on the right hand side, but what an opportunity for Gordon.
Yeah, should have scored.
Botman with a couple of big challenges. Now Bruno, got to be careful as he goes into a challenge. Rice wins it, and Trossard seems okay on the outside of Trippier, deflects it behind for a corner. Before the corner, go back to the Gordon effort.
Yeah, I mean, big chance. Defender takes a huge risk, gets caught. Raya's position's all over the shop.
50th
that would have been game, set, match.
Yeah, if Newcastle score again tonight, assuming Arsenal don't get one, then that will be 4-0 on aggregate. Here's the corner, it's on the near side, the Arsenal left, Lee's end, Declan Rice. Arsenal have got two on the box, Odegaard's drifting over towards the corner, but Rice drives it into the middle. Dubravka punches out to the far side.
Brave. Good punch as well.
Kept in by teenager Nwaneri. Back into the box, Murphy heads it behind in front of Rice. It'll be another corner.
Yeah, good defending.
Declan Rice, driving force in the Arsenal midfield, and also a set-piece taker. Here they come again. 3-0 to Newcastle on aggregate. Rice's delivery towards the back post, and that will be a goal kick. It beat everybody. Byrne went up with an Arsenal player beyond the back stick, but neither got a touch.
No. Just went long, didn't he? Went deep. Straight out of play.
Just seen the Gordon chance again. He's cut across it a bit too much, hasn't he? He's about 30 yards out. And not at all trying to criticise the attempt, because he did have to go quickly. Just needed probably to be straight, didn't it? Here's Trippier with a header forwards. Isak lurking dangerously, but two Arsenal headers get it back to Raya. Dyer puts the ball on the floor. Gordon goes to close down. Shares won it. Gordon! This time it's in! This time it's in from Anthony Gordon! And Newcastle United are almost there. Anthony Gordon profiting after Arsenal took a risk playing it short from the back. And he slotted it beyond the keeper and into the bottom corner. And what about this? 52 minutes played in the second leg. 2-0 on the night again. And 4-0 to Newcastle United on aggregate.
Game, set, match. Pack your bags, go home. Get your rail tickets, get your hotel tickets. Get anything you want, because there's no way in the world Arsenal are recovering from this. I mean, talk about suicidal football. They just give it away on the edge of their own penalty area. What Ray is thinking of, I do not know.
And it's, yeah, he's level. Just looked at the onside check. Well, he's not just level, he's onside. And it's that high press again with a player from defence. Fabian Schär, look at that. They've got 3 men in central defence, but when they're usually Schär has been ordered to go forwards, give Newcastle an extra body in that area. They won't be, with a midfielder less tonight with no Joe Linton as Arsenal kick off. Schär's been the one, that presence up there, and he won it back for Gordon. So tactically, something else that Eddie Howe and his staff have got bang on.
Yeah, tactically tonight they've been excellent.
Arsenal attacking up the right-hand side. Here comes Sven Botman to scoop the ball away from Timber, close to the penalty area. 54 on the clock. BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app. And if
you know what the score is, don't you?
Oh, don't. No, it's 2-0 tonight.
No, it's 4-0.
No, it's 2-0. You cannot say things like that. Trossard into the penalty area.
Well, you played it at the start of the programme.
Yeah. There is such a thing as the curse of the commentator.
Don't be silly, Razor.
Listen, I'm still nervous because they're not there yet. Here's Isak. Well, it could be 5-0 if he'd been onside. He was just off in the first half. Lewis Hall back to Tonali. Now Isak is offside here. It's a long ball forwards. Now the flag goes up as he takes the touch. Just go through the bench in full because we didn't at the start of the second half. Pope, Wilson back from 2 months out. Target, Kraft, Osula, Livramento, Willock, Longstaff, Miley. The last 3 there will have been hoping to play with no Joe Linton. But Eddie Howe changing the system, and Newcastle 4-0 up on aggregate. Trossard on the outside, Trippier with him. Trossard a back heel, Trippier's got it, and Bruno. Trossard, there's a couple of fouls in there surely. Bruno then gets a free kick from the Belgian. And Simon Hooper, the referee, on the spot to blow the whistle. Give Newcastle the decision. It's funny, because they won 1-0 at Southampton 2 years ago, a Southampton team that was getting relegated. That was a night they missed loads of chances. And they came here and through 2 Sean Longstaff first half goals were in a really strong position. And yet the aggregate score against Arsenal, second in the Premier League, great run of form, is bigger. And this is a much tougher test, but this team does better against the top sides. Just look at the matches they've lost at home. Teams that have come and in some cases, most cases, deserve to win. But when they've played the established top teams and top clubs, they've tended to get it right.
What do the real top sides do?
Well,
they beat them teams. They don't just turn up against the top sides.
Dan Burn chasing a ball that bounces once and then he heads it towards Hall. near the touchline. Hall sends it forwards. It stayed in play, and that's some miscontrol by Arsenal. Gordon battling for it. Gordon coming away with it. Bruno trying to get there, but can't go into challenges, can't throw himself in on a yellow card. Trossard on the near side, away by Trippier. And Raya on the edge of the penalty area brings it under control. Newcastle 2, Arsenal 0, and 4-0 on aggregate. 57 minutes. Here's an Arsenal attack on the right-hand side. Nwaneri towards the goal line. He gave them a spark when he came on for the injured Martinelli in the first half, and they will look to get him involved as much as they can, the 17-year-old. Scored 3 times already in the League Cup this season for Arsenal. This is Odegaard. Nwaneri's on the edge of the penalty area. It's lifted into the box. Havertz chests it. Bruno brings it away as Havertz hits the deck. Bruno fouled by Partey. No further punishment, but Newcastle with a free kick just at the edge of their defensive third.
Yeah, Havertz went down looking for a free kick, never getting it. Through a touch, just bounced off his chest.
Jacob Murphy in the first half, Anthony Gordon in the second. In St James's Park. Is buoyant with just over half an hour to play. Dan Burn trying to help it on from the free kick, and Isak was interested in the middle. Raya goes quickly through the centre, and Havertz is getting on the end of this. Lewis Hall makes a challenge. No foul, says the referee. Hall went up against Havertz, edge of the box. Referee,
he's giving the free kick the other way for handball.
Giving it Newcastle's way. Was it handball? Was it a foul by Havertz on Gordon? Or did he land? I must have landed.
I don't know where the handball was.
We're trying to work it out. Mikel Merino and Raheem Sterling are going to come on for Arsenal.
There was no handball, but you take them.
Same old Arsenal, always cheating, sing the Newcastle fans. They've been singing that all night. Fabian Schär trying to help
Arsenal for the disallowed goal.
Anthony Gordon, great win, and a ball to Isak, left-hand side, attacking the penalty area. Isak goes for the shot low down.
He wants to score, doesn't he?
He's desperate to score. And Raya makes a comfortable save. Gordon, great work in the build-up. Ball still in the Arsenal half. Tonali putting pressure on. Back it goes to Raya. Into the centre to Partey. Away he goes. Bruno chasing back, gets into position. Arsenal give it to Lewis Skelly, the left back, who was right central midfield. The other teenager, Nwaneri.
Looks a good player, doesn't he?
Out to him again from Havertz. Hall with a block. Tonali covering. Tonali mopping up. But he's taken the ball over the line and out for an Arsenal corner. Martin Odegaard replaced by the former Newcastle man Mikel Merino. Their captain being replaced.
Good player.
That chance that clipped the outside of the post. Odegaard at 0-0 on the night. And after that, very shortly afterwards, Newcastle went and made it 1-0. The other play going off is Leandro Trossard. Raheem Sterling coming on. It's on loan from Chelsea, Sterling. And he has one goal for Arsenal, which was in the League Cup against Bolton in round 3. And they've also beaten Preston and Crystal Palace in the competition this season. Newcastle 4 up on aggregate. Defending a corner on the far side. Left-footed in swinger, header by Jacob Murphy behind.
It wasn't a great corner, was it? Flat near post, didn't even
get past the 6-yard line.
BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds on what is shaping up to be a special night. Another Arsenal corner, left-footed in-swinger, Dubravka with a punch. Then a header from Big Dan Burn, and Bruno onto it, and he could release Isak, who chases. Rice is on after him in pursuit. Isak's kept it in and won a throw. And there was still a very long way towards goal. Throw in the Arsenal half.
You want to get him off.
Isak. Well, if he can get his goal, they might give him a rest. Callum Wilson's back. He's warming up, as is Joe Willock.
Just keep him fit.
Tino Livramento, Lewis Miley also along the touchline. Botman making his 5th appearance of the season, playing it to Cher, back to Dubravka. It's his 14th, and this is Newcastle's 31st game of the season, so Nick Pope just ahead in terms of appearances. Trippier, header towards halfway. Gabriel on Cher, backpedaling, challenges for the ball with Havertz. Cher comes away with it, gets a nudge. Trippier keeps it in and passes it inside to Botman. Last seen in the first half against Bournemouth, brought back in tonight. Gordon tried to just chop inside away from Partey, couldn't do so. Arsenal have it back and on the attack on the outside. Nwaneri flashes it across the face of goal, but it's a throw for Newcastle near side.
Got no centre forward, have they? Nobody who gets in on the end of that. Havertz, what is he, 18-yard box? You've got to get yourself in there if you want to score goals. He's been lively since coming on. Great ball, wasn't it?
2-0 on the night, 4-0 on aggregate. BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on the BBC Sounds app, so if you're on the move, you can listen to our commentary there, get the Newcastle perspective. Or if you're at home, or in someone else's house, if they have a smart speaker, or if you do, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. And our commentary on the FA Cup tie at Birmingham on Saturday will also be available on BBC Sounds in the UK only on Saturday. 64th minute, Arsenal again on the attack, right wing. Timber, the fullback, 5 yards from the penalty area, centre of Newcastle's half now. Miles Lewis Skelly. Tonali pushes the ball away from Partey, but it's back to Gabriel. Every Newcastle player behind the ball, closing off the space. There is room wide left for Raheem Sterling. On his right, Sterling threatening to take on Kieran Trippier, could head for the line, holds onto the ball. Murphy there as well, doubling up Newcastle, back to Gabriel, whips over the cross, headed away out to the far side. I think it was Byrne who got there, and he must have been Byrne, has gone for an Arsenal throw. Callum Wilson's come back to the bench, but no sign of a Newcastle switch just yet. Havertz, close to the edge of the area, it's hit his heel and he's lost it to Isak, and away goes Gordon. Over halfway, Anthony Gordon cuts back inside, protects the ball, plays it back to Lewis Hall, and is applauded for doing so. Botman to Tonali. Cher onto Tonali, wide to Trippier. Back into the middle to Bruno. Looking for maybe the run of Murphy through a gap. He went perhaps too high and too straight. Now look at this, Fabian Cher, Arsenal with a goal kick. Sprints 30 yards to join the Newcastle press, but Arsenal have gone quicker than United expected. And the ball is in play. It's still at the feet of Raya, and he goes up to Havertz at the back of the centre circle. Botman clears. He won that 1v1. And Mikel Merino, whose one Newcastle goal came here, a winner against Crystal Palace in 2017, plays it back, and then in midfield there's a foul by Newcastle, and Arsenal take a quick free kick next to the centre circle. 2-0 tonight, 4-0 on aggregate, 25 to play, assuming nothing silly happens. Sterling Lewis Skelly tries to go in between Trippier and Murphy. They do enough, and it's a corner. I'm not sure what they're singing. I don't think it's one with bad language in, but a chorus of it around St James's Park, and it brought a smile to lots of Newcastle supporters. Here's the Arsenal corner. Rice, header at the back post, Dan Burn again, and an Arsenal header, and Newcastle trying to clear, but they can't. Another corner, this time on the far side. Well, home fans enjoying themselves. 4-0 up on aggregate, with a cup final at Wembley for the winners. What a position to be in. Arsenal preparing to take a corner. Referee is talking to Jurien Timber and Bruno Guimaraes in the box. Bruno's on a yellow card, remember. Needs to be careful. Now the referee is satisfied. Here comes the corner kick, left-footed curler. Dubravka punches. Gordon backs in to try and head it away. It's forwards by Arsenal, then won back by Murphy, and out to Isak left side. Gets there before Rice. Isak, a throw-in will do in the middle of Newcastle's half. And Eddie Howe, hands in pockets, looks on. Still no activity on the bench. Callum Wilson's gone to warm up again. Anything to add, John Anderson, on how the game has been played since Newcastle got their second tonight?
No, they don't need to do a great deal. You know, they're 4-0 up on aggregate, 2-0 up on the night. Just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, Arsenal can have all the ball, but they're not doing a great deal with it.
Hall with a forward ball. Gordon can't get there. It's a header from Gabriel. Then Hall with a challenge for the ball on halfway. It's an Arsenal throw. Newcastle have won 3 of their last 4 home matches against Arsenal before tonight. Prior to that, their record against them was really bad on Tyneside. 2 wins out of 19. It's a fixture they've enjoyed over the last couple of seasons. Chipped in behind for Arsenal. Byrne gets there. Hall turns it clear. Gordon helps it on to Isak. Back to Gordon. Lovely link up. Gordon, surrounded by red and white shirts, drifts inside, plays it into the corner. Look at this pace of Isak, sprinting to put Arsenal under pressure, but great defending from the very composed Saliba. And Arsenal onto Havertz near halfway. Sven Botman makes sure that he doesn't pass. And that's a free kick for the visitors. 5 years since Arsenal won a trophy. The FA Cup in 2020, behind closed doors. It was only 6 months or so into Mikel Arteta's reign, so he has brought them some silverware. They're out of the FA Cup, but they've still got the Champions League, and 6 points behind Liverpool in the Premier League. But Liverpool with a game in hand. 4-0 to Newcastle on aggregate. Ball in the centre circle with Arsenal. It's BBC Radio Newcastle.
They look like a side who've run out of ideas.
Botman away. Tonali back to him. Botman away again. It's gone backwards off Rice. Here's Gordon's header. Tonali nods it forwards. Neither team can keep it. A reminder, we'll be with you until at least 10:30 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds with discussion and reaction. Dan Burn with a tackle and a clean one on the far side. Hall and Burn then between them lose out. Arsenal, this is a great run. Gordon gets back to see it behind for a goal kick. He's done some good work at both ends of the pitch. Anthony Gordon, the scorer of Newcastle's second goal tonight. He laid on the Isak goal that was chalked off by VAR. He had a hand in the Murphy goal that counted. and there he just got in the way, but it was one area again, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dubravka's gone down again now.
Nick Pope goes for a jog up the touchline, and Dubravka might need the medical bag. On comes the physio. And the coaching staff are calling players across. Alexander Isak's got an energy drink. Jacob Murphy gets a gel pouch to squirt into his mouth. Murphy didn't want to be accused of littering, so he gave it back to a member of staff who then threw it on the floor. Kieran Trippier having a long talk with Jason Tindall. If you want to call us to come on after the game once we've had, hopefully, full-time celebrations. 72 minutes have been played. 2-0 tonight, 4-0 on aggregate. 0800 234 6565. Call us now while there's a pause in play. 0800 234 6565. And on WhatsApp, BBC at the start of your message, 08000 321 333. Murphy in the first half, Gordon in the second. Gordon scored tonight at pretty much the same time he scored at the Emirates in the first leg. And it came shortly after he had a chance to score from a longer way out with the goal unguarded. Raya out of his box, Newcastle winning it back. A shot that he pulled wide, but no mistake when Fabian Schär won it back on the edge of the box from Gordon to double the lead. Bruno slams into a challenge, but the ball has rebounded nicely for Arsenal, and it's Rice just outside the area, and Nwaneri out to the far touchline, then back to the youngster. Dubravka makes a save low down by his left-hand post.
It's the first shot they've had in this second half.
Back-to-back home defeats. They'd never lost 3 in a row at St James's under Eddie Howe. And Arsenal, as you said, Ando, looking like they'd run out of ideas. Newcastle would love a third just to finish this off perfectly, and Sandro Tonali gets away on the left wing. Isak at the back of the box. Tonali turns in the corner, trying to protect the ball. He's gone down holding his leg, but
throw in.
It's a throw rather than free kick. Tonali has stayed down. It was Partey with him, the big Arsenal midfielder. Sort of kicked around the side of his leg. Callum Wilson makes his way back to the bench. I wonder whether we'll see him tonight. 15 to play. Wilson, only 4 Premier League sub-appearances this season. Gordon from the throw. Ball just stayed in on the line. Arsenal then get it back in the corner. They play it up that touchline. Sven Botman dispossesses Havertz, and it's a Newcastle throw off the big German centre forward. He's got 15 goals this season for Arsenal, Kai Havertz, but you're not necessarily his biggest advocate, are you? No. Arsenal win it back and they play it into central defence, but Gabriel is now next to the centre circle. The numbers board in the hand of the 4th official, but it'll be an Arsenal change. They're on the edge of the area. Sterling challenged by Bruno. Ball runs into the box. Newcastle have it through Hall, and it's on to Gordon, and Hall with boundless energy carries on the run up the line. Gordon towards halfway, breaks a couple of challenges, but Saliba, who else? His positioning is always spot on. Was a heavy touch from Gordon there, but Saliba, great work now. Havertz in the area, could be a chance, but he's got it wrong. Went inside, then back outside with a heavy touch, and Dubravka has the ball.
15 goals. I don't know how he's got 15 goals.
Two more Arsenal changes. Riccardo Calafiore, the Italian defender, a big summer signing, and midfielder Jorginho, who came on in the first leg, not a regular starter for Arsenal anymore. Newcastle with the ball in the 77th minute, 2-0 tonight, 4-0 on aggregate. They want a free kick for the challenge on Gordon on halfway, they don't get it. Then Dan Burns thrown himself into a challenge and might have landed awkwardly. The Arsenal changes then, here they come. Calafiore is being introduced for Jurrien Timber. And the next one, to see Jorginho enter the pitch, is Thomas Partey. Straight swap. Emil Kraft is going to come on for Newcastle, and possibly Joe Willock too.
5, Thomas Partey, number 12, Jurrien Timber, number 20, Jorginho, number 33, Riccardo Calafiore.
BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Heading towards the final 10 minutes. Arsenal play it out to the left wing, this near side. Raheem Sterling on the attack, into the penalty area, laid off towards Rice. Newcastle scramble it clear. Saliba, central position, plays it to the substitute Calafiore on the right. Jorginho's cross, header away by Cher. Calafiore is playing it right back. They've kept Lewis Skelly at the near side. Newcastle waiting to make their substitutions. Sterling tackled by Murphy, that'll be a corner.
Yeah, he just waited for him, didn't he? He's just poked it out of play. Corner kick with 12 minutes left.
Arsenal plenty of set pieces. Still didn't get the possession stats at half time. I'd like to know how many corners they've had as well. Here's another one. Rice drives it in. It's too long. Everyone went front post or centre. I think it would have been too high anyway.
They've had 68% possession.
That's overall now.
Yeah, they've had 361 passes to our 176.
And corners, is that 11 with the one they've just taken to Newcastle's 1. Jacob Murphy, scorer of the first goal tonight, is replaced, and thanked for his efforts by the Newcastle supporters. And the other player going off is Sven Botman, restored to the 11 tonight, replaced by the popular Emil Kraft.
It's been great again, hasn't he, Botman?
A double change made by Eddie Howe, with Newcastle 4-0 up on aggregate and 10 to play. Kraft's 6th appearance of the season and his first since they beat Chelsea in the 5th round at the end of October. He's had a broken collarbone, Emil Kraft. Rice away from Willock. And I'm sure Joe Willock will get plenty of love from the Newcastle fans tonight. On against his former club. Started the first leg, Willock. Arsenal, nice link up edge of the box. Bruno in the way and takes the ball out to the left wing. Finds Gordon under pressure, dispossessed by Calafiore. Back it goes towards the defender Gabriel, and now on into midfield for Jorginho. Challenge in the box, no foul, says the referee. Arsenal, there are some appeals, particularly from Jorginho, And Havertz looks towards Simon Hooper, who says there was nothing in that, as he challenged for the ball with Dan Burn, who is down and has cramp. What's your view on that challenge?
It's never a penalty. He only had one arm round him.
Go to the... Well, this is... I know what you're going to say here, but go to the mind of the referee. If he sees that, obviously his position is different. Was it 50-50? Or was Burn doing more based on what you've seen? Did Arsenal have a case? Because there's VAR tonight.
Bourne had an arm around him, but I don't think there was enough in it.
Eight minutes of normal time to play. We still haven't seen Callum Wilson, but maybe we will. Alexander Isak remains out there up front, and a glorious goal that he scored so early tonight that we thought had given Newcastle lift off, just offside. But at this stage they've scored 2 more, so it hasn't mattered. Header away by Newcastle. Tonali onto Bruno, trying to get it forwards. Willock, who's on the right side, was chasing after it, but it's brought back after Bruno was caught late in midfield by Lewis Skelly. 0800 234 6565 is BBC Radio Newcastle's number. I think it was Sterling who made the challenge, although the camera cuts straight to Lewis Skelly. Someone's been yellow carded for Arsenal.
I think it was Sterling who got the yellow card.
Well, it was Lewis Skelly with the challenge, but it looked like Sterling got yellow carded. Maybe our studio can clear that up.
It's never a free kick, by the way. Never in the world a free kick.
Yeah, I think it was Sterling who was yellow carded. Here's the free kick from Dubravka to the edge of the box. Burn in the way, and Willock could have been a handball in there actually, off Dan Burn. Arsenal have brought the ball clear. Havertz, Trippier with a challenge. Kraft covering, plays it up the line, and it stayed in, and it's Willock. Isak wants it in the middle. Willock keeps going. Got a nudge, gives it back to Trippier. Bruno gives him an angle on towards Willock. Joe Willock hangs up a cross. Lewis Hall coming in. Arsenal half clear. Isak for Tonali, and Newcastle
offside.
Stopped by an offside flag anyway. Jorginho away from Isak. Arsenal still in their own half. Now up the right hand side, Calafiori. If you've just joined us, or you want the comfort of a reminder,
and you don't want to know the score, unlucky.
Don't wait for the highlights. Let me tell you, tonight Newcastle 2, Arsenal 0. On aggregate, Newcastle 4, Arsenal 0. Gabriel. Emil Kraft pinches it, and now Tonali might get there and does. Option to the left is Gordon. Arsenal with plenty of bodies back. Gordon has it. Tonali caught late. They switch it towards Willock. Brought down by Willock just outside the area, but a recovery challenge from Lewis Skelly. Yeah. Tonali down with cramp. Arsenal not going to show any courtesy whatsoever. They're going to play on. Tonali back up limping. Arsenal have got 5 minutes of normal time to score 4 unanswered goals. Hall inside to Bruno. Isak on the move. He's gone into the Arsenal half, so he would have been offside. Tonali then tried from the loose ball after he won it to get Gordon in. Calafiori has it. Then Havertz with a shot blocked by Trippier, edge of the area. Bruno. Oh, that's a bad one on Bruno from Rice, and he should get a yellow card. Well, from our angle, that didn't look good. Bruno's back up though, might have done Rice a favour. Looked like a bit of a lash at him, but thought he might have caught him across the knee. It's a free kick, nothing more. Tonali's back down. Sean Longstaff and Callum Wilson are preparing to come on. And Sandro Tonali gets applauded off by Bruno.
Be great again tonight, and he just covers so much ground, reads the game so well.
And there'll be no goal tonight for Alexander Isak that counts anyway, because he is going off and Callum Wilson is back. 57 minutes of action across 4 substitute appearances this season for Wilson. 2 months out with a hamstring injury, but on for the final few minutes of the second leg with Newcastle ready to return to Wembley. 4-0 up on aggregate. Forward ball by United, out for a throw on the near side. Arsenal in the left back position. Longstaff goes to close down Marino, back into the box to Raya, out to the left to Gabriel, forwards it goes, Trippier is there, slams it out of play, goal kick. Lewis Skelly, was he late on Trippier?
No.
I didn't see.
Late.
What happened? Because there's arguments going on.
Just pushed him.
Okay.
He pushed him back.
Trippier did it.
Was, hello, how are you?
Okay.
Are you well?
Trippier patted him on the back, so probably did him a favour. Intercepted by Byrne. Bruno, edge of the box. Bruno, shot that was under pressure and scrutiny from the Arsenal defence that he couldn't wrap his boot around, and it's gone wide. But again, a centre-back coming up to the forward line to apply the pressure. It led to a goal earlier. It nearly led to another there. 4-0 on aggregate. Havertz wins a header in the centre circle. Arsenal get it up to him relatively quickly. 89th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Rice in behind for Sterling. Trippier up into the night sky. Longstaff and Marino go for it. It's Jorginho back to halfway. Rice, a 1-2 with Sterling, into the box. Lewis Skelly onto Declan Rice. Trouble here. Dubravka with a save with his boot at the near post, and it goes out for a throw. Into the box it goes. Dubravka with a diving save, trying to prevent a corner, but he can't. So another Arsenal set piece. That'll be number 12. A minute of normal time to play. Call us now, 0800 234 6565. If you want to text an SMS message, 81333, BBC at the start. And we'll be with you until at least 10:30 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle. Arsenal's corner as the away end empties. Rice into the middle of the 6-yard box.
Oh, what a chance!
Headed over. They had a few of those in the first leg. Not so many tonight, but Miles Lewis Skelly got underneath it, and it's way over the bar.
Yeah, free header. 6 yards out. Plants it way over the top. Good player, this kid, though, isn't he?
Mikel Arteta, it's happened again, is the cry from the Newcastle supporters. The 90 minutes are now up, and the fourth official puts 4 minutes on the numbers board. 1 for every goal Newcastle have scored across the 2 legs. 1 for every goal they got back 14 years to the day. On the night when Cheick Tiote, the late Cheick Tiote's son, Raphael, is one of the mascots. His dad with the iconic late equaliser in 2011. And now in additional time, Emil Kraft wins a free kick, and here comes Lewis Miley for captain Bruno. He's going to give the armband to Dan Byrne, but he's told give it to Kieran Trippier instead. Standing ovation for Bruno and Lewis Miley for his 8th appearance of the season, and 7 of those have been as substitutes.
The striker.
Trippier throw on halfway.
The striker.
Looking for Wilson. Helped on by Wilson. I think we might have some Arsenal fans behind us.
Yeah, saying they should have signed a striker.
Yeah.
Maybe you should.
Here's the throw into the centre. Newcastle win it back through Gordon and now Cher, and Lewis Hall helped on into the path of the fullback. Hall holding it up. Oh, lovely skill from Hall, but Calafiore just had the edge. Plays it forwards. There's a foul by Cher. And Arsenal free kick. Fabian Cher getting involved with Kai Havertz.
He's yellow carded.
And getting a booking. And to be fair to Havertz, he has walked away. He didn't really want any part in that. 2 minutes to go. Murphy in the first half, Gordon in the second, on top of the 2-0 win in the first leg. They have handled the occasion and the match, and with a change of system and without a big player in Joe Linton, superbly.
Yeah, they've done what they had to do. I mean, 2-0 up, they will always be cruising. They've been the better side throughout.
90 seconds to play. Arsenal still attacking. And they win another corner kick. Across the 2 legs. They must have had more than 20. Hall with a block. A huge effort again. And a great response to Saturday. The biggest match of the season, and they've got it right, Newcastle United and Eddie Howe and his staff. Here's the Arsenal corner in the 4th minute of additional time. 4-0 up on aggregate. High, left-footed, back of the 6-yard box, claimed by Martin Dubravka. How good has he been since coming into the team 2 months ago?
Yeah, and people wanted him out. People wanted Pope to start tonight.
20 seconds, and then it's up to the referee. Dubravka kicks from his hands. Callum Wilson tries to help it down to Lewis Miley. Arsenal forwards looking for the run of Havertz. Edge of the area, Cher makes the challenge. Havertz takes it out wide. Trippier gets there. And it's a free kick for Newcastle United. Might have been obstruction from Havertz, possibly handball. And the minimum 4 minutes are up. They have done it. There's going to be another Wembley weekend, because Newcastle United are into a second League Cup final in 3 seasons. 2-0 advantage after the first leg a month ago. A long wait for this second meeting with Arsenal. Form had been variable since then. Arsenal very much on the up. But Jacob Murphy in the first half and Anthony Gordon in the second have secured Newcastle United's return to Wembley on a special night at St James's Park. And it's the sort of night that for many years these fans could only dream of. But Eddie Howe and his team are making this a reality and are making this a bit of a habit. And this season could still bring silverware. What an achievement to get back to Wembley, and what a prospect on Sunday the 16th of March. Newcastle United in another cup final, and they'll play either Tottenham or Liverpool. A great night, John Anderson.
It was a good game. The first half was great. Second half was stop-start. As we said to Friday at half-time, you want the second half to be stop-start. You don't want any rhythm in the game.
I mean, Arsenal shot themselves in the foot with the second goal as well, but thoroughly deserved on the night. They did the better side over the 94 minutes. I think Arsenal had 2-3 shots on target all night. Dubravka didn't have a great deal to do. Back at Wembley, second time in 3 years. I wonder who Newcastle supporters will be shouting on tomorrow at Anfield. I think I know.
What a night at St James's Park. I don't know why you were so worried.
I wasn't the one that was worried, Razor. You were petrified. If people could have seen you, the sweat was running off you.
You were, honestly, do you know what? I couldn't eat before the match. I was so nervous. I was so nervous. And look, you might have felt that way as well, and you can understand because of what was at stake. You know, when you look at the draw they've had this season, Nottingham Forest, who are having a great season, I know it was August, and they haven't been great when Newcastle have played them twice away from home. Brentford, who might have been above Newcastle in the league when they met just before Christmas. Chelsea, who are in the top four again, and Arsenal, and they've won both legs, and it'll be Tottenham or Liverpool. Now Tottenham, they're close to the relegation zone, but in that elite group of clubs that, you know, have so much attention on them, they've been in that little club. Whatever happens when they get to Wembley, this has not been the easiest path to the final, and it won't be the easiest route to the Royal Box if they win the trophy. There have been some tough tests. This competition is one that really means a lot to them. They put so much into it and delivered some big results all season.
Yeah, but you just don't want to get to Wembley. You just don't want a weekend in London, a Wembley weekend. You want something to show for it at the end of it. It didn't happen 2 seasons ago when we didn't play well against Manchester United. You know, I'd love to think Spurs could go to Anfield and win. I really do, because I think against Spurs we could definitely beat Spurs. I think the one against Liverpool would be an awful lot closer, but look, enjoy tonight for what it was. It was he changed his formation and it worked. It worked. The three at the back were outstanding. They were brilliant. You know, they never gave Arsenal a sniff. As I say, Arsenal, very few opportunities, no clear-cut opportunities, and over the 2 legs, they've been absolutely outstanding in the 2 legs.
They produced performances to win both legs and win the tie. 4-0 on aggregate, 2-0 tonight, 2-0 at the Emirates, and they're going back to Wembley. If you haven't booked trains, good luck, because I think a lot of fans got in early with their travel and their accommodation, but it'll be an adventure, and maybe this time it will be different. That is to come in 5 or 6 weeks. It's later than normal, the final, but Newcastle United are going to be there, and after a lap of appreciation, the players and staff are making their way off the pitch, and every single one of them, Ando, was brilliant. Murphy and Gordon with the goals after Isak had one disallowed for offside. That was an incredible goal from Isak, and we're going to continue the conversation until at least 10:30 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle. Simon Pride will be along in a minute. Just a final word from you, because not only did they get through tonight, they made changes. They got Callum Wilson back as well at a key point in the season. So away from the important stuff in terms of what this means tonight, that could be really big for them to get Wilson back, even though he's just on for a few minutes.
It's only going to be unbelievably if he stays fit.
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to stay fit all season. You know, we see him for 15-20 minutes and then you don't see him for 8 weeks. So hopefully they'll be able to keep him fit for the rest of the season, because he could be really important to us. Look at the other boy, is just a machine. Isak, he's just a terrific player. I mean, the goal that he scored that was disallowed was unbelievable. It was sublime.
Yeah, it's one of his best.
But you'd like to be able to give him a little break. Whether Callum Wilson starts against Birmingham at the weekend, we'll have to wait and see. But we'll worry about that when it comes along. Let's just enjoy tonight for what it is.
Stay with us on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. If you want to call, the number's 0800 234 6565. On WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, save the number into your phone. It's 08000 321 333. Reaction from Eddie Howe coming. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. Like I say, here until at least 10:30, live from St James's Park, where Newcastle United have finished the job. 2-0 up after the first leg. A long wait for the second leg. Plenty of nerves. But in the end, no need for nerves when they do what they did again. Jacob Murphy and Anthony Gordon, the goal scorers. 2-0 again tonight. Newcastle United are going back to Wembley. They've reached the League Cup final for the second time in 3 seasons. A 4-0 win over Arsenal on aggregate.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of Newcastle United fans getting excited for the game later. We have got word that Rossi Moore from the Belford Mags is choosing not to go to the game and is instead going to be watching Cinderella with his missus. We thought this is incredible breaking news. I'm pleased to say our roving reporters have tracked down the man in question. Ross, can you confirm or deny the rumours?
There'll be no Cinderella, just the football.
You're not putting your other half ahead of the football for once, Ross.
Never.
It's the foundations for a beautiful relationship. Enjoy the footy, Ross, and enjoy it if you're going. We'll be back tomorrow morning, whatever happens.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, what was everybody worried about? What was everybody worried about? It was pretty straightforward in the end, wasn't it? 4-0 on aggregate. Newcastle United have not just beaten Arsenal, they have comprehensively beaten Arsenal to make it through to, as Razor says, a second Wembley final, a second Carabao Cup final in 3 years. You can react now, 0800 234 6565. Give us a call. Ando and I will be here at St James's Park until 10:30 this evening, so time for you to have your say. You can send a message as well. I can see them pouring into the inbox as I speak. 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC. Text 81333, again beginning with the letters BBC. The players have done their lap of honour. They've headed down the tunnel, bar Anthony Gordon, who was just doing an interview on the pitch. I don't think I've ever seen a player play a football match with quite as much energy as Anthony Gordon, who of course scored the second goal, did this evening. There are still a few Newcastle fans lingering, some of them gathering around where the TV companies are doing their various interviews at the edge of the pitch, just to see Eddie Howe when he comes out later to do that, and any other players as well. But most of those fans now are heading towards the exits. A couple are staying put and waving the massive flags in the Leazes end as well. But yeah, I think it's time now to start planning your trip. It's probably too late to plan your transport, really, because I think all the trains were booked up anyway, with people expecting Newcastle to get through after that first leg. But people will find their way to London by hook or by crook, I am sure. People will sort out their accommodation. The scramble for tickets starts here. Give Steve Howie a call on TalkSport tomorrow evening if you want a ticket.
Sort everybody out.
I'm sure he'll help to sort people out. Ando, you've had a little bit of time to reflect on what you've seen. I mean, there was no point really when you probably felt worried. I mean, even early in the game, Newcastle had the better of things, had that disallowed goal through VAR from Isak, and then scored pretty quickly after that. Arsenal threatened a couple of times early on, but that was it really. And then coming out for the second half, not a great deal changed.
No, I don't think Arsenal really threatened. They hit the post with Odegaard, and then we go straight down the other end and score. But apart from that, Dubravka hasn't had a great deal to do. He's had a few corners to face that he dealt with well, that we defended well. You know, there was people who were worried about the change of formation and going to the 3 centre-backs, and it worked an absolute treat. The 3 of them were brilliant. They were excellent. And
we've got to remember that a lot of people were a little bit sceptical about those tactics.
Yeah,
in that team.
they were, and it worked a treat. You know, to a man, they were great. Arsenal had an awful lot of the ball. You know, an awful lot of people talk about stats and what stats mean and one thing and another, and I think Arsenal had 70-odd% possession. But
Yeah,
it's
one of those
what
nights
you
when
it's what
possession
you do with the possession
really
when you've got
matter.
it.
And
You know,
they-
you can
yeah.
pass the ball to death and pass the ball to death, but if there's no end product at the end of it, it means absolutely nothing. And Arsenal had, I think they had 3 times as many passes as we did, but they did absolutely nothing with it.
I suspect someone who'll be busy right now is the club photographer.
Well, I was expecting one out in the pitch.
They might come out again.
Yeah, they might.
You never know.
No, they won't. There's nobody left.
Loads of messages coming in. I'll come to those in a moment. I think we've got Steve on the line, though, who's obviously a Newcastle supporter. Evening, Steve. How are you feeling?
A little bit happy. Only a little bit. I sent you a message back end of the game. Nerves, what nerves? I knew it all along.
Righto.
But Trippier doing all the way that game, giving them some niggle, the so-called dark horse, I thought was fantastic. Absolutely fabulous. The people that were sending messages during TalkSport saying, what's he doing? A back three. That back three, the Knights were phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. And Isaac, he had their 2 centre-back breaking themselves. They were absolutely terrified of him. Yes, from there, John.
Yeah, look, I just said, Steve, just before you came on there, you know, a lot of people in TalkSport questioned the fact that he went to 3 centre-backs, but I thought the 3 of them were immense. I thought they were brilliant. I thought to a man they were exceptional. I thought he got his tactics spot on. You know, the way that we set up, you could see that Arsenal were going to have an awful lot of the ball, but they never looked like hurting us. You know, they never caused us any problems whatsoever for all the possession that they had.
Yeah, and when we had an attack, we looked like we were going to do something with it. Even though we didn't have the ball as much as them, we looked more aggressive with it, more looked as though we were going to do something. Like I said, do something with it. They didn't. They just had nothing going forward.
No, and I mean, he got his tactics spot on because he let Arsenal come with us. They threw an awful lot of bodies forward, and we just hit them on the break, you know, with the pace of Murphy, Gordon, Isak, and it caused them all sorts of problems. I mean, the goal that Isak scored that was disallowed was it was a phenomenal finish.
It was only just offside as well.
It was really it was a tough one to take.
Doesn't matter in the end, I guess.
He's just a phenomenal player.
Who do you want in the final, Steve? Is that a silly question?
Like John said before, I was shouting at me mates. I've had a house full of the other night. Come on, you Spurs, tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see. We'll keep a close eye on that, Steve. Thank you very much indeed.
All the best. Take it easy.
Loads of messages. I'll try and get through some of them now. Kev Owens, thank you for your message. He's a Toon fan from Northamptonshire. Thank you, boys, for the great commentary. Great game to listen to. Well-deserved win. Full credit to the boys and for Eddie for his change in formation. It all worked.
Tactical genius.
Yes, he is. That's what he now is.
He is now.
Brian says, my nerves evaporated early for me. We played Arsenal perfectly, roughed them up. The players brought in were excellent. Ando's nemesis, Bruno, led brilliantly despite being outnumbered in midfield, and Isak caused them problems all night, says Brian. This one is from Bazza, who says, well done to the lads, this time make it count. I think 2 years ago they let the occasion get to them, also possibly the FA Cup finals in the late 90s, but how are the lads, says Bazza, who thinks this time could be the time.
You hope so. Yeah, I just said to Razor at the end of the commentary, you know, he was saying, oh, it's great to be back at Wembley. Yeah, it's great to be back there, but you don't want to just be going for a Wembley weekend. You want something to show for it. You know, you want to be coming away with some silverware.
And I think last time it had been such a long time since they were last there, that you could almost be forgiven for seeing it as the great weekend away.
We hadn't been playing, but we hadn't been playing well going into it. That was the problem. And the two in the 90s and the 2000s, we weren't playing well going into them ones either.
So maybe this one will be a bit different.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Yes, Big Joe's in the Scottish Borders. Thanks to Razor and John, made my night. Thanks again, boys. John wants to know if you're going to do the Dan Byrne dance, Ando.
I didn't get any royalties for the last one, so I'm not doing this one.
Maybe if they win it.
Maybe. You never know.
Okay. This one is from Brian. Hi, Simon. I was wrong about the lineup and formation. I've seen criticism from Toon fans of Eddie for playing 5 at the back and Arsenal fans over the moon, but the formation worked.
Yeah.
And I think Tonali is driving the team now. Yeah. He's getting better and
brilliant.
better, becoming irreplaceable, a bit like Isak, says Brian.
Yeah.
Gateshead.
Tonali's, he covered every blade. His awareness of where danger is, he just sees danger, he snuffs it out, gets forward well, uses the ball well. He's getting better game by game. And look at Isak, we've already spoke about. The boy's he's a machine.
This one's from Andy, who just simply says, the cup is coming home, it's coming home, the cup is coming home. So he's confident as far as the final's concerned, despite not knowing the opponents yet. Let's take our hat off to Eddie Howe, 2 amazing achievements, says Alan from Cramlington. This one is from Gaz, who says, fantastic result. 2 Wembley finals in 3 years, just need Spurs to do us a favour and beat Liverpool tomorrow. I really fancy our chances if it was Spurs in the final, says Gaz. And Gareth says, thank you to the Total Sport team for one of the best nights I can remember. Before the game, I was shaking like a shivering dog, and now I'm as happy as a dog with 2 bones. Thank you, Gareth. In Ando we trust. He told us not to worry. Thank you, Pridey Razor and Ando. What a night, says Gareth. I think he's quite happy, isn't he? I love the passion from Razor. Tell me ma, says Martin in Newburn. And one more for now. Who's this one from? It's from John. I'll be honest, Razor, Ando and Pridey, I was really nervous tonight, but credits to Eddie Howe, he got it spot on. I thought the back 3 were magnificent, especially Botman. 2 fullbacks were brilliant as well. Tonali was unreal. I feel for Isak not getting that goal, but I'm overjoyed with Murphy and Gordon. Can't wait for the final. Have a great night, says John. Davey is on the line. How are you doing, Davey?
Hello. I'm happy. It's brilliant, isn't it? Hey, man. You know where it is? I was collecting for the food bank as usual, and I woke up this morning and I thought I was going to be really nervous, and I thought, no, I'm going to be positive. We need to be positive. And I kept telling everybody. They were saying, terrified about what's going to happen. I said, we can't be terrified all the time. We need to be positive, and hopefully the team will be positive. And then the crowd were magnificent before the game and during the early kind of like phases of it. And I honestly think that helps the team. If you think it was reminiscent of like PSG. Do you know what I mean? It was just absolutely magnificent, and it seemed easy in the end.
Dave, what?
Because they worked really, really hard.
Why were you nervous? We were 2-0 up.
Yeah, exactly. It was like they had to worry about us more than anything, because they had to come out and score, and they were going to leave space at the back. And I thought the tactic of they were playing a 3 at the back, but every now and then Dan Burn went into the left back position and they pushed all forward, and they couldn't handle that, and we had all that space down that side. And Gordon and Hall were running and chasing forward and back the whole game. I thought Botman and Shea were magnificent against Havertz. Shea was laughing at him towards the end because he couldn't do anything against them.
Yeah,
they didn't really threaten. You know?
No. I thought the 3 centre backs were outstanding tonight. They covered each other really well. They gave Arsenal no room to play in, no space to play in. Arsenal never really had a clear-cut chance.
Yeah.
I mean, over the 2 games, you can't recall Arsenal having too many chances.
Not really.
Over the tie. Never mind the game, but over the tie as a whole, they didn't have too many clear-cut chances at all.
Never really looked like a threat, the German striker. So, what do you think? What are you thinking in terms of the final, Davey?
I'll take anybody, because I mean we really gave Liverpool a game when they came up, the 3-3. If we're at our best, which I'm thinking the way that Eddie Howe will get them now, having the experience of the loss the last time in the final, I think we'll really go for it, and I think we can beat anybody on what day. I really do, and we just need to keep players fit, and we don't want to have anything stupid happen between now and then, and we just want to give everything. We don't want to come away like we did last time, thinking we didn't quite give enough.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And we've just got to give everything, and I think we can do it. I really do.
Thank you very much. Go on, Davey. One more point. Go on.
Cheers, lads.
All right.
Cheers, Davey.
Thank you,
Take
Davey.
it easy.
Thanks very much indeed. If you're quick, you can still get on. 0800 234 6565 is the number. Perhaps you're just hopping into your car. There'll be loads of traffic, so why not give us a call before you set off en route? 0800 234 6565. Thank you to everyone who has sent us a message as well. Let me just do a couple more of those. This one is from Mickey, who's actually a Gateshead fan. He says, congratulations, Toon. Enjoy Ando. Nice to see more Geordies at Wembley again. I don't know if this is sarcastic, from Christine in Sacriston. I must admit I was a little bit worried when Raheem Sterling was brought on. I think it must be sarcastic.
Really?
Bearing in mind the stage of the game and the form of the player. Anyway, but we were just too good, says Christine. And Gaz says, we didn't just scrape a win. We dominated the two legs. Why was I so nervous before the game? Never doubt Eddie and the boys, says Gaz. And this one says... good day, a Geordie who has been in Oz for 20 plus years. Love listening to the live coverage while I'm at work. I almost feel like I'm there. I especially love it when Ando laughs at the opposition. That's Brendan, aka Geordie, from Melbourne. So we've had Melbourne and Brisbane represented so far this evening in terms of Australia. But it was probably plenty for you to cackle at tonight, wasn't there?
Yeah, look, Arsenal never got a look in. For all the ball all the ball that they had, and again I go back to the point of stats, and people rave on about stats.
Yes.
How many passes you've got. You can pass the ball to death, but if there's no end product at it, I mean, you take this game over the two legs, and I bet you Arsenal have had 80% of the ball and probably had nearly 1,000 passes, if not more, maybe more, and they've never looked like scoring a goal. So what does that tell you about stats? We've had...
Well, stats are still... I mean, we're always having this argument. It's useful to know how much
we've
possession.
Had 20% of the ball.
I don't think anyone's claiming that having a lot of possession means that you're...
It's what you do with the ball when you've got it.
Yeah, so in that case, is expected goals a more useful stat?
No, they're a nightmare.
I think it's probably more useful.
Why?
Let's have this argument another time.
We've probably had 20% of the ball over the two legs, and we scored 4 goals.
Would have been a lot higher than Arsenal's over the two games, I imagine, because that's probably a more accurate reflection of who's been more dominant.
Well, just use that instead of using pass stats and everything else. Then.
Well, passing stats are useful as well, just for giving a picture of the game, not necessarily who's the better team, but a picture of the game.
No, it doesn't, because people will look at that and think, Arsenal have absolutely dominated.
No, they won't. They'll look at that and think they've dominated possession, but not necessarily dominated the game.
But you do. If I looked at that, I go, Arsenal have absolutely battered.
Well, you shouldn't look at it that way.
But that's what you do.
Well, you shouldn't.
So you wouldn't do that with passing.
Look at the possession. No, because there are so many.
So what would you do? You go, they've passed the ball to death.
Yeah, that they've had a lot of the ball, but you then look at other stats to tell you what they did with it.
Like what?
Like expected goals, like touches in the opposition box, that sort of thing.
A load of rubbish.
It's a load of rubbish, is it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anyway, the main stat that matters this evening is probably the scoreline, and it finished 2-0 to Newcastle. I don't know why you hate stats so much.
I do.
They just back up arguments, don't they? That's all. They just help to...
Look, at the main stat, the only stat that matters is we scored 2 goals. They didn't score any.
Okay, fair enough.
They scored absolutely none. For all the ball they had and all the passes they had, and what they have, 12, 13 corners or whatever.
Let's have a chat to Andrew. Hello, Andrew. How are you doing?
Hi, stats in the river.
All of them.
I agree with you, Andrew. Dead right.
Well, yeah, Andrew, I don't know what I was worried about, to be honest.
Well, I asked you why you were worried.
Oh, you did.
I did, yeah.
I just thought, from the first minute, we were at it. We were at their throats. Arsenal had a little bit of pressure in the first half, but didn't do anything with it. And after that, it was extremely comfortable. We could have won by more. It could have been. It was 4-0 on aggregate. It could have been 4-0 on the night, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Arsenal
the second goal was all of their own making. You know, they tried to play out from the back. They don't learn. Teams don't learn when that high press comes on them. They keep doing it and they keep doing it, and sooner or later you're going to have your pocket pinched, and that's exactly what happened with the Gordon goal. But you're right, we could have won it by more. You know, we had other chances. We looked an awful lot more dangerous than Arsenal did. Absolutely, an awful lot more dangerous.
Absolutely, and I said before the game, this is either going to be a tactical masterclass or he's going to look like a duck egg. And thankfully, it was a tactical masterclass because he just absolutely schooled Arteta yet again. Arsenal don't like to come up here. Arteta doesn't like to come up here. They can't handle the crowd. They can't handle the occasion of playing up here. They just kind of shrink into themselves. And you know, for all the possession, they're very toothless up front.
Yeah. What are you saying? They're soft Southerners?
Yes, let's say that, yes.
That's slightly discriminatory towards Southerners, Ando, but I'll let it pass on this occasion.
Look, I agree. I think Arsenal, I don't think they enjoy coming here at all. They don't enjoy the way that we play, the intensity that we play. They like to have time on the ball. They like to be able to pass it around. When they don't get that time, they go into their shell and they disappear. I mean, after the second goal, Arsenal just went missing. They didn't have a clue. They thought it's like running into it. Well, every time we cross halfway and get the 25 yards out, it's like running into a brick wall all the time because the ball just keeps coming back at us all the time. So yeah, look, we spoke beforehand about whether the five at the back or three at the back was a good plan or not. As it worked out, it was a tactical masterclass. You know, he got it spot on. The three of them were absolutely brilliant.
Either were.
It sounds like you're somewhere quite lively, Andrew.
Yes, I've got a well-earned point in my hand, and I'm going to go and enjoy it. Cheers,
go on, then. Thanks.
So you could have a hangover in the morning. You could be late for work.
There might be a few. There might be a few hangovers tomorrow morning. I do suspect. It's a long journey home for the Arsenal fans. Some of them will be staying overnight and drowning their sorrows. Most of them will be staying overnight, apart from the ones on the buses. And Eddie Howe's just heading down the tunnel now. So Razor will be interviewing him shortly. You'll hear reaction from the Newcastle head coach tomorrow when you wake up as part of Matt Bailey's breakfast programme, and in TalkSport tomorrow evening as well. Plenty of time for you to have your say on the programme tomorrow night as we look ahead to the second semi-final, in the safe knowledge that Newcastle will be at Wembley again. Ando?
Pridey.
So now, obviously, still some important league games in the meantime. A lot of people's focus is going to be on Wembley. That's the most important thing in a lot of people's eyes now. I think 2 years ago, when we used to talk about what's more important, qualifying for the Champions League or winning a trophy, people were split.
Yeah.
I think more people now probably would say, look, just let's get a trophy in the cabinet, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so. After such a long time of not winning a trophy and not winning silverware, I think it's hugely important that we get that off our back. You know, let's go and win it. Something to show for it. We've got tough games in between now on that cup final.
Yes.
You know, we've got an FA Cup tie at Birmingham at the weekend. We then got to Manchester City. We've then got Forest here. We've then got to Liverpool. You know, so they don't get any easier. So we can't take our eye off the league either. You know, we've still got to go and perform, because you want to be going into that cup final on the back of good form. You don't want to be going into it like we were the last time, a little bit
and
on the back foot.
They will hopefully have learned from that.
Definitely.
In terms of the Birmingham game, will he make a lot of changes?
I think he'll make changes. I'm not too sure he'll make too many though, because he knows that's a big game for us as well.
Yeah, okay. Another run.
Yeah,
potentially.
another cup, definitely.
Well, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Without a doubt.
If it's there.
2 Wembley appearances in a season, that'll do nicely.
How are you going to go and celebrate?
I'm going home to bed.
I'm not sure whether I believe you.
I am, man.
I probably do. Yeah. Aren't you going to go and meet what's his name? Michael Douglas, who I spoke to before the game, said he was going to meet you afterwards.
I don't know who he
says he knows you.
No, well,
Ando, thank you as ever. Thanks to Razor too for the commentary. It's been another emotional night at St James's Park. A lot of people feared that it wouldn't be a foregone conclusion, but in the end, over the 2 legs, it proved to be a 4-goal conclusion for Newcastle. Enjoy your night. It's another at the brink of Wembley edition of Total Sport. Tonight, with a place in the Carabao Cup final at stake, the Magpies have to get it right. There were a lot of people arriving early for a match of this magnitude, and I had a chat to a few of them.
I think 1-0. I think we'll win. A little bit apprehensive, but I think we'll be all right.
Who's going to win? Newcastle?
Yeah. Yes.
Win, mate.
Score early and we'll win.
We'll destroy them for pace tonight. You're a mascot. How excited are you about that?
Very excited. Walk on the pitch with the players.
What do you think the score's going to be for her?
2-1 win.
You look a bit nervous, Carol.
I am. A bit nervous.
Razor has the all-important team news.
No Joe Linton in the squad. Kieran Trippier comes in, as does Sven Botman.
I'm surprised that he's gone to a 3.
Andrew is on the line. Are you the Andrew that messaged saying you felt sick? Or are you different Andrew?
Yes, that's me.
That's to you, okay.
Hey, by the way, have you had yourself a couple of pints, have you?
That's the next on the agenda, John.
Is it?
We are now going to hear local hero from the musician Johnny Blue Hat, who stands on the halfway line and he performs. This is a good addition, Ando, on a big night.
Just decent, isn't it?
Yeah, adds to the pre-match flavour. The black and white flags have been put down and now the black and white scarves are being twirled around. 2-0 up after a brilliant win in North London a month ago. Will they do it? Bruno to Tonali and then Gordon onto Alexander Isak into the penalty area. Here's Isak. It's there! What a start! Alexander Isak with an incredible finish. The goal will not count. That's the referee confirming that it's offside. Still 0-0. Isak with a good help on. Gets it back from Gordon. He's in again. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Murphy has scored. Jacob Murphy for Newcastle United. And they will take the lead on the night. And it's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0 and 3-0 on aggregate. And there are 45 minutes to navigate and they will be going back to Wembley. But the job is still not done. Not the best for Saliba, has lost it to Gordon. Gordon with an open goal and it's just wide. But missed the target. Raya puts the ball on the floor. Gordon goes to close down. Shares won it. Gordon! This time it's in! This time it's in from Anthony Gordon. Newcastle United are almost there. 52 minutes played in the second leg. 2-0 on the night again. And 4-0 to Newcastle United on aggregate.
Game, set, match. Pack your bags, go home. Get your rail tickets, get your hotel tickets. Get anything you want because there's no way in the world Arsenal are recovering from this.
They have done it. There's going to be another Wembley weekend because Newcastle United are into a second League Cup final in 3 seasons. Jacob Murphy in the first half and Anthony Gordon in the second have secured Newcastle United's return to Wembley on a special night at St James's Park. And it's the sort of night that for many years these fans could only dream of. But Eddie Howe and his team are making this a reality and are making this a bit of a habit. And this season could still bring silverware. What an achievement to get back to Wembley, and what a prospect on Sunday the 16th of March, Newcastle United in another cup final